is primarily against either false testimony against somebody or gossiping and spreading lies to damage another person. The question that was asked was, there's time to lie and time to tell the truth, and I certainly, believe that it's okay to tell somebody who you like, or even somebody who you don't like, a lie to spare their feelings. You don't have to be, that. I don't think the commandment is speaking against that either. That was just a question about lying on the face of it. But I'm asking somebody who doesn't. So if you don't believe that the Bible represents a sort of, and I don't like using this term because it's kind of loaded, objective morality. If you don't believe that the Bible represents some kind of important morality because you think it's all just allegory, then I'm wondering what lessons you can take from it. So, for example, you might think, it's really okay to lie if it gets me what I want, right? That's something that, an egoist would think, right? It's like, yes, lying generally probably not a great strategy, but if it gets me what I want, then it's fine to lie. But the morality of the Bible would speak against that in most cases. So, I'm wondering if you say I'm religious, but I don't, and I believe that the Bible is inspired by God, but I don't believe that it's, I don't believe it's at all literal, any piece of it, and it's all just pure allegory, then I'm wondering what the takeaway from it is, what the moral takeaway from it is.
It's whatever you want it to be, right? Isn't that how it goes? People pick and choose what they want out of that thing.
Have you ever heard the term convicted? I'm convicted by that. Have you ever heard a religious person say that?
You're going to have to clarify.
Okay, so sometimes in service, the pastor or the priest or the preacher will say something, and somebody in the audience will say, or most likely think, I'm convicted by that. So they might be talking about how you're not supposed to. I'm thinking about this. Well, take like a huge one. How you're not supposed to cheat on your wife, right? And how marriage is a sacrament and blah blah, and all the reasons. Not just the obvious reasons why it's written, but why it's a moral sin to do that. I'm picking it's a bad example because everybody knows you shouldn't do that, but and then the guy in the audience who hears the preacher say that and connects with those words feels convicted by that and thinks, I did wrong. So.
Right.
That's not just what you want to hear, because that guy certainly didn't want to hear that. He didn't make that up.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so you can be convicted by things and think, I should change my ways, and that's not taking away from it just what you want to hear or what you want.
Well, yeah, but again, like what speaks to someone won't speak to someone else, and it's a mishmash.
Well, it's true, right? If I didn't cheat on my wife, then that whole sermon may go right past me because I didn't do that and I don't really connect with it. But I do think that it's not just what you take away from it. Certainly, some things are going to hit home more than others. But I think the idea is that there is, for lack of a better word, a cluster or a form of the morality. The biblical morality that's more than just, I can take it or leave it. I think that there's a larger arena of moral teaching there.
Well, I think people generally know how to be good with or without religion.
Yeah, I would agree with that to a certain extent, for sure. However, we do get cases of mass moral movements that are not good, and I can point to some historical ones, like that. But I don't think. So no, I don't necessarily think so, or think I don't necessarily think that that's true, or if it is true to an extent, I don't know that that's good enough. The idea that people sort of gravitate towards being good, I'm not sure is something that we can rely on. And I'm not saying believe in God so you think that the Sky Daddy is watching you and you won't, steal from the store. That's not what I'm saying at all. Look at it this way. Jesus' life as presented in the Bible, we don't have a great historical record, but as presented in the Bible, lived a very good life by today's standards, 2,000 years later. So he didn't own slaves. He spoke out against the money changers in the temple, and I'm not saying that to be anti-Jewish at all. He was Jewish at the time, or he was Jewish maybe now. I don't know how that works, but they were mixing money changing and religion, and he didn't like that. And today, I don't think we would like that. And he treated people pretty much, with kindness. He did works to heal the sick. He walked around. The apostles and the Jews in general were looking for a warrior king to come and overthrow the government, and put them on top of the empire. And he was like not there to bring down the wrath of God on the Romans. And when they asked, he said, you should pay your taxes. So the point there is that if somebody lived I think most people would consider to be a pretty good life 2,000 years ago, when the rules were way different, right? Slavery was a given thing. The idea of the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan, right? Samaritans were like the horrible people to the readers of those works. The Samaritans were like the Klingon Empire. They were the evil guys. But the parable of the Good Samaritan is that even though all of the quote unquote good people turned their back on him, the Samaritan pulled the guy out of the ditch and took him home and healed him up and nourished him. And so that even our enemies and even these terrible people, because we were, I think, more tribalist back then, or at least more obviously tribalist. There were actual tribes as opposed to this loose knit series of affiliations we have today. So if Jesus could live a life that today we would find to be, if not perfect, at least very moral, I think that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the limit of my preaching.
But to get back to what Dr. Mean asked, you think God created a ball?
So I come down on these.
If you don't want to answer, I'm curious as to why you don't want to answer that.
I'm fine with answering. I wanted to talk about about my beliefs for a little bit there, and I wanted to see if there was any common agreement there. And you can call me trying to mind read, but I don't think Dr. Mean was especially interested in any of that. So I believe that God created the universe, and that includes the Earth. I do come down on the side of the Earth being a sphere, oblate spheroid. I think that if you don't accept that, you have to open up, reams of hardcore conspiracy theory that, I can't swallow. I just don't see any reason to believe that the lie is across the world. I won't say global, but it covers the entire world and is pervasive and may or may not include people like the guys who yacht race around Antarctica.
What if it's not a lie and it's just what people believe, and it's just a model that people use to explain what they see in the sky?
Well, I think it has to be some kind of lie. So take, for example, the International Space Station. You can look at where it's supposed to be, and you can point a telescope at it, and amateur astronomers take pictures of it, and they know where it's supposed to be, and they know how fast it's moving, and they can see the shape of it. Some amateur astronomers,
100% of the time, 100% of the time.
when it's within view, and I don't know if they look at it. I don't know if anybody who's ever said I looked for it and it wasn't where it was supposed to be. It's not always going to be visible every night, so
Okay, but you have seen the footage that they're trying to put from the International Space Station, right? And it's kind of wonky sometimes.
So, yes, however, I work with digital media as a hobby, and I know certainly what digital artifacts look like, so I'm not too disturbed by that.
Why do they have these major contracts with augmented reality companies?
NASA's doing all kinds of stuff with computers, and it wouldn't surprise me, and they do all kinds of stuff with simulations. I don't find that a problem. But
what about the fact that they have an exact replica of the ISS in a pool?
If you told me they weren't creating as good a training environment as they could and sending people up there, I'd say that was malpractice.
Do you have a video of the making of the ISS, or the assembly of it, or the testing of it, or any of that?
I've seen a bunch of videos, but I don't spend all my time watching NASA videos, so I haven't seen this one. If you want to send it to me, you can. I'll try to take a look at it.
No, do you think they have a video of them assembling that in space?
I don't know. I'm taking, since you're asking, they don't, but that the fact that I can see it from the ground where it's supposed to be, moving as fast as it's supposed to be, and with the shape it's supposed to be, and in some cases, we're talking about amateur astronomers, so if like some Yorkshire farmer is a member of the Illuminati, I'm not going to buy that either, right?
People like photograph its transit across the moon. They photograph planes transit across the moon, and but have you ever compared the two images, like a plane transit across the moon versus the ISS?
I've seen plane transits. I've seen time lapse of ISS transits. The thing about stargazing for the ISS, so I went out with some stargazers I know to look at different satellites. It wasn't the ISS. And, we had a telescope. We went out into a place with no light pollution and freaking swarms of mosquitoes. And, they were able to predict where so we didn't get there in time for the satellite they were looking for, but we did look at some planets. And it wasn't the world's greatest telescope. And I wasn't able to see the rings of Saturn. I think we were looking at Jupiter. I couldn't make out the moons, but I was able to see that, yes, there was a spot up there, and yes, it was where it was supposed to be, and we looked at the Pleiades. But my point is, when they look at the ISS, they can tell how fast it's moving, because the viewing range is for a limited amount of time. So it's moving much faster than the plane.
The distance is correct, in order to get that measurement.
Well, I know of an experiment where two people in two different locations looked at it with parallax. So unless you think that they lied with trigonometry.
What form of perspective do they not take into any form of perspective into consideration when taking that measurement?
So what they're taking into account is where I see it starting to cross the moon and where Bob sees it starting to cross the moon, and where I see it, exit its transit of the moon, and where Bob sees it exits its transit of the moon, and then you can do trigonometry to.
Okay, but that's observer dependent, and that's like an apparent location at that point. You ever stood next to a buddy and he's like, "Hey, look at that star," and he points at it, and you have to get right directly behind him to know where he's pointing, right? Like you can't stand side of him and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm pointing at the same star," right?
Yeah. So I would have to look at the math, looked at it, but the idea is that if I'm looking at this thing, and it's only in my viewport for 30 seconds or so. I look at a plane, and I know that plane is much closer. I know it's closer than the ISS, right? Do we think that planes are at the same height as the ISS? Because they actually look bigger generally across the moon.
We're not going to make any claims.
Well, all right. Yes, I know. Is the theory that it's flying around like an airplane?
It could be a balloon. It could be a U-2 spy plane. It could be a lot of different things.
Well, they could see the shape.
If I understood the nature of this Earth, I would definitely have learned how to hang things from the ceiling by now.
Okay. But we know it's moving, right? Because we can see it. And, there's a case where the Dragon rocket took off and they had views of it docking.
Yeah, if you believe that, like, have you ever seen an amateur telescope get that view of it docking? Or
yes.
who presented you with that information?
No, I saw a YouTube of the person viewing it from an amateur telescope. Yes. And I mean, you couldn't read the writing on it, but you could see the shape of the Dragon spacecraft attached to it. Yes.
So did anyone, like, when they went to the moon in 1969, pull out their telescope and check to make sure?
Amateur radio people caught the chatter, but I don't think you could see the Apollo thing on the moon. I think it's probably too small, and certainly at the time, I doubt amateur telescope would have been able to, to see that.
So probably today, if they were to go to the moon, we'd be able to see it with the kind of telescopes we have today, right?
Well, I think the big telescopes, and I hate to say this, the space-based telescopes could see it. Would probably be able to see the craft going over there. But
you haven't seen some of these amateur pictures of the moon, how close they can zoom in on it with their 10, 12-inch telescopes?
So I have seen some of that. I've also seen things about people bouncing lasers off the moon. I haven't looked into any of that especially closely. Because once again, most of my thinking about the moon hasn't been trying to prove or disprove the moon landing. So
no, for sure. I just find it funny because the Bible tells us those things are in heaven, right? So now you're attributing to the physicalness to the metaphysical, right? So you think that the moon is land that's in the sky, which is very interesting. Because God said the earth emerged from the waters. He didn't create any land in the sky. I missed that verse. And I'm just wondering what you would consider the firmament to be, because the job of the firmament is to separate the waters below from the waters above. And then a psalmist tells us, praise ye, O firmament, for the waters above the firmament. So we obviously have something called a firmament that's holding waters above us.
So the definition of firmament that I like best, although I'm not I don't read ancient Hebrew or ancient Greek for sure, is expanse.
That comes from the Greek word stereoma, correct?
Yeah,
which is like an expansive ceiling.
Sure. So if you're talking about the firmament, that can just mean everything up. Whatever it is. It doesn't necessarily mean a lid.
No, but God specifically told us the purpose of the firmament. It's to hold back the waters above from the waters below.
Well, I think if God had tried to explain nuclear fusion to Noah, it wouldn't have gone so well.
So you think Noah was stupid. So you think that people back then weren't able to obtain the knowledge that we have today because God made a primitive man and we have developed further now?
That's
you don't
exactly
think we're more
what I just
primitive?
said. That's
You don't think
exactly
that
the
we
words
could
that
be
came out of my
more
mouth.
primitive, especially since Romans 1? Because I know you know Romans 1, because I know you're the atheist. You destroy atheists, and I appreciate that about you, Omnivore. Seriously.
I do not destroy atheists either, but yes, go ahead. I know that we all have an innate knowledge of the of the law. Sure.
Second Thessalonians tells us about a grand delusion, and a lot of people like to think evolution is that grand delusion. You cannot have evolution without first the heliocentric model. Is it possible that Second Thessalonians, especially being written 2,000 years ago, was warning us about this ordeal because they were already spreading rumors of the ball Earth?
So I have relatives who are dominionist. Are you familiar with that
No, I'm not.
category of? Okay. So there was a annotated Bible that was written by a guy, and it underpins a lot of how do I say this? So I'm going to say right wing. I don't like that term, but because I kind of identify with it, but I'm not. I'm not at all a dominionist. But so anyway, it had a lot of stuff that I think are kind of goofy ideas written into it. As like side notes, I think he started with the King James and he annotated it with what he thought his guidance was, and a lot of that has been rolled up into these teachings. They don't present it that way. I would need to go back and read up on this. Actually, I don't want to go down this because I'm not sure enough to talk about it. But anyway, I think that people can have a lot of different ideas, and I am not trying to distill the biblical teachings and conclude that I understand everything that's being said there. I'm happy to act when I'm convicted and to continue my studies and trust people who I know and who have theological degrees in my church or my church elders. So
that's where you find yourself in a religion, trusting in man instead of God himself. I understand that whole concept here. But in the creation story, can you agree that even if you want to believe the earth is a ball, it's probably more accurate to say the universe is geocentric, not heliocentric, especially when you consider the creation story of the sun, moon, and stars being put in place on the fourth day?
Oh, are you familiar with the cosmological axis of evil?
Yeah, exactly. So you can agree with us that geocentricity is more viable of a scenario, correct?
Not the way you mean it. I suspect. I don't think I would. So for people who may not know, maybe does everyone here know the cosmological axis of evil? I don't know if everyone here. I don't know if that's
the CMBR. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that most people are aware of the microwave background. Yeah.
Okay. So
we're also aware that cold dark matter has been debunked with sigma phi confidence.
Show me a link
Or
for that.
5 sigma confidence cold dark matter has been debunked. Yeah, it's a physicist from Australia, brother.
I have heard this before, and I looked into it, and I don't think I agree. But please send me a link for that, and we'll see if it's the same.
As a creationist, you do agree. Trust me, because the cold dark matter is where the Big Bang comes from.
I'm okay. I've heard this before, but okay. What was I saying?
We were talking about the axis of evil.
Oh, right. So I don't know that I don't necessarily think that it means that the Earth is in the center of the cosmos. It just means that the Earth is more important to the construction of the cosmos than we would think from the Copernican principle. So I agree that
it's a non sequitur, bro. That doesn't follow from the evidence.
Are you Christian?
No.
Then I don't think it matters. Then your take on that doesn't
all observations point
here.
to the Earth being at the center. Every single time we look out into the sky, if you were to not use a telescope or anything and you just look up, guess what you see?
Stars. The Milky Way
rotating around the Earth.
Because I'm not a Christian, you think that my opinion on the cosmic microwave background radiation, which has nothing to do with Christianity, doesn't matter?
No, I think that the argument that I was talking about with Torah for Yah was whether or not the axis of evil symmetry, means that theologically. Okay, so I think that it has theological or cosmic, is probably a better term for that, ramifications that we see a symmetry along our axis.
But the cosmological axis of evil is to do with us appearing as being the center of the universe, right?
Well, it has to do with a line of symmetry that matches our axial tilt, but I don't think you believe in an axial tilt, so,
Well, no, but I can still believe in the symmetry. But I can know. But this is all irrelevant anyway, because what we were talking about was the cosmological axis of evil, and you've just said to me that because I'm not a Christian, my opinion on that doesn't matter, which doesn't make
okay. Right. Let me expand on that. It wasn't so. Torah asked me if I think we're in the center of the universe.
The whole conversation.
By that, I believed he meant the physical center of creation. Okay? Which,
right.
Maybe not. I don't generally think so, but I'm not a cosmologist. But
that is what the evidence suggests, though. So for you to say, non sequitur.
Can I finish?
Well, I've already heard what you said. You're just repeating what you're saying again.
I'm trying to explain to you because it seems that you took offense at that, and I was trying to say that like a different argument.
Bro, I'm not offended, but what I am pointing out is that your line of reasoning is illogical.
Okay. All right.
So, to say that you take this evidence-based perspective where we do appear to be the physical center and saying, well, I don't think means the physical center. I think it means that we're important in the construction of the universe.
So
that's just
what is
the evidence doesn't suggest that.
What is the significance of the symmetry of the axis of evil?
In what sense?
Why do they think it's evil?
Well, because it's a forbidden position. Philosophically.
Okay, so why? Why is a symmetry that you can draw through cosmic microwave? Do you believe in cosmic microwave background radiation?
It's because of the Copernican principle, dude.
Yes, that's right. But the Copernican principle doesn't mean the Earth is not in the center of the galaxy. It means that the Earth's position is not especially privileged in the universe.
It's not special, right. Exactly,
yes,
because Hubble said it would be horrendous to find ourselves in a special special position. Why is that? Why do you think these guys philosophically find it?
I know why. Okay, but the question that I'm asking is, I've drawn an axis of the axis of symmetry in the cosmic microwave background radiation. Fine. I don't think anybody would care about a visible symmetry. Why is that important?
We get that tilt from the position of the sun.
Yeah. So why do cosmologists find that axis, that 23-degree tilt, to be a violation of the Copernican principle?
Because the whole entire universe is tilted at that axis.
Couldn't we call it a 6.6 degree tilt?
No, it's not that the whole entire universe is tilted.
Yeah, no, exactly. So the whole entire universe is tilted, but he's correct in saying that. They tell us the Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees. So if you minus that from a 90-degree angle, that's 66.6 degrees.
Okay. So
and we're traveling around the sun and everything at 66,600 miles an hour. Have you been brought through all the 666s in the heliocentric model?
I have, and I also have heard not my branch of the church, but other people who are explaining the 666 about how it's possibly the Vatican II.
No. Yeah, I mean that doesn't go in. We're just going. The Vatican is
I'm not.
portraying heliocentrism. George Lamactaire, whatever his name is, he was a Catholic priest. He proposed the Big Bang.
Yes,
Hubble went ahead and confirmed his expanding universe and told us it'd be horrendous if we're in the center, so it has to be expanding. He just ad hoc that nonsense. That's called an ad hoc explanation in physics, and we all understand that.
I don't think I agree with that. But so what, the point is that the significance of the axis of evil is that it matches the axial tilt, right? So I believe in the axial tilt. I believe in the significance of the axis of evil. I think that that we might very well violate the Copernican principle, but that doesn't prima facie mean that we're in the center of the physical universe. It just means that we have a privileged position in it. So that was why I said...
So you believe in the Bible, all the times it refers to that the Son of Man has to be raised up. That's all saying from the center of the earth. It's not just up and down is not just universally the same for everyone. It's different for every single person, right?
Yeah.
God lives above the earth, right? That's in the Bible, correct?
Yes.
So then does he live above America or Australia, or he's just all over it?
I'm pretty sure above America, probably directly above Washington, D.C., although I would imagine he's moved by now.
That would be their God, the one that they say, in God we trust, and they make sure to put all the letters in capital. That way you don't know which God they're talking about.
Right.
Did you say?
Well, they clearly meant the grand architect of the universe. They have the Masonic pyramid on the back. But look, I wouldn't claim I'm well versed in this stuff, but I certainly know enough about it. But I don't find I'm not aware of any debunking of dark energy or dark matter. I'm aware of some attempts to quote unquote debunk cold dark matter. I'm not aware of that. So I'd like to see a site that would be interesting to me. The last thing I read about was the Newtonian MOND, the modified Newtonian mechanics thing that was supposed to debunk dark matter, and didn't work so well. But and by the way, if dark matter gets disproven, that's not a problem for me either. I'm not like, I really want dark matter with my morning.
The whole thing is when dark matter gets disproven, your model of gravity is disproven at that point.
So I hear that a lot too, and I hear people in these conversations being like, "You can't use Newtonian mechanics. You can't use Newtonian mechanics. They were debunked," and that's like a total misunderstanding.
No, you're correct. I agree that you can use it, but we can also solve for all that with a kinematic equation. We don't even need any of that. You're talking about little g, which is 9.8 meters per second squared. Yep. We can easily test that. That's just something that's observed. That's just something we observe. It's an average rate of fall that we notice here on the Earth. You do not need to calculate this. You can just set up experiments to find this out.
I agree.
So now... But the whole idea would be proving the cause of that. What is causing this to happen? And no one can prove that.
That's
that's because it's God knowledge. That's knowledge of God, dude.
So I'm not sure so first off, I agree that it's God's knowledge. I mean, so is lightning, right? Lightning was God's knowledge until we figured out that it was static discharge from clouds. I certainly think God knows all of this stuff and things that we will probably never know, but I'm not sure that it's God's secret knowledge. So I don't know that it's knowledge that we are not supposed to or allowed to have. I'm not sure if that's a thing.
No, check it out. If you live, the only reason you would have to have an explanation for why things fall and is when you're on a ball, because you're saying everything goes to the center, because you got people on the bottom of the ball, so you have to explain why they're sticking to the ball. In the flat Earth model, that's not a question. We don't have a question. Why do things fall? Because this is the ground. We live on the ground. So we live on the floor of the whole universe, and there's probably a basement underneath, according to biblical cosmology. You know what I mean? That's the whole idea.
I know what you mean, but the fact that there are directions in biblical cosmology doesn't. So, for example, sitting above someone can be sitting superior to them. Something that's below us is inferior.
That's correct. He even looks at the inhabitants as grasshoppers, right? And it's like a looking glass, so he could zoom right in on your life.
Yeah,
so
but none of that. But that none of that means that it has to be a literal that we literally look like grasshoppers. We look like men created in God's image, not grasshoppers. And
obviously, that's talking about a size ordeal comparison from man to another object here on Earth. And then, it's just interesting that prophets have come and said no one is going to be able to know the measure of the Earth. If they do, God will just cut off Israel. That's in Jeremiah. So it's very interesting to say we know the exact size of the Earth, the distance to all these planets, everything, when in that Bible that you read, God tells us specifically that's information you're not going to be able to know.
Okay.
He even tells Job like crazy, where were you? Did you can you spread across the tape, across the Earth? No, you can't do anything.
But also, so are you familiar with the discussion of shorelines as fractal?
No. Okay. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is not related to cosmology or the shape of the Earth or anything. This is people who are talking about fractal chaos. Okay? One of the examples is the exact shoreline of any stretch of land. It probably has to be sufficiently large. But the fact is there's no exact shape of a shoreline. You see the same kinds of squiggles, for lack of a better word, at a large scale than you see at a small scale, right? So that's a fractal kind of relationship where you see the same kind of chaotic deviation along that shoreline because every wave is different, every position of grain of sand is constantly moving, but the same effects, the same mechanics apply at a large scale over long periods of time that we see changing shorelines second by second on a much smaller scale. So part of the idea is that you can never know the exact shape of a shoreline.
I got you. I understand that. Yeah, I live in Florida, so that's a huge shoreline that is ever changing for sure. Yep. But as the whole of Florida, it's still holding the same shape typically.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. We can make statements about the large scale shape of it, absolutely, but we can never know below a certain level of resolution. You can never say, this is the exact dimensions of Florida down to probably down to a foot, given the size of Florida's, shorelines.
Okay, I understand that. I think this is the part that is very confusing to people, like why flat earthers and globe earthers have a big difference. Do you believe that if you went up high enough, you can see the Earth as a whole, or do you believe there's a limit to your vision that you would not be able to see the Earth as a whole?
I believe. I believe that the photographs taken from space are photographs taken from space. They do not, however, show the whole Earth because part of it's facing away. So I don't know if that.
That's not. Yeah, I mean, do you think it's possible for someone to go up high enough to see the entire continent from Europe to Asia, to Japan, to see that whole entire landmass as one, how it looks on the map?
I think you could see. I think you could see roughly half the Earth from a high enough position in space. Yeah.
And the reason you think that is because of how far away you think the stars are, right? Because you have been told how far away those things are and you just believe that idea, right?
So Kind of, not specifically. No, that wasn't based on. So first off, the reason I believe that is I believe in the photography that has come from space. Certainly. So, and I can go into a little bit of that because I do know that a lot of it has been touched up and stuff like that. But I have a hugely different take on that than probably you do. But so I think we've seen those pictures. Also, B, I'm not sure that there's a limit to quote unquote up. So, I don't.
So it's interesting. It's interesting for you to believe in all that space talk and everything because you understand space has almost the same exact qualities of hell in the Bible, right?
Kind of.
Yeah. So Satan surrounded you with hell, and you bought it, dude.
No.
This is his grand delusion, bro.
Okay. I believe that you believe that. I do not specifically believe that, but okay. I'll take it in good faith from you.
I just find it interesting that 2,000 years ago, we have two stories that seem to have changed the world. One, we've denoted our calendar for it, and we say that Jesus came, and that so God was here. And then the other one is someone proved the earth is a ball. Do you not find it coincidental that God came to the earth at the exact moment that people started to change the shape of the earth?
I am not sure. I don't think that 2,000 years ago, the idea of Earth being a sphere was first postulated. I think that
Aristarchus.
Well, I'm thinking of, I guess Aristophanes, and I mean whether or not he was real or really exists. But the Greeks were before the time of Christ, and
correct, exactly. That's because they're setting up this grand illusion. These Greek philosophers are going to Heliopolis, worshiping their sun, worshiping sun gods, and all this nonsense. And then they're looking at the moon and going, "Oh, dude, the Earth's obviously a ball. Look at the shadow on the moon."
Okay.
That's ridiculous, dude. That is so ridiculous to declare something in the heavens has something to do with the earth.
He said, okay, as if looking up at the sky proves what you're standing on.
Especially because we live in the physical and we've been told the heavens are metaphysical, dude.
Once again,
you've been lied to, and you've bought it. You've bought that those things are physical. You're a materialist without even knowing it. It's crazy, bro.
Okay. Well, my appetite for arguing theology a bit limited, so I'm probably not going to argue with you on that. But I've heard this stuff. I'm very interested in the debunking of cold dark matter. If you can send me a link for that, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yes, I can prove that it exists.
I don't think you can do this thing, Dr. Mean. My faith in your ability to do this is unfortunately limited.
Yeah, go ahead, prove that it exists first, and I'll for you.
Okay, all right, Dr. Mean.
I'll send you something in your DMs, brother. I just gotta find it. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so you got a flat horizon, but the horizon is not the Earth. So now what?
Right now, what?
You're saying the horizon's flat, and I'm saying the Earth is not a horizon.
The horizon is horizontal, right?
Is horizontal flat?
Well, it is straight, right? Without slope,
You're saying
not
the
curved.
surface of the horizon is the straight line?
I'm saying that the horizon is horizontal, straight.
So it's flat.
I wouldn't say flat. No.
Okay, is it as flat as a surface of a plane?
Well, it is a plane, so saying flat plane is redundant, I think.
Do we see any curvature of the horizon ever?
No. Not if you're looking at the ocean, no.
Okay. So what if I'm looking at a hill? Can I see a curved horizon then?
Yeah, that would be a topographical horizon. Yeah.
I mean, is it curving?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say all horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But if all horizons are not curving, then that means that it could be curving.
Well, like I said, when you look at the ocean, that's the true horizon.
Well, how do you define horizon? Because I would completely disagree, and I'm saying if there's no Earth in the image, you couldn't even see a horizon.
Well, just look at any definition of the word horizon.
I did, and it's not that. It's not
Okay.
where the water meets the sky, it's where the Earth meets the sky. So that's what I'm pointing out.
All right. Well, I say that the horizon's horizontal, straight, no curve. And all
But you
horizontal lines
agree
are
that
parallel to it. Go ahead.
if you agree, if there's a picture of a hill and the sky, and that is where the horizon is, that horizon would be curving. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. The earth isn't flat, all right? There's hills and valleys. The water at rest is horizontal.
So you believe waves are horizontal?
No. Water at rest.
But water's not always at rest.
You are right on the money.
Okay. So does it mean that none of the water's at rest because some of it isn't?
No, if you have water at rest, it will establish a horizontal plane of reference for you.
Okay, so you're saying if I have a glass of water inside, that's at rest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But if I say waves are flat, that would be a lie.
Any other troll questions you got?
So do you believe the earth is stationary or do you believe in worms?
No, I think it moves when there's an earthquake.
Oh, okay, there you go. Me too.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, do you believe the earth is solid?
Well, I'm not sinking through it, if that's what you mean.
Have you ever seen a footprint in a billiards ball?
Footprint in a billiard ball. No.
So that means that, and the footprint wasn't there before you stepped on it. So that means it changed size and shape, right?
What, the ball? Well, if you step on
No,
a
the
billiard
earth.
ball,
Yeah, the earth.
well, we're switching back to the earth.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
pointing
think.
out that when you step on a billiards ball, it doesn't change size or shape, right? But when you step on
Right.
the earth, it clearly does.
Well, yeah,
And
to
like
make it.
that's the definition of solid. So by definition, the earth is not solid.
Mhm. What else you got?
No, I don't know.
PD, why do you keep coming back over and over and over again? And I see you go to other rooms too and do the same thing to them.
God.
Man.
What the heck?
What up?
What's going on?
I don't know. Someone said like, "What the," and then just didn't follow up.
Yeah, that was me. I was just asking what's going on.
Yeah, not much, man.
What was the news today, Crit? Something about tomatoes.
Tomatoes, yeah, missing space tomatoes found.
Oh, are those the ones that were like flying around somewhere?
Yeah, they were. There was news earlier about how how the lack of protocol and everything about like 2 tomatoes turned up missing, and it was like, hey, what should be the consequence for this? Like, how are you doing experiments up there on tomatoes when you can't even find them? Then it was like, oh, it's okay, everyone makes mistakes, blah blah. And now NASA discovered they found the tomatoes, and then they put them in a plastic bag, and then took a picture of it. So after being lost for 8 months in space, NASA showed off the 2 tomatoes.
Hmm.
So this is a type of thing where it's like, they have those, farmers market where it's like, come check out my prize winning tomato.
All right.
Now
Hey,
the
Jerry.
government.
Hey, hey, Jerry. Just so you know, a guy, he's an engineer, and he comes up with imaginary shit, and then in order to prove that it's real, he has to go out and actually do tests on it to see if the numbers match. So just so you know, he's been nailed down that you got to test things.
Oh, good. You know what? I have a quote from Copernicus about that somewhere. I have a meme for that, as they say. Let me
I've
just
done my
post the meme.
I've done my slaying for the day. It seems it was easy.
He said it's not necessary that the hypothesis should be true or even probable. It's sufficient that they lead to results of calculations which agree with calculations. Well, so as long as your calculations agree with your calculations, good to go.
Yeah, he thinks like me. Walk up the machine and some guy will say, "Hey, this machine's 80 years old. How can we determine if we're counting parts?" And I say, So we don't really have a way to do that, do we? No, because that's why we count them by hand. And I'll say, I'll come back tomorrow with something. Then I'll go and I get the manuals for how these machines work because we have probably 250 different brands, so I don't know every single one. So I go and I look. I'm like, oh, this uses hydraulic valves here, and it uses them here. And when this one is on, the machine is cycling in a circle, going one cycle after another. And when this one is on, it's going up and grabbing a part that's falling out of the machine. So I can say when this one is on and this one is on getting a part was made. Because if the first one is off, the second one moving, that means the machine's not cycling. So the second one moving means a part's not being made anyway. So I can go out and test that. So I guess he's wrong because I did test it and it was true.
Well, you must be doing pseudoscience then, my friend.
I must be.
But yeah, what could they possibly be doing with tomatoes in outer space? What in holy hell? Man, I could see if they were like, if they brought them to eat, but wow.
Yeah, it's one of those stories where you're just like gorilla suit and watching football. You're like, yeah, I think you're losing
You'd
the
think
plot
that,
here. You know, like,
yeah, because you'd think that like tomatoes have been around since forever. You think anything that could be done with tomatoes has been done. So who cares, right? Like people are down here. There's no people up there who are going to eat them. Like what? What do you get? I don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm the asshole. Hmm. Wonder what Don Pettit would say. Has he commented?
no. There was the news for the short list was Chris Hadfield and Elon Musk are having some love affair on Twitter, and he asked Elon Musk if he could be the pilot for the SpaceX that's going to fly around the moon.
Oh, jeez. Oh, the pageantry. You know, it's just. You know, when they finally do um, produce the television show called "Going Back to the Moon," that it's going to be such a build-up. It's going to be friggin' huge, man. Like bigger than the Super Bowl. You watch. Everybody's going to be watching that thing. I don't know if they could get away with it these days, like faking it, because there's so many skeptics out there. I mean, they catch everything. Maybe that's why they're so reluctant to get their asses back up there. I don't know.
Well, they don't have the technology to do it.
Right.
You know, if you there's a that smarter everyday guy, Dustin. He went to NASA to do some sort of what he quote unquote talkie talk, and they asked him, "Hey, what's the plan to get to the moon?" There isn't even a plan. There's no plan to land on the moon. They've got just these really vague answers. I can link you the video. It's pretty good because he said like, "Hey, I'm going to go to NASA and I'm going to say some things. I might burn some bridges because there isn't any progress on this moon trip. They don't even know how many rockets it will take to refill the lander because their current they got some big holes here." He says, "Here's a playbook, right? This is what Apollo did. Follow this playbook. They told you how they got it. They scored a touchdown. And now you guys are doing everything other than that. Okay, you're not launching a full vehicle into space. You launch a vehicle, and then you have to refill it in orbit. And you don't even know how many times it has to be refilled with how many launches before it can go to the moon and land. And there's these different types of orbits they talk about, which it kind of gets a little bit into, like some jargon. It's like low, close lunar orbit, far elliptical, and like there's a bunch of different
Very
orbits.
technical.
Yeah, there's like four different types of orbits, and the
Hmm.
one they did for Apollo was the easiest one, a close lunar orbit, like a suborbital. and it stayed in contact the whole time. They're able to stay in contact. This one, they're doing some sort of paragelic orbit or whatever. I'm probably destroying that word, where it takes 7 days to orbit the moon. They say in that time frame, if something goes wrong, what's the plan? So you've got crew on the ground. They're going to be there for 7 days before they can link back up. What's the plan for when something goes wrong? What's the plan for communication? Because for 4 of those days, you will have zero communication between NASA and the ground crew. It'll be complete communications blackout. What's the plan for that?
It's going to be like Apollo 13, you know?
Yeah, they need some. That's what I was yesterday. We were talking that it's going to be some tragedy, right? They're going to get the. Oh yeah. So then yesterday it was supposed to be a launch. Blue Origin was supposed to launch after 15 months of being grounded because their spacecraft, their suborbital craft, isn't sound, isn't it fractured the last time it went up there. So and that was only like 60 miles. They can't even get something to 60 miles. So then they were going to launch again, but some sort of a ground crew fault error was triggered, and they said they'll have it fixed by in a week. So we'll see what happens in a week. But my take is that next week is going to be the same thing. They have no idea what they're doing, so there's going to be some tragedy. Something's going to blow up. Something's going to happen. They're going to be like, oh, if you laugh at this, you're twisted. You're sick. Look at this human tragedy. How dare thee, right? How dare thee mock the deaths of people? And at the same time, there's a group of people who always run around talking about Darwin Awards.
Right.
This is a Darwin Award. You strap yourself up to a rocket and shoot it up into space. That is a Darwin Award. Unless you know exactly what you're doing, you will die. There is no. It's not something you just do willy nilly. Like, hey, I'm gonna jump on my bike today, and I don't know, do something different. I'm gonna try to jump a curb. Oh, I fell. I hurt. Whatever. This is like, if you better get this perfect, all your predictions, all your mass, and that's only to get suborbital. They still can't get it right. So let's see what happens. But my take, and some other people's take, is that the first lunar mission and these first commercial space programs are going to go down in the blaze of glory, and they set the stage already with the Horizon going down to the Titanic. Look what happens if civilians try to do this. Only government can do it. And then once they establish that talking point, they're going to show, oh, government can't do it either because we're out of money. There's not enough people who are willing to fund it. And you're like, dude, you get like $30 billion a year. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not funded. Oh, that's only like 5%. Yeah, because you started, or 0.5%. Yeah, because you started like 6 wars. Okay, so how about you drop the wars and then the funding just magically goes up? Like, decrease federal funding until your level of funding is somehow where you need it. Like, you need a cut. Like, the NASA needs an exact cut of 5% of the federal budget, or they can't do what they say they can do. So if any level of spending goes up, their cut goes down, and they say, my funding went down. Well, why'd your funding go down? Well, because you added their entitlement program. Okay, but that has nothing to do with your funding. Just because the federal government is spending more money on entitlements that people they put money into. So you got Obamacare, they add a dental program, a federal dental program. And this federal dental program is going to cost, I don't know what, $1 billion. NASA's funding didn't go down. Okay, it's still the same funding. They just are getting a smaller cut of the action. It's like the mob. Like the mob goes around doing the protection racket. Hey, we saw that your business did really good. That's because we're offering you protection. And you're like, no. That's racketeering. Okay, that's a criminal.
It would be a shame if something happened to it. Yeah.
Yeah, what a shame, that your building burnt down. I know you worked your whole life and whatever to have some sort of thing going on here. And bummer, dude.
got to wonder what the point is. I mean, life gets more and more easy for people, at least here in America. Like what? Like, why do we need this spectacle of people going to the moon? Isn't it amazing enough what we have already? And if some shit is fucked up, fix that. I don't know. People have been saying this since the 60s, but I don't get it. You know, it's like you always say, it's just window licking. Like, really, what do you get out of it? Except this feeling of pride for your country? I don't know. I don't know. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, lipstick on the pig. It's really at this point, it's like, how long? Just give me a year. When will you lose faith in the federal government? And even that's triggered them sometimes because they say, oh, I don't have faith. I've got, yeah, dude, you believe. You have true faith and allegiance that the federal government is going to do something for you. They're going to explore space so you don't have to. When is that going to go away? At what year? Like, how long is it going to take for that to go away?
Next year, 2024.
Because they're saying now it's like 2032. And we'll see what happens with, Apollo, whatever they're on, right? The one to, the current one they're on, Apollo 2, I think it is. It's just supposed to fly around with a crew attached to it.
Wait, they started over again?
Oh, I'm
So
sorry, Artemis.
Oh, okay.
Artemis 2.
Okay.
So they can't
Artemis.
put flat earthers in space travel yet?
No, that's the old school talking point. How about we strap you to a rocket? How about no? You strap you to a rocket. How about that? Oh, I don't want to do that. Yeah, of course not, because you will die if you do that.
It's weird how they try to base, like, flat earthers need to do this to believe this. But I didn't do that to believe that. Why do I need to jump through all these extra hoops to get to your conclusion? Why are you setting, like, why do I have to do this obstacle course, but you didn't have to do it to have the worldview that you have? It's weird. That's where the double standards start to come into play. Oh, flat earther, why don't you just launch yourself to space and then you'll see? Well, did you do that? Is that why you're a globe earther? Because you launched yourself to space? Probably not. So why do I need to do this thing to end up where you are? But that's not what you did. Weird. Just pay attention to that. If you're a globe earther, like, notice how you'll set up standards for the flat earther that you do not abide in yourself. Flat earth needs to have a unified single map. Do you have that? Of course you don't. Oh, well, the flat earther needs to have a unified single model. Do you have that? No, you don't. So why does the flat earther need to do all these things that you haven't done to not be a flat earther? Ask yourself that.
Because they're starting off as the globe, heliocentric model is the base, the starting point. That's what they observe every day. So to get away from that, they would need some heavy burden of proof. You're like the flat earthers have the burden of proof because otherwise it's a globe. And you're like, well, why is that? Why would this globe be the starting point? And you're like, they say, oh, it's scientifically proven. I'm like, can you show your proof? No, you can't show any proof. Well, how is it proven? And then all of a sudden science doesn't prove anything.
Bruh.
Okay, how many layers of inception are you here? Okay, so number one, you've got science perfect down to the last detail that is settled science, no debate. When science is never settled, it is always open for debate. Then when you ask for this proof, like you're basically holding a royal flush, now you got like a draw two Uno card. I call your bluff, and you just fucking fold. You know you've got, supposedly you have a royal flush, and you fold anyway. Science doesn't prove anything. Okay, well, what did prove it then? What do you got? What proof do you got?
Crickets.
They got a story. That's it. They believe a story. They have true faith and allegiance.
Yep. They believe it's automatically true. The globe is a default position. It's already true.
Right back at you, Slim. Except one has logic and the other one has no reason to explaining anything.
Well, hold on, BT, before you come in with the smoke.
I'm not BT, I'm Dan Truth.
Yeah, BT. So,
all right, CB.
Yeah, that's what everyone calls me, CB. Good one, dude. That's hilarious.
That was a quick triggering.
Literally everyone calls me CB. That's literally my nickname. So
yeah,
thanks.
One has logic and reasoning. The other one doesn't.
Oh, wait. Let's be clear. You don't know what flat Earth is. So when you say it doesn't have logic and reasoning, we know. Because all you've done is a made up and imagine some sloppy.
No one knows what flat Earth is,
and he's
because
already
you guys don't
interrupting
claim
me.
anything. You guys don't
He's
steal me.
already interrupting. He's already interrupting me mid sentence, clearly triggered. So hold on, BT. You first say this other thing is not logical, it's not reasonable, and then I say to you, well, that's only your idea, and you say, well, yeah, I know, because you guys don't have ideas. So what is it that you're saying is not logical and not reasonable if we don't have a position? You're just trying to debunk a ghost now that you've provided. So which is it? Is it not clear, or is it that we don't have a position? It can't be both.
That was real fluffy, bro. Yeah, you don't have anything to steal, man. You guys don't make claims.
So then the thing that you claimed was not logical, you just made up. Because since we don't have a position, we don't have a claim, then what claim is illogical? Oh, the one you've made up for me.
Yeah,
right.
The globe is deduced from logic because it comports.
Well, wait. No, I got
observe.
that part. But you were comparing that to this other thing, right? That was not logical. And then when I highlight that, well, what is it that's so illogical? You're like, well, I don't know. You don't even have a claim. That's hilarious. So you're putting side by side the globe with a ghost. You understand that? You put a ghost side by side with your globe.
You're wasting time. Are you going to claim anything about your model?
Wait. We're just addressing what you said, which was my quote model is illogical. And then all I have to do is ask you, well, what model is that? And you go, well, I don't know. You don't have one. So what is it that's illogical? You're making shit up on the fly.
You are trying to debunk a ghost because
so what is it that's illogical then? Why did you say my position was illogical? You don't even know what my position is then, Bird Brain.
Are you going to stop talking?
No, we're just gonna flame you because you're gonna hold you accountable to the things you said.
Yeah, because you can't.
Wait. You said my argument's illogical. So what's my argument?
You can't have a conversation about your position because you don't have one.
So wait, how is my position illogical then if I don't have one? What were you
about it? Let's talk about it. What's your position?
Wait. I just want to know because you were trying to compare. You were trying to compare this globe to this other thing that's illogical, and now you're saying, well, you don't even have a claim that's could be logical or illogical.
Straw man
So
flat
what
Earth
is
all
it that
day.
you
I
were
can give you
referring
guys
to?
the model. You guys want a
But
model?
what
I
is it
got
that you were, I just want to know, what is it that you were referring to that was illogical? It's a ghost, or was it something that
the
I've already said?
dome, the horizontality of the ground.
Oh, so
Anything
wait,
flat
is
Earth
that my
related.
position, or do I not have a position?
You probably do have a position, but you're unwilling to say it.
Oh,
That's a
well,
stupid
folks,
position.
I just wanted you to take note. I
Why
just
would
want folks,
anybody?
hold on, I'm just going to mute them for a second. I just want the folks in the panel to take note. This is flat Earth Jiu-Jitsu in real time. Notice how CB has thrown 0 punches. I've made 0 claims. I've done absolutely nothing, right? This person came in. Your position is crazy and illogical. Oh, well, what is my position? Well, you don't have one.
Just talking about space flight and how much these space agencies have done belly flop after belly flop for like 6 years straight. 6 years straight, just belly flop after belly flop, triggered him into just squawking about something that he doesn't even think exists.
Okay, so
Your
he goes,
argument is broken. What's my argument? Oh, you don't
yeah.
have one. Okay, if I don't have an argument, how is it broken?
Exactly. He's like, well, you don't have one. I'm like, okay, well, so what's wrong with it? Oh, well, you probably do have one, but it's still wrong. Like that's so funny to me. It's just all you're doing is debunking a ghost, BT.
Yeah, you're coping.
No, how? I've literally made no claims, dude. I've done absolutely nothing. I've sat here in this panel. You came in and said, your position is crazy and wrong. And all I had to do was ask you, what is my position? And you go, well, I don't know.
So you guys just want to keep circle jerking or what?
Holy.
Well, this basically highlights the social conditioning that you've been through, and we've seen this before.
Like,
And this is a guy who
am I
said,
really? Hold on. Whoever said that, though, am I supposed to feel bad that my position, that he doesn't know what my position is just crazy and wrong? I'm supposed to take that on the chin and feel bad that my position that I haven't even staked in the ground is wrong and crazy, and he doesn't even know what it is. I don't feel any remorse. I don't feel nothing because he's just making shit up on the fly.
it's also that he used to claim flat earther. He said that he used to be a flat earther.
Okay,
So,
well, that's the
yeah,
biggest
Stop
flap.
the cap.
I know that's even better. So it's like, why not use your own arguments? Why were you a flat earther and tell your story? He can't even do that either because it's a complete lack of articulation or any sort of knowledge and even his own ideas. It's just a sort of, like Gemsy would say, it's brain worms.
It's just too easy. As soon as he said, well, I'm comparing the globe side by side with this other thing, right there, I knew right away he's done. He's finished. Because all I have to do is ask him, what is this other thing you're comparing? And he's like, well, I don't know. Oh, okay. So you've got object A, and you're comparing with a ghost, something you've made up. That's supposed to be my position. All I have to do is ask you, is that my position? You're like, well, you don't have a position. So then what is it that you're comparing side by side with the globe then? This thing that you don't know what my position is? How does that make any sense? How you really whoever chimed in was like, well, you're just circle jerking. What am I supposed to address here? Is he steelmanning my position while saying I don't have a position, but also my position is wrong somehow? You don't see the flaw in what he's saying. I've literally made no claims for you to say that I'm circled. I've not done nothing wrong here. This is flat earth jiu-jitsu in real time. He made the mistake. I capitalize. Easy. It's over. What do you want me to do here? So, BT, how are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I was a flat earther.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. I thought the Earth was flat for 5
No,
years.
you weren't. No, you weren't.
Yeah, I did. I argued for water being level. I argued
That's
that
cap.
space didn't exist, that NASA's
That's
fake.
cap.
I
So
argued all that.
wait. How do you not know my position then if you were a flat earther?
Well, those aren't positions. They're just objections.
What?
Yeah, you don't understand the difference?
Wait. So you weren't a flat earther then? That wasn't your position.
You don't get it?
So you weren't a flat earther. No, I am. I did
Your
well
low
aware you were
comprehension
not
will
a
show
flat
it.
earther.
And you're fluffy.
Once you put a little bit of chocolate in that milk, ain't no going back. That's
There's
chocolate
nothing
milk.
scientific about what you're saying, dude.
Correct. Yes, this isn't fall into the category of science. Your whole "I know what science is" wig just fell off as soon as you
Yeah,
said
you
that.
can't talk about your position. I know.
No, I can, because you don't
Okay,
know
tell
what
me.
it is.
Is there a
Wait,
dome?
wait. But you had my position though for 5 years straight. So
Yeah, I'll straw man
how?
you all day if you want.
No. If you had my position, you should be able to steel man my position.
No, it's a straw man. It would
No,
be
if you
straw
were.
manning.
So
Yes.
wait. You were a flat earther for 5 years. You said.
Yeah.
All right. So what's my position?
You think there's a dome? You think the ground is horizontal? No changes in elevation, apparently?
That was what your position was as a flat earther?
No, that's your position. If you are a flat
No. Hold on. Wait. I never said those things. So I'm just asking you
Oh, so it's
when you
not a
were.
topographical plane? Really?
Hold on a second. Because
What
you
is
said a
it?
lot of things. So you believed in a dome. Why?
You're too slow paced, bro. Keep up with me.
Hold on. You said there was a dome. Why?
Hold on. You're too slow. No wonder you're a
What,
flat
by
earther.
holding you accountable to the things you said?
Let's
What
talk
made
about the
you think
dome.
there
Is
was a
there a
dome?
dome? Do you think there's a dome?
Hold on.
What
You
made
said there
you
was a
think
dome.
that there was a dome when you were a flat earther?
Yes or no?
Yeah. We're asking you because you brought up dome. I never said anything about that. So we're just gonna hold you accountable to the things you said because I'm slow, right?
Sure, I'll straw man flat earth all
So,
day. Why not? Yeah, there's a
oh
dome that
wait. We
touches
don't need
down
you
in
to do
Antarctica.
that. Since you were a flat earther, just tell us why did you
Yeah,
think
the
there was
dome
a dome?
touches down in Antarctica. All the stars and sun and moon is plotted on the dome, and it contains the gas pressure. That's your
So he
flat
was.
earth model that I'm strawmanning for you.
So he wasn't a flat earther, folks. Easy.
Yeah, but that's the dumb
Exposed.
shit you guys argue all day.
Flat Earthers
Not
don't
really.
believe it.
I mean, you
Okay,
wait.
so you don't
So
argue
how
for.
is it? Hold on, buddy. BT. Because since you're slow, because you've already. This is so easy. You've already stated that you don't know my position. Then you've stated my position, which is wrong. Then you restated another position. Then you're doubling down on your confidence in what my position is, while originally stating that you don't know what my position is. So please tell us, which is it? Are you well aware of my position, or are you just making shit up, hoping that you understand?
You asked for my position. I told you.
You didn't tell us your position. You said you could straw man me all day. I'm asking for you. Why did you think there was a dome? You're slow. I mean, this is easy. I mean,
You're
this is
wasting
crazy.
everyone's time.
Yeah, not really. Not really. The fact that you came in saying your position is crazy, then I ask you, what is my position? You say you don't have a position, which
Here he
means that,
goes again, monologuing. Holy shit.
so this other guy's chiming in now. You got something to say now?
Yeah, just have a conversation, man. We don't need to hear you
We can talk to you.
monologue
We can
again.
talk to you.
All right.
We can talk to
I'm
you.
just here to listen.
We can talk to you. Why don't we talk to you? Do you believe this other guy was a flat earther?
I don't give a fuck.
All right, well then stay on mute and pipe the fuck down. We don't care about your social commentary. If you don't have anything to say, the social commentary is not adding to the conversation. So we already exposed this other bird brain. We can expose you too, clown. So pipe the fuck down.
Cheerleading going on.
Yeah, you guys always want to hold these other guys' dicks. Oh well, let him talk though. Well, what is he saying that you agree with? Well, I don't know. Just let him talk. I just don't like you.
Well, they
Okay,
could
well,
do it. You can offer them something very simple. Just
give
join
a
a different
fuck.
channel. Let's test it. Let's test their worldview in real time. Like right now, we'll say those two guys want to talk, but we're preventing them. The flat earthers is preventing them from talking. So let's see. If your statement's true, you would then go to a channel where flat earthers can't prevent you from talking. Now let's observe, right? Let's make an observation. Now we got a hypothesis with a cause and effect relationship. Flat earthers stopping you from talking. You want to talk. What happens? Nothing. They stay put. So you can see that in real time, their worldview is contradictory. They have a want and they don't want at the same time. It's about control. What they want to do is come in here and just control and dominate the airwaves, say a bunch of shit, freak the fuck out, spaz out of control, and then claim victim status. That somehow they were harmed by flat earth and then they won the internet for the day.
Yep. Well, Globies, just feel free to give yourselves carpal tunnel in the chat, typing the pain away. That's fine. We don't have any issue with that. It's not like you're hurting anything from the chat room.
Because you're muting me because you're a coward.
Yeah, that's why you're unmuted. So,
Coward.
well, yeah, I'm really
what's your
afraid of
position?
you.
Let's
I don't
talk,
have one,
man.
remember?
Dude, you offered no threat to flat Earth at all. Zero threat.
Yeah,
You don't
I
even
said
know
I
what
can
it
straw
is.
man you all day. Yeah,
You don't
want
even
me to
know what
tell
it
you.
is. How are you going to threaten something you don't even know? Like, you can't even understand what the argument is to even
Enough
make a counter.
fluff, dude. Do you think there's a dome?
You pose no threat whatsoever.
Listen close. Let's move forward.
No one's afraid of you. No one's afraid of you, Bird Brain. So pipe
Yeah,
down.
you
You don't run shit
guys
here.
are like
You don't run anything here.
snow on a snowplow.
You don't
just
run anything
shut
here.
up.
So again, you started off by saying, "Well, your
Is there
position
a
is
dome?
wrong," and then I asked you what my position is, and you said you didn't know. So you're already
On flat Earth,
exposed.
there's
Just
a
pipe the
dome.
fuck down.
Container.
Quiet down.
There's a
BT.
container.
Quiet down, BT. You don't know what you're talking about. Dude.
Fascist coward, sit out if you can't have a conversation.
No, I've been here running the show, so I'll do that. I'll continue running the show, and
Shit
you'll continue adding in
Wasting
social
time show?
commentary. So that's what you'll do.
You're a coward.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course you are.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I destroy you.
Yeah, by saying
So,
my position is
is
wrong,
Earth
and then when I ask you
finite
what my
or
position
infinite?
is, you just say I don't know what your position is, but it's wrong. That I feel really destroyed by you.
Yeah, any flat
that
Earth
makes
position
sense.
is wrong. You know, you just try to steel man it right now. Why don't you go ahead?
No, wait, that's your job.
Okay, what causes the sun to move? Is there a dome? Is it
That's
an
a
infinite
question.
plane?
That's a question. That's not a steel manning my position.
No shit. Yes, it is a question. Good job.
So not a steel manning my position, which you just said you could do.
Can you stand on anything that you believe in?
I mean, you have nothing.
You can't
started
stand
off
on a
by
single
saying my
thing you
position
believe
is
in, can you?
crazy. All I had to do was ask you what my position was, and you failed.
Dude, you're a stupid coward.
Yeah. That's why we addressed your words, and your words fell flat. No pun intended. You
Dude, I
said
have
my position is wrong.
way more
I
fruitful
asked you.
conversations with other
Okay,
people.
get
You're
it.
kind
Put
of
your
really
micro
stupid.
penis away. Put your micro away. So you came in saying that you knew what my position was, and it was definitely wrong. And then we
You
asked
got
you
my
what
dick
my
on your
position
mind.
was, and you didn't know. Are we really supposed to feel bad and afraid of you? You don't know what. You don't
Pause.
know anything. Your position is definitely wrong. Okay, what's my position? Well, I
Cool.
don't know.
Let's steel man
We're
whatever
so
position you
afraid of
might
you.
have. Let's do that. So what's your
We're
position?
afraid. We're afraid, dude.
Yeah, what's your position?
No, we're scared because we're afraid of you.
Yeah, you're never going to tell me your position because you don't
No,
really have
we don't have one. You said we don't have one. You were right.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it was wrong though. Even though we don't have one.
That's why anything I try to steal man would be a straw man. You don't understand logic.
The definition of a steel man is a straw man for you. Gotcha.
If I try to steel man a flat Earth, it would be straw manning you because you're not making any claims. Do you understand how that works?
What your original, the first thing you said, I'm glad this is all recorded. The first thing you said was what, my friend?
God, you're such a backpedaling dummy.
Oh, well, backpedaling back to the things that you said. You're right. To hold you
No, you don't know how to
accountable.
move a conversation
You
forward
said
because you're
that one
slow.
thing is, you said
You're
one
slow like
thing's
Crit.
logical. Hold
I
on,
think
buddy.
Crit
Hold
is
on. One
smarter than
second,
you,
buddy.
which is crazy.
Hold on one second, pal. So you said that one thing is logical and one thing is not. But the other thing that's not logical is a position that hasn't been claimed. So
Yeah, the
you're just
globe is
making it up. You're
deduced
desperate.
from logic because we observe things that can be
Yeah,
explained.
we got that part. We got that part. It's the other
Do you
part I've
got
been
that
addressing for
part?
the last
Do
30
you really
minutes.
got that part?
Yeah. It's the other part I've been addressing for the last 30 minutes that you haven't actually clarified.
That should have never happened. You should just progress the conversation like a normal
It's
human
the
being.
other half of the part that you claimed that you said that you're being
But of
held
course, you're a
accountable
flat
to
earther.
with
You're
your
not a
life.
normal human being.
Hold on one second, buddy. You're not the fact that you're being held
Still
accountable
holding
to
on
the
for your
words.
dumb ass, dude.
Hold on one second,
Make
pal.
a
One
point.
second, pal. Since you don't like being muted, since you can't control yourself, you
Make a
said
point.
words that don't align with what you agree. So we're just holding you accountable, and you don't like it. You said, "Hold on, bud." You said your position is illogical. Then I asked you, "What is my position?" You stated, "I don't know what your position is. You don't have one." So then what is it about my position that's so illogical if I don't have a position, clown? This is so easy. I've thrown no
So do you
punches.
have a
You
position
put
or not?
yourself
Because
into a
I'm
triangle choke.
strawmanning you saying you don't have one, apparently.
You put yourself into an armbar. All I have to do is choke you out. Take the arm. It's easy.
You have a position or not?
You already stated
You're
for the
avoiding
whole
this
question.
question. You're a
Hold
clown,
on a
dude.
second. Hold on a second. Now we have to get the mutes out because you already stated for the whole panel what you think is the case. Do you want to repeat, or do you feel like you have to ask, even though you already stated it for us? See, this is the thing, BT. This is the thing. Hold on, bud. Hold on. 1 second, pal. You can't pretend to be the intellect and the village idiot at the same time. You already stated that we don't have a position, but now you're pretending to be the village idiot. Wait, well, tell me what your position is? What is it then? So wait, were you correct the first time that we don't have one? Or are you confused now and you're asking me to provide you one? Which is it? Are you confused or are you the intellect? Yeah, that's what I thought. So we'll just assume you're the confused village idiot, since we know that's what you've been displaying this whole time, even though you're trying to pretend to be the intellect. So why don't you make up your mind now? Are you the intellect or the village idiot? How should we treat you? Pick one. Yeah, don't cope into the microphone, right? This is an A or B. This isn't
Just say you want an idiot pass, and you'll be given an idiot pass, and then you'll be good.
Because if you're going to sit and ask me, well, what is your position? What is your position? Now you're the village idiot, because you started off by being the intellect, saying that my position was incorrect and illogical and doesn't make sense, right? That's you being the intellect, trying to tell us what's up. But now you're confused. Wait, whoa, hold on. What is your position, though? So tell me, are you the intellect or are you the village idiot? We just need to make sure we're addressing you properly. Which is it?
Is it an infinite plane or is it?
Yeah, you're done. You're done. So no one's afraid of you. You're clearly not here in good faith. You don't want to actually have a discussion. No one's asking about these because you started off by saying that I don't have a position. What is this, pin the tail on the donkey? Now I have to have the position that you're providing for me? Oh, so is it an infinite plane? Wait a minute. I thought I didn't have a position. I thought my position was illogical. No, folks, listen in the panel. Listen, just take note. Notice how CB Creation Bear has thrown 0 punches. I've said no claims. I've made no claims whatsoever. This guy came in saying, your claim is wrong. Oh, okay. Well, what's my claim? Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. So what are we doing here? Well, your claim is just illogical. What claim? Well, you don't have one. All right. Well, this is just too easy. I mean, the guy's just flailing, and I've done nothing. So I guess continue flailing. Let me know when you're ready to address a position that I actually hold instead of your own straw man. Or we could just go back to asking you, are you the village idiot or are you the intellect?
Yo, what's up?
So are you the village idiot or the intellect?
I'm way more.
Yeah, so we'll just go with the village idiot then, since he can't answer, since he's been displaying that behavior. Well, tell me, I don't know, since I originally stated that you don't have a position and your position is wrong, but then I'm going to turn on and ask you what your position is. What the fuck? You guys are confused ultimately. And I think what it is just, I don't know. You guys have this weird hate boner for flat earthers. So put your boner away, weirdos. We get it. You hate flat earthers. Cool. Get over it. Golly, we're days away from 2024. And you think that your distaste of flat earthers makes the earth a globe. Good one. That's something to stand on. Flat earthers are dumb. Therefore, my worldview is still held up without evidence. Yeah. Okay, guys. I was a flat earther for 5 years. Okay, well, what's the claim then? So, infinite plane or dome? Why would you think those things? Well, I don't know. Yeah, we know you're not a flat earther, dude. You never were a flat earther. No one. That's like saying, yeah, I went back to believing in Santa Claus for a couple years. No one does that. Once you know Santa Claus is not real, no one in their right mind is like, well, I went back to it for a little bit, and then I realized again that it wasn't true. You're a retard.
It's like saying at 7 he stopped believing in Santa Claus, and at around 13 he decided Santa Claus is real again.
Like, really? Okay, dude. That's that. It's what's so funny about when people say they were a flat earther or they are a flat earther. You think that flat earthers would be like, oh, that's great, yeah, one of us. Nah, honestly, when you say you're a flat earther, it's like a red flag. I'm gonna test you even more than I'll test a globe earther. I'm gonna put the heat to someone who says they're a flat earther more than anyone.
We don't want
'Cause
everybody in this club.
we know y'all aren't really about that life. Half these people out here are faking it anyway. I'm a flat earther. Yeah. You probably think that would work on a flat earther. It doesn't. It's so easy to expose you folks. I'm a flat earther. Oh, really? Tell me. Well, so there's the edge exposed. So you're not a flat earther. Easy. This other guy, I was a flat earther for 5 years. Well, I'm going on to my 6th year. Let's see. No, actually, I'm going into my 7th
Claim was
year.
he was a globe earther for 5 years, but he saw a theodolite, and then now he knows it's a ball.
Fucking cap.
Stop the cap.
So I don't know who you think's gonna buy that story. Ain't nobody buying that shit, man. Holy, I'm surprised that you think that would work on you. And folks, I know I can already see I got red bubbles on my iPhone. I'm not even opening the chat. You guys can continue squirming and crying and coping in the chat all you want. That's fine. I'm not even gonna open the chat because I'm a big boy and I'm not afraid to talk and back myself up on voice and actually make my support what I'm saying as well. The fact that you guys are like, well, you said this. Wait, no, you didn't say that. You were wrong. Wait, no, I don't know what you said, but you're definitely still wrong though. You don't really have like clearly you don't have the ability to speak. So you already flopped in the VC. We know you don't have the ability to appropriately, coherently make a statement. The fact that you're contradicting your own previous statements means you're struggling. So I've got nothing to do with that. That's your own problem you need to deal with. But
Can I ask a question, Creation Bear?
yeah.
Have you ever heard of Admiral Richard Byrd?
Yep.
Do you think there's any validity to the things that he testified?
I don't really base my worldview off of that. Maybe, maybe not, but I don't know. I don't really go off of testimony. That's the thing. I'm not a globe earther where I base my worldview off of niggas' testimony. You know what I'm saying? Like I go off of like, I don't know, something that can be measurable and testable in reality.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the book World Beyond the Poles?
Nope.
Um,
Not really in my interest. Why does
I
that
mean,
interest you?
well, I kind of like when I first found out about flat Earth, it was because I was looking into Antarctica and like it always wondered me like how come there's nothing out there or like nobody wants to like go out and build shit out there. And then I learned about the Antarctic Treaty and all this other stuff, and it just opened up a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah. All right.
What's wrong with the treaty? It's legit. Countries that fight in wars don't fight when they go to the south. It's like a vacation.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And they try to like, I don't know, they don't ever really talk about it. And then it's like logically, wouldn't somebody want to go down there and put a whole bunch of ICBMs so they could have like world domination or some shit?
What? Bro, the answers aren't over there though. Like, don't set the hurdle 30 feet in the sky that you can't jump over, man. Like, I don't think the answers lie over there or in the sky or in Antarctica or whatever. And
Well,
we
then
don't
how
know what.
come every time I ask a glober to prove that he lives on a ball, he tells me to look up in the sky?
For them, that's where the answers are, up there somewhere.
Dude, it's the irony of it all, man. We talk about the surface of something. What they can only do is point to the sky. And especially the biggest irony in that is because Globers obviously don't know where their model comes from, but their model is completely derived from the sky, which just furthermore makes it funny that the only thing they can do is point at the sky, because it's essentially where it comes from. Because there is no proof for a globe.
Well, everything comes from the sky except meteors and asteroids, apparently, because they haven't been able to find any.
Yo, what's with these? I can't say it. What's with these soy boys in the chat? Holy creation bear, creation bear, creation bear, creation bear! Oh my God, creation bear!
Oh, you mean the F words?
Oh, I was close, man. I was close. We're on YouTube, so
F words are fine. There's many of them, but we know which F words.
holy, y'all soft as some baby shit, man. Holy, y'all in the chat crying. Creation bear, you're so mean. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, that's why you hear more than me. Holy.
I think this speaks to the culture of this entire server. We've seen that since we've been here.
Golly. Y'all so tough from the chat, man. I'm feeling real intimidated by the chat. Holy. Oh, that's why the globe earthers don't like you. Oh, you think that any case, guys, like you guys have never dealt with law before or seen fucking Law and Order or some shit like that. Not like you need to watch law shows to understand how it works, but god damn. As if one lawyer's distaste of the other lawyer has any bearing on the case. In fact, it has none.
No, when they go in
Holy.
the courtroom, even if they hate each other at the bar, when you go in the courtroom, they're normal.
You guys are soft as fuck. Holy. Oh, but I don't like you. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you don't like me. My client's still not guilty. Huh. And if you don't like me, go and try to prove my client is guilty then. You're way too focused on me. Oh, but I don't like your attire, your attitude, your performance. As if that has any bearing whatsoever on my case. Zero. The fuck? You think I'm gonna sit here and be like, oh, you know what? They're right. They don't like me as I'm a lawyer for my client, Flat Earth. They don't like me, so let me just change. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. You should be
I
more
wonder if
worried
this
about
is.
your case. What about the globe, dude?
I think this is how they argue their political positions here in the server.
It's been from day one. That's been my biggest issue with this whole server. They're like way too focused on your performance as a flat earther. As if if you had changed your performance for the better, that they would now start addressing it for the evidence you're providing. No, they're not going to do that. They don't care. They're like, oh, well, I just don't like you. Okay, I don't care. I'm not here to win over the defendant, the plaintiff's lawyer. I'm the defendant. I'm here to win over the judge, the jury. So if you
Politics is a
globe earthers are
popularity contest.
yeah, exactly. It's not. And if you globers are like, well, I don't like you personally, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Newsflash. That has no bearing on anything I'm saying. If you want to attack anything, you attack my argument, not me as a person. I'm not going to sit here and feel bad because you don't approve of me as a person. Newsflash, folks. When you go out into reality, you're going to meet people in the world that you don't like.
Oh,
Wow.
people won't talk to me because I'm mean. I'm mean in here.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
must
give
be an Ohio thing.
colorful. I don't give colorful 3 minute long explanations. I just say in 3 or 4 seconds, this. The end, and that's being mean to them.
Yeah. It must be an Ohio thing. Apparently, Ohio guys are just super mean. Oh, well, deal with
Yeah,
it, man.
yeah. Everybody's. Yeah, we're all mean.
Holy. But
Love Israel.
it just doesn't have anything to do with the argument. You know what I mean? So I don't care what you think about me. Why don't you worry about your own case? Worry about the globe that you think exists. Give me some evidence for that instead of telling me that, well, I don't approve of your behavior. Give a fuck. Like, you think I'm going to address your behavior? Why don't you just present the evidence? You can you can say it nicely or say it rude. I don't care. What's the evidence though? Y'all are way too focused on like my behavior. So I'm not going to feel bad about that. Sorry guys. Let us know when you have some argument, then we can get into that. But if you're only going to focus on, well, creation bear's rude, well, I'm just going to lean into it then because you're that soft. I'm just going to lean into it, make you feel even worse. So that's not going to work. Yeah. So day one, I realized that day one. The Globers in this server don't have evidence. They don't have a case. They don't have an argument. Every time I join this panel, it's always, oh, well, you're mean or I don't like you. Give a fuck. Do you think that matters? That
It
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
even matter. You look at it doesn't even matter to them because if they thought that was true, they say you guys are mean, you're toxic, you're hostile, you can't have a conversation. Then why the fuck are you here?
Yeah.
See, they can't even convince themselves of their own bullshit.
Mm.
Why would I believe their claim if their claim they don't believe it? I can use them to showcase what they're saying is not even logically consistent inside their own worldview, let alone some sort of objective truth. Like go through the panel and be like, or the bot that keeps track of the amount of engagement in this channel. You could show them data. You are wrong. Here's the data. Here's the tracking. You tell me people join the channel. You tell me people leave the channel. Here's like the ratio of people being muted per user. You could show them all this data and objectively prove to them their claim is wrong, and they can reject it. They just flat out reject it. I deny all that. Well, you're okay. Why are you here then? If you think that's true, so you reject it yourself. You reject even your own statement. What you want is to come in here, claim victim status, claim flat earthers are X, Y, and Z, and just expect people to trust you, bro. Why? Why would I trust you? Can you give an argument for that? Because you don't trust you. Are you just like a glutton for punishment?
Another thing, this room is not supposed to be a safe place for the globe. This is not a globe safe space. You come here, you take your client, which is the globe, and put them on trial.
It's like they're chained, like they're forced, like someone kidnapped them in Shanghai. They want to do something else with their day today, but they got gang press Shanghaied into a flat earth conversation. No, you didn't. You click. There's lots of channels on this server. I mean, there's like a dozen or whatever. There's plenty of conversations going on. You picked the one that you wanted to join. No one else made the decision other than you.
And you're a guest here. You are not entitled to be here.
It must be gravity.
This other server where I talk on flat earth has a flat earth section in I asked the admin, I'm like, can you make a role that they have to click, right? They have to let me bring it up here. How I worded it is I don't want to try to paraphrase it. In there that like you're harming children or some really just off the wall claims. So here it is. So it says in the flat earth, okay? Welcome to flat earth. This topic can be very triggering. We request that you indicate that you have consented to this discussion, debate, or to argue of what the human environment is. and there's a button that says I indicate consent, and it gives them flat Earth discussion role, and there's another button that says I withdraw my consent. So that way they know that they've consented. They're not here because they don't want to be here. They want to be here. So if they want to be here and they want to talk about it, then they should also be able to want to listen. It shows a contradiction, and it highlights a contradiction. That they feel like they have to wage war, fight against something. They don't even know what it is.
Yeah, it's called arguing just to argue. You don't even know what you're arguing against, and this is what this fucking retard. What is this last guy in here? BT Ban Truth was in here trying to argue. Well, your position is illogical and wrong. Okay, well, that's
When I've
fine.
talked to him,
What is
he
my
was really.
argument?
Oh, sorry. I thought you're. When he
No,
said
it's
like
fine. I already
I'm.
said it over and over. You guys already know what I was gonna say. It's just that he doesn't know what he was talking about. He was just gonna be making shit up.
Yeah, he did. Me and him did the same thing back and forth for a long time, and that's why he really like somehow he's really on me where he says, "Oh, CB's even dumber than Crit." So I just finally started agreeing everything he said. Crit, you never went to high school. Okay, that's true. You're stupid. Yep. Okay. You're special ed. Yep. I never went to high school and I'm special ed at the same time. So I did both somehow. I never went to high school, and when I went to high school, I was special ed.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never been on a plane. Yep. Okay. What else? I did everything over and over and over again. Just unconditional acceptance, radical acceptance. Everything he wanted to say about me. I asked him, okay, now why do you care? And that's what sent him into this triggering. Because anytime he responded after that, I'm like, yep, okay, I accepted that. Why do you care? Here's your globe model, right? Show me on this globe why you care anything about what I'm doing.
Look at this in the chat, man. The chat's great.
Because this is what I dropped on him, the quote from Sagan. So I said, how about this? Explain to me why you think Carl Sagan is wrong here. He said he's seen Voyager, the photo Voyager took, pale blue dot. And he said, he wrote a little bit of poetry here. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know. So I'm saying, why is he wrong? And then, like, Ban Truth Callie said, well, he's not wrong. Okay, so he's right. He's like, yeah. Okay, so why do you care about that? I disagree. Why you have some sort of model here where it says that we're all together. It should be humbling and character building. You're all interconnected. You have all the same story to tell. And I'm like, well, no, I disagree with that. I want to live as a tribalistic caveman, and I want my cave to be the best cave. See, the thing is, though, so they see that as a challenge. They're going to out flat earth the flat earther. They're going to be even more tribalistic, more toxic, more scrupulous, less humble. Because they don't see the earth or the sun as the center of the universe. They see themselves as the center of the universe.
Why is it that globies always want to hide in the shadows? When we're in a panel, bunch of men, we're all talking. They're like, well, I would talk, but only if we do it in a 1v1 private room where no one else can partake and learn. We just need to go into the shadows, go into the dark, let's turn the lights off, and then we'll do it. You guys are weird. Is there a reason why you guys don't like having your information in the public? So it's not about anyone being muted. It's about not being in the shadows, hidden away, where no one can listen and learn from our conversation. No one can hold you accountable to the things you've said. No one's recording. Yeah, I if I was a globe earther, I'd probably want to run into a private room in the shadows where no one can listen and watch my discussion as well. Why is that? Why are the flat earthers the ones that want to have it publicly streamed, right? For everyone to watch, listen, and learn. The globe earthers, they want to have conversations be done behind closed doors. They need to be in a private room where no one can watch, no one can see. Why is that? Folks, I mean, if a red flag hasn't gone up for you, which you might want to think twice about the speed of your brain, this is a red flag. Flat earthers are willing to have any conversation about any topic in an open public forum. It doesn't matter who's watching, who's listening. That's actually part of the benefit. We want people to learn and listen. Globies, they always want to run to, well, I'll talk, but it has to be in a private room, one-on-one, in the shadows, in the dark, in an alley. Does that not raise a red flag? Is there, I mean, do you guys really not consider the fact, like, why do you need to be in the shadows to have a conversation?
They see it as somehow flat Earth is harmful misinformation. If they can just do X minus one, they won the internet for the day.
Yeah, I'm agree with Adam. As long as you're not lying, you can talk. Like, that's the problem. The only reason you guys get muted is like the last retard that was like, well, your position is illogical. Well, if the panel was listening, if you weren't like that other bird brain unknown who was in the call, you probably heard him say, well, I don't know what your position is 30 seconds later. What am I supposed to do with that, folks? Your position is wrong. Well, what's my position? Well, I don't know. You don't have one. Well, then that makes the first thing he said, we just throw that out. And then when he says, well, you don't have a position. Okay, well, we can essentially throw that out too, because you're essentially saying my position is wrong, but I don't even have one. Wow. It's that easy. I've had to throw no punches, literally done nothing. This guy exposed himself in the first breath. So people don't just get muted for no reason. But this guy was feeling confident. Oh, well, oh no, I was a flat earther, and your position is a straw man. Like, hey, just like, dude, you don't slow down. Like, you're in your first 30 seconds of speaking, you contradicted yourself. Your position is wrong. You don't have a position. Okay, bro. You really think we're I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? Come on, man. What do you want me to do?
Just laugh at it.
Yeah. And you're not doing anything but exposing yourself to the panel. You don't know what you're talking about. Clearly. Especially if you say you're a flat earther, you should be like, all right, well, I was a flat earther. Here's the things why it's a good reason why it's to think it's flat, etc. He wasn't even able to do that. You just told me to believe, auto accept you're a flat earther. Sorry. That's probably what you think flat earthers would do. Unfortunately, since you weren't a flat earther, you thought wrong. Golly. It's so easy to spot a faker too. That's the funniest part. I was a flat earther for 5 years. Cap.
Stop the cap.
Fucking no one believes that. 5 years. That's like saying I believed Santa Claus for an extra 5 years after having already figured out it wasn't true. Yeah. I'm sure someone's going to believe you when you tell them that. I believed in it. Yeah, okay, well, how come you don't understand it still? Yeah, we don't believe you. That's what they want to happen. People think that I don't know where this comes from. The flat earth LARPing, the fakers, they think that if they just say they're a flat earther, they're expecting a round of applause from every flat earther. Oh, that's great. No, honestly, if you say you're a flat earther, we're almost going to be more skeptical. Oh, really? How? How are you a flat earther then? Well, I saw the edge of the earth. Okay, well, that we just exposed you're not a flat earther then. Just like this other guy. I was a flat earther for 5 years. Well, how? Tell me. So, infinite plane? Yeah, exposed. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You weren't a flat earther. Like, y'all think, like, man, y'all gotta stop projecting. You think that we would fall for that. Um, when actually that was you. If anyone's gonna fall for that, you. The fact that you would think other people would fall for that means you would fall for that. No flat earthers falling for that bullshit. Clearly, we didn't. I was a flat earther for 5 years. Really? Said no one ever. My God. Trash. The lies are so trash. Yeah, Mastodon says, once you go flat, there's no going back. I agree with that 100%. Once you put a little bit of chocolate syrup in that milk, you ain't getting the chocolate out, man. It's chocolate milk. I don't care how much. Once you put that chocolate in that milk, man, it's over. It's chocolate milk. And trust me, I know I'm mixed. And people will be surprised all the time. Whoa, I thought you were white. Yeah, man. Well, once you put some chocolate in that milk, man, it's not white anymore. Okay. Once you put some flat in that globe, it's not a globe anymore, dude. So once you go flat, there's absolutely no going back. And as deep as that meme runs, pause. It's the same as Santa Claus. It's not like any of you found out Santa Claus was fake, not real, whatever, and then you were like, you know what? Let me consider this a little extra longer. No, dude. No one does that. Once you know Santa Claus is not true, it's over. You sound black and Hispanic, says Mastodon. I'll take it. I get people think I look all types of stuff. Says Adam says the best was Rachie, but she played the long game, only half right the whole time. Adam with the GIF. I love that one. That's one of my favorites. You sound black and Hispanic. Órale, wey. Speak a little Spanish.
The
It
Earth is
just
not flat.
shit. PD, my boy. Where you at? Are you yeah? You're yeah. All right,
I'm
man.
above the Earth, just like you. We're both above it.
Okay, we're above it. All right. Is this place moving?
What is the Earth?
The thing wherever you're standing, are you moving?
I just told you I'm laying in bed.
All right. Is your bed moving?
Yeah,
Where's it going?
it's going up and down.
No, but that's not traveling. That's just shaking.
Yeah, but it's not stationary. It's moving.
No, but like quivering isn't the same as like traveling.
So do earthquakes move all the time or just sometimes?
Well, I think that's more like quivering as opposed to traveling.
If you sleep,
Like
you're traveling time.
Like, think about if you're like Shawty drops it low and starts like twerking, right? She's popping, locking. She's not going anywhere. Her feet are planted, but she's shaking that thing. So that there's a difference between shaking, vibrating, quivering, etc., versus traveling, moving from point A to point B.
Okay, so if the surface is at point A and the surface moves to point B, it's not stationary, right?
Well, that's a big if. When does that happen?
Anytime a footprint is made.
Okay.
Checkmate, flat earthers.
Okay. All right. Wait. So, like, if I'm jumping on a bed, right? If I'm like bouncing on the bed is quivering, vibrating, whatever, but it's not traveling from point A to point B. Would we
The
agree on that?
surface of the bed is not moving.
No. The bed in totality isn't moving. Like, it's
So
not
you're saying a
shifting.
part of it is moving, not the whole thing.
It's quivering, vibrating, bouncing,
Okay.
twerking.
So a part of the earth moves when you step on it, right?
Nah, not traveling.
So are you high?
Maybe a little bit, but honestly, like, if you
That
if you
I could tell. Yeah, I could
if
tell.
you if you if you have a girl that drops it down, right, she's gonna start twerking in front of you on that thing. All right, she's gonna twerk. Is that traveling, or is that like a quivering, shaking process?
DB PD doesn't know about girls shaking that thing. He doesn't shower and drinks piss.
I
I mean,
forgot.
maybe.
My bad. I'm asking them the wrong questions, dude. Shit. Oh, that's a good point there, Wolfgang. That's a good point. So, how can we relate this? We're on YouTube. Can't get too crazy. All right. So you're standing at the you're at the urinal. You're at the urinal, and you're relieving yourself. Are you traveling anywhere? You're not going anywhere, right? You're just still in one stationary place, even though there may be some shaking going on there, right? Perhaps. PD.
I mean, when you breathe, do you move?
Um, I'm not traveling. No,
But you are moving.
I'm not traveling.
You're just not going to answer the question. Okay,
I
man.
mean, is there some movement in my chest? Yes, but have I traveled from a location to another location? No.
Okay, that's fine. So you are moving.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And that's
Okay.
great. That means you're alive. Congratulations.
All right. Well, I've been talking to these globe earthers, man. I've been losing hair follicles. I thought I was dying there for a second. So good to
You
hear.
mean the people that think it's a sphere but can't even define sphere?
Yeah. Those
Yeah,
bird
because
brains. Yep.
there's no mountains on a sphere, so that's out, right?
Yeah. Yeah. hmm
There you go. Well, globe's dead.
Well, it's an oblate spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere.
Oh yeah, and it's spinning through space, right?
It's like kind of like a lumpy, pear shaped, type of thing.
So how many flat horizons are on a globe?
Well, we have lots of horizons. They seem to confuse the flat earthers since there's so many of them. But there is a horizon, the curve of the earth. You just can't see it.
So does it always curve the same way, or does it curve other directions?
Well, since the earth is a globe, it's always curved. You just can't tell.
So where does the curve start?
All everywhere.
What point
Always.
A is that where it starts?
It's always there, yeah.
And it's supposed to curve away from you at all times, right?
Yeah, it drops down and away from you. Yep, from any point on the globe. Yep.
Okay, so why if I go stand next to a hill, it curves upwards?
Well, since the earth isn't a perfect sphere, we do have hills and valleys, and mountains. And if the earth was flat, we couldn't have any of those things. So,
Is every sphere a planet?
yes.
Okay, well then it's not a planet.
No, it's a planet. What else would it be?
Well, you just said if every sphere is a planet, then it can't be a planet because it's not a sphere.
What's a spheroid? Meaning it's still a
Okay.
planet.
So it's not a sphere, but we're going to say it's sphere, add on to the word, but it's not the first part of the word.
Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid. Honestly, only flat earthers think it's a sphere, so that's why they're wrong. But yeah, it's a spheroid, oblate spheroid.
And how many spherical planets we have in the
All
sky?
of them. Yes, none of them are flat. That's why the Earth isn't flat.
No.
Since all the
How many
planets,
spherical CP we have in the sky?
all of everything. None of
No,
them are
we
flat.
have only 8 spherical, plus sun and moon. All others are stars. They are not spherical.
No, but those are also spherical. What do you think, they're flat or something?
How they're spherical? Even with telescope, you can see they are not spherical.
Well, they have to be. They just have to. Gravity. Yeah,
No,
gravity.
but they are saying everything in the sky it's round. It must be round. Also, Earth, but only 8 things in the sky are round.
No, I mean, because of gravity, everything's round. I mean, did you think that the stars are flat?
No, but they are not. They are not flat, but they are not spherical even. They are changing the shape every time. They are like
Well, I mean, that's because they're so far away. I mean, you're looking 80 million miles light years away. I mean, they're
Yeah,
still
I know. But
spherical, but
when you see the star through telescope, it changes the colors and the shape. You don't see the sphericity.
yeah,
How
Even
come
because
they're
you have
all the
flat
same
earthers.
distance away when you look at them?
I mean, you have flat earther eyes, so you can't tell. But if you believe the Earth was a globe, you would be able to tell it's a sphere.
well, what if I don't believe in? I don't care about flat Earth. If I only looking in the sky,
Well, it has to be a sphere because of gravity.
but I don't see the sphere. I see 8
Well,
spheres
well,
and 1 trillions of different shapes.
that's easy, Sasha. You don't see gravity either, but gravity is a force and it's very strong and it pulls things into a sphere. And so, since we
That's
have stars and you don't see
I,
gravity, then it pulls
I
it
will
into a sphere.
I will accept that gravity is a force. If all mainstream scientists or pseudoscientists saying that gravity is a force, but they're saying it is
Yeah.
not a force.
Well, no. Do you deny science?
No, I'm only saying what today's scientists saying. Today's scientists saying
Um,
that gravity is not a force.
well, I
Well,
think I think since you're a flat earther, you just don't understand, but they go
well,
together. Mass
actually,
attracting mass is still a
can I get
force.
can I ask a question when you get a chance?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Um, do we agree the sun is really, 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 really bright? Correct.
It's definitely 93 million miles away. Fact.
Okay. No, I mean like flat Earth. All of the flat Earth type people,
Oh,
and the sun is shining at some point on the Earth all the time.
Like Bolivia, let's say.
Right? You believe that? You believe that the
No,
sun
I'm
is
saying like does sun is shining in Bolivia?
sure? Yes.
Sure. We
Well,
have in Bolivia Salt Lake Flake. It's 4,000 miles square. Can sun change that surface?
okay. So what I'm saying is that
But I'm
if the
saying
Earth
this:
was
can sun to change the surface? What is down?
no,
yes.
let me. Can I finish what I was
Let him
saying?
get his question out.
All right. So, and the moon is in the sky a lot of the time, but not always.
Shout out to the new moon.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, how could night ever happen?
Bruh.
Okay, we have the same example. During the night in Bolivia, that Salt Lake will be the same also during the day. And even if it's moon up in Bolivia or up on that, or sun or clouds, even if it's windy, that surface will be the same.
You're
Let
not.
me just answer your question like this, bro. I gotta take my globe Earth hat off, and I gotta go back into flat Earth mode to answer this one.
Yeah, please.
What you're thinking of flat Earth is not what the flat earthers are talking about. You're probably imagining pretty
A
much
disc.
everything the same, like all the universe. We still got the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth. And instead of a globe, we're going to squash it down into some sort of flat object. And in that worldview, the sun would always shine on the top of the earth and it would be sunlight everywhere, right? That's kind of
Right.
your question. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's
Well,
the thing, brother. Here, hold on. Here's the thing.
all right.
You got the wrong idea. So
Yo, we went over this, lunatic. Remember, I'm mean.
just like
No,
you can't take Super Smash Bros. That's a GameCube game. You can't take Super Smash Bros. And put it in an Xbox 360. It ain't gonna load, bruh. It ain't gonna work. Those two systems are not compatible. So
yeah, I know.
you can't load a disk into outer space and then be like, so the flat earthers think this. No, bro. We're not talking about the third disk from the sun. We're not talking about a pizza floating in space. That's a meme. That's propaganda. That's garbage. It's trash.
Well,
Okay.
again, it's me understanding the model. And that's what I'm trying
Well, I'm
to.
gonna help
I'm
you. I'm
really
gonna help you. I'm gonna help you.
thank you.
What you previously thought ain't it, my boy. So we gotta throw that out. If you want
Okay.
to think of the flat Earth, you're better off thinking because you're probably a globe earther now. I don't. That's not a bad thing, as I was too. But I would say that it's better off if you want to think of the flat Earth. Just think of your universe. It's this large space. It's not been fully explored. If I asked you, where's the edge, you wouldn't know. If I
Right.
asked you what shape is all of reality, you wouldn't know. And that's not a problem. How would you even know that? Right. So it's not it's not a gotcha. It's just like how would you possibly know what shape all of reality is? That's a bit of a question. That's a hell of a question, to be
Yeah.
honest. That's how you should think of flat Earth. It's more like the universe than a object called a globe. It's because I don't think there's an object in your house, in a hardware store, on the earth that you could pick up and say, this object represents all of reality.
Mm.
But I guarantee you there's a lot of objects you could pick up to represent something flat. You could pick up a piece of paper, a table, whatever.
Right.
Those things don't represent the earth.
Well,
In my worldview, I would say, like, just like you can't pick up an object and say, this represents my worldview for all of reality. I don't know how you would have an object that represents all of reality. So flat earthers are the kind of the same way. We
all
don't
right.
really see
Well,
it as like a flat object floating around. So like, well, this piece of paper would represent a flat object. It's more like the whole reality.
well,
The
it's
flat earth
the
is
part. I mean, it comes down, and it also comes down to measurements. It's like how far away is Beijing from my house?
How did you measure that?
Well, if I had a model, I could be able to, or a map, I could actually measure the distance. I could, as the crow flies, or around, or however many different ways. On a flat thing, I don't even know where Beijing is.
How do you measure from where you're at to Beijing flying through the air?
What do you mean?
Or you're saying
I
as
mean,
the crow flies.
as the crow flies, I put a pin in, St. Paul, Minneapolis, and then I tie a string to it, and I put a pin in Beijing, and then I measure it.
That's a hypothetical that works in your mind. Does that work in the field?
What do you mean? Well, I could draw a line. I could draw a line and on a chart and go, that's how far it is.
Okay, but bro, I'm saying this works in your mind, no problem. But can we do this in the field?
Yeah, we do. We do it all the
Really?
time.
No, we don't. We don't draw lines from places to places like that. We don't take
When I
strings
was
with us to Beijing.
when I was in the Navy, we would draw a planned movement from here to there.
Not on
Yeah,
a
but that's
ball.
just going from
Not on
point
a
A to
ball. It
point
was on
B.
a table. It was on a flat table that you had your charts laid out on.
Right, but
you didn't take a
that
string
but
with you to your point B. That's what I'm saying. Your hypothetical was involving taking a string with you or whatever. That's cool. That works great on paper in your mind, but that don't work so great in the field. Even if it was a globe, you ain't taking no strings with you to some other part of the earth to say, "Oh, well, look."
well,
Ain't nobody doing
Navigation,
that.
in navigation, did you use map or you use the globe?
we
Oh
use a
shit.
chart. We use a chart, and when we
Is it
got to
spherical
one
chart?
end,
Is it chart spherical?
Oh shit.
if you added all of them together, then at one point one end would have to attach to the other end that would not be that would only be able to
We
be
all go around the North
represented as
Pole,
a
right?
globe.
They all go around the North Pole, right?
I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying.
If my grandmother had a penis, it would be my grandfather. I was a big if, my guy.
That's hilarious.
No,
What
I
up,
mean,
man?
no, I
Yo,
mean when you
are you wait, because I get what you're saying, I think, because you were saying like if you go a lot of times, because when I was in school, my teacher had like 3 or 4 rectangular maps you could pull down from the chalkboard. And
Mhm.
a lot of times people say, well, like if the earth is flat, like how would you go from, you know, like the left side of the map, how would you get from that side to the other side? That seems like what you're kind of asking. Is
Well,
it
exactly,
or not? Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, great. So here's the thing that you got to understand. There's lots of maps. The earth isn't like the flat earth isn't mapped out or laid out in a rectangular form like that one map that you're probably imagining. That's just one way to think about it. There's other maps, like even on the globe side, there's like hundreds of maps and different layouts, triangles, Batman shape, circular, rectangle, etc. So there's not just one map to say, well, the earth is shaped like a rectangle. If you were to fly from California left, you're now going to loop like Pac-Man to the other side. That's not our presentation. No one really knows the layout of the earth, but
Well, we
when
do.
you
But
actually
we
go,
do.
hold on. The important thing is this: when you go out into the field, you're just going from point A to point B. That's not difficult to do. It's no different than like, well, I'm going to drive to my girl's house tonight. You're going from point A to point B. You don't need a globe to do that. To just go from point A to point B.
But if if I use just simple angles, simple
Uh-oh.
geometry,
Uh-oh.
Angles.
and I take a 90, I go 90 degrees.
Oh shit. 90.
Oh shit.
Sweet.
If I go 90
How you
degrees left
how
from
do you make
north,
angles with a curved surface?
Oh,
Hold on, Sasha. I want to hear him
and I
talk
go
about angles on a globe.
well, and you go well, you just and I go left,
bruh, that's not a direction, my
and
G.
if I continue from if I go left from north, if I go straight west, and I travel.
That's a circular path.
Theoretically, I'm going to end up back into the United States.
Yeah, that's a circular path.
Yeah,
East and
I
west
put it in
are
the chat
circular
for you to
paths.
look at. I put it in the chat for you to look at what it looks like to fly around the North Pole on top of a globe.
Yeah, east and west are circular. It's like on a globe. You're going around the globe in a circular path. It's the same thing on a flat surface. Just like if you wanted to go around your house or around the road or around the block, you're just
That's a flat.
going.
That's but no,
You're
I'm
coming
not.
back to where you hold on. You're coming back to where you started by traveling around some sort of central point in an eastern or western path. It's
That's
literally no different. It's exactly the same. You're just traveling in a circle around. Easy. You're coming back to where you
well,
started.
okay. So on that map, take a ruler
Yeah.
and put it down.
Yeah.
You can't go from point A to point B
Yeah, you can.
properly.
Yeah, you can. Literally just go from point A to point B. That's the most ridiculous thing that people say. And I don't mean to flame you, but I just think in general, the fact that people say if the earth was flat, you couldn't go from one spot to another spot. That's the most retarded thing you could possibly say. You're just going from point A to point B. Just like if you're going from your house to the grocery store, your house
Hey,
to your girl's place,
yeah,
your house
Creation
to
Bear.
wherever.
I took his map and I laid a bunch of rulers down and I drew straight lines on it. I didn't. The U.S. military did that. Your government, sir. The one that you said doesn't use this map. That's the flight paths for World War II. The straight lines
Your,
they followed.
Oh shit.
your government too, by the way, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So like not
And the
this.
people, but
So
the
the
whole
point
the
is that there's not just one map. Look at the one posted from Despite Everything at 49 minutes past the hour. There's many, many, many globes of many maps of the globe as well. There's not just one map. So I couldn't just pick one of those and say, well, if you go left, then you'd be like, well, dude, that's just one map. That's if you go left on that map, that might not be the same as this other map.
I'd like to
what we're
point out you
just
said you cannot take a ruler and draw straight lines on it like the military did. And it also has
No,
all the distances and the scales on there too. So if you
no,
want
but in order,
to
in order for me to go, okay, in order for me to start, okay, we'll start on the equator, which apparently doesn't exist. Um, let's start on the equator at 0 and travel west, due west.
Yeah, I gave you an image, an animated
But
one of what it's like
but
to go around the North Pole. Move that
but
down to the equator, about halfway down, and you're still going around the North Pole.
no, you're pulling a NASCAR because you're constantly turning, you're constantly turning left or
Yeah,
right,
well, let me
depending
show
on
you
which
what it
river
looks
you're on.
like to. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna learn what it looks like to fly in a
I mean,
plane heading due west, and what you have to do in there to make it work. Right? Is that what you want to see?
I
This,
want to see,
this
I
is a
want to
plane
see,
flying,
I want to see
following a
without with,
compass,
I want to see with.
following a compass, flying west, and it's making corrections. Click, click. You'll see a tip, 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 making corrections to keep
You're
flying west.
assuming.
As
You're
the sun,
assuming.
as that sun is not setting, by the way.
How is
What
the
is
sun not setting? How is the sun setting in this world? Pick a spot on here and then put something that
it's
is
telling you
shining.
the word sun setting.
Yeah. How does it set? If it does, if there is no, I mean, how does it ever set?
You think that's an optical
How,
illusion
do you know
in
how?
that sense? You think
Do you
that's an
know how?
optical illusion?
Do you know how angular resolution work?
When he was looking at that, why isn't it setting? Because it's just going away from you, like we've been saying all along, going around
Every
and around and around and around and around and around and around.
Show me a model of this.
Go right
mo-
there. Look at that picture and make a model of that.
I
Okay,
showed you
then,
the model, but you don't want to accept the model.
but this model is showing that there would be that
I'm showing you the real model, and you don't want to accept it.
this model is not real.
No, I told you the Bolivia Salt Lake. That is the real model of the surface.
Yeah, we
I mean,
don't need
it's
to
not
use that
model.
one,
It's
right?
not even model. It's not even model. It's a real surface. And take a flight.
Did
Now
you
you
make
can
me
take
that model of the airplane flying yet, and what the sun is doing? Since you said you needed a model.
Yeah, I want to. I want to
I'm
understand. I want to
I'm
understand if I take a flight in Bolivia, what will happen there down because we have flat surface down. Whatever I'm doing, I will take a flight in Bolivia and travel to Japan to Beijing. What you say, but down
okay.
there is a 4,000 miles squared of flat surface.
This happens almost every time.
Then I will pass the Atlantic Ocean, and Atlantic Ocean it's a sea level. It's all leveled.
Okay,
That's
so all right,
the
all right.
model.
Okay, so then what about the northern lights? What are they?
Northern lights cannot curve the water.
What are the but what's no just no what are the northern lights?
Northern
What are the
lights
southern
cannot
lights?
curve the water.
You tell me what they are, since you know.
This, that is it has to deal with the poles. It has to deal with magnetism. It has to deal with all of that shit,
No,
which also has to
no,
happen.
you haven't proven anything. You haven't proven anything like
All
that. You
right.
just said that for
Okay.
no reason.
All right. So I'm in. So I'm in. Okay. Let's also say that. Okay. I'm in Minnesota. I look up at the sky. I see the Big Dipper.
Me too.
I go to Bolivia. I don't
Yeah.
see the Big Dipper. I see the Southern Cross.
You see the Southern Cross. Okay, great.
I don't
What
see
do
the
you see?
Southern Cross.
Okay, in Minnesota, you is it Minnesota in the center or Minnesota? I don't know where is Minnesota, or it near the beach.
Minnesota is by Lake Superior in
Yeah,
northern North America. That's probably the best way for me to
you
tell you.
have mountains in Minnesota.
Mountains? No.
Yeah, no, okay. I would like to know. We are looking the stars in Minnesota, and we are looking the stars in Bolivia, and we are
hmm
seeing different stars.
Yeah, very
Okay,
different.
okay, very
Why
different.
would they be?
Now,
Why should they be the same?
how
Wait.
we.
Why
Only
should they
one
be
thing.
the same?
Because I go to
Wait,
Kamchatka.
no, I asked you why they should be the same, not because you went somewhere. You just, I said, why should
Well,
those two be the same? And now you said, because I went somewhere else.
no. Why should they be the same? Because the stars are the stars.
Oh,
If in a flat
see, this is
horizontal,
where when you get cornered, you just go, the globe is
no,
round. So
no,
that's why boats go over it. That's what you're
no,
going to end up saying, like you did yesterday. And then you
no,
called
in a
me
flat.
mean because I point this shit out to you.
No, I called you mean because the way you say things sometimes. But
You mean
when
direct
you
and to the point?
okay, directly to the point is that on a flat surface
What it
on
is
a
in
flat
Bolivia?
surface
What it is in Bolivia?
when I look at if I was to look out and just using the angles, using whatever, and a telescope, I should be able to see everything that somebody from the southern hemisphere would see. But I cannot because
How come?
why can't I? Curvature of the earth.
Prove it.
You're the one who
Yeah.
says that you're the one who says I can look across a
Why are you
horizontal.
laughing at me when I said
You don't just say
you
curvature of the
said
earth
it's
until you
curvature of the
say
earth? Yeah, go ahead.
no. You don't just say curvature of the earth and then turn around and then put it on flat earth. Well, flat earthers say what curvature of the earth. In fact, I don't even need to ask you that. We know there's no curvature of the earth. So if you want to present curvature of the earth, you're gonna need to at least present it, not in words, bird brain. We're gonna need to see this because we know it doesn't exist.
Excuse me, bird brain?
Yeah, bird brain. You don't get to just confidently say curvature of the earth like we
You
never
don't
heard it
understand,
before.
CB. It's simple. If you
We're
are in
gonna need to
Minnesota and you see the different
fucking
stars in Bolivia, it must be curvature. That's so simple.
Well, these guys think they can just say curve like no one's heard it before. Holy fuck. Yes, we've heard of curvature. The fuck? Where is it, dude? Yes,
How are you
I
able
can
to
say bird
maintain the
brain.
cognitive dissonance that
All right.
from
Shut up, faggot. So you don't have the curvature of the earth, dude. So there's no curvature of the earth.
there?
No, there's you don't have to stutter. We know it's not there. We're years into this thing, lunatic. It's over. If there was curve, the flat earthers would have been founded because we're the ones actually looking for this
But
shit. Half the
in order
globalists
for
that come in here say they don't even care about what the earth is. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's curvature of the earth, especially not from you guys. You are not presenting it. Just saying it's there isn't good enough. We're the ones actually looking for this shit. It's not there, dude. Sorry.
but you're throwing away all of the
Not
all
throwing
of
away
the
jack
evidence.
shit. There's no curve. You haven't presented any curve. There's nothing to throw away. You've not presented anything. So not throwing away anything. Nothing has been presented. So go back to square one. Go get us the curve so we can throw that away. Since we're flat earthers are throwing things away, go get the curve first so we can throw it away. But you don't have any curve to throw away.
So
So
no
there's nothing
Voyager
being
never.
thrown away.
Or in order for you to believe what you believe, you have to
I'm not
say
believing what I believe. It's
you have
just
You
to
that
you have to
are
the
the
thing you're
one
saying
that
exists.
you have
believes
to.
what you
Be
believe.
quiet.
Remember? You said yesterday it's a belief for you.
Oh shit. So is it just belief, lunatic?
All of NASA.
You don't have nothing's been presented, so we're not going to play this game. 2,000 years of science, all of NASA. You haven't presented jack shit for anyone to take a look at. Not even people who are new, who are still learning about the globe. You haven't presented anything to them to teach them either. So we're not just going to go on with this all of NASA bullshit. So what do you have to present to the flat earthers so that we can deny?
Well, for one, the Earth is a globe. Period.
Yeah, we know the claim. Holy
Oh
fuck.
my God, that's the proof. Proof the Earth is a globe is him saying the Earth is a globe. So
We
that's
know it's a globe.
that's the
My
circle jerk
God.
that we get.
My word. The fuck. Okay, so we know the claim. Bro, here's the thing, dude. You're not going to get a Nobel Prize for repeating the claims that everyone was raised on, just like you. So saying the Earth is a globe is doing no one any favors. We know that's the claim. You're saying that like no one's ever heard that before. The fuck? So how about the actual evidence for that?
No, I'm asking you, how
I don't give a fuck about it. How does a globe work? You said there's curvature. Where?
I've asked you several times. I'm demonstrating these things.
You haven't demonstrated jack shit by saying there's just curvature of the earth. That's not a
Yeah,
demonstration.
we need a demonstration. Go ahead. Let me hear this
Bird
thing real quick.
brain. We know that's the claim, bird brain. So why don't you get the actual demonstration then?
Asshat, fucking listen.
Shut the fuck up, faggot. You don't have what you're saying, curvature of the earth. So
You're the one. Okay, are you
where's the curvature of the earth?
are you going to continue with the insults? Because
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. So where's the curve?
I mean, look.
So get the curvature, or just kick rocks. Because we're not going to do this. You guys always do this. There's the curvature of the earth. Duh.
You're supposed to accept it
You wanna
because
play
you said
that
you was
game?
in the Navy, and that's what they do in the Navy. It's they play with the water swirling down the drains on ships.
Yeah.
The Earth is
Word
round. Get
for
over
word,
it.
he said that.
What did you say, Omega?
The Earth is round. Get over it.
Yeah, no
The
one's
way-
ever heard that before. Yeah, I'm convinced now.
You repeated that the same what Guy said before. Can you repeat
Holy
one more
fuck.
time? And we
Yeah.
will be convinced.
Yeah, the Earth is round. Get over
Yeah,
it.
say it in the mirror.
The Earth
Say
is
it in the
round because
mirror.
it's round. Is it that true? Not
Why you saying
why
that?
is that? What?
Why you saying
Why
that,
is
bro?
round? Is it
Say it in
round
the
or spherical?
Yeah, why is it round or spherical?
Both.
It's both. Alright, so why didn't you say spherical the first time?
Pardon?
Why didn't you say spherical the first time?
Because they both mean the same thing.
Well,
why
I
is-
can think of lots of things that are round and not spherical.
I'm sure
And
you
why
can.
why is spherical?
So if you said it's round, and I'm like, well, a coin is round, a tree is round. This fucking headphones case that I have for my headphones is round. Is that what the earth is? Round? Or is
Yeah.
it spherical?
Round.
So like a tree is round. Is it like a tree?
If you look up round meaning, it says shaped like a sphere. So
Yeah, but round. Okay, but I'm sure you would agree that like a coin is round, is it not?
no, a coin is a circle.
A the fuck.
And circle
We
and
might as well
circle
just
is
call
not
you dumbass.
round,
I
huh?
don't know what you're
This is
talking
what
about.
we're dealing with these
You guys are
days.
dumb as fuck. A coin is a circle. A circle's a 2D shape, you dumb fuck. A coin is a 3D object.
Oh, okay, a
Holy.
coin. Okay, well, the
You guys are
coin is
dumb
a
as shit.
cylinder
That's a
then.
round object.
Okay, well, the coin's a cylinder then.
That's not a cylinder either.
Yeah, it is.
Not really.
Yeah. It's just a very short one.
All right. Well, I thought it was a circle 2 seconds ago. So now it's a cylinder. Now you're the expert, the shape
It's both.
expert.
It's both.
Okay. You guys are funny as fuck, dude. Oh, well, it's
Thank
a circle. Oh, wait, no, it's actually a cylinder. Which is it? Because you were confident about it being a circle 2 seconds ago.
It's both.
It's both. The
Yeah.
fuck. Yeah, that's what I thought. What else?
Let's come back to the why Earth is spherical.
Well,
where is the Earth spherical at?
Everywhere.
Where? No, specifically where?
Well, if you look down right there, and then if you look over the street, also there. Then if you look in Africa, also there.
In Suez Canal also?
Are you
Yeah.
reporting a belief or
Suez
like this is what
Canal
you
also.
observed?
Yeah, Suez Canal was also there.
And Suez Canal is curving.
Yeah.
Where? Can you show me the Suez Canal curving?
Yeah.
Okay, show me.
it.
All right.
Are you reporting a belief or an observation?
Oh.
Are you reporting a belief or an observation?
Both.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah,
Both,
we'll see
okay.
about that. We'll see about that. Go ahead and
Alright.
go ahead and get the observation for us. We'll take a look.
Okay, wait.
Because you would admit that we all observe the same Earth,
Hey,
yes or no?
Do you see it? Do you see it?
Hold on. We all observe the same Earth, yes or no?
Do you see the Suez Canal?
I don't see shit. So do we all observe the same Earth, yes or no?
Both.
I can post you Suez Canal. Can you post me Suez Canal?
Yeah,
That I
look
see
at
I can
the
post you
stream.
Suez Canal doesn't curve. Can you post me Suez Canal
Look at the
curving?
stream. Look at the stream. Look at the stream. I'm streaming
Where it is?
Yeah. Right. Do you see this? That's a curve.
What
Where? You're not
this?
posting
Where
anything.
it is?
This is a curve.
You're not posting
Where,
anything.
man? We are not posting anything.
Yeah, it's on the stream. Can you not see the stream? Look at the top of your screen.
That there's a difference between posting things.
A
That's
river? You posted a river, dude.
No, that's the Suez Canal.
Where are you? Where is the curvature?
Yeah. See this? That's a curve.
That's not what we're talking about. Hold on, wait, Nasha, wait. That's
That's
not
a
what we're
curve.
talking
Oh,
about.
he's
Hold on,
mentally
stop. Everyone
You
stop.
asked for the curve. That's
Stop.
the curve.
Stop. That's not what we're talking about.
That's the curve. You asked
That's
for the
not what
curve.
we're talking about. Do you want to get muted?
You asked for the curve, and I showed you a curve. What do you want from me?
Do you want to get muted?
Yeah,
Omega.
he does. He does. That's why he's in here.
We'll just mute you because that's not what we're talking about. You know that's not what we're talking about. We're asking for convexity of a surface. Is that what you posted?
Yeah. So what to do, right? If you get a weather balloon and then attach
No.
a camera.
Hold on. Stop. Is that what you posted? Convexity of a surface?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Show it again. Show it again.
How do you
Show
know
it again. Show it again. Show it again.
How do you know it's not?
Show it again.
How do you know it's not?
Show it again.
Why you lying? Why you
How do
lying?
know it's not?
Show it again,
Why you
Omega.
lying?
I want to see it one more time. Well, let's show the whole panel, Omega. Show it one more time.
Show what again?
Okay.
The convexity of the surface that you just said was convex, dumb fuck.
I didn't say that.
All right, well, stay muted then. Pipe the fuck down. You're dumb. Stay muted, clown. The fuck? You guys chime in and say, well, here's the curvature. Oh, so it's convex then? Yeah. All right, well, show us again. Show what? The convexity of the surface. Oh, I didn't show that. Shut the fuck up. You guys are dumb as fuck. Golly.
That's the people who has in a brain like a flat earth. They're retarded. They don't want to ask. They don't want to go into the information. What the fuck people think? Why they think that earth is flat? No, they are making conclusion immediately, and then they are making clowns like this Suez Canal. It's curving left to I don't know.
I would say it's actually pretty funny because it just shows that it just shows that they have nothing left but just to troll all the time.
He's in the chat like, "Oh, you're so stupid." Yeah. Oh, we're stupid because we figured you out in 30 seconds or less. That makes sense. We're the dumb ones because we couldn't figure you out, Omega. That makes a lot of sense.
Why don't they actually realize that they
He says
always
didn't figure shit out. That's why we figured your shit out in 30 seconds or less, clown. That was so easy.
Why do they never realize that they always go in projection mode as soon as they're
Can
muted?
somebody post him the weather balloon pictures that he can see? Because
and this is so funny. He's like, you didn't figure shit out. Oh, so we can expose this in 30 seconds or less too. Even your own science experts, quote unquote, Omega, say that weather balloons with cameras attached ain't high enough to see no curvature. Dumb fuck. My God, you guys are so confident from the chat for no reason. Just get a weather balloon and put a camera on it. You'll see the curve, bro. Is that what you did? We know you didn't do that because even your own scientific experts say they did that, and there's still no curvature. The fuck, man. He's like, well, sure, how the Earth is flat. Well, we don't have to do that. Even your own experts say that you don't see a curvature from a weather balloon. You see a flat Earth. What do you have to say about that, Omega clown? I'll get the clip right now, too, since you guys are salty in the chat. This is your boy NDT, Neil deGrasse Tyson, talking about the Red Bull jump, which is what? A high altitude observation.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
All right, now watch this, folks. Watch this. This is how easy it is. Omega saying, get a weather balloon, attach a camera, let it go. You'll see a curve. So we just played a clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how they did exactly that. And ain't no fucking curve to be seen from no altitude, Omega. Dumb fuck. So what are you talking about? You'll see the curve. What curve do you see, dummy? Even your own science experts say the Earth is too big to see curvature. But somehow you see it. Good one, Omega. You're a BYOB Earther, just like half these other bird brains that have made up their own worldview, where they think the Earth can be seen with curvature. Holy, if you shrunk yourself down and sat on a ball, you wouldn't see the curve, but somehow you do. Holy, my God. 30 seconds ago, homeboy saying you can see a curvature, and now he's saying you can't see it. These guys have a worldview that is flimsy as shit. They'll literally flip-flop on their own position in 30 seconds or less. Homeboy said, get a plane, get an air balloon. You'll see it. Now he's saying you don't see it. Crazy. And you really think the flat earthers are supposed to feel bad?
That stuff is flat.
My God. Fucking hell, man. Maggie, you're done, dude. You just exposed your own bird brain ass in the chat. Crazy ass. You wouldn't see curvature from the ground. It's too big. That's it.
Hey, have you ever heard this one, Creation Bear? Trump talking to the head of NASA.
The first man, or I should say the first woman and next man on the south pole of the moon will be Americans.
And what's your timing on that? Well, better not say it too fast. Get it done before you talk about it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
He's asking, what's the timing on that? Oh, better not say it. Better not say it. Get it done. Get it done before you talk about it. Golly. That's so funny.
Omega. Look at this. This guy's. I want you to take a look at the chat. You might wonder, why is CB so fired up? Why is he flaming this one retard so heavily? Just look at the chat. Number one, what's the first thing he said? Well, you can see curvature. What are you, stupid? Then I say, well, no, actually, you can't. Even your own experts say you can't. And now he's like, well, you're stupid. Actually, you can't. You have to go to space. Now, then just at the end, so was the sun flat? Oh, wow. Solid argument there, bro. Solid argument. Flat earthers are so stupid, they should see the curve. Then you turn around and tell me why I can't see the curve. And then just randomly ask me some other question that no one said anything about anything. Is the sun flat? Good one, dude. You got a solid argument there, bro. Holy. You guys are trash. I swear. I mean, I'm talking my shit now. These globe earthers are trash. Except for Manufacturer and some of these other good guys out here. But half y'all are trash. Omega 3, is the sun flat? As if that had anything to do with the thing you just said 30 seconds ago about how stupid I am for not seeing curvature. The fuck? And then you turn around and say I can't see curvature. Yeah, you guys make it so easy. I swear to God. You guys make it so easy. This is why I keep coming up with this flat earth jujitsu term. Because all you have to do is just say 3 stupid things, and I don't have to do anything except for address your 3 stupid things. Let's take a look at the chat. What did Omega say that was stupid? Let's see. He says, you guys are so easy to troll. Really? Is that why we exposed you in 30 seconds or less on the mic? Number 2. I said, easy expose. He said, expose how stupid you are. I was like, really? If I was stupid, probably wouldn't have been able to determine whether you were a troll or not in 30 seconds or less. He said, you didn't figure shit out. Get a weather balloon and attach a camera and let it go. You'll see the curvature. And I said, okay, well, here's your expert saying they did pretty much exactly that. There ain't no fucking curvature to see from no altitude. And he says, so is the sun flat? Good argument, man. You got a great argument there. Flat earthers are stupid and should be able to see the curve. And then you turn around and tell me why I can't see the curve and I'm stupid. Oh, but is the sun flat? You guys are fucking trash. No argument, head ass. So he's done anyway. Omega's out of here. He got kicked out of here. He's a fucking clown. So who else wants to smoke? A guy's gonna start giving himself fucking carpal tunnel in the chat. Listening on YouTube. We know he's here more than anyone else. Evening, all. Globy's just getting cooked as usual.
Oh, well, that's not a surprise, is it?
The last two guys just embarrassed themselves. I'm a flat
That's
earther.
also
I
not.
know your position is illogical. Oh, well, what is my position? I don't know. You don't have one. Nice one, dude. Like, what am I even supposed to do with that? If you say I'm illogical and I'm like, okay, well, what did I say specifically that was illogical? And you're like, well, I don't know. You don't even say things. What the fuck? Like, am I supposed to do? Like, oh my god. There's nothing to do with that. You're just exposing your own self, man. I don't know. You don't say things. When you originally said that the thing that I said was illogical. So what is it that I said specifically that was illogical? Well, I don't know. What the fuck, man? Oh, Lee. Crazy, man. Listen, not all globe earthers are bad. There's some good ones out there. So I'm talking my shit. But listen, not all of y'all deserve the same type of smoke. It's the ones that throw out the smoke, like these last two guys, like, oh, you're stupid for not seeing curvature. And then we point out in your own worldview at that altitude that you said you could see curvature, you can't. And then you ask me about a flat sun, as if that supports your previous argument. My God. I mean, you guys are making flat earthers look good. I mean, it's crazy. Y'all are just, man. Oh, man. Yo, Globies, just let us know when you actually have an argument for the worldview that you currently believe in. You should ask yourselves, why is it that, like, why is it that I don't have an argument? I just don't like this CB guy. I don't like him, so I'm just going to cling to the globe. How do those two dots connect? What is it that makes you believe in the globe? You should ask yourself those questions. Y'all are way too considered, way too focused on the flat earther's involvement. You're like, oh, well, this flat earther is here, therefore, bro, forget about me. Why do you believe in the globe? For what? What reason? Well, this flat earther was here and he said, yeah, well, forget about me. I should have no bearing on your worldview whatsoever. But that's the thing. Every time it has to do with flat earth somehow. So why do you think the earthers go, well, these flat earthers said, So why do you think the Earth is a globe? Well, this flat Earth is stupid. So why do you think the Earth is a globe, though? You guys are reacting to flat Earthers. That's something I figured out here as we're starting to wrap up.
I think the Earth is round and a globe because the moon is a globe. So I assume, based on the moon, that this is a globe.
Nice.
I'm
Classic.
serious.
That's a W. I got something in the chat for you, though, if you are serious. Give me a second. A little pop
I'm
quiz
on
for
I'm
you.
on Xbox, brother. I can't be looking at the chat. You're gonna have to tell me. I'll take your
All
word
right.
for it.
I'm gonna post it anyway, but it's a picture of 4 what look to be spheres. Just want to be able to determine, since we can all look at the moon and determine that that's a sphere, since we have those abilities, and I want to be able to determine whether or not these are spheres in the chat.
Well, you can look at the moon. If you look at the moon long enough, you see it turn.
Turn like big wheels keep on turning.
No, like you can see it
Keep
turn
on turning.
from side to side if you look at it long enough.
I heard it turns like a wheel.
So no. It turns about the way you'd expect.
So like a wheel?
No. The other which way.
But I thought we don't see the dark side.
No, we do. It's just the dark side's changing. It just always changes. You never see the dark side because whenever it turns, that side becomes the light side.
I heard they don't turn like that. I heard it was locked. I thought it was
Oh, so
locked
now
with
you
the Earth.
believe what they say, huh? Oh, yeah.
Wait, whoa, they don't say that. They say it's like what is it? Like something locked with the Earth or some shit like that? Where it's like, what is it?
Well, you don't
Cosmology.
believe that shit no way. So why do you? So why are you bringing it up here?
Cause
We all
bruh,
see the
what
same
you're
thing,
doing
man.
now is this BYOB shit where people start bringing their own version of what they think the globe Earth should be when it doesn't even match what they're saying, bruh. They start doing this BYOB shit, which sounds like what you're doing.
Wait, hold on. Why would my version of what I think the planet looked like need to match the version of the people you think are full of shit? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Because I got a perfect answer for that. Because flat earthers have been mocked for years for not believing in this one specific thing. Not your specific idea, not this other Joe, his idea, not some other John, his idea. The globe. We're all well aware of the globe claims, bro. So people don't just get to
Well,
roll up here and say, well, my globe works like this.
yeah,
You can keep that.
that's how mine works.
Like the mainstream?
No, like I just told you.
Oh, so you got your BYOB. You brought your own.
I did my own critical analysis of what I could observe, and that's what I observed.
All right, so you're a BYOB earther then.
I observed what I see around me, and based off of what I can observe and verify myself, this is what I conclude.
You observe curvature?
I observe curvature on the moon, and I extrapolate that and apply that to Earth. I told you that. That's what I told you. I look at the moon. I've concluded, based on looking at the moon through a telescope, and what I've seen the moon do through a telescope, that it is a sphere. And based on that, I'm making the assumption that I am also on a sphere.
Have you considered that the moon is not the Earth?
Ridiculous.
No.
You are
I haven't
crazy,
considered
dude.
that.
You haven't considered that the moon is not the Earth?
No.
Why has that not crossed your mind?
It just hasn't.
You haven't realized that the moon is up in the sky and the ground is below your feet?
Yeah, that to me is like saying you aren't your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
it's
That
the
makes a
whole
lot of
thing, you know,
sense.
like the Earth
Yeah.
and the moon are in like a symbiotic relationship with
Not
one
really, G.
Exactly.
It's one unit. You know what I mean?
I challenge you to name one single resemblance. Go.
It's a sphere.
Yeah, you don't see that. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's actually the issue. Is that when you look at the Earth, you don't see that. You don't actually see a resemblance.
Can you
Sir,
see your forehead?
hold on, stop. I want you to name a specific resemblance. Be specific.
There are valleys and mountains. You know, like peaks and valleys. Earth has those.
Where are you getting that info based off of what you're
You
looking
can
at in
look
the
at the moon
sky?
with a telescope.
But see, here's the thing. Telescopes don't whisper in your ear the things that you're saying here. Because I see the same thing in telescopes that you do. It's not like I see a different moon. I see the same thing. But you're coming here adding extra details. That's a valley. That's a mountain. That's a rock. That's a sphere. Those are craters. Those are extra details that telescope did not whisper in your ear. But you're sure as hell going to try and tell me.
Am I unmuted now? I can't tell.
Yeah, you didn't get that from a telescope. So that's the point. And the fact that you were unmuted is the sign that you were unmuted. Yes. These guys think telescopes whisper in their ears. Right. Oh, well, I see a rock. No, well, that the telescope didn't tell you that.
So
You're adding
so you asked me to point out a similarity between the Earth and the.
Yeah, and you don't have one. There is none.
Can you just let me finish without muting me, please?
There is no resemblance. That's the point. There is no resemblance.
You asked me to
See the
point out.
moon. Yeah, don't worry. I got you. There is no resemblance. That's the answer. You look up at the moon, you see it glowing some bullshit in the sky. You look at the Earth. That's not the same. There is no resemblance. Why are you so quick to compare the Earth to some bullshit you see in the sky? And there ain't not a single resemblance to the Earth in anything up there. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to compare the Earth to these things in the sky.
Okay, fine. Let's just move on then. I don't want to get muted again, so let's just go to the next thing.
Sure. So how about the Earth instead of some bullshit in the sky that you can't verify?
All right, what about it?
What about it? What, I mean, do you see curvature here?
Yeah.
Where?
The ocean.
So, okay, and then all I have to do then, folks, just take a note. I want you all to get your notepads out. Just watch this. All right, folks, sir. So does all bodies of water curve or just the ocean?
All of them.
Oh. So like if I have a cup here, I'm holding a cup with some liquid in it. Is this the surface of this liquid here is curved?
Yeah.
Because of why?
Like physics? Like what do you mean?
You're going to need more than that. I mean, you're making an extraordinary claim that isn't even observed. So just saying like physics, what do you mean, isn't an answer to a non-observable phenomenon that you're describing as taking place. So we're going to need more than that. Like physics, what do you mean is not an answer. Because I can take water in a beaker and it'll be convex. Ding dong. So not all water behaves the same. Even water on a coin. Sometimes if you fill water up in a container, you'll get
Water
a...
molds to what it's on or in.
Not really.
Yeah.
Because you can also have a convex meniscus in a beaker. Is that, would you argue for bodies of water behaving in that same nature? Probably not. So it's not all behaving the same, though, is it?
Water forms to whatever it's in / around / on.
Not really. So again, you're also describing that the surface of the water is convex, which doesn't really have to do with the shape of the container. The only reason you're saying that it's taking place is due to gravity. That's the only really answer. The shape of the container don't got jack shit to do with the convexity of the surface, which is being claimed.
What are you yapping about, man?
The fucking convex water that you have been talking about for the last 5 minutes. What do you mean? What am I talking about? Pay attention, bird brain.
I'm just saying that water forms to whatever it's in /
We
around
know that
/ on.
we know that, right? If you're gonna need a container for water anyway. But we're talking about the convexity of the surface of the water, which doesn't have jack shit to do with the container. Because number one, the surface of a fucking ball isn't a container. So, I mean, let's not even go there. You're talking about it has to do with a container.
It is
No,
a
it doesn't.
container if the
How
ball
come it doesn't?
has
No, it's
like
not.
divots in it and stuff. Yeah, it is.
That's not the
If the
claim.
ball has if the
That's not
ball
the
has
claim.
divots and like holes in it, then water can go into those.
Please show me that. Please demonstrate that. You'll never be able to
So like
demonstrate.
if I pour water into the 3 holes on a bowling ball, what's going to happen? Is it going to go inside?
Okay, wait, hold on. Is that analogous to the claim of the globe Earth?
No, I'm just pointing out that like
right.
I'm
So
just
completely
addressing your
irrelevant and
point right
not
there.
backing up anything you're saying.
No, you said that
Next.
balls can't like have water on them. And I said, yeah, they can if there's like divots. That's my point.
Next has not
You're a
shit to do
child.
with anything you're saying.
You reason like an infant. To be honest. You're really stupid.
Yeah, your bowling ball example is not even equivalent to the argument you're making, dumb fuck. Where you have a globe.
I think your brain
Is that how
like
your
didn't
oceans
form.
work?
You might have
There are
got water
divots
in the divots
ball?
of your
Hold on,
brain, man.
hold
I don't know.
Hold on, stupid. Is that how your oceans work? Wait, is that how your oceans work? They're divots in a bowling ball? Is that the argument you want to sell us, dude?
They're
Please tell
impressions
us.
on a sphere.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So no, the surface of the sphere is not a container for jack shit. You even gave us an example. Well, you have to have another container within the sphere to have have it containing things.
Hey, CB, what
You don't even
what
realize the
happens?
argument. You're shooting your own self in the foot. Go ahead, Gizbo, whoever that is.
Yeah, it's me. Hey, what happens if you turn that bowling ball upside down? Is the water going to stick to the inside of those finger holes?
Sounds like a whopping no.
Am I unmuted? Like I never
fact
know
that
if
you were
I'm muted or
unmuted
not.
means you were unmuted.
I mean, yeah, but I don't have the
we have
chat
to
pulled up
remute you.
24/7 to check
Hold
when
on, we
you're
can
like
just
a
remute you.
weirdo.
If you're gonna like do this whole thing,
powers
like
or
when you were unmuted, ask when you. Am I unmuted now? When you know you're unmuted. Yeah, we can just keep you muted, bro. If you're just gonna take the microphone and start complaining into the microphone, we just exposed you. So feel free to type in the chat your pain.
Well,
what
if
happens
he's
if you
the
put a
only
bowling ball?
glober in here, if he's the only glober in here right now, let's keep him off mute for now and have someone try and talk to him.
All right. Someone else can cook him, I guess, since his bowling ball with 3 holes in it, we turned it upside down. It ain't containing no water anymore, and it's not even.
Yeah, let's try something else for that. What's the guy's name?
He left. Fragile.
Yeah.
His name is Fragile.
Well, the thing he was playing video games too. He wasn't even paying attention. It was just like some random, like keyword triggerings. It's like you just get. It's like really too much to ask. Get a glober in here who's sober and invested in the conversation, not playing the video game, not blitzed out of their mind, barely coherent. Like, if that doesn't exist online anymore, you can't find anyone who's not playing the video game, and they're all fucking just wasted.
Well, when they only have a drive-by as well, like if it only takes you to like get muted once and then to leave, like you clearly don't have much to say anyway. So I mean, there's not much to deal with there in the first place. But
Well, look, this is the extent of the gotchas that we're dealing with, right? So we're in a flat Earth server. We want to talk about the nature of Earth, and they want to say no. With a bowling ball with holes in it, this can be done. Yeah, okay. We're not talking about bowling balls today, So please be on topic, be relevant. Don't use those as your gotchas, things that are non sequitur or false equivalences. Please, Globers. That's all we're asking.
Yo, I mean, look, I'm talking my shit right now, but I'm not even always like this. There's good globies out here. It's just the ones that I've been taking notes, man. I watch other people debate and I take notes. Like some people just argue to argue. They don't know what they're arguing. They're just arguing in bad faith for no reason. Okay, we just saw that with the last like 2 or 3 people.
It's a reoccurring theme. Before you got on this morning, I had a guy come in here and he said, "Hey, are you guys flat earthers?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "Is the moon flat?"
Bruh.
And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll say the Earth is not the moon." And then he says, "That's not an answer." I'm like, "Okay, it's not an answer. Got it. Record. I wrote that down." Then he said, "You're scared to answer my first question." I go, "I wasn't scared to answer your first question. Your first question was, are you guys flat earthers in here?" I said, "Yes." He goes, "That wasn't my first question." I'm like, "What was your first question?" My first question was, "Is the moon flat?" I go, "No, you didn't you ask first if are there flat earthers here?" He says, "No, he didn't ask that first."
I mean, that's pretty much what happened today, like verbatim. Crazy.
It got better because at some point he said that I go, "Okay, the moon is not the Earth. Do you agree or disagree?" He says he agrees. I go, "So you agree with my answer?" He's like, "No, I don't agree with your answer."
The hell?
I'm like, "So you so you think the Earth and the moon are the same?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "So they okay, so they're not the same." He's like, "Yes." Okay, so you agree? No.
Bruh.
Then finally he said that my answer was a dumb answer. I'm like, "Okay, good. Let's stick there, right? Let's stick right there. My answer was a dumb answer." So you heard an answer and you adjudicated as a dumb answer, right? He's like, "Yeah." So then he says, "But you didn't answer my question."
Oh my god. Crazy. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Stupid.
that's definitely a tactic that I use as well. Or what about the moon and the sun and the planets? And it's like, I don't see trees on them. I don't see animals on them. I don't see fish on them. Like I don't know what you're talking about. They don't have anything in common with Earth.
Bruh. Giz. I came up with that. I don't even know how long ago. I would say the same thing.
I
I'd be like,
know.
bro. I'd be like, "Do you see any trees up there?" They'd be like,
It's
"No."
genius.
I'm like, "Well, so then why are you so quick to compare the Earth to some shit you saw in the sky? Ain't no single resemblance, not one."
Right.
Like,
It's like you look in the sky at the birds flying and you want to talk about the ocean.
I know, right? They'll be like, "Oh, well, the way the birds fly above the lake tells us about the nature of the lake." No, it don't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, dude. Like, holy, y'all are just, man, crazy, man. Y'all gotta stop with the whole flat earthers can't be right thing. Clearly, the flat earthers have gotten some things right. We've been embarrassing you all night. I mean, all day.
Well,
So
how
the
long
people
have I
that
been
are about the
saying?
flat earthers are just getting everything wrong. Go ahead.
How long have I been saying this? I've been saying this for a while now. Like as soon as somebody hears the word flat earther, their brain gets stuck on stupid.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're not listening anymore. They're only whatever you say, they want to refute it. It could be completely correct. You could be like, "Oh, the grass is green." Well, why is the grass green? Like shouldn't it be like other colors also? It's like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, dude, and if you're
Water's wet. What do you mean water's wet? Water's not always wet.
yeah.
Bro.
Like, if you're a globe earther, you should be putting up a red flag right about this point. Because what Gizmo is saying is facts. We'll just say things like 2 plus 2 is 4. But for some reason, because we're flat earthers, we have to be wrong. We have to be getting it wrong somehow. Bruh. Like, I could even cite the claim of the globe Earth radius, 3,959 miles, and you'll still say I'm wrong because I'm a flat earther. Like,
We're even giving them the point. We're giving them the point too.
wake up, guys. It's not going to cause you internal pain to agree with a flat earther on one thing or two.
I mean, hell, most people, when you ask them, they're like, can you be sure? And they're like 99.9999% sure of things. It's like, so there's a chance that the earth could be flat. Yeah,
No.
but
No.
so let's play on that whole hypothetical that the earth could be flat, which it is, but let's just go with it could be, right? And then let's talk about the physics. Like, I think you've done this quite a few times. It's like, what would change? What's different, or what physics would be different on a flat Earth? I know Witsit does it a lot.
Right.
It's like, what physics are different, and that stumps them. Like, well,
Yeah.
it's like nothing changes, bro.
Yeah. Well, we'd see to China. Why? You know, it's like you have to. Why would we do that? Well, we would float. Why? We would, do this. Why? Like, why should the flat Earth be the thing you're saying here on the fly when you're the person that doesn't understand flat Earth? But you're telling me you're trying to dictate it should or would or could be this way. Hell no. None of you bird brains understand flat Earth anyway. So when you say, well, if it was flat, then it must be like this. No. No. Hell no. You can keep those ideas to yourself. If it's flat, I should be able to see China. No, bro. Go ahead.
Remember my explanation about like the edge, right? They always come to us and say, well, where's the edge so I can jump off? I'm like, so let's play on that for a minute. Like, let's say there is an edge, right? What the fuck gives you the idea that you could jump off of it and fall down forever in outer space?
Yeah.
That's
And
the
that just
dumbest thing
highlights,
I've ever heard in my entire life.
yeah. That highlights the nature of the problem. A lot of you goofballs come in here with your own ideas of what you think flat Earth is. So if you're like, so you really think it's flat? Not the way you're talking about, bird brain. No. If you're talking about an Earth with an edge that I can jump off, no, I'm not a flat earther like that. That's your idea.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, man.
Now
How
wait a
many
minute.
times do we say that there's a
Hold on. I'm going to take issue with that for just a second. They have an idea, but it was given to them by somebody else. All of their ideas are of the silly propaganda of the pizza in space with the water falling off the edges, or the AE map. I don't think any of these people have an idea of their own. They've been given a straw man or an absurdity, and then they come in here and they defend or they attack that.
Yeah. Yep. Every time, bro. Every time. That's why I came up with this pawn shop idea. This is not a pawn shop. Stop trying to bring your sloppy ideas and sell them to me. I'm not going to defend them for you. I'm not going to sell them for you. If you think the flat Earth should be, could be, would be like these other random things that you just made up in your head, keep it. We ain't on that. But that's what happens almost 9, damn near 10 times out of 10. Globe comes here. So you think it's flat? Oh, well, flat how? So then there must be an edge. There must be a disc. There must be this. There must be that. There must be an underside with things hanging under. I could drill through it. Sun would shine all the whole thing all the time. I see all the stars. I see the China. All those ideas are you Globy's sloppy flat Earth idea. So when you
they're
ask
stuck
me,
in outer
am I a
space.
flat earther? No, I'm not a flat earther like that. The way you just made up.
They're stuck in outer space. They can't let it go. They've watched too
Yeah,
many movies.
facts. You guys are way too used to seeing reality from this outside perspective. But you don't realize you don't have that perspective really of your worldview. If I were to ask you what shape is the universe, not one of you knows. Not a single one of you. And I don't say that as a gotcha, just an obvious. How would you know that? How would you know what shape all of reality is? As if you have a perspective. Like you can put a puppet on your hand. You're not able to look at reality from that point of view. Neither is any flat earther. So you guys are way too used to looking at the globe from this, like, oh, we launched a rocket and we turned around and we took selfies. We get that. But you can't do that with the universe. You can't launch out of the universe and take selfies with it from some outside place. So the flat earth is the same way. You can't launch yourself out of reality and then take selfies with reality. Sorry. I don't know what all of reality looks like. Newsflash, neither do you. Like, my God. I swear, dude, Globies think they have like a leg up every time. They don't. Anytime they think they have a gotcha, it's always like, well, you have the same problem that I do. Well, what shape is it? Well, what shape is reality? I don't know. Yeah, well, neither do I.
They
So
do
then
like
where's the edge? Well, where's your edge? Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, neither do I.
I do have a little bit of an advantage where they can just Google the answers, find out exactly what they want to find out.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
But in
nothing like
reality,
throwing an elephant. What's that? What's the elephant fallacy?
the elephant hurling fallacy.
Yes, I love that. I heard that. I was like, that is awesome, dude. Like, did you even read this? No.
Nope. Yeah, never. They never did. And that only comes up. You'll ask for a citation. They'll post a whole fucking source, and you'll be like, "So where's the citation within the source that you're supposed to cite that backs up the thing that you just said?" Like that would fall into that elephant hurling fallacy, where you're like, "Well, I don't know where my citation is. You look for it." It's like, wait, what the hell? You just
Yeah.
hurl this. Don't throw this.
Or
elephant
where's
at
your
me.
citation?
Yeah, I know, right? So where's your
Like,
like,
bro,
no,
you just gonna like rebut it like that? You're not gonna bring like hard facts with you?
freaking globe.
Oh, so did you hear Quentin Rampage Jackson is a flat earther?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just heard the fucking video, dude. I don't know what podcast he was on, but I'll post it again in the side chat. Should be sent right now.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love his answer
Wow.
too.
Fucking what's his name? Brandon. What's his name? The other guy?
Brandon Shaw?
Shab. Bruh. He's like, wait, what? People think the earth is flat? Come on, dude. Here, I'll put this on my computer so we can all hear it. It's actually a good clip. When were you watching some did you find this recently or did someone send this to you?
So, yeah, Robot Polisher posted it on Twitter, and I'm like, I gotta fucking flip this, dude.
Nice. Here, I'll play it out first so we can all hear it. Because I like Rampage. He's a funny ass dude.
He's cool.
He's down to earth. Like,
yep.
He's a real ass dude. I like him. Let me get this loaded up for y'all. Yeah, and I'm glad you posted that. I mean, this is a good example of how we're not the only ones that know, okay? It's not that this little Discord is the only people that know the Earth is flat. There's a lot of people out here that know. We're just the most vocal group. We're in here talking our shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like, I would not be surprised if there was a large group of people out here that have the same understanding that just aren't vocal about it. It just seems like you globies have not considered that. Just because people aren't speaking out, oh yeah, it's a globe, like doesn't mean they necessarily agree with you either.
You know how many people I've met? You know how many people I've met? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna share the same sentiment as you. I got like 4 people I turned on to it. I got like 3 people I met. I met this girl at a tile store one time. She was telling me about it. You know, her ideas on. Yeah, it's. But she's sure that the Earth is not a globe, and she was just telling me other ideas. You know, that she was had it. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
I've met a lot of people too that like the moon landing was a big turning point for them, but they'll tell you like I can't argue all that stuff. I just know in my heart that it's not a globe. It's got to be flat. They know it in their heart, but they won't talk to other people about it because they don't want to sit there and be ridiculed over it. So
yeah, I got people. Yeah, I got somebody specifically I'm thinking of, but like I just never. I think I always really thought it was, and then they start that the Earth was flat, right? Because that's like what it is. And then they started telling me how they failed their middle school globe thing, and the teacher got mad at them for plagiarizing it. I just never really believed it because I had to deal with my own one.
Yeah.
And they're just not that taken back by it. They're just like, yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to see if you got that clip clipped up. It's only like 40 seconds.
Oh yeah,
it's a beautiful clip though. Anybody in here? Go ahead.
Sorry, my Discord's still loading. Sorry, yeah, I'll get that for you guys.
Yeah. No, it's such an awesome thing though. Like, why don't you ever? He's like, why don't you ever talk about it? It's like, because to a dumb motherfucker, ignorant motherfucker sounds dumb. Like, you know.
Yeah, I've said it before. I'll say it again, right? I come on here typically because I get mad at myself because when I'm out and about, right, I just see people wearing NASA shirts. I'm just flat smacking people left and right. I'm like, I just got to come on Discord and just let it all out here, because otherwise I'm just fucking everybody up.
Got you.
I want to do what Orion does. That he makes pamphlets. He prints out pamphlets and he goes around and he just like probably walks around with a backpack full of pamphlets and then just hands them out randomly to people that he meets in public.
Yeah, I rock
not a bad way to get the word out. And then have like the Discord website, how to reach more flat earthers or how to continue the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's tough. Like people who come online on the Discord to argue it, they already got their mind made up. There's, but on here it's pretty interesting because they might be in another subject, and they're just like, let me go fuck off in the flat Earth room because that's ridiculous, and then they get hit with it.
That's my favorite, man. They're like, look at these dumbass flat earthers. How many times have we, as a group, talked to people and they're like, damn, like I didn't think y'all were that smart. And it's like, yeah, we know our shit. There's a reason why we are flat earthers. We know like what the story, the narrative of the globe is. We went out, we checked it out, and it's not adding up.
Yeah, but there's some people like, all right, so on this server the other day was Kent Hovid, and he knows the entire narrative of the globe, and he accepts it. He's like, yeah, right, we're bulging here, and when it's high tide here, that means the Earth is moving. He buys the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the hardest people to talk to about it They just will refuse to listen to what you have to say are astronomy people. People that sit there and spend like all their spare time looking up in the sky.
Yeah.
It's just like those are the hardest people to talk to.
They love, yeah, they love it. Yeah, so like, yeah, but to your point, like even the touching on Kent Hovind for a second, right? His, so it really it's just whatever affirms your, I think, like worldview in general, right? So he uses the globe paradigm, and he, I think, buys it hook, line, and sinker because he uses it against evolution, right? Like and whatnot, So he uses the given paradigm and under their under whatever critiques that whatever I guess assertions that they make to critique the age of the universe under their paradigm to prove that it's not it's not possible or probable for the universe to come about by XYZ and then he looks at it through like design being necessary under their paradigm. So I think and then with the astronomers, like you're saying, those who look up at the stars, that's something that they value on a different level. So it speaks to whatever worldview they already have.
I'm just laughing at this freaking gif in the chat, bro. Freaking Chappelle show. Fuck yo couch, nigga. Fuck yo couch. There's this other homeboy in here. He's like, if you're not afraid, then you can just talk in a room. Like, bro, I'm in your server talking my shit.
Yeah.
I got my feet on yo couch, nigga. Like, yeah. Fuck yo.
I can never get that. It's like Miggy said, it's like a moth to a flame, like these globe earthers. They can't help themselves, man. We don't even need to go to their rooms. They are literally drawn to our conversation.
Yeah. And he's like, well, we need to leave this room and go to another private room. Okay, dude. You guys are always trying to hide in the shadows. Let's go hide in a private 1v1 call. Okay, then what? No one can hold you accountable to the things you said? Yeah, no, not really. I don't intend to do that with anyone. We'll just stay here in public for everyone to see your behavior. I don't feel the need to go hide in the shadows away from everyone. Which is so funny. That's why I'm laughing. Is like I'm in your server, and you're like, "Well, let's leave this server and go somewhere else." Why? I'm in your living room with my feet on your couch. Like, and you're not doing shit. Like, you're like, "Well, can we like go somewhere else, please?" No, I'll just stay right here, feet up.
Hey, CB, my work real quick.
Dave Hinkle, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Dave, please chime in.
I just did a little 4-person poll here in Kentucky. People in real life. It's a consensus with 4 different people. They think the Earth is a globe because everybody thinks it's a globe. So that's the main argument right there.
Oh, wow.
They
I
think
mean,
it's a
I
globe
should
because
probably
everybody
start
else-
thinking. I should
everybody
probably
else
start
thinks
thinking
it's
like
a globe,
that.
so they think it is. That's a strong argument, right?
Honestly, that kind of convinced me a little bit. Like, it makes sense. Like, if you have 5 friends and they all disagree with you, then you're probably wrong. You know, you should just go. You should just go with what everyone agrees with. That way, you can be on the right side of history. Because if you disagree with the population, then you're probably wrong. Like,
At least you wouldn't be appealing to consensus or anything stupid like that. Nah.
yeah, I mean, it would make sense to just kind of go with the grain. You know, go with the populace. They're probably leading you correct. You know, it's not like they're leading you astray.
So I was talking with my wife this morning because I was reading my Bible. We were talking about, like in 2 Timothy, it says, "Let your gentleness be known to everyone." And I was reading it out to her, and she's like, you should really apply that when you're talking to people on Discord, because They'll overhear me talking to the Globers and stuff and telling them to, suck their passy or breathe into a bag. And I'm like, honey, I agree with you. You're correct. However, you got to understand something. We're dealing with the Borg. It's all groupthink. It's all a collective. They've all been, they're full of fear and they've been all trained in the same way and they're just part of this collective. And so in some ways, if you don't snap them out of that, because they've only been trained by shame, like the society at large, the aggregate of society has been trained by shame and fear. And so the only way to snap them out of that sometimes is to create shame and fear about what they believe so that they can kind of snap out of it for a second. Now, it doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. Gentleness does work as well. But usually the people coming in here are already like, they're not loaded for bear. They're overconfident because they're thinking about the space pizza with the water falling off the edge. They're going to tell us what's what. We're idiots. We're retards. And once they find out that that's not the case, if they can change their attitude, you might get a few seeds planted. But other than that, they're just fodder for. They're asking for it. They don't know how to have a conversation without making it about them and their fear of losing the argument. So then their pride comes in and the ego comes in, and they're basically unreachable, especially with our frequent flyer Globers that are so confident in their fallacious reasoning that no one will ever get through to them.
That's a good point, man. That's a great point.
If she tells you to be
I
gentle,
don't know
just
if you
tell
guys
her.
remember. Yeah, am I coming through?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello? Yeah, okay. I had a conversation with Bob, Dr. Bob, or I don't think he's a doctor really, he's too thick, but let's just call him Dr. Bob. And he said that he doesn't care about fallacies, he only cares about evidence. So, I mean,
Stop the cap.
tells you everything you need to know about them. They don't understand that if the evidence is arrived at via fallacious reasoning, it's not evidence, but they don't get that.
Yeah, so I just muted him. Anybody, want to talk? Please don't interrupt each other and be respectful.
All right. Who did you unmute?
Yeah, so I muted the other guy. Anybody else want to talk?
You better not be talking about me.
Yeah, I muted them again. So yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Nah, just talking around.
No, I don't know who you're talking about though. Who are you talking about?
Whoever that was just got removed.
Bruh. Shout out to
I will fight and I will kill you.
Shout out to Crypto, man. But yeah, I agree with
Is that Crypto? I was wondering who that was. So I couldn't picture his voice.
Yeah, that's
What were
our
you gonna
boy.
say? He changed his name, man.
Yeah, but that's our boy though.
Filet mignon.
Yes, sir.
That's Crypto. Some
Yep.
Crypto.
I mean, they just come here with all the smoke, man. But they just get smoked every time.
Every time one of you little crybabies put out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for, when you get more smoke and you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Shout out to the
guys,
great Kevin Samuel.
Unfortunately, says who was correct there on that. Most of the people that come here don't come here with unbiased, open minds. They don't really care about the information anyway. They just come here to troll. Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, that's facts.
Yeah, they think it's a joke.
Facts. Yeah, they think it's some type of joke. Yeah. I mean, I was just watching the Whatever podcast before I joined this call. And there was a girl who joined that was trying to troll because she didn't like the podcast. But all she ended up doing was making herself look bad. And I feel like that's what Globies end up doing too. They don't like the flat Earth. They join. They try to they try to make us look bad, but they just really end up making themselves look bad. Shout out to the last 2 or 3 goofballs that tried to pull the smoke on me, because that shit did not work. Y'all got the smoke back like crazy, man.
But seriously, CB, is the moon flat?
And for you came to get attention you asked for, when you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and storm.
When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle. Yeah, I love that shit, man. Kevin Samuels. When you get more smoke.
The whole thing, like the whole flat Earth thing, people are waking up every day more and more to it. So you get like those anti-flat earthers. I've never met a flat earther in my life. Why? Because you talk too much shit and they don't want to hear it. I was like, I guarantee you, if you go in there and you just ask them in a calm conversation, you listen, I bet you find out probably like 3 or 4 out of 10 of your friends are flat earthers. You didn't even know.
I mean, yeah, it's not a taboo subject anymore. It's one of those things you can bring it up. I don't do it as much, but I already know that it's the Overton window has shifted enough to the point that it's not a taboo subject like it used to be.
My jujitsu instructor called it was it flat earth rolls or something like that? Like he did like an entire session and named it flat earth rolls. I was dying laughing, dude.
Wow.
Like this massive group chat of like 100 people getting to see flat earth posted in the group chat.
Yeah, you know, guys, it's like most people at least have gotten to the stage where they don't just automatically dismiss it. They know it's actually something you can talk about. You know, it's not like 8 years ago when people just instantly dismissed it. You know.
Yeah, facts. And that's good. And that's shout out to guys like Orion, people that have been out here in the streets telling people the earth is flat and stuff like that. Admittedly, I've been posted up in Discord only speaking to people that come to talk to me. That way I don't feel bad. I'm not going door to door. You came to me. So if you stomp off with your feelings like you came here, I'm not going to feel bad because I didn't approach you. But I do agree that like the window has definitely shifted. It's not a taboo subject that it used to be. I mean, even
I'm gonna post it.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I took a screenshot. I'm gonna post it. It wasn't flat Earth. It said flat plane Q&A. Like my boy.
Yeah, let's go. I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a clip of Nick Fuentes. You know, he's banned on freaking every damn, platform, but he kind of has the same message where it's like the message is getting out there, and you can say what you want, but we're still going to continue on. Let's see if this plays here. Damn, Discord updated recently. Hey, wow, my links
Yeah,
all
it's got a whole new.
When they say like, "Oh,
It's
you're
got a whole new
racist,
thing.
you did this, you did that," like for me, my life started politically when I just started saying like, "Okay, whatever, you're racist, you're this, you're that." Okay, anyway. I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing, no, I'm not a racist. No, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing. Like, as I said earlier, I love everybody. But the way that that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist. Therefore, like, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at the stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say. Interracial a lot of ways. I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial. Mixed blood, motherfucker. You a mixed fuck. I'm full white. Right. But it's a mixed panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people, like we're all friendly, normal people. Just we have different views, different, maybe we're more right wing or have a different perspective on things, and so people are just.
Okay, so he's like, you eventually get to a point where people keep trying to call you name. Oh, you're a flat earther. You're a racist. You're this. You're that. Like you get to a point where you're like, yeah, whatever. Like, you just say what you want. I'm just gonna keep going. Fuck you. Like, you don't even matter. Like, we're all regular people, And like, I really like that message there from Nick Fuentes. I agree with that. You get to a point where it's just like they can just keep calling you a racist or whatever, even though that means absolutely nothing. They call you a flat earther, and that means nothing because what they're saying doesn't even align with you in what you're saying as a flat earther. It means literally nothing. So you get to a point where you're like, yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna keep going, and say what you want. It doesn't matter. And we've got to a point now where the Overton window has definitely shifted to the point where people can talk about flat Earth, and it's not as taboo as it used to be.
That is the essence of the narcissistic control system of the aggregate, right? To shame, to call you names, and distract you. And if you're distracted, then it worked. It doesn't even have to be that much. But if you start trying to defend yourself against being the retard or whatever name that they call you, then essentially they won. Got to pay them no mind.
Okay, I think I have the clip here too, where he's like, "Dude, like the Overton window shifting, the message still goes on, regardless of what the haters say." This is it.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because this, oh, you're not doing because that. But it's like the message is getting out, the signal's getting out, no matter what happens. It's like the message just keeps going.
Yeah, I do. I love that. Like he's saying, no matter what the detractors say, the message spreads. That's like my biggest gripe about about politics server is that it's like the detractors only seem to care about your performance as a flat earther. Oh well, let them say what they want to say. Who cares? The message still lurches forward. The message is still getting out there. Doesn't matter what the detractors say. Half of them don't even know what they're talking about. So I just love what he's making a great point here. In spite of it all, in spite of all the hate and all the shade and stuff that Flat Earth gets, the message is spreading like crazy, like wildfire. And to the point where it's not even as taboo to talk about where it used to be 5 years ago. You could barely bring up flat Earth to someone just a few years ago, where now they'll bring it up to you. So I particularly, that's why I love that clip. Whatever the message is getting out there. Say what you want. Oh well. I'm not sure how well those clips came through, but I stay up with the clips and whatnot. So.
Oh, they came through, Bob. I'm at the grocery store.
Say what?
He's at the grocery store.
I'm confused.
Well, I said those clips came through. I heard them. I'm just at the grocery store.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I can't like speak up really, but I heard what you were saying.
How dare you? No, that's cool. No, I appreciate the feedback.
I mean, I can talk in front of all these people, tell them that the Earth is flat, blow their mind.
I have a question. Did anybody else see on the news where it says some people want to now have a civil war? Did anybody see that, or is it just me?
In regards to,
I think it's in regards to Trump, but I'm not sure. I saw civil war, and I'm like, what? How can we have a civil war if everybody's like blended in everywhere? I mean,
true.
how are you going to do that?
It's a little it's a little off topic, but I think it has to do with Colorado removing him from the 2024 ballot. That's probably where it stems from.
Really?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if
For me,
anybody else saw that.
You want fake news?
I'm like, I'm like Axl Rose. I don't want your Civil War. You might remember that song.
I will build a great, great wall on our southern border.
Yep.
My favorite Trump quote, CB, is that one where he's talking about Elon. He likes rockets. You got that one?
Oh my god. I don't even know if I have that one anymore.
You know the one I'm talking
Okay,
about?
so my skin color is Latino, but like I don't do gay shit with the black people. I respect the black people. I do like Latinos, but I prefer white. Like when I see white and blondies, I feel like I'm more horny, you know, and I get kind of like you know, yeah. So,
Are you triggered?
I mean, do you think that means I'm gay or like do you have something that you can explain?
Bro, listen. I'm
Whoa,
half black.
whoa.
I'm half black. I don't even dabble in the dark. You're good, bro.
Oh,
You're
I saw a profile. I saw a
good.
profile picture.
I thought that was a soundboard for a second. Sorry.
Nah, I don't. That was so random. That was one of the most random things I've heard all day. Everyone thinks my profile picture means I'm white. That's so funny. Should I change it? Should I like dye his skin black a little bit? Like, what do I need to do?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's it.
Like
yeah,
half black Gohan? I can do that. We could like just make him half black Gohan. That's cool. I got you.
no, like, please keep talking because you're giving me a boner, you know?
Oh, the hate boner. Yeah, we know. We know the hate boners always come out when the flat earthers are here. We know.
Yeah. Um, almost releasing my sperm show.
You're what?
Yeah, I'm joking also.
I just heard sperm, so I know you're horny. So just
Yeah. Oh. Can you moan?
This is weird.
ooh.
No, just kidding.
It is. You guys just moved Judgment Day up 3 days.
What was that AI? Sorry, I was
I
just
said
trying to.
you guys just moved Judgment Day up 3 days. Oh, bro. Why don't you become a flat earther, bro? That way you can get a flat earth chick, right?
I know, right? Damn.
Rumor has it that a lot of flat earth chicks are actually more traditional, right?
Damn. Yeah. Right. You do you really want a boss babe, bro? Come on, man.
Well, let me be clear. Boss babes don't want you. If you're in her life, you're
Oh,
there as not to be have a relationship with. You're there to keep her warm while Tyrone is busy.
damn. Shots fired. Where's homeboy? Who was the homeboy that was chiming in? Did he leave? Man, y'all
I don't know.
salty. Oh,
He's probably sniffing some sweat towels from some jocks from the Jimmy stole.
beta.
Beta!
Yeah, they're really bringing compelling globe evidence as usual, right? Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, man. Like, what was that? The homeboy left already. That was crazy. I don't even know. Like, they don't have an argument.
Well, being in the presence of my masculinity recharged him for another few hours, so you can go out and pretend to be a man.
I don't even I literally don't even remember like what homeboy had to say. Like this is that feeble and weak. They don't have any substance to what they're saying. No argument. It's a drive by every time. Like, bro, you guys are drive by with the Nerf guns. Like, dude, you're not doing any damage. What's like? Because I don't know about you guys. I didn't play, but my high school had this thing called Nerf Wars. You know, you would like form up a group, 3, 4, 5 people, to get your Nerf guns. You'd go out and hunt down this other team. It was like a March Madness. You would be, assigned opponents with another team, and you'd go out and try to shoot them down and stuff like that before school, after school. Get your Nerf gun and blow them down. Hilarious. I never actually played, but it was a really popular thing where I went. Nerf Wars. These guys do freaking drive-bys with their Nerf guns. You're not doing damage, dude. Holy. Y'all not doing anything. Like
So
you
you can
can't.
replace the tip of a standard Nerf dart with a standard push pin, and it fits in perfectly, and it fires. Quite fun. Up the ante.
Well, they're good. You're saying they're getting ammo back because they definitely are. But your little drive-by Nerf drive-by shootings aren't doing anything, folks. I probably should say other words because we're on YouTube, but your little drive-by is not causing anyone any harm. If you come in, spend 30 seconds in the panel and say 3 things or whatever and leave, you've not caused Flat Earth any damage. 0. In fact, you probably damaged your own worldview. So, again, another example where I don't feel bad as a Flat Earther. Sorry. Try again, though.
Well, a lot of people won't talk to them about flat Earth, even though those people believe in an alternative cosmology. Not because they're not confident necessarily in their position, but they're confident that you're an asshole and you will be an asshole to them if they have a different view than you. And so by them not talking to you about flat Earth and revealing that many of your friends are actually flat earthers is actually an impugning of your own personal character and the way you interact with others. So the
Soy
fact that you don't know as many flat earthers in your personal life is because you're a dirtbag.
and very soy and soft. It's almost like half of you haven't been around men before. It's weird. You've never been in a locker room before. You've never been around on a basketball court with other men. You trash, man. You trash. I mean, that's just how it goes. You build camaraderie by talking shit with other men. For some reason, you guys get your panties into a bunch. You're mean. Oh. Golly, you guys are soft as hell. My God, man. Where's the men who believe in the globe? Like, you can still believe in the globe. It's fine. We can still be friends. There's plenty of people out here like that. Manufacture them, and probably could name a few down the line. But you guys get so butthurt. It's crazy. It's just like being in a locker room with other men. Man, you trash. On a basketball court. Man, you trash. No, I can't be trash. I don't know. You guys are weird. Man, I don't know. I just feel like the globe earthers are way too focused on the flat earthers. Oh, well, I don't like the way you behaved on the basketball court. Yeah, but you just lost. I just won 10-1. Like, so my behavior doesn't matter on the scoreboard is what matters. So, worry about the scoreboard, Globers. Says you're losing. My behavior don't matter. Go find an argument. We can talk about that. But You don't have an argument, do you? It's always a flat earther's behavior or some bullshit that's preventing you. Oh, I don't like you. Well, still flat.
Bro, it's like when you're playing your little brother or playing your little cousin, and you spot them 9 points on a game to 10. It's funny shit.
That's my. I've been talking my shit. I've been talking trash. But if I had one biggest piece of advice for the globe earthers in this server in particular, just focus on your argument. Stop worrying about the flat earthers. We don't have any bearing on your argument. It's always like, well, I would talk about the globe, but because you're a flat earther, dude. Just imagine you're in a courtroom. Imagine you're in front of a judge, a jury. I'm the lawyer across the way from you. Don't worry about my perception of you, my thought of you, my feelings of you. You need to worry about the judge and the jury. Make your case strong for them. But if you're not even going to make a case because you're worried about how I'm going to perceive you as the lawyer next to you, well, then you don't have a case. If you're like, well, I would, Your Honor, I would present a case, but this other lawyer just is so stupid. They don't. Bro, leave me out of it. Make your case to the judge and the jury. We know you don't have a case. That's why you keep appealing to. I would do it, but seriously, guys, that's my biggest pro tip for this whole server. Forget about the flat earthers. Think about the people in this panel that may be globe earthers, the people on YouTube listening, because we're on YouTube, who may be globe earthers. Talk to them. Teach them how it's a globe. But if every time you're like, well, since you're a flat earther and you're too stupid, I won't even present the evidence. What evidence? Leave me out of it. But we know by now you guys don't have an argument. That's why you guys are so focused on the flat earthers. You're gobbling up the flat earthers' testes instead of focusing on your own argument. And three or four globies in the chat were talking about CB. Oh, CB this and CB that. What about the globe, dude? Where's the globe? You don't have an argument for the globe if you're just going to talk about me the whole time.
Like I would say my best piece of advice is if you get muted for whatever reason because you're talking over somebody and they're trying to finish their point, don't come back and say, why do you got to mute me? Just continue where you left off.
I agree with that. If you have a strong case, proceed.
Right?
Not like, okay, so I think pretty sure I asked Homeboy a question. Is it A or B? He just starts laughing into the mic. Okay, we get it. You don't have to cope in front of the whole audience here.
Oh no, dude. He thought you said, "Is it a Orby?" And he's like, "Well, of course it's not an Orby."
You add water and it grows.
Oh man, it's so
And then
easy.
you corrected him. It's an Orby, not a Orby.
Yeah. Oh man. You guys got to see Flat Earth Jiu-Jitsu in real time with
I love
two people.
I
The
love
first guy came in and said, "Your position is crazy and illogical." I said, okay, what's my position? Well, you don't have one. So then what was the thing that was crazy and logical?
Yep.
Well, I don't know. You see how people just willingly talk straight out of their asshole?
Yeah.
Like, am I supposed to feel bad as a flat earther when someone comes in and says, you guys say crazy things? And I say, okay, well, what is it specifically that I said that was crazy? And he says, I don't know. You don't say things. That's just flat earth jujitsu. I've
Can't.
done nothing. He's put himself into an arm bar. All I have to do is just grab his arm. Easy. He finished himself. He tapped out.
He,
It's over.
he
So,
stuck his neck out and didn't tuck his chin.
yeah, I just took his neck. That's it. I didn't even have to throw a single punch. I made no claims. I did nothing. He made the mistake and I capitalized. Oh, well, you say things that are crazy and wrong. Well, what do I say that's crazy and wrong? I don't know.
CB, on your soundboard, bro, do you have that Mortal Kombat finish him? Do you have that one?
Yeah, well, when we're in 24/7, I do. Yeah.
Oh, all right, good.
I have an extra soundboard over there, but yeah, finish him, fatality. Yeah, I got all that
Yeah.
shit, bro. Bro, like, dude, they're done, man. Yeah, the evil laugh and shit. Yeah, bro, like, it's just so easy. It's so easy to be a flat earther, and we're days away from 2024, folks. And it's not like they've got a stronger argument; they've got a weaker argument from when I first started, 2017.
Hey, you got any openings on the soundboard?
Any what?
Openings?
What's that?
Have you ever thought about putting test your mic on there?
Test your mic?
Yeah, like when you get a brand new person, they're like, and they come in real hot and heavy, like, test your mic.
No, dude, honestly, I'm open to new ideas. Like, I was watching Fresh and Fit last night, and they had some new sounds on their soundboard. There was one that was like, I've got you in my sights. That shit was so funny. I've got you in my sights. So, yeah, I'm always open to new ideas. Always open to suggestions, man, for sure.
But I do like the bomb planted, enemy spotted.
Yeah, enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
So yeah, it's been a ride, man. But I'm just like, where are the globe champions at? They seem way too focused on the flat earther as opposed to their globe. Maybe there is
They're
no globe.
all they're you know what it is? The globe champions or the anti-flat earthers, not even globe champions, but the anti-flat earthers that are out there, they are begging flat earthers to come to their server.
Oh,
Is what it
really?
is. Yeah, like Simon Dan and FTFE are like, no, you come do it on my time. And it's like, bro, like we don't care.
If it's a globe, they should be bringing around more people who can prove that
Mid-tune.
it's a globe.
Well, most of us don't. Well, never mind.
No, go ahead. Who was that?
Most of us don't care enough to argue with you.
Oh,
It's only
Scott.
those who are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
it's only.
Matthew Learns type of perspective. Oh, well,
It,
we would prove it's a globe, but like we don't need to give that much effort to the flat earthers.
no,
Except for the
that's
fact
not
that
that
you
we
guys
would
are
prove.
here more than me. You guys are here more than I am.
Well,
Yep.
there's a few. There's a few of us interested in the psychology, because the globe has already been proved. It's done.
No,
Argument
see, that's
over.
the issue,
There's
Scott.
nothing left to talk about.
No, wait, Scott. That's the issue. Is that you guys have this hyper limited focused timeline, horse blinder type of thinking. You put these horse blinders on and say it's
Yeah,
already
bro.
default.
You're a horse, bro.
Hold on a second. It's an already default position. And so when we try to go into like the foundations of that default position, there is nothing there. So you're just bluffing. I mean, there's no other way around it except for you say we already know. Well, we can just ask you, how do you know? And you say, well, we already know this other thing. Well, how do you know that? Well, we just already know this other thing. How do you know that? Well, we already know this other thing. It's just a bluff, dude. You guys don't actually have a foundation to stand on. It's fugazi.
Are you almost done?
I mean, you just say bluffingly that you
Are you
know it's a
almost done?
globe.
No,
It's
he's
just
not.
that
Let him
you don't
finish.
have anything to stand on. We know you don't have anything there. It's a fluff statement.
All right, now
Because
you may
if you had
speak.
something like that's the thing,
Okay.
if you had the winning
No, he's
cards
not
that
done.
you say you have, you would just put them down. You would say, here's this and here's how I know it's true, instead of saying, well, we just know it's true.
All right, call him then. Call his cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put
What's
the
your
cards on
evidence
the
of the
Wait.
table,
globe?
man. How do we know? Because I want to know what you know. How do I know? How can I know what you know? Since you already know.
And don't you dare point to the sky, bro. I
Yeah,
better see
man.
something on the ball.
He's waiting to put his cards down, okay? But y'all got to be quiet first.
Okay.
All right.
I'm waiting for him to be done.
You don't have it, but go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, the world's full of people out there going about their business. Some of these people's business is dependent on the Earth being a globe, like the people who put satellites into
Okay.
orbit. And
Point
they're
straight
going
to the
about
sky.
and they're going about doing their work, regardless of what you guys think of their work. And they show up every morning and they develop they do their orbital mechanics and they do their
Golly, you're gonna tell a
rocketry and they
story.
go.
Holy fuck. Can we go onto the field and see where the earth is a globe, Scott? God damn, dude. Fuck these other guys that have testimony that relies on a
No,
globe. Okay,
no.
well, if they
I
rely on
was
a globe, let's go onto the field and find it. Where is it?
I was responding to your assertion that Globers aren't coming in here and argue with you because that's because they are going about their lives.
Yeah, but you're
And
here, Scott. You're
Yeah,
you're
you're
here
here.
arguing.
and they don't have to care, and they don't have to care what you think. They
But
know
you're
the Earth is
here.
a
I don't care
globe.
what you think either, though. That's the thing. But you're
Okay,
As soon
still
as
fine,
you
here.
leave,
fine,
bro, 10 minutes
fine.
later, there'll be another glober in here.
I know,
Yeah,
I know,
facts.
because some of us are interested in how a question as easy as the shape of the Earth can be still misunderstood in
It's
2023.
not what. Hold on, Scott. Hold on, buddy. It's
Scott,
That's
do
what
you
not
I'm
a
not know
interested in.
that
misunderstanding.
water is flat, bro?
Hold on,
Like
Scotty,
water is
buddy.
so flat.
Wait a minute, Scott. You
Yeah,
really think it's a lack of understanding that people just don't understand the globe?
didn't say that.
You said they don't understand.
Yeah, no, it's more
Bro,
than a lack.
that's
It's
the
more.
biggest misconception in flat Earth that I've come to find is that you guys really think that people just don't understand this thing. We
Something as
do.
simple as the shape of the
It's
Earth.
not a lack of
That's
understanding.
literally
It's
what
a
you
lack
said.
of evidence for the globe, bro.
Yep.
No, but the thing is,
No.
every
He
bit of
says no. It's not a lack of understanding, which is the thing you presented. We understand the globe probably better than you, which is the funniest part of all.
Okay, you say
I
so.
know you're laughing, but
Oh,
I probably
yeah.
could call out 3 flat earthers that could present the globe better
Can
than
you
3 random
present? Let me
globe
ask you
earthers.
this then, Creation Bear. Let me ask you this: can you present the globe Earth model for how gas stays within the Earth's atmosphere without leaving?
Brother, stop.
Gravity.
I've been in here
Gravity.
LARPing as a glober like 3 days straight, and I've convinced not only flat earthers but globe earthers that I was a real glober. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
I can
can you
do that.
present the model, bro? Can you present to me how
Yeah, I
gas
have
under a
done
globe Earth model stays
that. Yeah,
in
I
the
have done
Earth's
that.
atmosphere?
Yeah, I
That's
have
cool.
done
You
that.
can assert that you have done that.
It's
You can
gravity.
sort of appeal to a different
Gravity.
time.
Gravity.
And
Okay,
how does
so
that gravity work?
how does gravity work? How does
Gravity
that
pulls the gas
keep
Liquid
the
down.
gas.
gas on
Gravity
Earth?
pulls the gas down.
Okay,
We have density
so
And
gradient.
more
We have a
mass
so
density
it's a
equals more
gradient.
so it's
gravity.
a
There's no
density
actual physical
gradient.
barrier. I can't look out and see a physical barrier. There's no barrier between the density gradients. There's a density gradient. Gravity causes the gradient. We have gravity. There's no barrier. We have pictures from space. There's no hard barrier. The flat earthers are stupid. We have gravity. Stupid. It's over.
So
No, why
what's
is that
wrong with that?
stupid?
Next. What else? What else you got for us?
Why is
No,
that
what's wrong?
stupid
We,
What's
though?
we
wrong
know it
with that
better than you.
explanation?
Bro, listen, I've been LARPing here better than you as a I've been making a better
No,
case for the globe than you
I've
have.
never
I haven't
denied that.
even
I've
showed you
never
this book
denied that
before.
you are not good at LARPing.
Chippy, stop it.
I can
I
see
haven't
from
even
evidence that
heard
you
you
are
spoke
great
here
at
before,
LARPing.
dude. I've been here selling people that I'm a glober better than you have. So
Bro,
relax.
don't get me wrong. I'm never going to take away from an American their ability to sell things to other people. That is not
Yeah,
what
well,
I'm
I'm doing
here
a
to
better
do.
job than you, TT. I'm doing a better job than you, my boy. So
That's cool, bro. And I appreciate you've come up with a pet name for me. And I like that as much as you loved saying it.
okay,
But
I can call
the
you Tippy Top.
the
You have
reason I
preferred
asked you
pronouns.
that.
It's fine.
No,
Hey,
no,
listen,
no. I
listen.
liked it. I liked it a lot.
If you have if you have preferred pronouns, I can use whatever preferred
No,
pronouns
I
you
loved
want.
it.
If you
I
don't like
really liked
if you
it.
don't like the pet names,
I'm not
whatever you
being
want.
sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm
What do
being
you what do
completely
you want me to call
genuine.
you? I'll call you whatever you want. Is it Tippy
Call
Top?
me,
Like Flippy Flop?
call me whatever you want, bro. Like whatever makes you
I'll call you whatever you want. Just tell me.
tippy top.
Because
TT.
you clearly didn't like the TT. You had something to say. So what do you want me to call you?
No, I did like it.
Nah, all right.
I did. I genuinely did. Like I'm not being sarcastic.
All right, maybe you could address my argument though.
But yeah, of course. So when earlier you said that you can provide the globe Earth model, I wanted to inquire if that's true, and it seems like it is true. And
yeah,
it seems that if you have the insight, which I thought you didn't have, but you do actually have, my question is, as somebody who has that knowledge that you think is stupid, why is it stupid?
Well, because
we
it
tested
doesn't
it.
actually have any basis in reality, right? When we ask people for a demonstration of said claim, no one can do that. The only thing they can do is point to the sky.
I seen the
which
ice
is
wall the
that-
other day, bro. That shit was majestic, bro. Y'all don't
The
know.
problem is that
Yeah,
when you
come out to
say it
see,
has
bro.
no basis in reality, I would agree. If something is stupid, it would have no basis in reality. I guess my question is, how can you say it has no basis in reality?
Well, there's this thing called the second law of thermodynamics, which states entropy, right? It's a law of entropy. So it states, well, high pressure is going to move to low pressure. And this is pretty easy to demonstrate on any scale. People always refer to like, well, I don't have a planetary scale to show you. But the problem with that is the translation really is they're saying, if you were in front of a judge and a jury, you're essentially saying to the judge, well, Your Honor, I would roll my evidence in here, but it's just too big to show you. Which is like, I'm not going to lie. If I was a jury member, I wouldn't accept that. And I'm certainly not going to accept that here as a panel member on the YouTube live stream.
So let me ask you this: if you've already acknowledged that it's a gradient, right?
Yeah, that's not a contention.
Are we able
therefore
to?
it's not. It's also not evidence.
No. That's fine. It seems the contention you're having now is that we're unable to reproduce that gradient, right? That's
No. The problem is the issue. The contention is in the lack of containment, not the gradient, because we both agree that there's a gradient. So that also would imply that's not the evidence for the thing you're claiming, which is the lack of containment. So we'd have to prove that, not to prove there's a gradient.
Well, prove that some things are escaping.
No, you can make a gradient in a container, but you need a container to make the gradient.
Yeah, that would be part of our presentation.
So the issue you have is that there should be gases leaving.
There should it should be fucking way the fuck off.
Well, we do actually see like gases like helium, which are noble gases that aren't very unreactive, but also extremely light, right? These are gases that do escape, that do actually escape
get the fuck out of
gravity.
here.
Wait. Where do we see that though?
Yeah, so if you look up like helium, right, the amount of helium on Earth is actually going down because it's escaping.
No, but again,
into
that's a claim.
space.
There's a difference between a claim and an observation. So what's the observation?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we don't observe that. That's the thing. That we don't observe that.
Wait,
I
how
understand that.
How can you conclusively say that we do
no,
not?
No. Wait. We both agree, because like I understand what you're saying on the first part is that the claim is that we do lose a little bit of gas pressure, et cetera, et cetera. Fine, part of the worldview. That's part of the lore. I'll give you that part. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely don't observe that, which was part of your presentation at first, is that we can see this thing happening, which we definitely don't see.
Well, we can see that the amount of helium
conservation
is going
of energy.
down.
So is
we
Earth getting smaller?
Well, we might not be able to see helium itself leave, but we can see the amount of helium that you have,
That's
my
and
point.
the amount
Are
of
we
helium
violating the law of conservation of energy?
We can see the amount of helium that we have, and we can see it actually go down, and we can say, look, this is probably the reason for it.
This is comical.
I'm just laughing because you're like, well, maybe we don't see it. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't observe that. That's not what you observe.
Well, I'm confused by what you mean by observing this scenario, because, like,
well,
it
you
seems to
started by
me
saying we see X happening.
A physical
We don't.
observation.
You just turned around to say, well, we don't see X happening. It's just kind of the claim.
well, it's
which we
like
understand.
if I say, look,
Oh,
I
there's
can
a
see the
mathematical
wind.
equation for it,
The
though.
issue I'm having right now is that if I say, look, I can see the wind blowing, you're like, huh, you don't see the wind, you just see the leaves, as they bristle.
I
Like,
don't know
is
if
that
that's
not the wind?
analogous.
Is that not observing the wind? Like, I can't see
Not
the
sure if that's
wind,
analogous. You're
but I
not
can
actually
see the
looking up into the
effects of
sky
it,
and
right?
observing.
I can see
Okay,
the
all right.
effects that the wind
Wait.
has, right?
Okay, I get
And
it.
that
I get
doesn't
your
mean that,
analogy.
sure,
Hold on, relax.
we may not be directly observing the wind, but we are still seeing the wind.
I get your analogy, but it's not analogous. So now let's try to tie this to observing an effect of this claim. What do we see when we look up? Because I can see the leaves blowing. Now, when I look up into the sky, what do I see that leads me to think that the air on the earth that I'm breathing is leaving the reality that I live in?
It's not leaving the reality you live in. It's
I
just leaving the
know, which
planet
is
you
the
live
thing
on.
that you're saying is happening. So
We know
I'm
that.
But you
aware of
keep
that.
on twisting the things that I say into
Okay,
like these
all
sort of
right, fine.
question
Let's
begging
all right,
points.
Let me rewind.
No, I
Let's
would
go
like
into
to
your
just
world. Hold on, wait a
respond to
second.
what you
Wait a second.
said. Am I
Let's
allowed
go
to
into
do
your
that?
world. Sorry. That's my worldview. So I'll be fair. Let's go into your worldview then.
Is
With
there
the
no
leaves
middle
blowing,
ground?
I understand your analogy that we don't directly see wind, but we see the effect of wind with something like leaves blowing. So when I look into the sky, you said we see gas pressure leaving the earth. What is the effect that I see that leads me to believe this claim? Go ahead.
So we have the amount of helium, right? And we see that it's going down.
Is gas pressure decrease?
Wait. Well, hold on, because remember, with the leaves example that you gave us, this is just an observation. We're just looking out into reality,
So we
and we're
observe
seeing
helium.
something happening. So I'm just asking you, when we're looking into the sky, what are we seeing that allows us to think?
I understand your question. So do we observe helium? Can we observe helium?
No.
Oh, right. So there's no point of me even using the term observe when it comes to helium, because you don't even believe we can even observe helium.
You brought it up. We see this thing happening.
No,
Can you see helium?
No, I
you guys can't. You guys don't.
Can you see helium?
Can you see the wind?
Holy
Can you
crap.
see the wind?
You did say
Can you see the
on, dude.
wind?
All
You can
right,
see.
all right. Listen,
Can you guys see the wind?
Listen,
Can you guys see helium?
Dude,
gave us
shut your
arguments
mouth.
that-
Hey, shut it. You guys are devolving. Define what you mean by observe, sir, who brought it up. Then you guys can
Thank you.
continue. Otherwise, it's just retard level at this point.
Yeah. So when I say observe, what I mean is experience a thing, right? So we can directly experience things like the wind and helium, even though they may not be immediately visible to us. Like in the way, just as, and that analogy I used, I thought would be, pretty simple.
No, we get the analogy, bro. We get the analogy,
You cannot
but it doesn't tie to a reality.
I understand.
We
I'll
don't
just mute you real
observe.
quick. We can't
We don't
directly see the
observe-
wind,
No,
but we
listen,
can see its effects.
we understand
and in the
the
same way
analogy.
that we can't see oxygen, but we can observe oxygen, and we can even with carbon dioxide, we can light a match, hold it,
He muted you, so he needs some moderation.
We can actually.
We get it. We understand the analogy. This is the thing. You guys always think we just lack the understanding of these basic things you're talking about. We understand the analogy. It just doesn't tie to reality. You're saying you can look out. We don't see wind, but we see leaves blowing in the wind. But you said we see gas pressure leaving reality, or we see gas pressure leaving the earth. Let's be honest. We definitely don't see that. And there's nothing you can look at like leaves in the wind to say, okay, well, that's the effect of that. You're giving us a chart on a computer, which is the claim of this thing happening, which isn't like leaves in the wind, my friend. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off. What you're saying doesn't really match your example.
Yeah, I don't know why I was muted. I didn't actually get to finish my point. I don't know
Well,
if
he already
Creation
addressed
Bear
your
was
point.
saying anything because I've still got him muted. But I'll
Bro,
just carry on with
the
what I
reason
was
why,
saying.
listen,
Because
friend, the reason why you're muted,
we
shut
own
up.
this, dude.
Shut it.
We
Shut
own
it.
this. We mute you.
Shut it. Shut your mouth. Thanks. Okay, the more practical reason why you were muted is because I cleared the floor for you to say your point succinctly, and you just kind of just repeated yourself with the thing that was unclear. So maybe what you mean by observe is measure a certain amount of helium. I don't know. I'm trying to throw you another bone so you can advance this argument rather than just fighting over the word observe and see and being confused. So try to, before you speak, think for a second and clarify your position succinctly.
It sounds like you understood me perfectly. Yeah, sure, measure. The way we measure things is through direct observation and experience. We can't measure something without first experiencing it or observing it. So it sounds like you understood my point. It doesn't seem like there's much ambiguity. I'll just cede to Creation.
Yes, yeah, sure, but I'm an advanced cybonic organism from the future, not unlike these mere mortals who need you to explain it further.
Yeah, sure. So if we can measure, right? Maybe measure is a better word. If we can measure the amount of helium we have, and we can see, look, helium's unreactive. It's not reacting with anything.
Moving the
but
goalpost.
we're actually losing the amount of helium we have. Then there must be something that we can postulate to say, look, there must be a reason why we're losing helium. And
He's moving the goalpost.
Sorry, is the floor
He's
clear?
moving the goalpost.
Should I let him finish?
Yeah, he's moving the goalpost, folks. I don't know if you
So
noticed.
what's the issue?
Just the fact that you're moving the goalpost.
Sure, what's the issue?
The fact that you're moving the goalpost.
I understand you can repeat yourself, but like what's the issue? Why am I moving the goalpost?
See this thing happening, and now we're changing into, well, if we can mathematically calculate and possibly conceive.
I said we can observe. I said we can observe that we're losing helium.
Sir.
I said we can observe that we're. I said we can observe that we're losing helium, right?
We definitely don't observe
we're postulating. We're postulating.
You gave an example like leaves in the wind, right?
What?
Which something you can look out and see happening with your eyes. I see this thing that is happening. Okay, well, I can understand maybe it's the wind that's how it's causing it. You do not look out into reality and see jack shit in that example. In terms of
can I clarify the confusion?
We don't need you to clarify. I'm calling you out. You're wrong.
No, but you're misrepresenting what I've said,
No,
because what we have observed, what we've measured, is us losing helium, right? I never said
it was a faulty example. You don't need to clarify.
No,
you're
Creation
wrong.
Bear, you're literally just wanting to steamroll the conversation so that I'm not actually able to accurately represent what I said.
The first time.
Is it one-sided moderation in here, or am I allowed to at least have the illusion?
Why are you mad
This will clear up everything.
You gave, dude. You gave us an example.
This will clear up everything.
I can look out and see leaves blowing in the wind. Why are you mad at me? Because your example.
Should I just kept him muted, or
with reality, bro? You're mad
like,
at me.
I'm halfway through a point I'm making, and I allow him to like interject, right?
Well, your first point involved leaves blowing in the wind, and now that I'm calling you out, that had nothing to do with reality and looking out and seeing reality leaving gas pressure. Yeah, you're mad at me now. That makes sense.
All right, let me see if we can clear things up. So when you observe a leaf blowing in the wind, you can track the
No, I don't think there's any point of continuing this conversation if I'm not allowed to have equal treatment.
Shut it. Thanks. Okay, so when you observe the leaf moving, you can directly observe the source where the leaf entered into your observation and where it goes to. Like, you could follow the leaf theoretically to its end point. You could say the leaf started here and it ended here. So that's different than just saying I'm measuring less helium and now I have a story where the helium went. Unless you're tracking the helium the same way as the leaf, then they're not actually analogous. And I think that's where the other homeboy's point is coming from. He's trying to say, where's the direct evidence that the helium is leaving or traveling to a location that you are claiming is your postulation or story? So maybe you could clear that up.
He left. This is how fragile these folks' worldview is, folks. They left. They literally left, folks. Crazy. He gave an example, like as if people couldn't understand leaves blowing in the wind. Yeah, we get that. Which, I mean, I don't know why you're even saying that. We're challenging the fact that you don't look out into reality and observe jack shit in terms of the thing you're claiming, gas pressure leaving the Earth. You don't see that. I
Well,
understand
that would
that's
kind
part
of
of
be
your
rude. That would kind of be rude to Jack if you were doing
But he left. He's like, "Oh, I'm by. See ya, dude. That's how
Well,
you don't have
he
to
was.
argue."
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was clearly having a hard time making his point, and I was trying to interrupt on his behalf to see if he could clarify, but he just wants to keep waffling rather than have someone who clearly understands what he's trying to say try to get him to say what he's saying more precisely. But that's the thing; it's conjecture. So if he says we measure helium, and like it's 10 parts per million in this area where we measure it. Right. And then next year it's 9.99 repeating parts per million. And the next year it's 9.98 repeating parts per million. Therefore, it's going somewhere. Therefore, it must be going into space because I said so.
Yeah. Well, we know it's leaving. We see it. Where? Well, we don't see it. Oh, so I was right the first time then. Well, you're still wrong, but we still see it. Okay, so how? Well, you're just something's wrong with you. Oh, okay, dude. That literally, folks. I don't know if you're taking notes, but this is how it goes every single time with a globe earther. They make some crazy, extraordinary claim, and when I don't believe it, that's the basis of it being true. Really?
You can
Like, really?
you can bet your ass they're not going to give the context of the claim that they're making either.
Fuck no. I mean, this guy, this last guy, for example. I mean, they just hear someone say a word and unmute and, well, you're wrong, flat earther. How? I don't know, but you're still wrong somehow. Cool, man. I feel so wrong.
To his credit, he did say, okay, well, we don't observe, we postulate. And it's like, that sounds about right. Like you just like
What?
think in your mind, and that's all you do.
What? That's not what he said.
Yeah, how are you going to come in and say, we
Well,
see this?
he did say we postulate.
Nope.
Yeah, he did say postulate.
Nope. Okay, so he said. Okay, so let's play a game. He said that word, sure. In what manner did he employ it?
We can
Observation.
postulate.
Observation.
Sorry.
What?
The first
Like
words he
we can
said.
postulate the helium leaving. Is I'm certain that was the direction it was going, but he didn't never finish the sentence. He just said we can postulate.
Well, yeah,
Right,
you
but
probably try to correct
what
yourself.
was his beginning premise?
We see it. We observe it.
No.
Yeah.
But what? Like, see what? Observe what?
Gas pressure leaving the Earth.
Helium leaving the
Helium.
Earth.
Oh no. Well, yes, that's the way he phrased it first. But when he was told to parse it out, he said we measure there's less helium, right? So there was this
Yeah.
amount of helium. Now there's less helium. Then, since we have a fact, there's less helium in the manner in which we choose to measure it. So wherever they measure it, let's say they measure it at the top of the London Tower every year. Okay. So there's less helium here. Now we have a problem. We have less helium. Now we need to postulate where it went. And that's when he goes off the rails. The fact that there's less helium there when you measure it, I mean, that could be true. Nothing wrong with that statement. I measure less helium. Okay. Then what?
Right. Right. Well, then it
Therefore,
left
giant
the
black
Earth.
holes.
Right. See, this is the thing. Like, the kids have this phrase called reaching, where you're trying to reach for something that, like, it's like with connect the dots. Those two dots, they don't connect. So I understand when they try to do that, they're reaching. So just because you're saying, well, we see gas pressure has been decreased, but that doesn't just automatically connect to it's left the Earth somehow.
You know,
Bro.
and he knew what he was saying as far as observation, because he knows how powerful that word is, right? Like it's a physical experience. And he kept, well, we experience it. We experience it. We don't fucking experience helium leaving the Earth. Like we see a balloon go up, but like where it goes from there, like when it pops, we don't know.
I know.
We don't see it leaving the atmosphere or whatever you want to call it.
I know where it goes. It ends up wrapped around a little baby turtle head and it kills it. So no more balloons for you. Or you can pay me a balloon tax, and then I'll let you have a balloon. And I promise that we'll kill the turtle before the balloon kills it, and then the balloon didn't kill it. So then you're not guilty of killing the turtle. Problem solved.
Hey, take it out of my FICA.
What? Take it out of your credit score?
Yeah, take it out of my federal credit.
Social credit? This man has killed 7 turtles with party balloons.
Oh.
You know, I was interested in you, Bob. You're a good guy. You're very loyal. But here it says you killed 7 turtles. So there's a really good question that people should often ask, rather than just caricature what people are saying based on a word. Just be like, what do you mean by that? We observe this doing this. Well, what do you mean by that? Do you mean you see the actual particle leave the Earth with your eyes or with an optical equipment? And then he'd be like, no, we just measure that there's a decreasing amount in the ambient atmosphere. Okay, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, there's less of it. Okay, well, then what? Well, there's less than there used to be. And because then he's forced to say, well, the only thing that makes any sense is if it's leaving the Earth. You know, what if it's being reabsorbed by the ocean or something? Well, then he would say, well, we could measure the oceans and see if there's more helium in the ocean than there used to be. Right? So then you could start having a brass tacks conversation where there's actual measurements involved or tracking, any of those types of things that can be validated, rather than just, oh, we postulate this story. The story makes sense within our worldview, therefore it's consistent with our worldview, therefore I'm going to believe it.
It seems to me that they're always on this hairy edge of affirming the consequent without quite going that far. So I agree that you kind of just have to keep asking, what do you mean by that? So eventually they do full bore just say, well, I observed this, and therefore it must be this other thing.
Now, that's actually a very valid critique that we noticed a long time ago. So you guys are aware of the FED panel with Nathan Oakley. And they would always get involved in these arguments with some Glovers where they go down the affirming consequent trail. And finally, one day, they realized, wait a minute, you are inviting me to affirm the consequent on your behalf and argue within your worldview in a worldview you haven't yet proven. So no, I'm just not going to do it. I respectfully decline to enter into your fantasy world.
What's
100%.
hilarious? What's hilarious is this guy in the chat, this soft tippy top TT in the chat. He's mad at me for the words that he said. Literally, he's like, "Let me know when you're able to control your impulses, bro." All I've said is the words that you've said. That we see this thing, and I said, "Oh, really? Okay. Well, where do we see it?" Well, we don't see it. I'm like, "Well, so we don't see it? I thought we saw it." Well, you're mad at me for holding you accountable to the things that you have said. This is what's hilarious. I want you folks to take notes in the chat. He's literally mad at me because of things he said. I mean, it can't get easier than that. It's crazy. I've said nothing. What have I said? What claims have I made? I've made no claims. I've not said anything about the flat Earth. I've not said jack shit. I've literally addressed his words that we see this. Oh, well, where do we see it? Well, we don't see it. Oh, so we don't see it? What? Why are you? You're attacking me. I mean, bro, this is. I'm telling you, this is flat Earth jujitsu. It doesn't get any easier than this.
Well, the real problem where he screwed up is there's clearly a third party that was interjecting, giving him chances to clarify and actually advancing his position on his behalf more succinctly. And rather than using that as a tool in an ally form, he decided to just say, "Oh, I've had enough of somebody else explaining what I need to say and telling the other guy that maybe he should be more gracious, so I'm just going to leave." Like crying for one-sided moderation, and I'm literally doing two-sided moderation when it gets to a certain point, and then he can't handle it. It's like I don't even know what he expects.
So yeah, homeboys in the chat saying $100 says you're still coping. Yeah, I'll take the $100, tippy toppy. I mean, even AI, who's like trying to like help you out, is agreeing with me here. So I'll take the 100 though. $ creation bear is my cash app. So go ahead and hit that $100. I'll take that ASAP since you're offering.
$100 for what?
So he says $100. CB is still coping. Coping how? All I'm doing is just addressing the things you've said, just like AI is. You said we see this thing. Sorry that I asked. My bad.
Okay, that's a good point. How could you objectively prove that he's coping or not?
Oh shit. Y'all so confident in the chat, man. I mean, $100. We know you ain't putting no $100 on the table. You ain't even trying to speak on the mic.
My thing is I can't understand why people would rather sit there and chat in the text when, like, you can get what takes the text can take like 2-3 days to work out. We can knock that shit out in 10 minutes.
Exactly. Y'all would rather stay confused in the chat and give yourselves carpal tunnel than just join a call and talk like a big boy with your voice, like a real person, like everyone else. And what's funny, and I don't even mean to do this to get like just but something I feel like I gotta trigger y'all because y'all so soft in here, quiet, feel confident from the chat and whatnot. But how is it that the girls and y'all little like the women will come in here and talk about flat earth? They don't have any emotional attachment to this thing. They just come in, have the conversation, and leave. Versus the guys, these freaking emotional, invested soy boys come in and they come in and they're like, no, I won't join the VC. I won't do it. You guys are something's wrong with you guys. I don't know, man. It's weird. Why is it the girls can come in, come and go, no emotional attachment. But you guys come in and get emotionally attached to this globe. So much so you can't even have a conversation with a flat earther. Sounds like there's something wrong with you. I've met a lot of girls that I've come in and had a conversation with. I mean, not even me. I'm apparently I'm the big bad flat earther in here tonight, but you ain't seen the worst of it. I mean, it's not for me either, too. I'm usually the nice guy. But like, I've seen girls come in and have the worst quote unquote person to deal with and had a pleasant experience. But these guys these soy boys come in and talk to any flat earther. It doesn't even matter what level they're on, the flat earther. They're just gonna come in and get emotionally triggered and invested. And it's like, dude, leave your emotions out of it, man. Take a note from the females. I thought the females were like the more emotionally, the more emotional gender or whatever. Why are the guys getting so emotionally invested in flat earth, globe earth arguments? Like, take a note from the females page, guys. It's crazy. The globe girls are better than the globe guys. Just gonna say that. I've seen it. I know the other flat earthers have seen it too. I'm not even simping on some like stuff like that because I not even like the girl, but I've seen her talk to flat earthers and not get her shit like completely triggered compared to some of these globe guys. They get absolutely triggered. Can't even speak on the mic. Just triggered in the chat. But anyway, Tom says what happened? Not shit happened, man. We're just talking shit at this point. I mean, what are we supposed to do? I mean, the globe birds have been talking trash. It's a globe. It's definitely a globe. Flat earthers are dumb. Well, I'm in here talking big and bad. I'm talking my shit. And what's anyone gonna do? Talking shit as per usual. I mean, where do you think this all started from? Do you think we started it? No, dude. I would just question the globe sincerely as an honest person. Okay, well, is it really a globe? And people started making fun of me, talking shit to me. Oh, you're stupid. What do you think it's flat? Oh, you're an idiot. As an honest person. Okay, so it's dishonest to just double check to see if the earth that I believe to be a globe is really true. That's dishonest. Tom, my word. What are we all NPCs? We just auto believe, don't even ask questions. You can't even just double check. Come on, man. What is this type of thinking? You guys, the Globers are so weird, man. I genuinely believed as like everyone else that the earth was a globe. So the first time that someone said the earth was flat, I'm like, what is that? I started asking questions and people thought I was like crazy. They're like, what? Why are you asking questions of why it's a globe? And this guy's in the chat like, is that the curvature of the earth? Because like that's what's so funny. You'll say flat water and they'll be like, but there's waves. Uh yeah, I know there's waves. What do you think? I'm a flat earther that doesn't believe in waves? Like what the you guys are I don't understand how retarded you guys could possibly be that you think that flat earthers think that reality consists of a smooth earth that doesn't have hills or waves or like my god, you guys are that retarded. Okay, and number two, waves doesn't mean earth curvature. They don't say boats go over waves. They say boats go over the curve. So you bringing up waves, it's like I don't know, just bringing up your own retardation. That's nothing to do with your own claim. You're supposed to be saying the Earth is curved because of curvature, not waves.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is Australia real?
My God.
Well,
I mean,
I think I have a
we're
theory.
days away from 2024.
Oh, it's just questions.
And they're asking if Australia is real.
Are you asking
on a
you asking
2015 meme, folks. They're still stuck on a meme from
You know,
2015.
Flat Earth Society is a psyop,
that
right?
just
Australia isn't real.
hold the
that
phone.
we just deny countries. No, we're just
Yeah,
denying
so
that
asking
water
questions
forms
is
into
stupid
a
now,
fucking
apparently.
hill.
NPCs, and you're an NPC. You
My
believe in whatever
God,
anyone
no,
tells you.
clearly I'm not
Yui.
an NPC. It's just
Flat
the
Earth
fact that
Society.
we don't
Flat
talk
Earth
about
Society
countries
is a
being
psyop, bro.
I can make the
My
same argument for
fucking
why Australia
God.
isn't real for the
Bro,
same way you make it for the
no
globe.
one's saying that. It's a stupid meme that you heard on the internet.
Your
Not
flat Earth
addressing.
is a meme.
Shut
It is.
your mouth, Brit. It's not a meme. The only flat Earth you're talking about is a sloppy ghost you made up in your head. When I'm talking about flat Earth, I'm talking about the Earth outside, clown.
You're bringing your own flat Earth.
Go out there sometime. And the
Bringing
fact
your
that you
own
just said
flat Earth.
bringing,
Come on,
the
bro.
fact that you just said bringing your flat Earth
Bring
puts
your
a
globe.
big old fucking grin on my chin. You know why?
Bring your own
Where
flat
did you
Earth.
hear that? Where did you hear that first?
BYOF.
Yeah, where did you hear that first, Britt?
That's what you do.
Where did you hear that first,
BYOG.
Britt? And absolutely, I have not done that. I've not said jack shit about a flat Earth to you. Again, you're pre-coping like some pre-cum. All right, you're already wet from you meeting a girl for the first time, you weirdo. All right, so put it back in your pants, fucking virgin. So, where did you hear that from for the first time?
BYO.
Yeah. We know that part. Where did you hear that from?
It's just.
Yeah. Go ahead and cope in the mic. Flat Earthers, why don't you tell me where he heard that from?
Bring your own globe. Bring your own globe.
Who said that first?
You did, like 5 years ago.
Fucking right I did. You're fucking right I did, Britt. I said that first. That's my idea. You think I'm gonna feel bad about BYOF? That's my idea. You heard that from me, dude.
I'm just pointing out that you do exactly what you.
Yeah, not really. Because I just go outside to the earth as it presents itself. I don't have my own ideas. You didn't even ask me anything. I didn't provide you anything. Okay. The fact that you're bringing up BYOF puts the biggest fucking grin on my chin that you could possibly imagine because you heard that from me. That's my idea, my friend. So I love it. I love the fact y'all want to be like flat earthers so bad.
Hey, how's that? How's the horizontal horizon doing for you on that globe?
Well, I was just about to say that when you say we want to be flat earthers, well, I think it's a good allegory.
You're literally copying us bar for bar, word for word, dude. I mean, hold on, man. I got to mute it, but I got to play that soundboard. They're literally biting our flow. How did I enter this? Let's see.
I mean, how is that horizontal horizon doing on that globe? How's it coping?
I mean, yo, it's crazy, man. They want. Why is it that they're trying to like? They're confused.
I mean, when you look at the horizon, it is horizontal, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it horizontal or not?
Well, of course it is. We can all see that. It's obvious. No one can deny that. It's the truth that you're looking at that. Come get me.
So, creation bear, how do you know Australia exists?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, let's get back onto the horizontal horizon.
But your 2015 meme head ass. You're stuck in the past. I mean, I thought you were better than this too, man. You're not supposed to be like the rest of them. I thought you were caught up. This guy's stuck in 2015, my boy.
Yeah. So it's 2024 nearly. How's the horizontal horizon doing?
Well, when you
It's
say
definitely horizontal.
when you say the meme was in 2015, right? It's just it's like saying that flat Earth, the modern flat Earth idea came from the 19th century. What do you want me to say about how old it is? It doesn't matter.
Earth's measured flat, mate. It's
If I
observed
can
flat.
deliver the
It's
argument
measured
better
flat.
than someone did in
Hello,
2015,
hello,
I'm doing better.
hello. There's nothing to do with years. The Earth is flat. It's measured flat. It's observed flat. How's the horizontal horizon doing?
Well, we just disagree on it being horizontal.
It is horizontal. You can see that yourself, mate.
Oh, you have that good perception. Oh, okay, laser eyes over here.
Yeah. So what do you see? Do you see a
Wait a
curved
minute, hold on.
horizon?
Well,
do you see a curved horizon?
Can we agree, though, Britt, that we
No.
all observe and experience the same Earth as everyone else? It's not that
Yeah, a
you
horizontal horizon we observe. Every one of us in this room observes a horizontal horizon. Whoever says they don't is a lying scumbag.
Bastard.
Well, I mean, look, you get your information from YouTube videos. I get my information
No.
from...
No. We're talking about the information you get from your eyes, mate. Our information from our eyes, mate. When we look at the horizon, it's horizontal. And you see
Brent,
that too.
This isn't pin the tail on the donkey, okay? We're not going to pin your sloppy ideas onto this thing. I didn't get my ideas from YouTube. I got my ideas from the Earth as it presents itself, my friend.
Then that's horizontal, isn't it, my friend?
Yeah, try again.
Well, let me prosecute the argument then. Do you guys believe that the...
No. The question is, you don't observe a different Earth than anyone else, correct?
You see the horizontal horizon. Yes.
I was about to say before you got...
It's just a really basic yes or no, because we want to make sure, because I experienced the same Earth that one deck's talking about. We just want to make sure that you experience the same Earth. So, do you experience a different Earth or the same Earth as everyone else?
Yes, I experience the Earth just the same as most rational people except for flat earthers, yeah.
No, because we all experience the same Earth. There's no one that can go to a different reality to experience something else.
No, but let's just go back on there, mate. Let's just repeat slowly what you said, mate. You said just say that again in slow motion. Go. The guy who said
experience the world the same as most other rational people. Obviously,
right,
with
stop
exclusion
there. Stop there. How do most other rational people observe the Earth?
Well, there's two things we experience when we look out into a horizon.
No. Stop. Not we. You've just said you observe the Earth as most other rational people.
Rational people, yeah.
No, not we. You said most other.
We rational people, yeah.
There's no rational people around here, mate.
Yeah. So how do the most other rational people observe the Earth?
Well, sometimes we see obstruction, and sometimes we see distance.
Not we. Them. Them. You said.
Yeah, don't say a word we don't like.
What is this selfish nonsense? What the fuck?
Yeah. So how
the extra commentary? Any extra commentary would just get muted if you don't have an argument. The commentary
he's dodging the horizontal horizon.
So
he's dodging the horizontal.
I'll prosecute the argument. Do you think it's the case that the distance of a horizon can be incongruent by the effect of a geometric curve? Yes or no?
There's no distance to the horizon.
Yes or no?
There's no distance to it.
Yes or no? Can that be possible?
Hold on, you. That's not even what your original premise was, my boy. So you're gonna need to start over.
Start over, boy.
Afraid of answering questions, guys. Come on.
We're not afraid. It's just that you don't get to build on premises like Legos. All right, you're gonna need to establish the first one first.
Yeah,
okay.
Man.
So
start from the beginning. Start from the beginning.
Yeah, proposition. Is it possible that you can observe a further distance?
No, we don't care about that. You said that you observe a different Earth than everyone else. So tell us about that.
I think you don't experience it. I think you see what you want to see. That's what I think.
Not
we
really.
See horizontal horizon, and we look at mean sea level. That's where all elevation profiles are measured from.
Is that why people on the globe side are telling us that the thing that we're looking at is an illusion or some type of?
It's not an illusion. It's exactly what you see, and it's horizontal.
Exactly. I agree with that. But we have
Yeah,
folks
it's
in
flat.
our Rumble chats and our
Yeah, it's
Rumble
measured
comment
flat.
section saying that,
The Earth is definitely flat and horizontal. It's not curved. It's
yeah,
measured that way. It's observed that way. The globe is a load of nonsense, and we're proving it right now.
and we got Globehead saying that the horizon is an illusion.
No, it's not. It's very horizontal, and you can see it with your own eyes. If you disagree with that, you're not a normal person, or you got
Yeah.
problems.
So, Brett, tell us who's seeing what they want to then. If folks are claiming they see curvature.
But do you know what I mean, mate? I'm just gonna butt in. Brett, don't speak for other people. Speak for yourself, pal, because we're not going to listen to you telling us what other people think and what they see. What do you see when you look at the horizon? Is it horizontal or is it curved, Brett?
What you did say, you said something earlier. You said, "Oh, you proved it." Can you show me how you proved it, please?
Prove what?
You said you proved the Earth.
What do you think we're just gonna pretend like we didn't just hear what you just said, that you experienced a different Earth?
I can prove it, mate. I'm going to prove it. The horizon is horizontal. All elevation profiles are measured from mean sea level. That's proof. And that's proof.
Well, okay, so you have access to all elevation profiles at sea level?
All elevation profiles are obtained from sea level, mean sea level.
What
Forget
elevation
the elevation
profile?
angle. All elevation profiles.
Source it.
Just Google your area and you'll find your elevation.
I want you to source it.
No, I'm not sourcing things for you, mate. I'm telling you facts, mate.
Well, let's break it down. When you say elevation profile, what do you mean?
Down, mate. We're not breaking anything down. The Earth is flat. It's measured flat.
When you say elevation profile, what do you mean?
Elevation profiles from 0 degrees. You need a flat baseline for that elevation profile, and that is mean sea level, not curved sea level, mate.
When you say
flat, it is curved sea level.
No, it's not. It's level. It's level.
Level meaning.
Level meaning fucking level.
Equivocation. Equivocation fallacy. Next.
No, what do you think level means? Hello, is level.
When you say level, it has several meanings. The word dictionary will have several meanings.
Is one of them
adjective?
Curved?
It's
is
a
one
noun.
of them curved? Okay,
not
is one of them curved? Is one of them curved
in altitude?
Is one of them curved? Is one of them curved?
Well, it doesn't have the word curve. Equal in altitude can apply to a curved surface.
Right. So, how do you obtain an elevation angle from a curved surface?
Well, if all points on that surface are at distance and height in elevation are equal to each other relative to the surface, then that will be equal in elevation. Yeah.
It's not a location. Yeah. You can't go to a quote. Like where can I? What point?
What do you mean?
Not a location. You just have a mathematical.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. So, what the height of Mount Everest? Yeah, taken from sea level. Yeah, is it the same height 200 miles further along the sea level?
Do you mean not? Same height
from sea level?
Every point on the imagined sphere in elevation will be equal. Like a plane as it flies over a curve will be equal in elevation.
Yeah, you need a horizontal level for the elevation, not a point.
That's just a claim.
Yeah, well, no, you bring the definition up. We'll all read it. Elevation angle.
Using an equivocation fallacy for level, and then you're just rambling at this point about what you need.
No, I don't believe
that you need that. I don't believe you need that.
All I'm mentioning is level.
I don't believe Earth has to be flat plane to measure anything.
Yeah, so where's your curve then?
That you're not going to address the criticism.
When do you use the curve? Tell me what
one deck.
You use the curve? Yes, mate.
One deck. I don't.
Yes, mate.
Here's the thing. He's just telling you what he believes. He just wants to tell you about his religion. He doesn't have any facts. He's just telling you about his biases.
Well, I'm just saying your just so story needs an argument.
Yeah, no, but you've not mentioned a curve yet, mate.
This is just the case. Okay. I don't think it is. Now what?
So when do you use the curve to measure an elevation angle? At what point? At what point do you measure the elevation angle using
to measure an elevation angle?
Pardon?
What do you mean use the curve to measure an elevation angle?
You can't use your curve to measure elevation angle. You know that.
You don't use the curve. You use the ground position.
You use level, mate.
And then it's altitude. Level
means sea level.
mean
Level.
sea level?
Not curved, level.
So dense.
So, Brett, you're saying that level is equidistant from the center of a sphere. Is that what you're saying?
From the ground, not the center of the sphere.
Equidistant from the ground?
Yeah, the surface.
How would the level be equidistant from the ground? What the fuck are you talking about?
So when a plane flies over a curved surface, or if I had, I don't know,
What plane flies over what curved surface?
Okay, let's use a different analogy. A ball, right? You get a football, you put a pin on one side, a pin on the other side, have it equal in distance from the surface of that ball. That'll be equal in elevation in that context.
Equal in distance from the surface of the ball, like across the top, but not from the center.
Across the top, yeah. So it's in the sky, elevation from the surface of the Earth, yeah.
Think about it. Equidistant
nobody
from
measures
the center point.
And if no one measures,
Do you even know what equidistant from the center point is? If you draw a circumference, right, of a circle, and then you draw a circumference of a larger circle around that circle, it's equidistant. It's equidistant from the center of the circle.
So this is why an airplane is a good analogy, right? Because when people talk about the altitude of a plane, right, or the elevation of a mountain, they're not saying, "Oh, this is how far it is from the center of the planet." Right? They're not talking about the core. They're
Is a
talking.
planar surface curved or is it flat?
Nobody says.
No one's saying that.
Yeah,
Who's making that argument? Why are you bringing it up?
When I say
Excuse
elevation,
me.
you say surface or core. I'm saying
Excuse
surface.
me. Excuse me. No one here is making that claim that elevation is from the center of the Earth.
Brett, you're incorrect.
I was asked that question.
Brett, you're incorrect, and you don't know what you're talking about. The Earth is flat. It's observed flat, and it's measured flat. There's no proof of a globe. All elevations
just claims. Just
are
claims.
measured from sea level.
That's just a claim.
Yeah, it's truth.
It's a claim.
It's the truth.
You believe it's true. It's your idea, sure, but
so
I don't believe in that religion. So
what is the height of Everest above sea level?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, Google it.
No, well, get to your point.
Google it.
Get to your point.
It's measured from a level point of Earth, the sea level.
Okay, what number what's the number? Go on.
Yeah. So if the Earth was curved, right?
Why'd you ask me how high it was if you're not going to tell me what the number is? Is it relevant to your argument?
Elevation. Do you know what an elevation angle is, Brett?
I'm not Brett. I'm Brit.
Okay, Brett. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
No, I don't actually.
So I suggest you go away and research.
No,
this a bit
I
more,
want you to tell me.
Yeah, it's the elevation angle from sea level.
I want you to tell me what an elevation angle is. You asked me, do I know what it is? And you said, go and research it. I asked you what it is, and you say, it's an elevation angle. Yeah, tell me what it is.
Right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll
tell me what it is.
I'm going to put the definition
Say it. No, say it now. You don't know. Go and research it. Your argument, go and research your own argument. Your YouTube video argument you got from Whitson, most likely, I imagine.
It's the angle of a line.
You don't know what it is. You had to Google it. You had to Google it.
No,
it requires... You did have to Google it.
You've not letting me finish explaining it. Have you? You've not let me finish. Yeah?
You had to go and Google it.
It requires a horizontal baseline. Yeah? The line of sight of an object, above the horizontal baseline. That's the elevation angle. It requires the horizontal baseline. Now, when you're working out elevation profiles of any area, your baseline will be sea level in order to get that elevation angle. There's no curve involved, Brit. Yeah?
1 second. Give me a second.
We'll give you 5 minutes if you want.
Damn, this man's whole world has been shattered.
I've done this debate many a time.
Yeah, but you need to practice a bit more because you're not doing very well, Brit.
I always do well in these debates.
No, because the Earth is flat, it's observed flat, it's measured flat.
It's not measured flat.
Yes, it is.
It's just a claim. That's just a claim.
Where do you think you get the equator from? It's the minimum maximum elevation angle from Polaris. 90 degrees to 0 degrees. That gives you the equator distance. It's measured flat, mate. The Earth is flat. It's measured like
It's
that.
not measured flat.
Yes, it is. It's measured like that because you need a
No, it's
flat
not.
baseline for the elevation angle. It's measured and observed flat. There's no globe involved. There's no curve involved. It's measured like that.
You never factor in the curve anytime you take any
There's
sort of
no
like
curve involved, mate, in
elevation test
elevation
or anything.
angles. There's no curve involved in elevation angles.
He's right. All you do is you go from basically sea level, which would be the horizon, and then you just measure from there. But you never have to factor in like the curve or anything like that.
Yes, I want Mr. Mr. What's your name again? Mr. Deck. Can you tell me in practice when you need to use elevation angles? Let's give him time to Google. In the way that you're describing, obviously, no curvature, no Earth. Has to be a flat disk or flat object. I don't care what it is, right? And then you have to then tell me when that's ever been used in practice and what results you get, and if it's better than what you get comparing it to
Alberuni
globular coordinate system.
Alberuni used it. Alberuni used it to try and imply that Earth has a radius. Earth is a sphere with a radius. Yes, he had to measure it flat from his position to the base of a mountain and get an elevation angle height of the mountain.
Yeah, but I'm talking about for not for trying to demonstrate the globe. That would be kind of nonsensical for me to ask you to show me how someone would use it to demonstrate the globe. I'm talking about in a practical sense.
Celestial navigation, surveying.
Celestial navigation. When is it used in celestial navigation the way you're describing it?
You mean
you've already had this conversation 1,000 times, bro. What are you doing? You already know. You know the argument. Why are you playing stupid today?
I don't think anyone in celestial navigation say we assume a flat plane.
Well, go ask him. Go ask him.
Do you know anyone? Have you got any source to say someone does say that?
I don't know anybody that has done celestial navigation.
Why are you asserting it so?
Yeah,
great. You and me, we should probably go do the research. Let's go do this. I mean, you and me, we'll call up some guys that do this, and we'll say, are you guys measuring from a flat plane to get the angle to the star 90 degrees above the GP? What do you think they'll say?
Ask them if they'll even assume a flat plane.
Well, let's do it. Call them up.
Call them up. This is like a core argument. How do you get this on a globe? And then you're saying, well,
don't worry about it. You're the one inquiring us, so I'm sure you're really curious to find this out. You should call them up.
But I thought you were meant to be the truth seekers.
I mean, this would be a good arrow in your quiver, right? I talked to a guy who actually does celestial navigation, and they always measure from a curve. That would be great for you.
It's quite the opposite. I don't know. I've never heard of a story of it being otherwise.
Oh, well then so you've never heard of a story. Have you? Who have you heard it from? Who have you been talking to? I'm just curious.
I live in an island. We have lots of sailors here.
Great. Get one of them on Discord because you don't know, right?
I don't know anything about celestial navigation. Correct.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Well, get your sailors in here. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, but you're the one asserting this is how it's done.
Did I make that assertion?
Oh,
I just read the manuals, but the manuals say that they're measuring from a flat plane. Do you not like the manuals?
So do you disagree with T-Dub's assertion?
What?
That this is how it's used in celestial navigation?
Well, the manuals say that. Are you arguing with the manuals?
Yes, I'll argue with the manuals.
Okay, fine. Well, then if you got the manuals that say that they're measuring from a curved surface, then by all means, bring it. Just put it in the side chat.
I'll argue that manual didn't say, oh, by the way, we're assuming a flat plane.
Yeah, but Britt, no one gives a fuck what you say. Go get the citation that they're measuring from a curved surface. Go ahead.
You cited the manual. Which manual?
I didn't cite any manuals.
You said it's in manuals.
Yeah, right. We got plenty. I'll bring some in here. We'll post them that they're measuring from a flat plane, equatorial plane. Do you like that one? Have you ever heard of an equatorial plane?
I've never heard of that.
No. You've been in this topic for a long time. right? You've debated this a long time, and you've never heard of it.
I'm more of the philosophy dork guy, not the practice.
But you've never heard that term brought up, even though you've been in here plenty of times. You've never heard equatorial
If
plane.
it was brought up, I switched off.
Oh, so you just ignore whatever's inconvenient for you and then turn back on when it. So you can like have this plausible deniability. Is that how you do this?
If I wanted your YouTube video information, I'd go and seek out the YouTube video rather than.
Yeah, I know you want to poison the well. YouTube videos. This is nice, Brett. It's fun for you.
I
know
you conjured
just
these ideas up.
What ideas?
Well, the ideas that you believe in now. I don't believe they came.
What
from
ideas do I believe in? What ideas do I believe in, Brett?
Well, you first of all, you believe that celestial navigation demands that you assume a flat plane.
Yeah, I've seen the images in the manuals, so I look at it and I go, oh, makes sense. And funnily enough, no one's actually measuring from any curved surface.
All right, let's test that. Name a celestial navigation manual off the top of your head now. Go. You've read them, so you know the title.
The fact that, no, I haven't read the whole thing. I didn't say that. Why are you putting words in my mouth again? No, I don't even know the title. Britt, the fact that I can't repeat for you what the name of the book is doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's actually being done that way. I don't want to away to this other topic, like, oh, if you don't know the title, then all of a sudden the Earth's a globe. Is that what you're trying to do? Or is this just about flat earthers now? You want to make it about flat earthers, but not the fact that there's no Earth curvature. Oh, okay. What about me?
You say that you've read these manuals. I believe you watched a YouTube video.
I didn't say that I read the manuals. Excuse me, Britt. I did not say that. You're a lying sack of shit.
You said it's in the manuals, and you said you read
it's in the manuals. Doesn't mean I read the whole damn thing.
A title would be good enough.
I don't even need to read the title. What does that have to do with anything?
To know it's a celestial navigation manual for starters.
No, I don't care, bro. This is stupid and pathetic, Britt. You got to do better than this, bro.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't.
I don't know. I don't know. Brett, I think I'll just keep watching YouTube videos, right, Brett?
Yeah, celestial navigation manual titles aren't too creative.
You could go with, I don't know.
Celestial navigation manual.
You could say AQA, celestial navigation.
Well, you don't even know what celestial navigation is, though. Remember, Brett?
I know what celestial navigation is.
Oh, you do now. Okay.
Well, when I say I know what it is...
Listen, 20 minutes ago, you had no clue.
Yeah, when I say I know what it is, I mean, like, I know what it is. I don't know how it's done.
Okay, Brett, I got a question for you. Is the Earth a globe?
Well, what is it? It's a method.
I also know what it is, and I don't know how it's done.
Hold on, Sasha. Sasha, Britt's he's hung himself out to dry with his tap
What is it? It's a method of locating.
Vaguer.
Well,
Vaguer, please.
It's okay. It's a way in which you use the stars in the sky to and your relative ground position.
An angle. You didn't know what an elevation angle is, right?
That's fine.
You know what an angle is.
That's fine. Angle and to
do you know what an
relative
angle
position,
is?
So you can find your way to where your destination.
Do you know what an angle is?
An angle, yeah.
Do you know what a triangle is?
I know what a triangle is.
How many angles are in a triangle?
I've heard this like 180 degrees. Yeah, sure. Well, that has nothing to do with celestial navigation.
How many angles are in a triangle?
There's no 180 degree triangle.
We're almost finished, Britt. How many angles? 3. Triangle. Okay, now can you define triangle? Now that you know all about it.
Look, I might just use an non-Euclidean sense.
Listen, Britt, are they straight lines or curved that form a triangle?
I might just posit the non-Euclidean sense.
Yeah, you might just get as vague as humanly possible.
Well, to say like 3.
You know what an angle is. Everyone listening knows what an angle is.
3 sides and 3 corners. You might add on angles, then you're talking about a specific kind of Euclidean triangle. And I don't think that such triangles are used in celestial navigation. I mean, look, right. Let's just...
You've lost the plot now, sir.
I mean, you're just asserting that they are used.
You're pretty nice, I would say. I wouldn't say mean at all. You're about as nice as it gets. You said I mean.
I'm not mean.
You know what an angle is now, Britt.
I don't think the triangles you're referring to are used in celestial navigation.
Oh, holy Lord.
How would you know? You don't know anything about celestial navigation, right?
If someone's making the affirmative, I can make the.
Yeah, we're talking about the
I can deny
elevation
it and
angle
say
in the celestial navigation
demonstrate
that
it.
now you don't think works.
I mean, you just demonstrate it. I mean, it's all way all day. But then you've read manuals, so I expect you do know, but yet to be seen. The thing is, like, I can tell the difference between some of you that are like the people who propagate ideas, and then the people who just regurgitate other people's ideas. It's very clear to see, right? Like,
okay, I got you, Britt. So the thing is if we're just regurgitating the things that you say we see on YouTube, and that's fine. Yeah, we've heard arguments, and a lot of us haven't read these entire manuals. It doesn't help your argument at all. So you would actually have to come in and counter the argument, right? You would have to show us it being done from a globe, right?
I'm comfortable in the position of, if I just ask you how it's done, some of you won't be able to answer.
Is the position just will for ignorance? You're like, well, I don't have any example of anything counter to what you're saying, but I'm just going to go ahead and continue to assume that this can be done from a curved surface, even though I've never seen it or talked to anybody about it. Oh. That's my belief. And that's fine, Britt. Do that, bro.
I am very much a dummy when it comes to physics, science, engineering, but I don't pretend to be smart about it. That's the difference.
I'm not pretending. Why are you poisoning the well constantly, dude? You don't have to do that. That's petty.
You don't have to know the complete process. You just have to know that a sextant is an elevation angle measuring device. That's it. Game over right there.
Sextant is a what, sorry?
Nautical sextant is an angle, right?
Angle measuring device.
That's it. You can't. A glober can't even like pick one up and begin just to use it.
I mean, when you say angle measuring device, I think you have a picture in your head of what that means, but I want to see. I want to see a method. I want to see a method.
Are you measuring angles in celestial navigation?
Yes, you are. But I want to see a method.
Okay, great. How you can occur angle with a curved surface?
Just give me the method.
I'm asking you because you.
I don't know. Give me the method.
There is no method. There is no angle with the curved
method for celestial navigation.
No method for the curved surface to get the angle.
You're a regurgitator because you don't know the answer.
Okay, I know the answer. I will give you the answer. You have a base lane and a straight line, and every line from that line, what is going diagonally, will give you the angle. 45, 73. Choose whatever you want.
Base plane, straight line.
Now I didn't finish. If base is curved, you cannot get the angle.
Yeah, I got base plane, straight line, angle measured to the star from where? Sorry, ground position.
Yeah. Okay. Put yourself on the beach. Look.
No. Tell me.
I'm telling you now.
The method.
Look. Method is this. Look to the star. Put the line in your brain to that star, and line your base is 0. That line is making angle. Okay.
Right. Source it
from
the method.
Source
from the horizontal plane that you're
horizontal base level sea level plane.
That method that you described, and I want it to be word for word what you said.
I described how you reach the angle.
I want a source for that method, young man. Okay.
I'm telling you how you get the angle.
And it has to say base plane. It has to say a triangle that adds up 180 degrees.
Brett, this is petty. No one says that. No one says that. Why, dude? Brett, this is getting borderline shitty, bro. Why are you doing this?
Well, because I said, give me the method, and he said, I've got the method.
He didn't. He didn't put those. You're putting the words in his mouth. Don't do that.
You cannot get an angle from a curved line. It's undefined. It's impossible because it would be different at every point along the line. Therefore, undefined. Math is impossible unless, for an angle, you have 2 straight lines. One of those would be your baseline, like lining up, say, with the horizon.
Even in AutoCAD, it will tell you it won't make it that even when curved.
So if I was going...
It will straight up tell you it can't even calculate from a curved line.
To double check, if I was to open a celestial navigation manual, it will say that triangle must have straight lines and must add up 280 degrees, correct?
When was it printed?
What do you mean, when was it printed? This is what you're telling me is in the manuals.
When you open the manual, you will see the angle, and they will say there is a curvature with the drop of that, That will be written in manual.
Yeah. So there you go.
It's not written in the manuals.
Hey, do you think
it's not written in manuals? How it's written in manuals that it's curving?
Yeah, okay. So do you think triangles are not 180 degrees then?
I think triangles are, but I think triangles aren't. Check that one out.
He thinks that triangle is philosophy.
But I just want to be clear. Like, says who said it was in the
triangle philosophy.
Says who said it was in the manuals. You're saying it's not in the manuals. Who's right? Come on, guys.
I did not say that 180 degrees was in the manuals. Excuse me, point of clarification. In celestial navigation, you do not need to complete the triangle because we're not trying to get the distance to the star. It's at an apparent position. In celestial navigation, you're getting an elevation angle, which requires a flat baseline to get the angle itself. Thank you very much.
I measuring.
Does sextants measuring the angles from the curved lines? Because sextants was used 400 years ago.
Right. Of this group, who's the cell nav guy? Is it Jedi?
None of us are lost at sea.
Well, none of you have probably gone on a boat, right? Is it Jedi? I think it's Jedi, right?
Yeah,
why are we still listening to him anyway? I thought we got rid of him.
I'll be quiet.
Hey, Britt, Nat, let me ask you a question off of this celestial navigation, but in the same vein. 10 years ago, take yourself back to old Britt, Nat, 10 years ago, and you're on a boat, and you see a lighthouse in the distance. In the daytime.
Daytime?
Yeah, a little speck. What are you saying to yourself? Do you say, "Oh, there's the lighthouse"? 10 years ago, Britt.
10 years ago, if I saw a speck of light in the distance, would I say, is that a lighthouse?
Not a speck of light. A lighthouse during the daytime in the distance.
Right, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say, is that a lighthouse?
What would you say? Would you say there's the lighthouse?
Yeah, I'd say that's a lighthouse, yeah.
Okay, and now, do you realize now you have to say that is not a lighthouse? That is a projected image of a lighthouse lifted up from beyond the curve.
Are you talking about refraction?
I'm just letting you know the situation that you're in when you always have to reify this water ball that's in your head.
I'm not reifying anything. I'm more taking...
Yes, you're reifying the dreams that you live on a water ball.
I think
10 years ago, when you saw a lighthouse in the distance, you knew you saw a lighthouse in the distance.
I wouldn't say I'm even defending the globe. I'm just curious about...
You're trying to muddy the water. You're trying to muddy the water, sir.
Muddying the water would be very toxic of me, and I wouldn't do that. But I'm just curious because I hear you say, like, this is in the manual. This is how it's done. This has to assume this,
in
right?
The manuals.
And
there's so many manuals. You can pick up a manual, open the page,
you all disagree with each other.
Of both.
Can I ask you a question? Why we are building a lighthouse?
Yeah, he lives on an island full of seamen, so he should know.
I want to know the purpose of lighthouse. What is the purpose of the lighthouse?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
The purpose of a lighthouse is to light up the coast.
Why?
It's a warning system.
So a boat can see where it's going. From
which distance can boat can see? From 100 meter?
Well, it's a warning system for like shallow water.
To see from which distance? 100 meter?
I don't know how far.
Indication.
I don't know how
indication
far.
of the coastline, so that ships don't crash.
Yeah, so they don't crash into the shallow water
rocks
coastlines.
Right, shallow water rocks. Right. It doesn't illuminate the coastline, so they can see it. They just
well, that's what they need to see. They need to see
that in manuals. That means that the manuals of the lighthouse should be written how much of drop is there that boats can account. They can measure correctly. Where
I don't
is the
speak your
lighthouse.
language. I'm sorry. I don't know what you just said to me.
I'm saying that in manuals of the building of lighthouse should be written the drop over distance. That means curvature, because both need to know how much distance and how much drop is over distance, because they will not see the lighthouse if its earth is curving. You know,
Correct.
in one.
Now tell me what the physics of light is.
The physics of light is this: if I see light on 20 miles, that means I see light on 20 miles.
That's not that. That's a tautology. I want to know what the physics of light are.
If I see the light, the lamp of the
do you
city,
know what the physics of light is? Or do you just,
here's the guy who says he's not reifying.
No, I'm asking him.
I will tell you, physics of light, if I don't know or if I know, will not change the surface of the water.
Well, you're making a claim, but this is how it is.
I'm making the claim now. Are you listening to my sentence? The knowledge of the physics of the light will not change the surface of the water.
Doesn't matter. What matters here is
it does matter, because we are speaking about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, and you said that how could you see the light?
We are not speaking about the shape of the light. We are speaking about the shape of the earth.
But you don't know the physics of light, so how could you talk about how
I
could they
don't
see
care
the
about
light?
the physics of light. I know about physics of water.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Physics of light.
Listen, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I don't know why you're yelling at this guy, because for one, the level he is at, he doesn't even know the purpose of a lighthouse. So that's the baseline. That's what we're dealing with.
Was I wrong about the purpose
This guy
of a
has
lighthouse?
no idea. I'm not even speaking to you, sir.
Who?
So when I speak to you, I'm speaking to the audience. Yeah, I'm talking about you in front of your face. Yeah,
I
basically.
see. Very
So,
very adult-like. Yes.
Yeah, it is, because listen, you're childlike.
This guy doesn't know what a lighthouse is.
You're childlike.
He doesn't know what a lighthouse is.
This is projection, bro. This is the level of argument that you bring to the table. So don't get upset.
Britt,
so I don't
you
know why
said
you're
none of
getting
us had been on
acting
a
like
boat.
a child.
Can you just tell me what I said a lighthouse does?
Listen, that's just straight up busting.
You said I don't know what a lighthouse does, so can you tell me what I said?
No, Sonny, he told everyone he was under the assumption that not a single soul in here has set foot on a boat, is what he said.
You did say that. You did say that.
You didn't even get it right. That's not what I said. What I said is that you don't even know the purpose of a lighthouse. The purpose. You get that?
Guide boats away
What is
from
the
the
reason
coast.
why they have?
That's a great movie.
Or towards the coast. Sometimes
that's
away,
not the
sometimes
purpose.
towards.
So you have a directional indicator and distance to shoreline. Yes. And you'll know which particular one it is because you're looking at a flat chart. Can you show me a curved chart?
Oh, so I do know what a lighthouse is. You're just taking an opportunity to talk about bullshit.
No, you didn't. You didn't know what a lighthouse. You didn't know what the purpose of a lighthouse was.
You just said it. Oh, it's something about flat planes. You're talking talk about the flat Earth. Like, it has nothing to do with it.
Listen, you didn't know what the lighthouse was for. You don't even know what
You don't even think a lighthouse. You think when people built lighthouses, they were like, well, we have to have lighthouses for our flat Earth.
Shut up for a second, rabble mouth. So, listen, you don't know what the purpose of celestial navigation is. You don't know how, you can't get a horizontal from a curved surface. You can't navigate like that.
Claims.
You've never done it before. You don't know the purpose of a lighthouse. And so, that's why I think we need to back off this guy. I don't know why you're even talking to this guy. He's juvenile level.
I want to, Sonny. I will ask me a question now. Are you first time in this topic, or are you
first day? My first. It's my first day. Yeah.
No, it's my question, man. It's seriously.
He's like an NPC. He reads this every day.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Okay, you are in this topic a lot. Can you tell me what is the reason these people, the main reason, the number one, that these people don't believe that Earth is a globe?
Autism.
No,
what was the question?
Main reason, number one, that these people think that Earth is not a globe.
The number one reason why who thinks it's not a globe?
All these people here in this room who are flat Earth, who are saying that are flat Earthers.
I'll exempt Heretic because Heretic's got a brain, but the rest of you, I think you just watched a few Witsit
why
YouTube videos.
Heretic thinks that the first and most important thing, why he thinks that Earth is not a globe.
Oh my god, hurry up.
I don't know what his main thing is.
Oh, and do you know what is? I will tell you that that's for all of us the main reason.
What?
You don't know still.
Your reason is you watched a YouTube video. That's your reason.
That is not my reason. Okay, can you continue?
Yeah,
Try again.
that is your reason.
It is not my reason. Can you continue? No, I wanted the key guess. Okay, that's
Despot,
not.
Despot,
Number one,
can you stop shouting? You're causing my dog anxiety.
Okay, sorry, I'm not
My
shouting.
headphones broke.
Sorry.
My headphones.
You are
Okay,
shouting.
Anxiety
Your microphone
too.
is cutting out.
Okay, the first question. The question was no. The answer was no. That is not most important thing. It's not YouTube videos. Can you try again?
No, that is what it is. Yeah.
I tried saying it like 3 times. It's
That means that
autism.
you don't know why these people think that.
I know YouTube videos.
No, it is not. I'm telling you now.
So is it round or not?
No, I'm telling you that is not a reason. Can you tell me the real one?
After YouTube videos, the second one would be, I reckon, God.
No, it is not. That means you're still not giving first reason.
All right, third one.
Sasha, he is trolling you. He knows.
Doesn't matter. I want to see how much get.
We don't want to hear it 75 times in a circle.
Okay, that is not the reason. The reason is. Do you want to hear the reason?
Go on.
I came here for answers.
The reason is okay. Great. The reason is this: the Earth has the size. That size is 25,000 miles. In a radius 3,900 miles. Yeah, that's the size of the Earth. What all kids will learn tomorrow in the school when they have the science class about Earth. Everybody in every country. Can I finish with the why we have the reason? Don't believe that Earth is a globe. That he can know because it is not God and it is not YouTube.
Yeah.
That means.
Can
I finish why?
Just one sec. Yui's on mute. We're going to speak with the new people that are
okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So they may have that question, and you can help them understand that. Yeah. Why people are saying that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, we can leave him because he is not interesting. Okay.
So why isn't it? I'm still trying to listen.
You want to? Okay. Did you hear what I said about size?
I just got in like 2 minutes ago. You guys were screaming, but I'm interested.
Okay. The Earth has a size. It's 25,000 miles. My English is third language. I will try to. If you don't understand, say Sasha, I didn't understand this sentence. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The Earth is it's 25,000 miles. That means the radius of the Earth. You can look that on Google. It's 3,959 miles. With that map, the geometry is saying with 1 foot observer height, the geometrical horizon. That means that Earth will start to drop on 1.22 miles. That means for example, with your height, if you are 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles, and then Earth will start to curve and drop slowly, of course, down and down, down. With more distance, more drop. But what is happening in the nature? We go to make observation. We put the camera on 1 foot observer height, and we see 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles. 100 miles, 255 miles, not with 1 foot observer height, but with other observer heights. But always there is no drop even over distance in reality. In any location, in any observation, there is no curvature in reality. And that is the most important thing why these people think that Earth is not a globe.
So I'll just quickly summarize that. So the claim is on the table, right, that we live on a sphere, with specific size and dimension, and should have natural consequence that in reality that we should be able to observe and measure. So we should be able to observe and measure curvature drop rate, because if the Earth is a sphere with said size and dimension, and particularly over water, such as lakes and oceans, should be a convexity rate we can both observe and measure. And people go out to try and observe and measure it. They can do neither. We can get into specific methods if you like, like how that's how people are attempting to measure it. It depends on your level of interest in this topic. Or inversely, we could ask anybody that does think that there is this curvature rate is measurable. Then we can ask for an example of that. Can you demonstrate that for us? Can you show us any time throughout history where people have gone out and actually measured that curvature rate? Or give us a method by which that was even we determined that we live on a sphere with set size and dimension. Something that we could possibly do ourselves, repeat ourselves and confirm for ourselves, verify it, or attempt to falsify it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I sent a picture in the chat. This picture was apparently taken of Earth on 2015, July 20th, by NASA. Would you say that this is a real picture?
Does it look real to you?
Yeah, it looks pretty real.
Have you compared it to other real photographs?
Yeah, I have. Looks pretty real.
Okay.
Yo, what's
How would
up?
you know? I just want to say, how would you know? How would you know?
Because it's posted by the official organization.
But how would you know, personally, you know that it looks real? What is your reference? What are you comparing
The other
it
pictures of the
against?
Earth.
So how do you know those are real?
Because they were taken by satellites.
Oh, you're a clown.
What do you mean?
Yeah, this guy does the same shit all the time. He's just an idiot too.
What?
Oh, okay.
What?
You can
do you
watch.
have wait, I have a question. I actually have a serious question. Do you have a 9-volt brain? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Wow, bro. It's a bad day for you.
A red microphone is what he got.
Yeah, I don't really have a microphone.
I posted the picture. He can look at all day. About.
No, you do. Now you got a red microphone. See how easy that works?
It's a Red Sea covering half of Earth. It's in voice text chat. You can see that that Saudi Arabia is there. It's a Red Sea covering half of the Earth. That's
a different perspective.
No, it's a sphere. You look at in both picture. There is a sphere, not perspective. You have both picture of sphere, not perspective.
Are both of those pictures assumed to be real? Or are they claimed as real?
They are claimed as real.
Okay.
Okay, that means we have one real Earth with the continents, and the Red Sea, and it looks small. And then we have another one, new one. Maybe it's from 2000, and who knows? That one before is from 90s. And this is in 2000. We have Red Sea covering half of Earth.
I'm looking up more pictures to compare more of them.
Just a mistake in editing, but we cannot now look in every mistake, you know. Just mistake about fisheye lens, but who will now look into that, you know, bullshit. It's a sphere there on the second picture. You can see almost entire sphere, but the Red Sea is covering half of the sphere. Oh, great. That means that is only fisheye lens, but doesn't matter. Not perspective. And still, if you believe in some photos from the space, you need to come back to the ground to prove that that ground is curving. Because if it's curving from the space, it might curve also on the ground. Maybe people need to learn what is sphere first. Don't think about flat Earth. Think about what is sphere. How sphere look like. I was like that 7 years ago. When I saw the title Flat Earth, the first thing passed in my mind was, what the fuck is this bullshit? That was the first my opinion about that. And I didn't want to look into that at least 3 months. Like, oh, what the fuck, I don't want to look in that bullshit. But, like, I was curious. Okay, let's see that bullshit. And then, for God's sake, there is water doesn't curve in reality. And what the fuck, I didn't realize that before. I'm so stupid, you know, that is the realization. But it's only you people. Can you limit reality, or you can believe what people are telling you about reality? That's the two questions, what you need to choose. I will believe what people are saying about reality, or I will believe reality.
Well, you know what? I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
Yep. And who is lying? What is this? What is going on? What is light doing? What gravity? Doesn't matter anything of that. Only we look more into that, and we knew it about rotation, about we look more, and there is more and more and more explanations. There is no such a thing like, look, this is this, that, and you see and say, yeah, fuck it, it is that. No. You need like hours.
Yeah, like
gravity, like nobody knows. It's this mix. It's a mix with the Newton and Einstein. No, it is not gravity, density, fields. Oh my God! And at the end, when you finish the story, you again need that curved surface.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like for observers, you know, people that are experiencing reality on the surface of whatever this place is, the only thing that is going to confirm for anybody that it's like a spherical object, it's a ball spinning out of space or whatever. Well, actually, those are two separate issues to go into. But the only thing that's going to determine for any of us that it's convex, right, in nature, is direct measurement of that convexity. Right? All other points are secondary to that fundamental aspect because that's going to define. It's literally going to define the shape of it. Right? So it's no good trying to work backwards and saying, well, what about all these other things I'm told to believe in? Like Sasha pointed out, like gravity. And you want to point out alleged imagery from very high altitude, things like that.
I want to ask you, when you find out, when it was first time, when you find out the math, isn't that 1.22 miles was, what the fuck, this is fucking too near, you know, why so slow, you know, I thought it's bigger distance, you know, I didn't, I'm good in math, but I never thought about the math in the first moment because it was like, it's fucking big, you know, and of course that you cannot see the curvature, you know. But when I look into that like a math, that was like, my God, it's so near.
It's tiny, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. They like to tell us so. Oh, but Earth is so big. We're just like ants or amoeba in comparison to it. Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it is big. Nobody's saying that it's not big. Man, on this oceans continent, it is big, you know.
Well, you know what? That's why I asked that initial question. I'm not really going against you. I'm just curious about it. I like to keep an open mind because I'm never too sure of the world. We can always learn new things.
I will tell you something. Like that's me. How I understand. Do you know what is like a bike Tour de France and Giro d'Italia? You know, bike but cyclism. You know what is cyclism? They have routes. You know, routes. They're driving the bikes, competition. And they're going up and down, up and down. They have elevation profiles. You can look into it on Google. Elevation profile of every route. The baseline is 0. They're changing only elevation. They're in mountains. Because sea level is somewhere there, who knows where. Not only sea, the
Man, I
ground.
had to go do something. Did I miss anything?
The ground also shoot to curve. That means that every mountain, every hill, between let's say two mountains, every that elevation profile, you need to count on distance because down should to be curvature, not the baseline 0. But it depends how much time you want to spend to look into this and nobody's saying no, you need to be flat earther or something. No, man, look at your brain and try to understand with really, even if you don't know, I don't know, you don't need to be scientist or something. With your logic, with the real logic, you cannot tell me level is curved. That's what you cannot tell me angle. You can make an angle from the curved line. That's bullshit.
You know what? You're right.
But people are saying that and protecting the globe in that way. You will hear that every day here. Some ridiculous claims, but you cannot even like. Yeah, you know what? Like even in a place that people are saying that they don't know if they are present, if they are speaking this now in this moment on Discord, they will say, "I'm 99% sure that I'm speaking now with you." My God.
I'm tired of people believing shit without actually looking into it. They're just going off of what they hear.
Yeah, for example, NASA and that photo. Man, you didn't watch even one documentary about faking things on ISS. Not even one, let's say one video about 5 minutes. It is on YouTube. How I can see about NASA videos. But what you can see there, I don't know. I watched like for sure 40, 50 hours of make fake materials in in ISS. You can make 5 movies about it. 5 good movies, you know, and you see all that bullshit, puppets in the baseball. You can find everything on ISS. Everything, but if it's some football final in America, it will be football ball there in ISS. If it's the Christmas, it will be Santa Claus on ISS. It's a big brother show, man. Plus other things, people fading there, or they have strings. You can see they're flying. They have that hair shit, bubbles. But people didn't see that, you know. And when you tell them, My God, I saw with my eyes. I saw like a
look.
comedy movie.
Yeah, look, that guy's, you know, I like what he said, you know. I'm sick of people just believing shit, you know. So it doesn't even need to be a dichotomy. Is it flat? Is it globe? Right? You're just living your life, right? You're born and you start living your life and you start getting presented this so-called reality that we live in. You're told that it's this certain way, even though you don't observe it and you don't experience it. It's this certain way, and you feel like you're learning, you're gaining knowledge about the world you live in, right? And then you don't even bother questioning it. It doesn't have to be a dichotomy between flat versus globe. Just challenge the thing that you've been presented with, so-called reality that you're not experiencing. Begin with, challenge it, question it.
That's how we grow and evolve as a species. That's how we evolve. That we challenge the things that already exist. That's what innovating is.
Right. So if you're presented with something that's claimed to be information that you are supposed to take on as knowledge and just accept it, right? Challenge it, question it, test it, and see if it holds up to your own personal direct experience of reality. If it falls short, you don't have to make any other conclusion but that it is fallacious, it's faulty, it has flaw. You can discard it safely, justifiably, just discard it from your psyche. It does not have to have any effect on you, the way you think, the way you act, the way you function in reality.
God, that little paragraph you just said might be one of the most important concepts in human history.
And one important thing, because of things they censored. That means they I don't know 220 or what time the YouTube censored the all flat earthers, and it's not the same way to research now and 5 years or 6 years ago, because 5 6 years ago that was like on the plate when it was going on YouTube. It was enough that you only type the flat earth, and that was enough. You will find it all informations there. Now you cannot find anymore. The new people, when start to type, if they start to believe, they will how to say they will after 10 20 videos say, okay, I knew it. They debunk it. I knew it, because first 1000 videos are debunking flat earth.
You know what?
They changed the algorithm, and people doesn't know that.
It's easier to affirm what you already believe in comparison to learning new things. And that's why people just find stuff that sticks to whatever they currently believe instead of challenging themselves.
That's why people are coming and saying, where is the edge? Because that mainstream fucking thing puts it there, that they want to think that we think that there is some edge or disc or whatever you want, to make story more stupid than it is. That you can say from the beginning, I knew it. That shit with Australia, when I ask you, does Australia exist? What the fuck is that story? Does Australia exist? What that mean? If you want to listen to people what they have to say, okay, and you can even disagree. But what you want to protect something, somebody want to change my logic and tell me you're crazy, because no, I'm not crazy. I want to tell you about information, argument. I don't want. And you are telling me you are stupid, flat. Because of that, I don't want to say I'm flat earther. I will invent it for myself, like or nationality or like with the name or whatever. But I will not say anymore I'm flat earther. Why? Because let's look for the fucking globe now. Let's leave this flat earth alone. And then we will see, and we will call it, I don't know, let's call it plain air. Let's call, I don't know. But they put it also that name, flat Earth, and we took it because it is. That is what it is. Because the level is flat. I'm sorry. It was in 80s. It was always in all lights, in all books. Level always was flat. Only now it's difficult to say that word flat because there is flat Earth. My God, Earth is not flat. There are mountains, of course. Water is flat.
Yeah, like you said, I'm a little tired of people just believing anything they hear without actually innovating.
Yeah.
They're just carrying on what they hear to the next generation instead of changing things up like they're supposed to. Each generation is supposed to be better than the last, not carry on the same exact things.
Or it will be good if you find a person who said, I don't know, I don't care or something, or I'm not agree, or that's not enough for me or whatever. Okay, good. But why you coming back? Go to your life, everything is okay, You didn't get the point, everything is cool. No, they need to protect something. Like we will we will ruin this harmony and peace and love in the world because of sea level. And guy said, you believe in flat earth because you watch YouTube. And I said, no. And he said, because of God. And I said, no. There is a connection with creation and God and everything. There is everything there. There is YouTube, of course, that I get information from YouTube. What I should to go to library. But on YouTube, I see the Santa Barbara, that oil rigs, and there is the water behind oil rigs. And that water is real. And that I see, and that everybody can confirm that. But they are not confirming that. They are saying that there is a refraction doing that we see the things what we see. That's the story. My God.
I especially see it on social media. People would rather attack people rather than have an open mind and be open to discussion. It's honestly kind of sad where humanity is going.
You know what? Some person can tell me that he saw the ghost or had the experience or something. I will not believe or something. But I will not believe even that I am sure that he didn't saw. You understand me?
Yep.
Because that's his experience, and I can only not believe what he's saying, but in a way, I also cannot believe that he didn't really experience that because I don't have proof that he didn't experience it. Yeah. The problem here is because this is reality. You can prove for yourself. You cannot go to space and make a photo of Earth, but you can go and measure this drop over distance. I know that it sounds like what the fuck is drop over distance, but it's simple. Drop over distance, it's necessary antecedent for the sphere. The same thing like a gas pressure in a container, it's the same thing like a drop over distance of the sphere. You cannot have sphere if you don't have drop over distance.
So flat Earth is more just about it's more than just about the shape of the Earth. It's more about questioning what we're told.
Oh, it is, man, because, for example, I was not religious and stuff, but I heard people saying from Bible and everything, and there is a strange thing is it's written some things what has, and then I look into depiction of all ancient religions. My God, when I saw the depiction of, they had some things of dome or whatever. I will never claim it, but I'm
Yeah. Please,
it is in
despite everything, please don't interrupt anybody, or I'll mute you. Okay.
That means that there is a connection, and
Okay,
of
I will
course,
mute you. Okay, sorry guys, I will mute him. Okay.
What?
I will not speak
He was
about.
in the middle of talking. He was in the middle of talking. Let him finish.
I will not speak about, but I'm saying that it connecting with the creation because on the end you have some kind of heliocentric model, and you have story and some religious story, and religious story is it's how to say it's written. That's what you experience in the life, and that's interesting, you know.
Yep.
And I will never, for example, me, even if we go too much into that, some people will go too much into that, but I will never stop the religious guy who now think that because of that Earth is flat, or because he has the reason to believe in that now. If you understand me. For example, for me now, you cannot be Christian if you believe that Earth is a sphere. You are not Christian. If you want to call yourself Christian, then I'm sorry for you, Earth is not a globe. That's my opinion. And we need to allow people who believe in creation, of course, because it is created, and you can even prove scientifically prove the creator. Because you cannot have information without creator. That means anything, and we got information for anything. For the beginning, we got information. For the beginning of anything, language, this, that, even blood, our body, everything. That cannot be made like, you know, from nothing or something. That's my logic. I don't know.
Well, a good question would be, how did God come into existence? Who created the creator?
You cannot make that statement because you will go to infinity. I will tell you. That is the question. Who is older, egg or chicken? Is that the question? What came first, the egg or the chicken? Is that the question? Because I will tell you the answer. Uh, Something
Two
came first.
chickens? Could you use that guy?
It was egg or chicken. For sure, one of that was, and it was made by creator. There is nothing that you can ask before that create, because creator creating, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Other things are not how do you call it? Supernatural. I don't know how to call it. You cannot go after that. You don't know that. That's not your. You can ask that question, but there is no answer for that question. Creator is first, and then all other things. And how we will call it, God or whatever you want now. People has reason to call God because at the end, all human history it's written like that, and they have reason for that. And now, what is that? Is it that in my opinion, I don't know, but yeah. But for me, if it's something, it is creator. It's nothing from nothing. That no. And we get from nothing. We get celestial. If you know, if you learn, we get from nothing heliocentric model. And you have new people, new religious, let's say Christian, who thinks that God created that heliocentric. That's the new one. Who still believe like spiritually somehow, I don't know, in God, Jesus, whatever. And they think that God made all this heliocentric model with the bending of space-time and black matter and black holes and all that stuff. Expanding. But it's ridiculous. But that people did that. That's not written in any religious or whatever. That means also ancients thought that Earth is not a sphere. When you find out that, oh my God, look at that. Then when you ask who measured the curvature of the Earth, you need to call some guy 2,000 years ago. You cannot say like John Smith 1932. No, there is no John Smith 1932. Is Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago with the camels and all stuff watching the sun. In the time where they didn't know where is the sun, is it 3 million miles away, 12 million miles away, or 93 million? Then we find the good guy, it was one genius guy, more genius than Einstein. He realized that size of the Venus is the same size like Earth, only watching through the telescope, or I don't know, or maybe with the eyes. And he said, and today when you take a telescope and when you watch the Venus, you can immediately say, look, it's the same size like Earth. I am sarcastic, but yeah.
It was actually informed by spirits.
Yeah. How he did that, how he knew it that it's the same size, ask him, don't ask me. And from that day, we believe that guy realized that Venus is the same size like an Earth. And we believe that. More than Jesus or any other religion. The most powerful God in human history is who? Gravity. Because you need to have gravity before Big Bang that everything can burn. You think.
Well, yeah, I agree with that point from earlier that we made. People just believe anything they hear and don't actually check it for themselves. I see that very often on social media.
Yeah.
If you have any kind of opinion that goes against what everyone else thinks, they'll just attack you for it without actually considering it. I'm pretty sure that happens on here too.
Oh, in these days, it's enough to say science did something and it's, everything it's okay.
Yeah, they don't actually give you a chance. They'll just scream at you, and then that's it. That's the best they can do.
Yeah, and people grow up thinking that pseudoscience or so-called science are science. Something even what they think that is natural science, like anthropology. They think that is science. And when you tell them that is not a science, that somehow, what the fuck you talking about? How anthropology cannot be science? How astronomy cannot be science? How zoology cannot be science? If you watch the animal, you can watch it in 1,000 years. You will not prove anything. Only some kind of behaving. And you find out that in this so-called science, astronomy, astrology, you don't have experiments, you don't have a hypothesis. It's everything based on assumptions. And it is pseudoscience. You ask yourself, fuck. Because I thought that it's science inside. It was in my brain. But when I look into that, my God, there is nothing about science in these things. It's only assuming things. Okay? But people taking pseudoscience like science and you cannot go against that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They treat assumption as fact.
Yeah. And you need every time to point it out. If we are speaking about natural science, we are speaking about natural science. Okay, because we are not speaking about sociology or psychology of, you know, even that, like astronomy, not a science. But I never like to claim it like a science. Okay, you want to go into that science, what is gravity, what is this, prove me that. But at the end, we are here because of surface, because of shade. Let's see where is that, because okay, I understand it's falling down and everything, and it's dark and it's night and it's sunset and it's this and it's that. Good. That means everything is working on the sphere. Now let's show the sphere, and everybody go home. And then I will call every flat earther culter, or he's I don't know, he's in some cult. If you show me drop over distance every time in reality, of course, I will call somebody. Look, there is every time drop. What are you saying now? But what do you mean? I show you like 2025 videos about drop over distance in these 7 years, but I saw only two. One was in Blackpool, and that was one was under one bridge. That's two. One was using the black swan like a example of the curve. So that's three. Maybe I can find other two. That it will be five. Comparing 2025 videos observation showing there is no drop over this, and plus experience myself and measuring myself, and plus uh, only by mistake watching my old pictures from holidays in Croatia like 10 15 years ago, and having like a 10 more black swans, only in holiday pictures, something. Now I need to present that. Now I need to measure the distance to the oil. Is the other guy say? How do you know that is 9 miles there? Did you measure it? Of course that I didn't measure it. At least I believe that that's 9 miles. Somebody built it something in the middle of inside of sea. I think that they knew it, that they are 9 miles away. We can find out somewhere that information for sure.
It's funny how they call us. Funny how they call us a cult when they're the ones believing things without any kind of evidence to back it up.
I'm showing, for example, I'm showing that black swan example, and I saw the island like a 20, 30 miles, with my eyes, not with the in Croatia. I don't need black swans or whatever. I don't need somebody to watch my videos or something. Man, I don't know, watch that what I can show you here, or if that's not enough, look for yourself. I don't know, search. I was searching for, it was not enough, and I wanted more and more and more, and I get more, and now I don't get anything else. I heard so many debates, not so many debates. I was listening properly Globers, because I thought, no, they need to have fucking good answers for this. And I'm stupid for some things. Maybe I reacted too fast. Maybe this flat earth is not. Let's hear them. And I was listening for 1 year, or listening so many, and because of them, I started to believe that earth is even more flat. Because of them, not because of flat earther convincing me. Because of them, they had so pure and so bullshit arguments that I could not believe. So no, I could not believe what they were saying. You could make I think the Monty Python is nothing. I like Monty Python, but these guys would win the Oscar in the best bullshit movie in the world.
Yeah, it's funny how much you can learn when you actually listen to people.
Yeah, because I really wanted to hear, okay, these guys have sense, fuck this, this thing has sense, maybe I didn't all things, whatever you want, refraction, that, this, that, everything, No, man, this is bullshit, Doesn't work like this. They're using this. They're using. Why so many explanations? Why it's not so simple? Look, this is that. This is if it's refraction, it's measured like this. Is this temperature, this humidity? Because of that, it's 10 miles. If it's this the humidity, then it's 3 miles. Simple. No, it is not like that. People only using the word, and then coming people who heard the word. Refraction debunks the flat Earth, and they are coming. You didn't account for refraction. Even they don't know what they are speaking. Snell's law, 5 types of retraction. What it is? It is a mirage. It is looming. Is it sinking? What it is? Oh, that doesn't matter. It's just simple refraction. Okay, philosophy then. Great. Now geometry. What do you mean geometry? Geometry, what I studied when I was in school, in primary school. Fear, simple stuff. No, man, you didn't account on. I account on that, and I still see the island 30 miles away. I like that one, that video, what is how horizon work. You can find on YouTube, and the guy explaining 1.5 minutes. If you put your eyes 8 inches above the sea level, you can see 1 mile. And I properly did that last year in Croatia. I put my eyes, I was swimming, and I saw the fucking, I don't know, 3 miles of island. Like, bye. I did everything what you said, and it doesn't work. But is it scary? Yeah, it is scary if somebody lying about shit of the air, and then you have people. It's better to stay on that side and fucking when you with more people, it's better to shout on less people, and you are scared because giving you a power of the something, I don't know, bullying or something, like a kids in school. I will tell them you're wrong. Where I'm wrong, tell me. You're wrong because of God, but I didn't tell you anything about it. Where is the edge? I didn't tell you anything about it. What is your model? I didn't tell you anything about model. But what are you saying? Or why you don't want to hear? Why you ever, when I ask, why you people think that these people that doesn't believe that Earth is a globe? They will never answer they will never start because of radius and observations and no such thing in reality. That's it. So simple. I spoke a lot.
Yeah, it's scary how people will do anything to affirm their own beliefs rather than learn something new. Because learning new things actually activates the same synapses and neurons in your brain that trigger pain. So when you learn new things, your brain thinks it's feeling pain. That actually explains a lot.
They want to catch you. Is it that the conspiracy? That isn't that conspiracy? And then in my head, of course that it's fucking conspiracy. It's I don't know however it's not conspiracy. It's evil. Not evil, man. That's it. It is scary, but fuck, fuck it. I will not anymore be scared about to tell the truth. Fuck
Yeah.
it.
I'd rather be a small minority that actually
Man, I
lives a
was in a
fulfilling
war, man.
life
Man, I was
rather
in a
than
war.
the majority.
I dropped the weapon in front of guys. They could kill me in the moment. I didn't fucking care. I'm not about to tell people that water is level. But that's people. People like to attack. The best field for bullying is flat earth, man. I thought in the beginning. I told you like fucking bullshit. What the fucking in this world think that earth is flat? We've seen examples of that, right? Like, look what happened to Brian Allen, right? and also to understand when people will, like anybody will say here, okay, man, the flat Earth is not what you think. He will tell you it's about this radius of what we observed. We don't have a model. We don't have that disk. We don't have the data. We will tell you everything if you want to listen, but stop to come to here with your brain that you have action what we think.
I just wanted to expand on your point, about the consequences of challenging, what we've been told. Brian Mullen, right? He was what he was. Do you have a degree in physics? I don't know if it was a degree in physics, but engineering. But he was using physics. He started a YouTube channel and started doing presentations and asking questions. And he had his whiteboard and he was drawing diagrams, doing math, and challenging the narrative, and pointing out the flaws and the inconsistencies in what we're told about the Earth, and some people didn't like it to the extent that they actually called his employers, the board of engineers, whatever you want to call them, I don't know, some authority, and
Like John,
he was threatened.
Yeah.
His career was at stake. He had to abandon his YouTube channel pretty much, and that and like when you see something like that happen, okay, you've got it's definitely got to raise red flags, right?
Of course. But for example, T-Dubs, you know who is Matthew Lawrence?
Yeah.
He's a teacher. T-Dub, I never ever accept that he will say, at least he's putting himself in a public, on servers. I will never accept from him that he said Earth is flat. And he cannot do that even now when he came, because he is here. He will stay like that till the end because of his teaching job, He will lose the job if he starts to speak in his school that Earth is flat. Or he will be under the pressure at least so big that you cannot imagine. Can you imagine all that? It could be 95, maybe two others, maybe teachers, but they will not say anything, and all other 95 teachers together with the kid or whatever, they will think, look at this guy fucking teacher think that Earth is flat in this school. It's fucking, he will be out soon. 1 year, he will not be rest. He will not. That means people need to, it's not easy. Make any pilot.
It's crazy what people will do to prevent our species from evolving. Because honestly, I think it might be a matter of control. If we keep believing the same things without ever questioning anything, then they keep control over us. They maintain control, pretty much.
If you want
if
to
we
know,
never question anything.
That's very important. That's what is not happening. That yes, we have somebody. We can say, okay, John D. or somebody, or we can name it. But that's like, if you think now, why? Where is that teacher? Where is that actor? We can say Kyle Irving. We can name it, but 10 people. But it's like, why some Italians, some also Croatians, some actors, some whatever, some musicians, no, man, no, not even for joke. I think, for example,
they do. Sorry, go on.
I think that Novak Djokovic, for example, he has a picture, it's it's not a disc, it's and it's written something like Earth is stationary, something plain, No, he didn't say Earth. We are playing the tennis on stationary, something like that. And he has that picture only. And I don't know how many people knows that. I don't know where was made that picture, you know. And I can post it also. But you never heard Djokovic saying in public that Earth is flat. And he will never ever say. I'm so sure. And I think that he's flat earther, for example. But no, when he is the number one, if he say that Earth is flat, he will the media. What happened with Carver Irving? They wanted to. They crashed on him. They wanted to. I don't know. I think that he also visited the NASA after that. He needed to visit the NASA. And after he needed to say it was a joke or something, it was bullshit story. But
absolutely, he lost.
We don't have that
like
famous
popularity.
person or scientist or somebody who will say something. You know, that's somehow important because somehow you need to touch that bloody mainstream. You know, but it is like that. If you don't put the nose in the mainstream, then the people who are listening to that mainstream will never. They will get it, but slowly like this, and yeah. That is what, even if it's internet fast, you know, but I told you on YouTube, what are you getting? You are getting the that is debunked, and that's bullshit. Immediately. You cannot get good information. You need to be a good researcher. You need to be like a good, okay, well, I saw this, let's search more, blah, blah, blah. No. You will, after some, you will, how to say, you will say, okay, I knew it. It's, look,
You'll
first video
face
I watched.
ridicule.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they give the illusion that we're free to explore, right? We're free to question. We're free to do this. We're free to do that. It's within parameters. They've set boundaries, right? You cross that boundary during your questioning, your challenging, your exploration. You're turned around. You're turned around with the threat of basically ridicule.
When we are living in 2020, everything is digital, everything is internet. They know that still the algorithm and everything how it's working, that it's still not in any fucking day. This information is spreading out. That's true, but in the way how they are controlling, it's still okay for me.
So yeah, like so you've got those boundaries, and you're like so it's like a nature reserve, right? You're allowed to roam free among within that limited area, right?
Yeah. Do whatever
And
you want.
while you do, you get fed, you get nurtured, looked after. If you get sick, they'll send a doctor out or a vet, right? But you cross that, you're out. You're on your own. You're no longer you're not in the clan anymore. You're not in the cult. You're not part of. You will lose support. You'll lose moral support. You'll lose physical support. Basically, we've seen examples of that in recent times. Not to do with flat Earth. I'm not
Yeah,
going
especially
into
with cancel culture.
right. Step outside the boundaries of the narrative. You don't have support. It could cost you things which are essential to your basic existence.
Yeah, it's crazy how people are all for innovation until someone actually innovates.
Right.
Like you said, there's that set boundary that people are allowed to stay in, but once they cross that, they lose everything.
Yeah, credibility, financial funding, and like I said, in recent times, jobs.
People are all for science until someone's actually doing real science. Then suddenly it's not supported anymore. because it goes against what the majority of society thinks, so it must be bad.
I think also it's very scary, and people.
It is.
People,
it's horrifying.
Yeah, it's horrifying. It was for me, and it is scary. And for some people, they cannot. It's really like this. Fuck. I don't want to. I don't want to be part of this. Really like this. Not because of stupidness, because of realization. Well, if that isn't, like signs of a cult, yeah, I don't know what is.
It's literally a cult verbatim. Like it's an exact description of what a cult is.
Yeah.
If you leave the mindset, if you do something else, you're just gone. If you question anything, everything's removed from you. Yeah, you get criticized, you get ostracized, you get removed from everything, you lose everything you have.
A lot of groups are like that. They pretend to be open-minded, but they really do not like dissent of any kind.
Because there is always some authority which knows better than you.
And they never question that authority. Ever.
Somehow, I managed to live to be 53 years old, and I thought Taylor Swift was like a country singer.
She used to be, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she used to be.
From. Okay, and then she just went into pop. All right.
Yeah.
I was at a minor league hockey game last week, and they played some song from her, "Shake It Off." Dude, it's catchy as hell. I love it.
That's like a 2010 song, isn't it? I still can't believe we're in the 2020s.
I can't believe you would know a year of a Taylor Swift song.
Dude, if my youngest kid lives to be mid 80s, he's gonna see the 22nd century. That blows my mind.
That's insane. The future is crazy.
If we get there.
I would imagine that living to be 85 years old is going to be easier to do 50 years from now than it is to do now, just because science is going to keep sciencing.
Oh, they will attach us.
At the rate I'm loading this 7-year-old up on COVID vaccines, who knows if he'll see 21, right? Yeah, I think that Taylor Swift got my attention partially because of that hockey game I went to last week, and then she's been dating.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, he really wanted to talk about pop culture. Does anybody out there have any new globe observations?
Hell no!
We got flat Earth observations for days.
Facts. Even honest globies will say the Earth is observed to be flat.
Yeah, that's the thing. And also stationary. It's never felt to be moving.
Not that you need to feel it, but yeah, they'll agree with that too. The base axiom is a stationary, non-curving Earth. Easy. Anyone who objects to reality. Period. It's really that simple. It doesn't matter if you don't like it.
Yeah, I think for us it's an honesty test when we engage a new glober. If they cannot admit that Earth is locally flat and stationary in their own experience, then they're basically deceitful off the bat, or they're deceiving themselves.
It's too common that people just dislike a flat earther or their position. So they're just going to reject it. But they have to agree that the experience when you go outside is you don't experience curvature and don't experience a moving earth. So whether you like it or not, that's where you have to start. If you want to prove otherwise, it's up to you. But it's not like you experience a different earth than everyone else.
And then the irony comes in when they accuse us of denying reality.
Right. Somehow they'll say the horizon is an illusion. But you're denying reality by accepting it for what it is. Okay, guys. I think you guys just have flat earthers can't be right syndrome. That's what it is.
But they swear they saw the curve when they were flying in an aircraft.
Yeah, stupid flat earthers. You must be too broke to afford an airplane flight.
How I never see.
Yeah, I saw it. Every flight I took, I saw, but I didn't take any pictures.
But do you know what is the best point? When you go to airplane and when you look from, if you have the clear sky, then you realize even better. You don't see the curvature. You see more flatness than you can even believe.
Yeah, they don't realize that when you go up higher in elevation, your vision actually gets worse and worse. You might be able to see out to 400 kilometers, but you won't be able to recognize any objects less than 200 meters at that distance.
Yeah, they don't even really think about that type of stuff. They're just like, well, the flat earther's gonna be wrong if he gets in an airplane. That's about as far as they go. And they don't even realize that that's not even true.
Yeah, anybody
Well, then
want?
they fact check it on Google, right? Google tells them that they can see curvature from an airplane, which confirms what they thought that they could see curvature from an airplane.
Yeah. Crazy. Google will say you can see curve from a plane. If you've been in a plane, you know that it's not true.
Except
And you don't even.
most of them never know that when you look at a hula hoop's only flat and level at one particular angle. As soon as you deviate from that angle, it will appear curved.
Okay. Yeah. There's no flat surfaces on a sphere. Yeah. Sure seem to be a lot of flat surfaces in reality. So how's it a sphere?
Why moon cannot be cylinder?
Well, because it's like the Earth, which is a sphere.
You see the one size of the moon every time, and it's circle. It could be cylinder also. It could be, you know, that I don't know the name of the English when you have the base, the circle, and they are finishing like pyramid.
But gravity pulls everything into spheres, not cylinders.
Yeah, that's a cone.
Cone, yeah, cone. It could be cone also.
Yeah, they say, well, if the Earth were flat, then the sun would get smaller as it went away. And I went, you don't understand a conical projection, do you?
Yeah.
No one knows what flat Earth is. I mean, flat earthers, I think know what they're talking about, but globe earthers, they have no clue what that is.
I know BC. Why? What is your main point? Why you believe that Earth is not a globe? Because you watch too much YouTube videos and you believe in God.
Yeah, exactly. You hate the government. Anything the government says, you just go against them.
And you're retarded.
Yep. You hate your head. You forgot about the globe. You woke up one day as a flat earther. Yep.
And cultist.
Yep. And you're in a cult. Even though I don't know what your beliefs are, I don't know if you have beliefs. I'm just gonna assume that you do, and assume that it's cult.
And plus, you don't believe that Australia exists.
That's right. I'm a figment of your imagination. And in Australia, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, apparently. But sorry, the moon.
And then Australian will say, "What about us?"
We're just imaginary. We don't exist.
Then I
We
will
ate
ask
too many
Joke.
mushrooms this morning.
Then I will ask Djokovic, "What the fuck you won 10 times?" Or 11? How many? Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm thinking to say people in the first place, can you please don't have any uh, thinking about these people when you will start to speak now. You will speak now with whoever. Don't have any how to say assumption what that person think. Ask him first what he think. Don't have a picture about flat earther that flat earther thinks that whatever. ask the person when you come in why you think that Earth is flat, or why you think that Earth is not a globe, and then you will get answers. Not like where is the edge? What about satellite?
Right, right. And and you're right, whenever that doesn't get cleared up, then we have these 5-hour conversations with people, and we're both traveling along in the conversation without knowing that this person has some wild idea of what flat Earth is.
Has some wild idea.
Because in the last few days, I've heard us speaking with people for a couple of days, and they still have this presupposition in their mind, and eventually it just comes out in the open. But it's a long, convoluted path before we get to that. I would suggest, if you want to have a decent conversation, an intellectual conversation in here, that you just be honest and upfront about your presuppositions about what flat Earth is, because most likely you got it from somewhere else, and that's not what any of us in here think or know, and so it would become a futile endeavor to try to have a conversation with somebody who has these things like a flying pizza, a disc in space, like a frisbee in space, like all these different things. So, yeah, I think that's very important. I mean, it tends to be very comical. I mean, that's true, but
it's okay if you start sounding like, do you people think there is an edge? Do you people think like I heard some people say, and okay, we don't need to react like no, that's wrong, that we don't,
right.
that's stupid, and we answer the question and we can go into that. Okay, this no man, because of that and that and that, because blah
Right,
blah blah.
right. So maybe we should start doing this. Maybe we should start preempting the conversation with, do you think flat Earth means there's an edge? Ask them the question before they ask us, and then get that out of the way. Do you think it's an edge? Do you think flat earthers think that it's a disk in space? Do you think that it's like, what is it? Because when the people figured out, like that one person, I forget who it was exactly, but even after being told several times that we're contained about the edge, that solves the whole problem. The case of the edge is solved. We're contained. Has anybody been to the extremities of the container? No. Still the same answer.
Because Sunny, if you are full of some YouTube videos, I don't know, whatever you watch it, that debunking or what, you have now at least 20-30 questions what you will come and ask people. All that things edge or whatever, of course. But man, you are coming in some new place. You need to start with what the fuck these people are saying. Let's know.
Yeah,
You are making picture
exactly.
immediately about these people. I know they are saying this. I saw that on YouTube. They are
Exactly.
saying.
Yeah. And that's why I would say that sometimes the black swan and or celestial navigation is way too far up the path for these people. They're not even there yet to be able to comprehend or digest the information until we've gotten through some basics. So that would be a good idea. I mean, like, it's pretty much evolved here as far as like how the conversations have been transformed into a more purposeful like conversation. But there's still these presuppositions out there, and I don't know.
maybe also, Sunny, to give them even in 1 minute, not only, okay, Black Swan, and we need to discuss Black Swan. No, man, wait. Let's post it 10 observations now, and then go one by one, and Chicago, and there, and, all of them, in 10 of them, not one, 10 of them immediately.
Yeah,
Why 10?
but
Because
listen,
10.
yeah. But here's what I think. I think that the rubbish needs to be cleared away first, or else it's not a like a platform for teaching or educating or even giving information unless we get the rubbish out. So like ask them what presuppositions they have. Like, first of all, we'll just go ahead and ask them, like, do you have presuppositions? Do you have ideas about what you think flat Earth is? And go into that in depth. And so find out, what are they actually thinking we're thinking? Then we can get on the same level.
I know. For me, it's enough that one person say, I'm so interested to go into that. Can you show me anything? Oh, man, if you want, I can give you like 100 videos. Don't worry, I will post to you. Send me a message.
Right.
I have no problems. I will be I will lose how much? Half an hour. It's better than I posting somebody, some videos that I'm speaking here. For example, for me, okay, ask me and I will give you and I will tell you. Look at this. Think about that. Whatever you want. I was watching that. That's enough for me. If that's not enough for you, leave it and go to live your life. Everything is cool. I cannot show you more than that. There is no drop over distance in reality. I cannot show you, some kind of I don't know. Prove me the gravity. Prove me that. Prove me this. Man, I can show you that. What I can show you, and plus, I can show you some things about that scientific method, some presentations if you want, of some people who made it and who are, for me, clever. You can call them stupid, whatever. Look for yourself. No. But at the end, I can give you offer only what I can offer you. That's my logic, and if that logical for you, what do you mean drop over distance? What do you mean sea level? What do you mean you didn't account for fraction? If that's what I explained to you is not enough, man, I cannot help you. I cannot give you universe now. You want model? I cannot give you model because doesn't matter the model, man. We are searching for that, sphericity of the earth. It's not there. That's the point. It's not there in reality. And that's the best thing. Hey, hello, reality. It's not a computer TV. It's a reality. You can do it.
Yeah. I know what you mean, though, about that they rarely ever ask the questions, the important questions, like, what information do you guys have? Wouldn't that be honest? That would be an honest, like, curious question, honestly curious question, a genuine question someone might have is, what information do you guys have that would make you think such a, whatever they want to say about it, expletive here, there, doesn't matter, descriptors. They want to say, like, why would you believe such a weird thing as flat Earth? You would think they would want to know, but we rarely ever get to that point, right? Like, it takes a lot. Like, sometimes it takes people weeks of coming in here before they finally even just get the basic ideas of what we're trying to say, because people are so closed off. So maybe that's the ticket to offer them, like,
Tony, I realized
are you willing to just walk through? Mm-hmm.
I realized geometry in 3 days. Maybe not in 3 days. That day, I realized when I go into that 6 years ago. Immediately, I knew it because of geometry doesn't work, But that was not like, okay, Earth was flat, I wanted to look more and more and more into that, but a lot. That means I will not tell you a lie, I'm honest, I don't know, like I can say 1,000, 2,000 hours of watching things, of watching in the way, if that video could be fake, first that thing, then other things. First thing is this video could be fake? Of course, everything. Then I realized that every video can be fake. Everyone. But nobody, that guy who was making the Black Swan, he didn't use that technology, green screen and shit,
Exactly. It's and it's pretty clear cut. It's pretty clear cut what he did do, and he's very upfront in his YouTube channel of what he actually did, what the conditions were, and everything. All the information's there if people want to look, but people don't want to look. That's the biggest problem. People don't even want to look. They come in here like 12 at a time. They come in here, 12 people out of 12 come in and still don't know, like the guy yesterday, still don't know what the argument even is about the black swan. And they've been around the argument for a couple of years at least.
But Sunny, listen this fact in 2023. I want that you understand this fact. But this is the fact, Sunny. Technology in this moment about recording videos in the stream lifetime, it's like that you can make whatever you want. That means that if I'm me and you speaking now, we can speak in the jungle of Amazonia and nobody will see the difference. I can bet on that. Because I saw the technology, how they're not editing after. No, in the stream, in the real time. They can do the green screen in the real time. That they can put you everywhere where they want. Do you understand me?
Yeah. I noticed that. I noticed that recently. I was watching some kind of lame movies, like just mainstream movies, just as much as I could stomach, and one of them was Baywatch. And just an interesting point. So the part of it was filmed on Venice Beach because I recognized it, but there was a backdrop of another city behind it, like completely different, like somewhere in Florida or something. Like really, they had just like
people want to
changed it completely.
They can type it streaming live green screen, only like bullshit, 4 words, and they will find out the videos how they're doing that. And then when they see that, when I saw that, I said, "Oh my God, oh beautiful! You can do it everything what you want." No, let's military aircraft, Sunny. Military aircraft is going 1 or 2 Mach above the sea level. Like there is footage, you can find it. It's going, I don't know, I will tell you a lot, from 20 to 100 meters above the sea level. For I don't know how much distance, with 2 or 1 Mach, 1,000 kilometers per hour. Accounting for curvature, You know that speed cars, what they are.
Why do you think that would be hard?
Why would that be hard?
Yeah.
Okay. Take the measurement of everything and put in calculation and tell me how much he needs to drop nose.
Why don't you show me yours and we can look at it together? Show me your calculations.
My calculations.
Yeah.
Okay. Bolivia, Salt Lake, 4,000 miles squared. Changing elevation 1 meter. You can go there. And people going there and making fantastic videos, even concerts.
Are you sharing? Are you sharing your calculations?
No, you can find for yourself.
So you're not going to share. So you're not going to share your calculations.
No, this time no. But
so have you ever done the calculations?
No, I will shut up. For example, you can now ask people why they think that Earth is not a globe, but I will shut up. I spoke a lot tonight. And you will get the answer. But I'm only leading you. The best question will be this: why do people think that Earth is not a globe? And they will answer you. And if you get it or not get it, that will be on your own.
Well, Sonny was just talking literally 5 minutes ago how nobody ever comes and asks you what data you have. So I come in and ask you what data you have, and now you're telling me no, you're not going to share it.
What? Did you hear me? What did I say? Did you hear me? What did I say? Can you repeat what I said?
You said everything about sharing except for sharing your data, which is the only question I asked.
I will ask you a question then. You want to speak with me? I can see. Why you think that these people think that they're not the globe? What is the most important thing?
You basically were talking about traveling at Mach 2 above sea level and saying it'd be very hard to do on a curved Earth.
That's not the reason.
But that's what you're talking. That's the question I asked you, though.
No, that's the question. My question.
That's the question I asked you.
My question again. Why do you think that these people here think that Earth is not a globe?
Oh, you all
What
have
is the
different
main reason?
reasons. You all have different
No,
reasons.
it's the one. I'm listening to them for 4 years here, and it's only one reason for that. And
No,
I
they're
know
all
what
different.
it is.
Okay,
No,
what's
there
the
are
reason?
only one. Do you know what is the reason?
I think they're all different reasons, and I can point to 7 different people and give you
No,
7
they
different
are not.
reasons.
They are not different reasons.
Just
It's only one.
tell me then. Just tell me then.
Okay. Earth has a size. The size is 3,959 miles radius, and with that size, with one observer foot height, the geometrical horizon on the geocentric model is 1.22 miles. But when we go in reality to check that with 1 foot observer height reality, we can see 10 miles and 20 miles, and with different, of course, height elevation, we can see it, in distance. All right, that is. There is no such thing in reality called drop over distance, and drop over distance is necessary antecedent for the sphere, and that's why we think that Earth is not a globe.
Okay, anything else? Or is that it?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the
That's
extent
it.
of why people believe the Earth is flat.
That's
That's it.
it. That's the only reason why.
That's why people think that Earth is not a globe. Doesn't matter flat. Don't be offended with the title. We give the flat Earth title only because we want to be cool, but we are speaking about globe here. If you understand what I said, we put the name flat Earth only because we want some name and it's cool, but we are speaking about globe here.
Where is it cool?
Because we like to call it cool.
We could call it the curveless globe room if you want.
Look at there is the answer.
Okay, so all of you who are in the
Can
room,
I ask people does they agree with me? They will tell me. Is it people that we call flat Earth because we are cool, but the main point is geometry of the sphere?
Yep,
So would you?
that's
So just
absolutely right. That is
you-
the absolute reason. That is the reason why we're all
Look,
here.
because they're agreeing
Because
with
the
me.
Earth measures to be flat every single time we do so. Every time we
what?
observe it.
Okay, every time you did so, what have you done?
I've done drop over distance testing myself over
What did you
water.
do? What'd you do?
I go to the beach. I look down the beach 6 miles away, and I see waves that are breaking on the 6 mile distant shore. And I can zoom into those waves and see all the way to the seashore where people are running in the water right at the seashore, right at 6 miles away. Now that's supposed to be under 16.67 feet at 5 miles. A vertical elevation drop.
Do you ever share these with
Drop in
anybody?
elevation. I was doing it to check for myself the numbers they gave us, my brother.
Hey, Scott, if you shared
I took that.
Hey, yeah, hold on.
Share it. I just shared it.
If he
I just
shares
did
it, are you
share
going
it.
to be a flat earther then?
I would look at it for sure.
Oh, so if Sonny gives you something, then you're going to consider that everything else was wrong that you've learned, right?
Well, my history here was every time you guys say you're going to share something, every time you say you're going to do something, you never do. And I'm guessing Sonny actually never did this. That's my guess.
You're calling him a liar? Is that what you're doing?
I am.
You know what? You're
Unfortunately,
absolutely retarded.
Okay.
You're absolutely retarded. I live right at the seashore. I live right near the ocean. I could do this dozens of times a month if I wanted to.
So go take a picture and show it to all of us. And we can all look at it.
Here's the thing.
How easy would it be for you to do that? Then?
Yeah. How easy would it be for you? The whole purpose of us being here and me telling you this is so you go out and do it yourself, not to spoon feed you information like you did since you were a child with the globe. There it is.
Yeah.
Do it yourself.
Yeah, you never have you?
Think for yourself. You little
Does,
sissy.
does everybody understand how easy this would be for him to
Calling
do?
me a
And yet
liar.
he's
Calling me a
he's
liar.
resisting it
What
at
an
all
idiot.
costs.
You're calling
do you
me a
wanna
Does
liar. You're an
anybody
idiot.
understand that?
Scott?
You're an idiot.
Scott, do you want to go to his
He
channel?
called me a liar. Wait a second. He called me a liar. You're a fucking idiot. Numbskull.
Why you don't go to his channel?
Whose channel?
Sunny's channel.
I had no idea he bothered with the channel.
Oh, really?
How would I know who the hell Sonny is?
You ask him for the something.
Yeah,
He
you can
said
put
to
it in
you
the
that
side. He can put in the side chat right here, couldn't he?
Okay.
He says he does this every day. All you got to do is walk to the beach, and all you got to do is do it once. Put this whole thing to
I
rest.
said I can't. You know what? You
Prove
like
me
to
wrong.
change people's words. You like to change people's words. You like to change what people have said and make something else to your own suiting. You're a
but
numpty.
it's good.
You're a pretender clown. Exactly like QE calls you, pretender clown. You don't know anything. You would fail 5th grade science.
Except I did very well in 5th grade science. It's just wrong again. It contradicts the facts. I did very well in college science courses. It just contradicts the facts, man. You guys live in an
Yeah,
alternate
and you call me a
reality.
liar. You're assuming you know who I am. You call me a liar, and yet
Well,
you don't know anything about me.
I heard you say you did
That's how you
something
go
that I'm
through
pretty
life.
sure you never did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you never did anything.
I never claimed to do this. You did. That's the difference.
You never claimed to do anything on your own in your entire life, I bet, is my guess.
You're projecting.
Scott, BMLSB 69 went out and made an observation, full video. We call it the Black Swan. What's your problem with that?
It's accounted for by like 6 arc minutes of refraction. Problem solved.
What's what refraction?
What do you mean, what refraction?
What refraction?
What kind of refraction?
There's only one kind of refraction.
No, it's a 5 type.
Oh, Snell's law? Well, then you're screwed because there's no 2 isotropic media you're looking through in that scenario.
Except there is, and you guys can deny it all you want.
Okay, what is it?
If that's what you want.
What is it?
Different
What
density
is
of
it?
atmosphere, apparently.
And
so just air?
Yes.
And that's 2 different types of isotropic media?
I don't know which isotropic. It's 2 different densities. It's all that refraction requires.
Why don't you go ahead and cite for me in Snell's law where it says air is one of these particular one media. Air is the example for isotropic media that they're using.
I don't know why you're throwing isotropic.
You're not even using the right kind of refraction, Scott. You're not even using the right kind of refraction, bro. What's wrong with you?
There's only one kind of refraction.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
So 6 arc, did you say arc seconds, arc minutes of refraction? You're even invoking the refraction that I know what it is, but you don't. What's wrong with you? 6 arc minutes of refraction. So that refraction makes round things look flat? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. So what is that refraction formula? What's it based on?
Change of density.
Dude, come on. You don't even know
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
I know that what I just said was correct, and if you guys think it's wrong, that means you guys don't understand it.
Tell us
No, you don't understand. You can't even cite to which one. You can't even cite to us which one you're using. There's more than one: atmospheric, terrestrial, Snell's law.
It's all the same thing. You guys understood it.
Lusak's law.
All the same
thing.
They're not the same.
So they have the same name for
changing densities. It's going to a different
names for the same thing, Scott. I want you to put a citation in the side chat for me, or you're going to be quiet for the rest of the time. You're going to go on white mic because you failed to go ahead and demonstrate and prove your claim.
Oh my God, you're pathetic. But oh well, I'll be done.
So white mic for you then. Yeah, time for white mic. Hit the road.
Yeah, just mute yourself and stay quiet. Sit down and shut up.
Yeah, I'll let you guys continue your circle jerk if that's what you
No,
need.
just
Go
sit
ahead.
down and shut up. You brought nothing to the table. Thanks for sharing.
Continue with the circle jerk.
White mic
Bye.
time. White mic time, Scott.
Refraction's not measured in arc minutes. I don't know what the heck he's talking about.
Arc minutes are a degree. Refraction is measured in degrees.
No, it's not measured in arc minutes.
What's it measured
degrees, Yeah, angles. Right.
in? An angle is an arc minute is a fraction of a degree. It's 60. It's a 60th of a degree, and an arc second is a 60th of an arc minute. Arc minutes are angles.
So that would be straight lines then. Straight lines.
Arc minutes are angles.
So that would be straight lines then.
From a horizontal. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What does horizontal have to do with refraction?
It has to do with the
Come
angle.
on, guys, focus. It's not that hard.
Scott, I need the citation that tells me that terrestrial refraction, atmospheric refraction, and Snell's law are all the same thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, you're not going to get it, so what are you going to do? You going to kick me? So you guys
No, just
continue with your
stay
circle
muted.
jerk?
It's just right this time. If you're just going to make baseless assertions, Scott, if you're just going to make baseless assertions and not prove your claims, there's no reason for us to talk to you. Go to white mic.
Yes, I know there's no reason for you to talk to me.
Just stay muted. Just stay muted, my brother.
Because you guys don't want to know anything. You just want to stay in your little echo chamber.
Like a listener,
and tell yourselves how smart you are.
like Scott, because like a listener, everyone who listen it, and you cannot provide that what you said, and you said that it is the same thing, and it is not. That mean you.
I said refraction. There's only one refraction.
I'm not speaking. I'm speaking like a listener only, Scott. In this moment,
I said there's only one type of refraction.
I'm speaking like a listener, and you said that Snell's law and the terrestrial refraction and other one, I forget it, is the same thing. And the guy asked, "Can you provide a citation?" You said, "No, I cannot." That means you're bullshitting. Like a listener, I'm telling you, not like a globe or flat earth site. Do you understand me?
Scott,
you're wrong.
How many angles of incidence is your 2 arc minutes?
Essentially infinite.
What the fuck? That's fucking stupid.
Why?
What do you mean infinite?
Yes.
How many angles of incidence of your 2 arc minutes was required to achieve that observation?
It's going through a density gradient, which
How many angles of incidence for your 2 arc minutes?
I already answered the question. You laughed at it. Do you want me to answer it again?
So there's infinite amounts. There's let's say in the Black Swan, there's infinite amounts of angles of incidence you're seeing there.
For all intents and purposes, yeah. I mean, it's not infinite, right?
Oh my goodness
we go down to
gracious me.
Planck. We go down to lengths of atoms and stuff like that, and the densities do have differences. But it makes a curve.
Give us a citation for that. Give us a citation for infinite angles of incidence cause a refractive effect.
You guys seen the laser going through the sugar water, right?
Is that infinite
There's
angles
a
of
laser going
incidence?
through a sugar water.
That's technically, it's theoretically, they think about it as the angle of incidence or the length goes to 0. And it's a calculus thing, right? It's a mathematical thing, whereas the length approaches 0, can never get to 0 because then it wouldn't get anywhere. But you can
citation.
Yeah.
With this false equivalence, we need citation, brother.
Yeah, bring the citation now. Now you have 2 citations you need to bring before you open your mic again. We don't want to hear from you until we see the citations.
Well,
and show us the actual measurements of those angles of incidence, the infinite angles of incidence. Show us how that was measured.
Yeah, let's see that, mister. Haven't done nothing yourself without being told. Let's see, what did you do? Bring that to the table or else shut up.
Did you measure the density gradients on that day, Scott, so that you could go ahead and come to that determination? Were you out there with BLMS B69 on that day? Or are you just going to make an ad hoc, post hoc explanation for why the Earth constantly looks flat?
Let it be shown into the record that this guy did not know that he was using 7/6 and terrestrial refraction. He didn't know which one he was using. He doesn't even know the 5 different effects of refraction. I'm sure. Like, I'm surprised he could pass the 5th grade at all.
Yeah, can I jump in for a moment?
No, till you bring the citations.
Well, I was going to say I tried to post it in the chat, but I think my privileges are limited. I'm actually friends with BMLSB 69, and we've corresponded on a number of occasions. And he actually published another photo that he took of that exact same location, just on a different day. You know, same camera, same location, same elevation above the water. Same zoom towards that, towards those 2 platforms, Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. And
yes.
The second photo,
we've seen it.
I mean, the first photo is, obviously the black swan. The second photo shows no distortion whatsoever. The boom, it's called a flare boom on the side of the one
Whatever.
rig.
What is your point? What is your point?
Yeah.
Well, my point is that if you compare the 2 photos, and knowing that literally everything is the
They're
same
not
about
photos.
the photos.
Listen, they're not even photos. So I don't have much security as far as what you're telling me is being true. They're not even photos. You didn't know that?
Okay. So he did not develop them
what are they?
on film. He used an instrument, an image gathering instrument, okay, whether it's a video camera or whether it's a digital camera.
You can stop now. You're done. We already know the image that you're talking about, by the way. We've seen the image. It doesn't do you any favors either. It's actually going to be another black swan. Did you not know that?
So when I was in the middle of trying or just starting to try to explain, I get cut off.
Yeah, we don't want your explanation. We know the one about magnification. No, we also know about the one where he did it the same height, the same position, in the same direction, and got the same thing repeatedly, and then from the same location to other parts of the Channel Islands, which are much further, 30 miles, and a Kappa Arch is only 60 feet high.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of those images. Okay, and I've analyzed them.
Yeah, you have no excuse for any of that. So, like we said, you're talking about things we've already investigated.
Okay,
and you're not bringing anything new to the table. So, Mr. Refraction, sit down until you bring the citations on the infinite planes of incidence.
I didn't make that claim. So
yes, you did, and you need to bring the citation for it.
No, this is a different
That's why you're muting yourself.
I'm not.
Yeah, this is a different dude.
First time,
but there's stills of a video. There's stills of a video to act as if this guy would refer to them as photographs for you to repeat that, and now you're stuck. Oh, they're saying it's not a camera. That's not what was said. You said they were photos from the horse's mouth of the guy who made the film. They're stills from a video.
Isn't it easier to say photo?
Do you know? They're not photographs.
That's not what they are.
Technically, there was no chemical.
No, it's not easy. It's not easier. It's not easier. So, yeah, that too, sir. That too, sir.
Technically, a photograph needs to be done with a chemical emulsion, and so digital photography is not.
On light sensitive paper. Yeah, so they're not photographs.
Paper. So
they're not photographs.
There haven't been any photographs taken in the last 20 years. That's
incorrect.
Ridiculous. Why don't we just
that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Why don't we just call them photos?
And you don't take photos, you make photos. But listen,
so
that
now you're
image.
playing word games.
No,
which means
you're the one. Listen, you're the one who said it's easier to call something it's not. Listen, there's stills from a film. Okay.
There's no film involved.
Okay,
I got
I'm using
you.
it.
Just
Yeah,
used the word film.
but you know what I'm talking about. A digital film, sir.
You
Correct?
know what I'm talking about. Interesting. It works
Oh,
one way, but not
now
the
you
other
want to
way.
play the game. You're forgetting,
Interesting.
sir. Listen, the picture also, that picture doesn't help you. That
just
too
said
is too
film.
far.
That's funny.
Yes,
There's
a digital
no
film. It's still of a film.
no film. Is that 8mm digital film or 16
Is it a photograph? Is it a photograph?
You're really funny. Can
Hey,
I just
dude,
simply
just
make
not
the
a
point that I was
photograph.
going to make?
Hold
you
on,
know?
time
Or you're
out.
just going to
Time out.
endlessly...
Time out. That image as well is beyond the geometric limitations of the 3959 water ball.
The image that's undistorted? Is that the image
The
you're talking
one
about?
you're
The image
calling
that's
undistorted, yes. The one that you're wanting to label undistorted for some bizarre reason. Yeah, that doesn't help your case. That doesn't help your case for the 3959 water ball.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
no
whoever's
one
got the
said it.
black swan in their mind, and if you're using the black swan and you're talking about something that's above the surface of the water, like some distortion up there, that's not the point.
So you guys are making an optical point using a photo which has been labeled the black swan, and that point can be reviewed.
Incorrect.
You
don't know what the black swan is about if you think we're making an optical point, dude. Honestly, Charles, you should know better than this by now. I know you've been around this topic, and I know how much of a disingenuous bastard you are. So we're not going to do this with you today. You don't realize that the horizon changes locations. That doesn't help your case, correct?
I'm sorry. Who am I speaking to? I didn't see your name.
Doesn't matter. The point remains.
Oh, it says who? Is that your name? What do you go by?
Well, is that what it says?
You're not going to tell me
What in the world does it matter? I made a point. You're free to retort.
Yeah, I would just like to speak to you like a gentleman, so it would be nice to know what to call you. You called me Charles.
Call me says who.
What can I call you? All right, says who.
Call me says who.
Okay. So, the point that I was trying to make, and I've made an entire video on this, which I posted in the side chat, is that people are calling it the black swan, making an optical point, whereas the actual citation in Quantum Eraser's original argument talks about a geometric horizon, which is not visible. Okay.
Excuse me.
So,
excuse me. No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to make that claim. That's you're going to straw man us with that?
It's Quantum Eraser's claim.
Flat Earth math, you have exposed your vast confusion.
Right. Once again, no one understands the black swan somehow. It's been 4 years now, Charles.
It was presented because of its simplicity, and now this guy's completely bastardized it.
Well, no, I haven't bastardized everything. I'm just saying.
Well, you have, sir.
It's an optical claim.
It's an examination of the geometric claim.
It's okay, Hush.
It's
What's an
actually a
optical claim?
refutation.
But clearly, optics are involved. That's the problem.
What is an optical
Optics are
claim?
involved? No, they're not. We also have distances of known distances to objects. Also, we have that. You're missing the whole point of the black swan. You don't even know what it's about.
100%. 100% confused.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
maybe you should take down that video you made since you. Can you define for me what an optical claim is?
I don't know
What's
why
an optical? It's got nothing to do
haven't even
with
watched.
device because you don't understand the original argument.
Oh, I understand it exactly, and it's a geometric one.
You just said it was
Listen to this guy.
and now it's a geometric claim. Which one is it?
Shift. Now he quoted me.
So the original claim.
Listen to this guy.
Quantum
What a
Eraser,
clown.
If you talk about the form of the modus tollens, he talks about the distance to horizon can be no more than I don't have it in front of me, but he's making the claim about the geometric horizon. And then he offers the picture of the black swan, which is a picture of the optical horizon. That's not the same thing. All right, that's all I'm saying.
So where is the geometric horizon?
No, No, the claim was already made. Listen, the claim was already made in the modus tollens. The claim is the 3,959 mile radius. That's the claim. It's a refutation of the claim through the modus tollens. Don't interrupt me.
Well,
yeah,
but
there's
the claim is
only one
talking about the
horizon,
geometric
sir.
horizon with
That's
the distance
imagination.
horizon. 1.22 times the square root of
Oh,
h.
God. You
I'm
don't
sorry,
know
go
what
ahead.
the purpose of the black swan is. You still don't know what the purpose is.
I know exactly what it is, and it's an abuse of the modus tollens, hence the video.
That's fine. Charles, what day do we see this geometric horizon?
Probably never. Because we have
So
an
how are
atmosphere.
we measuring this geometric horizon, Charles?
Yeah, I would say it's a folly to try to measure the distance to a horizon. So we're going to use different surveying tools elsewhere on Earth. But
Surveying
measuring
tools,
a water
surveying
horizon.
tools do.
I mean, it's like trying to find the end of the rainbow. How can you find the distance to something you can never reach?
Okay. So the geometric Earth horizon could never be measured. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Not accurately, because we have an atmosphere.
Oh, listen to him. We're talking about the ground.
Right?
So that's why geodetic surveyors use very precise measurements.
Listen to him try to shuffle into dragging theodolites into mountains. Hey, flat Earth math. Do you understand why there would be a geometric horizon?
Of course.
Why?
The edge of a basketball, which has no edges.
Okay,
right?
well, that's what they claim. That's what they claim we're on. A big basketball.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're on a planet, right?
Okay.
Planet.
Oh, presupposing we're on a planet, we're on Earth.
Okay. No. Well, I haven't done.
Listen,
I haven't
it's embedded.
anything.
I know Listen, I know it's embedded in your psyche that Earth is a water ball flying through space.
Never
He just did presuppose it by saying Earth is a planet, and then he said he didn't presuppose it.
No, because I've actually gone out and measured it myself.
Yeah, you did. You did just say that.
There's no presupposing if I've actually gone out in the
But
field.
You just said you couldn't. You just told us you couldn't get to a geometric horizon.
We cannot get to the horizon over water. I mean, geometric horizon.
Listen.
Is
Do you
over
understand
water.
why geometric horizon
never
exists?
Reach the geometric horizon.
Oh, listen, just as an ant on a basketball would eventually reach the edge and then circle around back towards you, that is what would have to happen on Earth if it were a ball. These long distance observations that include known distance demarcations debunk the geometric limitations of that ball.
All right, but what about the optical? What about the optical limitations?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Charles.
Yes.
Let me ask you one question. Is there a physical obstruction of your view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
There's no guarantee of those numbers. Those are approximate numbers, or those are the geometric numbers. If the Earth had no atmosphere, then those numbers would be accurate.
Is there or isn't there a physical obstruction of your view at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
No.
Thank you.
So the key word in that question was view. Because the word view means that we have to look at it, and if we have to look at it, then we have to take into account the atmosphere. So the geometric limitation is not a hard limitation, which is the whole point of the black swan, is that there was this hard and fast limitation, and you could not go past this. There was a guaranteed limitation.
You can't go past that because the Earth is curving away, sir.
Well, no, the Earth has an atmosphere. Okay.
Okay. Well, what happened to the ant disappearing on the basketball? Why didn't it?
Well, but as far
what
as
happened to the atmosphere there?
As far as the ant is concerned, it has never reached the
You
horizon.
can see it. Oh, you just said, yeah, dude. You brought up the example of a basketball,
right?
When asked about a geometric horizon,
because
you don't know what you're talking about, sir. When the ant goes bye, it has reached the geometric limitations of that basketball.
Well, optical, because it goes by to our vision.
Yeah, reality.
Right? So visually, yes, visually.
Every time you see something, you have to open your eyes. We're not talking about the blind here. They're
Right.
probably reading the transcripts. Well, I guess they're not deaf, but
Let's say you have that ant and it just disappears beyond your view. And then you pour some butane on
wait
the
a second.
basketball.
You said it didn't have a geometric limitation to basketball.
I'm trying to agree with you. Could you permit me to agree with you?
Oh, I'm quoting you.
Now he's pouring butane onto a basketball with an ant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you going to light it on fire after that?
So I'm trying to agree with you. I'm trying to go with your line of reasoning. You've watched this ant walk away from you and it has gone over the curve of the basketball. Let's say you pour some butane on the basketball. You are now going to see the ant again.
I know.
You're going to see the ant because you have changed the optical. You have changed the optical qualities.
Get a life.
Charles, I want you to do this. I want you to go out with butane and the basketball and the ant. I want you to bring us back with the results and see if you get the horizon appearing 10 times farther than it should in that particular scenario. Go ahead.
There's a YouTuber named, I think his name is Dang Jost. He did it with a tank, and he had like these colored pieces of clay, and he sort of made layers, like, you know, red, green, blue, made of layers of clay, and he put the clay just over the curve of this tank. And then he had a camera in a fixed position, and he poured butane, and then so you could see these flashes of the light.
That's fascinating. We saw it. We've seen it. Was there a horizon behind it?
Well, it was just a demonstration of how.
Was there a horizon behind it? Was there a horizon behind it?
Where was the measurable geometric horizon and your test there that you just described to us so elaborately? Can you tell us how they measured it? Okay, great.
The edge of the tank, did the edge of the tank appear behind the piece of clay?
The only point to that was
no, it didn't. Did it? It didn't. Did it, Charles? It didn't. So the claimed obstruction did not appear behind the piece of clay.
Thank you very much.
But you're missing the point of the demonstration.
I am not missing the point of the demonstration. You're using something that's not analogous. It's not analogous.
Was literally that the layer of clay, I think it was red, which
he's
was
pointing out an inconvenient point of your demonstration,
right? And which was physically obstructed by the curve of the tank, came into view when the refractive properties of the air above the tank were changed. That was the point. Okay, there's no horizon on a tank. It's a tank. It's not a planet. All right. So trying to make a horizon out of a steel tank is folly.
But you're talking about physical obstruction.
No,
of
optical
view.
obstruction. Optical.
No, physical obstruction of view.
Your microphone is very loud.
My microphone?
I'm speaking very
the
loudly.
other guy.
Sorry.
The other guy, not flat Earth math.
Anyway,
in that instance, right? In that instance, we can see the physical obstruction, can't we? We can see the physical obstruction. Then we add some butane to the air, and we see an effect occur. Right? When did that happen on Earth? When did we see the hard line geometric physical limitation of view of Earth? When did we see that?
You could see it change. That's why I brought up the...
No. I'm talking about as in your butane tank example, where you don't have any visual effects, as you're calling, or optical effects, and you see the physical obstruction, but then you don't see the physical obstruction because you've added some other variable to the mix.
It's very analogous to the pair of photos taken by BMLSB.
Right. So when did we see this occur on Earth? When didn't we have the visual effect on Earth for this to be analogous? When did we first see? When did we see the physical obstruction, the geometric physical obstruction of Earth without the atmo? Then it could be analogous. Then your example could be analogous.
If you're going to ask a question, you might want to give...
You want to beg the question. You want to beg the question that the physical geometric obstruction at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height exists. It's just that we've never fucking seen it. Not like we saw it in your butane tank example. We saw that before the variable was added. But you just want to assume with the Earth that already exists without having observed it, right?
You're not making yourself sound better by shouting obscenities and interrupting people.
Yeah,
I'm not shouting obscenities.
Charles, how much butane was in the air that day when they did the Black Swan observation?
Probably none.
Yeah,
the point I was trying
right.
to make.
So, analogous, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
the point
I'm
you were
teaching-
trying to make
I'm
failed miserably.
Oh my goodness, you guys love the interruptions. I teach statistics in a high school, and one
Nobody
of the things
gives a
about
fuck.
statistical design, experimental
Nobody gives a
design, is
shit. Nobody gives a shit.
Let them talk. Let them talk.
I'm going to go on mute now.
Thank you.
Bravo.
I mean, you guys didn't let him talk. I'm on your side, but
He was babbling.
I don't give a shit if you're on your side or not. What's your problem?
The problem's that you're not letting people express themselves in the chat.
Yeah, well, if they're going to come in here and use fallacious logic and bullshit, we're going to interrupt them.
Yeah, he expressed himself clearly. That's what happened. That's why he had to go and start babbling about something that had nothing to do with the last half hour.
So he teaches statistics. No wonder he's so practically ignorant about everything else. No wonder.
I would have said he had expertise in talking on both sides of his mouth, but
damn.
Yeah, damn is right.
So, what now?
Moment of silence for the globe mythos.
Indeed.
Yeah, he said, oh, you can't determine where the geometric horizon is. 2 minutes later, well, you can see it change.
Yeah. I want to know what it is, Charles. I mean, are we, since we're never going to see the geometric horizon, then you're going to bail out of that because the Black Swan ruined, boats over the horizons and buildings and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, no more horizon Earth curve, right? So then we're going to go to surveying equipment. Terrific. I would love to hear these arguments about surveying equipment. I mean, I really would.
It's unbelievable that they would go from a P900. That they would go from a P900, to a theodolite that can only shoot at best a quarter mile with accuracy.
Yeah.
So at the best, maybe a half mile. So that's incredible.
And they're measuring dip angles, right? And they're not factoring in something really important, which I don't want to spoil for anybody that comes in here with a theodolite argument. I absolutely refuse to bring it up. But they'll bone themselves every time if they use the theodolite.
I think you'll find if you dug deep enough, right, that Charles will claim that you don't have to have a measurement to determine that we're on a sphere. You can use other factors just to simply determine that we're on some kind of sized sphere. I don't know the size yet. I don't know the dimensions, but it's some kind of spherical object, right? And that will be his justification of then using things like Eratosthenes to justify his so-claimed radius value that he never uses and presupposes. Right, Charles?
Well, old Haas was right. It's buried in his psyche. We live on a planet, the curve, the planet, the atmosphere, right? Just In his mind, it cannot be anything other than a ball, and that's why everything else that presupposes the ball or begs the question or affirms the consequent is good enough for him. Never mind the rhetoric is laden with fallacy. As long as it affirms my bias, I don't care if it's logically consistent. Right, Charles?
Yeah,
That's something we actually
exactly
talked
what
about
we
in
need.
here earlier, which is pretty scary to think about. Most people are just looking into things that affirm what they already know, and in comparison to learning new things and challenging what they've been taught since a child.
%.
Yeah, that's how we grow, evolve, and change as a species. It's by going against what we already know. It's by finding new solutions. Yet people don't want to do that because either A, they're too lazy to, or B, they just simply don't want to because they'd rather live in their own bubble.
Oh, it's been claimed that. Sorry.
Go on.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's been claimed that I presuppose a globe many, many, many times, and it's by people who don't apparently know anything about me. No, I do not presuppose the globe. I've designed a series of explorations that anyone can do using high school geometry.
Sir, you said Earth is a planet, right? That was when you presupposed Earth as a globe.
No.
Guys, just
no,
let
that
him
was
get
after-
to the end of his thing, then rebut it, please.
Yeah. Oh, that was after I performed my field experiments or my field explorations. So I have, to my own satisfaction, determined the shape of the Earth in about a dozen different ways. And I've described in great detail how anybody can do the same all over my channel. So no, I have not presupposed anything.
Sounds exactly like someone who realizes that they're presupposing of water ball.
Presupposing.
What
Yeah, it
was
seems like
recorded.
you're presupposing from the very beginning, just telling us that you're not presupposing. While all while all the time presupposing, you almost said planet again. So
yeah, the water ball. The water ball presuppose. Yeah, the water ball presupposer doth protest too much. Methinks.
Do you guys know what presuppose means?
Oh
It's
my
okay,
God.
Charles. I'm interested, bro. Like, I want
We
you to
didn't
go
see
ahead
any
and
of
talk
your-
about numbers. Like, it's okay, Sonny. I want to hear about this. Like, we always get accused of being closed-minded and circle jerking in here. So go ahead, Charles. Tell me about the first exploration that you do that helps you know that the ground is curving at the rate that it's supposed to on your model.
I have never explored the size of the Earth, only the shape. So none of my explorations have anything to do with the size of the Earth. So it could be twice as big as NASA claims or half as big, but I do know it's a sphere. Okay, that's something I definitely have figured out.
You know it is. Oh, so he presupposes a sphere without measuring it.
Wow, you called it, brother. So, anyways, how did you
It is possible to determine something's shape without measuring its size.
Let's hear a justification for that. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
So one of the most classic ones is taking observations on the equinox. And so using geometry, I predicted what the path of shadows would be from a sundial on the equinox.
If it was a globe, right?
No.
Sonny, let him go ahead. It's fine.
Goodness. So I've been actually talking with Flat Earth folks since March of 2008. All right, so I am extremely well familiar with the wide variety of claims. So what I did is I ran the numbers with a presupposed flat Earth, and I also ran the numbers, the geometry, with a sphere, and I determined what the path of shadows should be with the different shapes, flat Earth and globe Earth. So I then went out and on the next equinox, I then measured the path of shadows, or I recorded the path of shadows. And it was a ruler straight line that went west to east, exactly as predicted by the globe model. So that was just geometry. I made a prediction with geometry.
Wait, model? As predicted by a model? Wait. Predicted by a model, that would include a size. That would include dimension. That would include... No?
Nope.
So the model, the globe model, has no radius?
Never said that. Of course it has a radius. If someone
are you using the globe model or not?
If someone showed you a picture of a basketball, would you be able to tell me?
Are you creating your own cosmology, sir?
Oh my goodness! Interruption.
No, are you? It's a simple question. It's a simple question. Are you creating your own? Are you claiming?
When I was
What's the size
mid-sentence
of the?
about a basketball, I was talking
Okay,
to
what's the
T-Dub.
size of the basketball Earth?
If you have a photo of a basketball, can you tell me that it is regulation NCAA or NBA size? And the answer is no. You can't tell. But you can tell me it's a basketball, and you can tell me that it appears to be spherical. Right? So you can tell me lots of stuff about the basketball by looking at a photo, but you might not be able to tell me the size. So I do similar geometry with the Earth. Right? I've determined that we are standing on a sloping surface.
Yeah, how far is your
something
sun,
that is,
my friend?
That is
exactly.
How far is
Where's your light source?
And that the sun, moon, and stars
Hey,
are
don't
not
avoid
local.
this. How far is the sun?
No, I cannot
Hey,
determine
ass hat. Oh, so you don't know, right?
You're talking
So
about
then you don't know
shadows,
what the
though.
fuck the shadow angles are, you dumb fuck.
Yeah,
You
and
fucking idiot.
I won't insult you or call you names. All right, but you're
Shut
welcome
the
to do
fuck.
this
Yo,
too.
you're lying, buddy.
You're
When you're
stupid, you
lying to a
fucking
man's
bitch.
face, that's an
No one
insult
fucking
already,
loves
you
you.
lying sack of shit. The fuck out of here with this. I was talking to global earthers, to flat earthers since it was 2008. Blah blah blah. But I don't know the dimensions of the ball that I'm talking about. Blah 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 blah. You're a fucking
Hey,
piece of shit.
he's not gonna insult you. He's just gonna lie his mouth.
Yeah, well, that's when you
You
lie to a
fucking
man's face.
liar.
That's
All
a
you do
fucking
is
lie. You
fucking
stupid
lie.
shit.
Name
All
one
you do
lie
is
I've told.
fucking lie.
Name
Everything
one
you
lie
just
I've
said's a
told.
fucking lie.
I'll say one
Literally,
lie.
the entirety of your
You said,
babbling is lies.
hello.
He did lie.
He
He
said
lied
that
when
the
he
ball.
presupposed the globe. Every
He
time he
said that the ball
presupposed
could
the
be.
globe, he lied.
Hello. He said, yeah, that's a lie right there. But he also said that the ball could be twice as big. That's a lie. Yeah, you said you
There's
can't.
another
You
one.
said you can't determine the geometric horizon. Then you said,
repeat
"Oh,
what I
you can
said?
you can see it move. You can watch it change."
Can I
It
repeat
sounds
what I
like
said?
every time you open your mouth,
All
you're
you do
lying,
is
bro.
fucking lie.
I've
Why do
never
we
lied.
keep looking up to the sky when we're trying
And
to
that's what
figure out
liars
what's underneath
say.
our feet?
Well, so you've called me on what you think is a lie by saying
Everything is
twice.
everything
You
you say is a
stupid fucking
lie.
liar.
We
You're a
don't
lying
think it
sack of
is. It
shit.
was
All you
proven.
do is lie to
It was
people.
You won't
proven.
let me speak. That's
It was.
very
was
Shut the
childish.
proven.
fuck
It
up.
was
No one wants to
You
hear
proven.
you
spoke
No,
speak.
enough, my
Because
guy.
all
You
you do
spoke
is
it was
enough.
lie.
no.
All you do is
It
lie. No
was
one wants to hear you
demonstrated.
speak.
Yeah, it was clearly demonstrated that you are a liar. You showed that to everyone yourself. We didn't do that. You did. So stop it, liar.
Yeah, if all you're gonna
That's
do
right.
is lie, don't fucking speak.
Yeah, can you stop lying, please? Can you do that? Can you stop lying?
No, we can't. Because
Your
he's been doing
words
this since
have no
2008, my
fucking
Can
friend.
you speak
value if you
without?
just keep lying.
Can you speak without lying and double speaking? Can you do that?
There's no other choice for
Of course
them.
you
They
can.
have to
Of
lie
course
from
you
the
can.
very beginning. No, they have to lie from the very beginning and try
Yeah.
to pretend that we don't see that they got a globe of Earth in their front pocket. Well, it's like illuminated in neon striping, moving freaking colors, and they think we don't see it. That's the hilarious part.
Can he speak without pre-assuming the globe?
I can't. What he's required to do, what he would be required to do, is just measure the shadow, right? And make no presuppositions or assumptions about the shape of the ground beneath, or the distance to the light, or anything about the light source.
Yeah, let's put in
Right?
400.
Yeah.
And then
Why would he
naturally
leave the space
conclude
matter
from
at
that. And then naturally conclude from that aspects of the surface and the light source. Not hold it up against some idea of what the surface is doing or what the light source is.
So that's the third lie right there. Okay, good. There you go. See, categorized, cataloged, and put into a compendium.
All right, let's get his response.
Did he go hang himself?
Yeah, he gave up.
Oh,
Yeah,
now we
as he
don't need to
should.
get like that.
I think he
We
blew
could
his
just
brains
move on.
out.
We could just stop. We could just move on to the next person. We've wasted enough breath with that one.
Yeah.
I've been doing this since 2008. I was talking about this shit with flat earthers since 2008. Yeah, okay there, bud.
Let's not waste our time with liars who can't seem to tell the truth for the fucking life of them.
24 minutes after the hour, you'll find Flat Earth Math Charles constantly lying and then holding up, the Black Swan or the Globe Earth and False Dichotomy with Nathan Oakley. So there you go for your viewing pleasure.
They can't prove the curvature. The Globers, that is.
That's my disdain, right, and my attitude towards Charles, right, and I apologize to anybody that might have thought that was unreasonable the way I approached him. He's been through this a zillion times with people like us.
Yeah, and so it's just no going back for them. Like unless they want to relinquish and acquiesce to the reality itself, and there's no hope for them. Possibly, I'm not one to judge that though, because it took us all wherever we got to get here, and discovering the things that we have discovered. But to the blind, I say, raise a glass. Cheers to the blind, and hopefully soon to see.
Amen.
Hey, they don't want to see, my guy.
Well, ignorance is bliss sometimes.
Yeah, pretty
Exactly,
much.
to them especially.
Yeah, they could be the
These
smartest
are
people,
Agent
but
Smiths, my guy. Agent Smiths. They want to keep people on the ball. Just like the Agent Smith wanted to keep the guys in the Matrix, right? So that's their job right now.
All they want to do is affirm their bias. They never want to actually learn anything.
well, did you see the Falcon X launch there, and it was coming back down and it blew up?
Oh my.
I mean, and then they hit the firmament. I believe it's like it looks like rain.
Really?
It's pretty
I
wild.
think I saw something recently like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how recent it was.
And honestly, Elon Musk is
one
not.
of them. I'm sorry. I was going to say one of them looks like a motorboat speeding along on the water, like on the rooftop, like.
Yeah.
I gotta push off soon. But I just wanted to say that it would be nice to have like civil discourse. I know you guys disagree with me.
It'd be nice if you would stop fucking lying.
Never lied.
Yeah, it's like once you've been fronted here, once you've been shown to be a liar.
Let him make his fucking statement for the love of God, and this guy's a troll. Don't.
So like for example, the accusation is that I'm presupposing a sphere. That's false. I went out and did the field studies before I drew my conclusion. The accusation is that I presuppose a radius. No, none of my explorations determine the size of the Earth. That's one of the things that Nathan is banging on about. Where's your R value? He calls me a liar because I have an R value. I do not have an R value. Okay. I mean, clearly NASA has measured the size of the Earth, but I have not measured the size of the Earth, so I don't have an R value. But
So
my
she's
explorations,
like
which anyone may do, will determine the shape of the Earth. That's all I've got. All right. So I hope you guys have a great evening, gentlemen, and I hope you will try to be civil to other.
Yeah. You go sodomize your boyfriend now. Go ahead. Bye.
It's charming. Bye.
Yeah. Go sodomize your boyfriend like they do in the Senate.
That's not nice.
No, it's nice enough. When a motherfucker lies to you, buddy, that's the nicest thing I can say.
That's not nice.
Very nice. Speaking of sodomizing, did you guys see that video of the Senate sodomization? Oh my God. Holy shit. God bless America. No? Am I the only one that saw that video? God damn. I feel dirty after watching that shit.
There's not enough eye bleach in the world for that.
That's fucked up. Hey, it's stunning and brave. All right? It's stunning and brave. He was doing this since 2008, boys. Remember that. That's what he said. Since 2008, he was in this debate. And he's still in the debate. What is it? 2024 almost? Yeah, exactly. It's many years. He still improves shit.
Yeah, he saw shadows on the ground, and that proved it was a sphere.
Fucking imagine I was delusional like that.
How did he measure the distance to the sun?
Bro, he said that the sphere can be twice as big. So is he calling NASA a liar, or reality is lying?
Sounds like it.
Or who's lying? Is he lying? Who's lying? Because if he says that the sphere can be twice as big, then NASA has to remove those photo images from the Earth, right? And all the claims. Everybody is lying except him.
James, he was doing this since 2008. Remember that.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. That's exactly why he's a perfect example of why you don't want mathematicians in charge of any part of your life.
Mathematicians?
Well, the actuarists are pretty much in charge of all your life.
You don't want mathematicians in charge of any aspect of your life?
Yeah, exactly.
What about an
especially not the real parts of it. Is accounting in a fake monetary system, is that real? No, that's a concept. Yeah. So
I mean, I feel like everyone has to use money, so it's pretty real.
Yeah, but you're just talking about a conceptual abstraction. You're talking about a conceptual abstract.
What do you
it's
mean
not a real thing. So
real?
Listen. So maybe it'd help you to understand my statement if I clarify it. So
I got some change
the
in
way
my
I mean
car
to
right
put
now.
that is that in any practical sense, you wouldn't want those types of people, clinicians or mathematicians, statisticians. You wouldn't want them to have anything to do with your practical life. If you did, yeah, in some ways, like they can cross over, but I would say generally speaking, if it's just somebody that's relying on like intellect alone or something without a hands-on practice, doctors are like they do a lot of presupposition in that field as well, but that's not really what we're talking about right now. But yeah, you wouldn't want them in charge of your life wholly, like completely, would you? And mostly the practical senses, like how you like operate in life in general, they don't have anything to say about that.
I mean, I feel like a mathematician can build a pretty sturdy house. If I needed a
yeah, but
not really.
What if he misses? No, what if they miss the structural parts? Boom, crashed house.
No, but they'll take that into account. They're smart.
Oh, would
yeah,
they?
that's what you think. How do you know?
That's what they say. That doesn't necessarily mean it's so. There's no guarantee of that just because
You
they're
said
smart.
You said that they're very intelligent. So I feel like they would take everything into account when designing a structure.
Another feelings guy. I feel.
I know. So listen. So go ahead. Tell me how it feels to have somebody else, some other man, tell you what to do. Then does that feel good? Go to the bathroom. No, don't go to the bathroom now.
I mean, I
yeah.
have
What do you think about that?
And my
So
boss
you're going to let a mathematician tell you when to get up, what to do, when to brush your teeth, how to behave, what to think, what porno to watch? Like you're going to let someone
why
else
would a
decide that?
mathematician need to tell me when I need to brush my teeth? I'd maybe listen to my dentist about that.
I'm just using metaphors. So just think outside the box just for a second, if it's possible for you. So you know what I'm saying about in the practical sense, you don't have those people in charge of any part of your practical life out in nature. Like they don't have anything to do with your natural life out there in the world, speaking practically. I'm not talking about sitting there doing your taxes or paying your bills or doing banking. I'm not talking about that. That's all based on the fake monetary system. So I'm talking about in nature, you wouldn't want them to practically be telling you what to do or when to do it or what to think. And that's what they are doing. And that's what they are pushing. So don't give me that.
All mathematicians ever? Everyone who's ever lived?
Holy fuck. What? Just never mind. Just drop it, bro. Like you're nitpicking on some little area of something.
You're saying, yeah, mathematicians obviously shouldn't dictate parts of my lives that don't relate to math, because that's just it's the same reason I wouldn't want a doctor to tell me how to write computer code. Neither of those things correlate.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all I'm saying. No big deal. But what I'm saying still stands true, because you wouldn't want them to practically have, you wouldn't want them to have control of the practical parts of your life. That's what I was trying to get to, the main point. To be more concise, more.
What's an example of a practical part of my life?
Okay, let's say and it could be anything, bro. It could be something that you learned when you were a child, of how to cross the street carefully without getting hit by a car or a bus or some other sundry.
Why the hell would a mathematician dictate how to cross the street?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. In any practical sense, they don't have anything to do with your life, and just get off of it now, because now you're making me irate, and I wasn't before. I'm still smiling. But but just get off of it.
Are you arguing that mathematicians do have a say?
I'm telling you, just go on and do what you're doing. Like, if you believe other people, and I'm not saying you're one of them. I'm just saying, if you are, if somebody actually does look up to people like authorities like that for their daily survival out in nature, then I would be shocked that if anyone did use any of their knowledge for any practical sense. It's the same thing with the flat stationary Earth. It's why would you fly an aircraft at subsonic speeds, faster than the speed of sound, over Earth multiple times, and not have to adjust for curvature? That'd be like saying my doctor takes care of my daily life routines and how to schedule appointments. So that was the whole point I was trying to bring up, is you don't have people like that in charge of any practical part of your life. We figured that out on our own through trial and error and adaptation. That's all. No big deal. Peace. Yeah, it's a good conversation. I can get kind of heated sometimes. I mean, I'm passionate about this topic. I don't beat around the bush anymore. I don't provide claims for someone who needs a claim to be filled. It's not my job to be filling your claims up over here. No, you're at the wrong window. Go over to the cake decorating aisle or something. Make yourself useful. And I know I can be funny about it. But I'm dead serious on most of the topics, especially about Earth being used as practically flat stationary. Why? Look, if it was a curved Earth at that prescribed rate of incline, and that's exactly what it is, a slope. The increase of slope as your distance increases, the drop, elevation drop. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. That is
Can I
nothing
say
found
something?
anywhere in nature. And when you hear flat earthers like me say, I go out there and I've done this myself when I first even heard of it, it took me 3 years to even look at any of this.
Well,
Someone
slope is
said 3
linear.
months.
I think the word you're looking for is curve.
Curve. Okay, so, but see, there's definitions involved, and that's why I say slant, because basically it is a rate of slope. So,
Can I say
yeah, I know
something?
what you mean by curve.
I noticed
Yeah.
that like if you go to Google and you ask them about is it curvature a theory or is curvature settled science, and it'll give you a spit back an answer, and it'll say it's real because the satellites tell us so.
Yeah, like
Then we
something
have to
like that.
say, well, is the satellites real? Right? Well, the satellites are real; they're physical, but they put them on weather balloons, but they don't tell us that. Like they leave
Yeah,
that part out.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
what is it? You know, like they'll always have a quick answer to
Yep.
stop you from using critical thinking, I guess.
So we all know this, like, and I know it's a little off topic. We can get back onto the topic of curvature, wherever we're at here. But there is no cell phone coverage until they put ground towers. And the ground towers, in my opinion, are useless without those balloons. So I think that's how they're achieving all of the connectivity out above sea level. Below sea level, they use the huge fiber optic cables, like 6 and 10 feet in diameter, laid all across the abyssal plains and across the Pacific in a network going everywhere. So I guarantee you that they knew exactly how much cable they had to lay. Can you imagine how much extra cable you would have to have if the Earth was sloping at a rate that's prescribed by the ball Earth? The rate of curvature at 8 inches times a mile squared?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting.
Everybody knows
Like
what
I
I
know
meant.
that they have some sonar technology that they've had for a really long time, and that's able to like map out some of the water, like you know what I mean, like the coastlines and things like that. And the maps that we have, like a lot of the maps are not real. They're not even accurate. They show like parts of the
Yeah,
Earth,
yeah.
like larger continents and things like that, when it's
You know
not
why?
true.
It's almost impossible, because here's why. Because I'll tell you one reason. Like, I see these regular street surveyors, and what they're doing is they're measuring like distances and angles to corner in the city. That's what those things are used for. So
Hmm.
when they're measuring that shit's moving all the time. The relationship between one city corner and then all the way across to the other city corner with like a building there, right? And both sides. They can tell how much the ground is moving. And I've talked to those surveyors before. I said, the ground around here is moving all the time, isn't it? He goes, yep. So the same thing with the ground moving like it is, like places like this where it's seismically active, like pretty much all the time, man. I guarantee you. There's little tremors happening, like this ground is moving. And so, like underneath the ocean, it's even worse because you have seismic activity, no doubt, and other things. We know there's places where lava, black smokers come out of the underneath in the sea bottom, right? So,
Yeah, it's really interesting. And we still haven't even
yeah,
studied under the ocean that much. I mean, I know that
exactly.
they don't even
So,
go
what I
there.
was going to say about that is going to the under ocean, you have all those tides and motions, currents, tides, winds, waves crashing up against shorelines, causing repercussions through the water. This is like moving sediment. It's pounding away at the shorelines, every shoreline. Like if you go to the ocean, near the ocean, Like I've been sleeping on the beach before with my tent, with a good pad, of course, but you can still feel in your back, on your back, the reverberations of the ocean hitting the sand. It goes boing, yoing, yoing, yoing. It's really bizarre, especially sand. It has this like rubbery kind of. If you can feel it. So imagine all that motion that's happening down underneath. So there's places where they're very steep and they've had sediments building for, let's say, thousands of years, perhaps, with the oceans. Then all of a sudden the sand that has been sitting on maybe a precipice just falls into a big chasm, because we know like how deep it is when you get off of the continental divide, like that part right there where you get further away, it goes down very steep, almost straight down to the abyssal plains under at the ocean floor.
I think part of the mystery to why people think it's a globe is probably because we have mountains and things go up and down, like land is not flat. Like they're thinking we're talking like flat land,
Over
but
water. Yeah.
the
I think
water is level, right?
yeah,
They even agree,
that's the
like
level
sea
part of
level.
it. Yeah, because look, the reason it means it's level is because if you hold your arms out left and right, it like you're actually pointing to the horizon on both sides of you.
Right. And what
That's
about
where
the
sea
sky
level is.
line? It doesn't say curve, the sky curve.
Skyline, and exactly, and the skyline or the horizon, the line of the horizon
It's straight.
They call it it's a straight line.
But they
It has
show
to be because
fisheye lens. That's another one too. So like that's a deceptive practice by trying to deceive people
yeah.
into thinking that there's curvature. Because just look, you look out this lens and
yeah.
Yeah,
so check this out. So when people use this idea of so-called, like, put a quotation up with both hands now, quotation, pictures from space. Okay, so like pictures are not measuring devices, so let's clear that up. So all you got to do is ask them, how do you measure with a picture? So you would have to have calibrations on the picture, would you not? Am I right about that, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I guess
I'm right. So you would have to have some kind of graduation with a standard or a freaking key, like you do on maps and charts, right? So you could tell what the distance is. You would have to have it all delineated out. So they cannot use that. You would have to have distances from other things. If you're going to measure to and from with guide, like landmarks along the way to guarantee your position and all these kind of things. So they don't have anything like that. So don't let them ever say pictures from space, because sometimes, like, I've gotten dumbfounded because what do you say? Well, the only thing you can really say is pictures can be falsified. They have been. And so has video, very easy to falsify. Look at this. Look at the studio's technology now compared to just a few years ago. Exactly, they can make anything occur out in the film on that video, digitally speaking. So,
well, yeah, they can get the AI. The AI is getting pretty good now. Some of it's not, like when you're eating and things like that. Like the AI has a hard time trying to like make a person eat things and stuff. But if they're just making a Earth spinning in space or something like that, they can make a pretty convincing video that looks like that. But honestly, it just doesn't make any sense. So like when you know the other, like there's another option, and a lot of people don't want to use or look at that option. Like the flat Earth model, there's pilots that use it. There's there's a whole bunch of like people who operate and military and all of that stuff. They use a flat Earth model. Like why would they do that? And the rest of us are like, no, you're wrong. My physics teacher, told me.
Isn't also another one of those groups, the USGS, the United States Geological Survey? Aren't they one of the ones that use a flat map as well?
Pretty sure they use
some group like that.
And that we know that most satellite satellites are not in the sky like they said there were. They said there's something like 200,000 satellites up in the sky. You have to understand that would have to be in their airspace. So that's an awful lot of satellites. Just like I don't get that part. Like, are they supposed to be moving in the upper stratosphere and around the Earth? What would they be in their airspace, or how does that work exactly?
What do you mean by airspace?
Yeah, I don't know. That's really strange, isn't it?
Like, how does airspace work?
They would be covering the sky if there were as many as they say are up there. So
yeah,
maybe they're just shooting it. No, maybe they go up to the top, to the ceiling. Maybe they go to the ceiling quite literally, and they get stuck up there. They're just littering the firmament.
Sorry to butt in. I've only just jumped in, and it sounds like you're talking about satellites and how they work on balloons and where they move. Is that correct, or am I missing the point?
Well, do they stay in the if we're stationary, then it's the flat Earth model, right? And I believe the military uses the flat Earth model, pilots and all this other stuff. So the only ones that are saying that it's around Earth, it would be like the scientists and all of that. Like they're under the impression that we're moving, we're a ball that's moving and spinning in space, right? Around the sun, and then there's a whole bunch of this like other planets and everything, and it's just like we're moving through space and we're getting further away like a big bang. And so it's really hard to like grasp that, but even though that's what I learned, right? Now that I know that there's another option, and then you get kind of suspicious when you see that pilots who have to navigate, like they literally are flying in that space, right?
Yeah.
They use a flat Earth model, and when people are on boats, they're on a level surface, and it's a boat, and they know what the fuck is going on, and when the guys in the submarines have periscopes, and they can bring things back into focus. And like we can't see that like that, but a telescope can, or a periscope can bring things right into focus, and it's like all of a sudden there's no more curvature, there's no more none of that shit. It's all like level. Water is level, and it needs a container. And so like I don't understand why they would teach us that stuff in school other than to just make us like have useless information. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Okay. Sorry. I thought your question was more along about satellites. That's why I jumped in, Paddy. But if it's a different question, I can answer that one for you. Why would they lie?
Yeah, I believe that they've lied to the lower class people. Like they've taught them for 40 years, one way.
That's a good way of putting it. Lower class people.
Lower class to them.
Yeah. Kings and priests have always kind of run the world, right? Up until modern times when we have governments and so on. But primarily governments, kings or priests have always run the world. That is an upper class always compared to our lower class. Now, when we talk about religion, for example, there's this thing of there's their religion, what they believe in, and then there's the religion that they give us. This was a practice that is kind of well documented when we look at how the Egyptians run and the pharaohs and stuff like. They had their religion, and the religion that they propagated on the masses was a false religion, if you understand what I mean. So that's kind of what we have here with the heliocentric model. These people, we always say, why would they lie, whoever the fuck they are? It's not every person within the government. It's definitely not every single person within NASA. And more than likely within the realms of science, not everybody in the realms of science. They're just repeating a story or working on a model that they've that's been preconceived for them, which they base everything upon. But when we talk about why they lied about the shape of the Earth, well, usually when we lie, it's one reason is to hide things, right? To hide a truth. And because of this truth, it goes down another path and you can find out and have a deeper understanding. When the Earth is flat and stationary, it's obviously a created system. And I mean intelligently created, right? Things like this or anything else don't just spring up magically for no reason whatsoever. But that's the story that they would like us to believe, right? The Earth is a ball that orbits around the sun that came from the Big Bang cosmology. where nothing created everything, then after all the matter was created, then consciousness was created. Intelligence came out of nothing, right? Out of matter. Nothing.
Right.
So, yeah.
Seems
So,
like they've been meddling, yes.
yeah. So one of the reasons I suggest that they lie, being as this is, and when you run down the rabbit holes, you can find out that this is a religious idea. We've always been controlled by the authorities that I aforementioned earlier. It's always been religion, right? One way or another. So this religious idea takes away from us the necessary antecedent for intelligence to create. What it does is it muddies the waters, right? Because if everybody knew that the Earth was flat and stationary, understood, and they did thousands of years ago that gods existed, right? So if we understood that, it doesn't mean that we're going to live in a utopia, but at least we're going to understand the exact realm that we do live in, where it isn't just us that are here, right?
Yeah.
So I have a question. Why do they need to lie about the shape to do that?
Because along that paradigm, they get to change everything around you, right? What the Earth is, what the stars are, why the stars are either fucking there. For example, if we can look at most religions, all ancient cosmologies, right? When staring out at the night sky, looking at stars and making up bloody stories about them, or thinking that they have some kind of meaning, like a clock, for example, ticking down eclipses, they actually mean things instead of just arbitrary things that happen in the sky because of some interstellar one night stand, right? So they get to tell you what these things are not, primarily. And then it's always a good thing, and this, well, I don't say it's a good thing, this thing is said quite often, to hide. When the devil hid himself, he hid God and the creation first. So we are not where we are supposed to be. We are created some other how, and through that, whatever paradigm he exists in has just been nullified, because the paradigm he existed has a God in it, and we've removed God.
So you haven't actually answered my question. Like you said, like, hey, this is why we lie about what stars are, but that doesn't answer my question. They could easily lie about what the stars are while also still telling you the Earth is flat. Why did they specifically need to say the Earth is round? That specific thing. What can't be done without telling you that the Earth is round?
The only reason I'm quiet is because I'm searching for a specific word in my head and I can't find it.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. It's not replicate, but it's something like that.
In the globe system, they have sold people a system of scarcity where we have there's limitations of the resources in this ball. There's limitations to the place itself. So there's a scarcity system, and imminent extinction that can happen anytime if an asteroid falls over your head, or like the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Remember, the dinosaurs. Oh, if that happened to this dinosaur, what's stopping? What's stopping the asteroids to do dinosaur extinction 2.0 to us? It's gonna happen.
So I agree with you. They could be lying about those things, but none of those lies require a globe. They could just as easily lie about those things while still letting you believe the Earth is flat.
Yes, it's more lines of the perpetuation of their religious idea. Like I said earlier, the kings and priests, for example, have their own religion, and they propagate another one upon us. Now, it's not a completely different religion; it's just a bastardized version that they have control over. Now, this spinning, well, this ball idea comes from Greeks. When we're talking about platonic solids, they had you understand Pythagoras and all of these things. they had this reverence for the perfect sphere because it was different from other shapes, for example, that had edges and corners, for example, right? So spheres were kind of, we saw spheres everywhere. Sun, moon, stars, Saturn, Jupiter, all spheres. So these were their gods. They had this is why it's called the Helios or heliocentric model. The sun is at the center, as in everything revolves around God, right? So they have their God at the center of their model and their paradigm. So it's not that they would have to lie to propagate this idea. There's probably loads of ways that you could get away with nullifying God or taking God out of the equation and not necessarily have to lie about the thing that you're standing on and what it's doing. But within this religious idea, yeah, it's because it's what creation is and what was created and what exists. There's, I think it goes back to the ancient Babylon. So I actually, have you ever watched a video called Ethereal? Does that name ring a bell?
I don't believe I have.
I'll find it for you. What it does talk about is it talks about ancient religions and their understandings of the physics and the natural and spiritual realms, how they combine. One of these things is called, what's the name of it? Alchemy. So we understand that alchemy was prevalent before science came along, right? Trying to turn iron into gold and all of these types of things, and a very deep subject. It kind of runs hand in hand with the Babylonians and the Kabbalah, which is a kind of Jewish sect, for want of a better word. But again, these are all religious ideas. To cut a very long story short, and I'll find you the video, when we look at science today, when we look at people like Michio Kaku and these astro and theoretical physicists, when they're talking about quantum mechanics, when they're talking about how we now understand creation to have come around from that point of view, it kind of marries hand in hand with ancient religious theologies and ideas, like I said, that come from ancient Babylon, the Sumerians, Jews, as in the Kabbalah, the Zohar, and other Hermetic principles as well, which is kind of interesting because that takes it a little bit further back when we understand what Hermetic and Hermes are, and it all goes back to religious ideas. But I'll see if I can dig out the video so I don't have to carry on boring everybody to death.
So the issue I see with this is that generally, when it comes to science versus other religions, science is always accepting of changing. Well, while it may take time, changing the common ideas of what is the case when new evidence is presented, whereas religions tend to assert things as being the case and then not amending them.
I think when you say religions, yeah, I understand that it's a very dogmatic view when you look at the base foundations of any religion, right? I'd say Christianity has been one of the things that has bent over time to fit the will of pressure that's been put upon it, whether by governments or whether by people. Let's look at the state of, say, the Christian church today. It's not like it was 50, 60, 70 years ago, for example. There was no way you were going to get two men married in a church, so I don't necessarily think that's true. I think we perceive these ideas as kind of separate. Religion is separate from governance, kings, and governments, for example. They're not. They're kind of two hands to the same body, for example. Again, for want of a better term, religion and kings have always worked in some way or another for the betterment of themselves. Probably, most definitely together. Religious ideas always run countries before governments come along primarily. And kings were brought around and always had some kind of religious undertone to them. Even being a king, there's a religious undertone to it because it means chosen by God.
Right. So, I mean, in that case, we see a history of religions exerting their worldview on the people for exploitative reasons, pretty much across every large civilization.
Mm-hmm.
We can point at like Christianity in Europe, charging people golds to like buy their way into heaven, for example, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Or buy away
Yeah.
their sins.
Yeah, very true. Again, we have to. This is an interesting thing because we have to understand when pointing that type of finger, who we're actually pointing it at. So that was the Catholic idea, wasn't it? When we talk about Christianity, Catholic bringing, throwing money into a pit, basically to be forgiven of sins as some kind of penance or whatever. The video that I'm going to post, you will probably explain it more, man. So without boring everyone and whatnot, I'll just post it and you can watch it in your own time because it more answers the question you answered earlier before we start off rambling about something else, I guess.
Sure. I guess the when it comes to religion, there are or theistic religions, there is like a value in asserting a god or a pantheon of gods, and things along the lines of hell or punishment, sins, things along those like, because you can exert pressure on the people by invoking those things, right? Oh, they should perform duties or behave in this way because reason X, and they shouldn't do these things and perform these acts or have these behaviors because of Y, right?
Yeah.
Because there's like punishment and reward aspects to the religion. I just fail to see how, if the globe idea, if it were a religion, what purpose the specific use of a globe versus a flat earth, and like how that plays into the manipulative aspects of a religion, because I don't see how it would cause any person to specifically act in any certain way.
They have you worshipping their sun god for a start.
But what positive and negative is there to that?
I think
they got people worshipping cartoons. They think they live in a cartoon.
Well, I suppose you don't have to necessarily believe in religion, but these people do. And what we see is that a lot of these things are in direct opposition to what the God of the Bible teaches. So, regardless of whether you believe or not, they believe in their Helios God, and they have default people worshipping their God without even realizing what they're doing.
The Hebrew word nasha means deceiver.
So
NASA
so if we look at the
are not
Catholic
religious
Church,
people, but they have a lot of 666 in their trajectories, and when they say it takes them like 6 months, it's 6 days and 6 hours to get up in space, and I don't know. they do reference 666 an awful lot. Just saying.
Well, I'm sure, since it's only 1 out of 10 of the base numbers that there are, I'm sure it's bound to come up, frequently.
A lot,
but the I mean, yes, the odds of you seeing like 666 in a row are like 1 in 1,000 odds, and how many times you look at numbers pretty fucking often. But besides that point, what I'm trying to say is that I don't see a specific, like, if, for example, if I take Islam, for example, if I do not follow their tenets and their believe in their religion, follow certain rules, their proposition is that I will
say 666.
Okay. I will
Let him
continue
finish.
as I was
Go
saying.
ahead and finish your point. Go ahead.
Basically, if I don't believe in certain things, they state like, oh, you're going to be punished for this, right? Or if I do this certain thing, I will be rewarded for this, right? Or achieve enlightenment, or
You can
something
say
along
the
those
same thing
lines.
with taxes. If you don't believe in taxes, you're gonna get punished, right? You don't pay your taxes, you get punished. Same thing.
So, okay, sure. Taxes are like a tangible thing, right? I agree with you there. What I'm trying to figure out
It's
is
the religion of the government. They tell you pay your taxes or else.
Yes, but taxes can exist without telling you the Earth is a globe. So I'm trying to figure out
So
wherein I get
let-
punished or rewarded for believing or not believing in a globe.
I don't think you do, but I think what occurs is that if we're looking at again, you don't have to believe any of this, but these people do. If we're looking at a satanic organization or an organization who doesn't worship God, but on the face puts out that they do, and then they have you worshipping their false gods, yeah, well, there's somebody who's not really following the God of the Bible, yeah, they're following a satanic lie. So I think it's deeper than, oh, you haven't followed our rules, so you're going to be punished in this circumstance. Yeah, I think that it's just purely satanic, and that, you know, we can worship the devil, or we can worship God, and they have by default people worshipping false gods or false idols.
Literally. Yeah, like I found here. I just did a Google search, and it said that 33 examples of 666 in modern science and globe model.
999, Mark of the Beast.
The Earth's axis, its orbital inclination around the Sun, is 66.6 degrees. The Earth orbits the Sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
That's
The
interesting.
Earth's circumference is 600 times 6 times 6 nautical miles. The speed of sound is 666 knots per second, and so on. I mean, I can keep going on if you guys want.
Yeah,
The
that's
force
part of the
of gravity
lore.
on
It's part of
Earth.
the
See,
story, right?
the Bible's very clear that God created the earth at the center of creation, yeah? He put the earth and the sun, moon, and stars above, rotating above the earth. What the Catholic Church has done is it's put the sun at the center, with everything revolving around the sun, and the sun coming first. It's all in regards to their worship of their god Helios.
The curvature of a square mile.
In reality, the sun and the
166
luminaries,
feet.
the sun and the luminaries are. Yeah. Oh, good.
You can see their paganism symbol. They got their sun wheels, and they've got their phalluses, and they've got all of this stuff.
The Arctic
in
and
their
Antarctic circles are exactly at 66.6 degrees. Man, this shit, you can't make it up.
Yeah, to be fair, I still don't think we're actually answering the question that he's
Not really.
particularly
No.
asking. So he's talking about if heliocentrism is a religion, comparing it to other religions such as, let's take Christianity or, Islam or whatever, which I'm assuming that's the question that he's asking. What are the benefits, or what is the law system, or what is the religious system in this particular religion? Is that what you're asking?
That, but also an extension why specifically the globe model is something they must assert, and why they couldn't simply go with the flat Earth model of things.
I sort of feel like I did explain it, yeah, because they are satanic, yeah. They worship the devil in private, and by default, they have you worshipping their God. And the God of the Bible says, worship no other God but me. So
So I accept that. I accept that, like, sure, yeah. If they're like a quote unquote rival religion, they're gonna want to dissuade you from believing in other religions. But I still don't see
I don't
why
even think
the
it's a
globe
rival
Earth is so.
religion.
Okay.
Again, I don't think you're understanding. You know, according to the Bible, you're in God's camp or you're not. You're saved or you're not. You believe in Christ and God or you don't. And if we have a look at the Old Testament and we go through the Old Testament of the Bible, we can see constantly that these people made false idols and false gods to worship. And there was big warnings in regards to doing that. So by having people worship their God, not the God of the Bible, well, then you don't have people being saved. Yeah, it's a satanic, it's keeping people from the true God. I suppose you would say you would have people in Satan's camp by default without even realizing, thinking they're there worshipping a true God, yet they're not. They're worshipping false gods and false idols.
So
They get
I agree
they
with
get
you.
promote atheism as well. This is
But
one of the
so
things. They don't necessarily care so much what we believe, as long as we live within that paradigm. But that paradigm comes from a creation story, whether you can argue the toss or not, what God or how or what even God is, or even if God was involved in the creation of, what everything is, even though it isn't what it actually is. It promotes atheism. If you come from a big bang where you're a speck of nothing in expanding everything, where basically you don't mean a thing on the grand scheme of things, right? Your life is whatever you make it, you're going to die and that's it. So you might as well do whatever you want whilst you're here, and you're not here for a very long amount of time on the grand scheme of things anyway. So what's the point, really? They've answered all of life's kind of bigger questions for you and given you false questions because of that outcome. So the idea that the Earth is a ball spinning in space works well for them on the conception model idea, because of the story that they can proliferate about, especially the sky and planets and how planets relate to the Earth being a planet. But this all coming from the Big Bang, whether, like I said, nature created itself. Matter came before consciousness, which is the wrong way round, because you need intelligence to create.
And we can also see that all of these planets are named again after gods. We can see that all the missions to space, that they're all named after gods. It's all very satanic.
yes, but okay. I mean, they're named after like gods of different religions, and like just to pay homage to like those cultures. I don't really see how that's relevant. But to the point that like, oh, this is something that is like integral or useful towards their like creation idea. The idea that the Earth is a ball didn't stem from one specific ideology or group of people. Many different people from different ideologies and even from different religious sects or sects around the world, individually, apart from each other, were able to come to conclusions regarding heliocentric models. So I don't see
Really?
how this is. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
the ones
first of
that we
all,
seem to get brought up the
first
most
of
would
all,
be the Greeks, yeah? And the Greeks have their god Helios.
Brilliant, man. Yeah,
I mean,
that's where I was going to lead him. You just got a different tack to me. You just slammed him over the head. I was going to walk him down the path, but fair enough.
Oh,
Pretty much
sorry.
the first two things that we always come across are the Greeks when we're talking about the Earth being a ball and how we discovered it. Two. After that, it's what? You're trying to tell me that boats weren't invented? People didn't sail around to proliferate ideas
that's not the
amongst.
argument I'm trying to make.
Well, you said everybody it's individually across the Earth kind of come to the conclusion by themselves without any other external influence that the Earth was a ball. No, that's not how the idea was proliferated around the Earth. It came from the Mediterranean, came from the Greeks specifically, and then that area because it's a local area, and then it spread outwards.
Yes, I was
Through
coming.
religious doctrine.
I was talking about a little bit more recent. So I'm talking
Like
about
when?
how Like, for example, we can start with the space race all the way up until current day, which involved many different So let me just make my argument before you respond to it. Many different governments with their own like major religions, right? So we can talk about Muslim countries that have their own, or they're at least predominantly Muslim, that have their own versions of NASA, their own, space tech companies. They, China, Japan, the US, Russia.
Recently, Muslim countries with a space agency. When did they start?
I don't know the exact date that they started.
Oh, okay.
I know it currently exists, though.
Yeah, of course. No one's going to deny that now. You're making an argument to history. You're now pointing out, but now though.
Well, you assumed I was talking about like the distant past. I was talking just generally about the last 100 years or so.
It's not the last 100 years, though, is it? You're going to have to go to very recent, last 30, 40 years for anybody to. Yeah, come on.
I mean, no, non-manned like space missions between like two rival countries, being the U.S. and Russia, is a lot older than 30 years ago.
Two rival countries. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, do you believe that the U.S. and Russia weren't rival countries?
I think that there's stuff going on in the background that we have no idea of, and that you probably have no idea of as well. And whether these countries are really at war for the reasons they say, or what's occurring, I definitely don't believe that.
What? Right. Okay. So there's lots of things that cover territorial boundaries that have no real understanding of where these boundaries lie. So one of those things is religion. Religion crosses many boundaries, right? You'll find the same religion in the East as you will in the West, for example. You'll find Christians in Russia and you find them in America, right?
Sure.
Muslim, yeah. So religion kind of goes beyond boundaries and borderlines between countries and states and continents. So if we're talking about religious ideas, and we kind of are, right? Then it's not hard to understand that they proliferate borders.
Sure. I agree that they certainly do. However, there are still religions that rival each other in the sense that they believe in opposing things.
Yeah,
and these countries,
doctrinal wise, yeah, they are different, and they even have differences within themselves, right? They war with themselves and they war with everybody else. Different denominations of Christianity, Sunni and Shia Muslims, for example, right, really don't get along. Saudi Arabia and Iran really don't get along. Iran and Iraq have famously not really got along. We can't even get along with the Scottish and the Irish, and haven't really done so up until recent history, right? So I don't think that's an argument.
So what I'm trying to say is, like, we have predominantly Christian countries and predominantly, Muslim countries.
Yeah,
both
approximately 1 billion Muslims on the earth, 2-point-something Christians.
Right.
I think it's 1 billion like Chinese, so that just takes up the Chinese.
So what I'm
have you
trying
seen the
to get
world
to
religion?
is that,
have you seen the world religion headquarters that's just been built, where they have all the Abrahamic faiths in together, that they're classing as the one world religion?
Sure.
Did you also know that all of the current churches in Australia, I don't know about anywhere else, but all of these Protestant churches that had split from the Catholic are now back under the Catholic. They signed an ecumenical agreement stating that the Catholic Church is the head of the Christian Church as well. So this is what I was saying before with your question with the wars. You don't know the extent that these people work together in the background and what's actually really occurring.
Yeah,
okay,
I only know that because of what I was involved in.
Okay,
what happened at the end of the Second World War? Can you remember what happened to information primarily at the end of the Second World War? Where did the information go? Where did the intelligence and knowledge go? What happened?
Are you referring to like the German scientists that were picked up from various countries?
Yeah, because we always have a looting after a war, right? But ultimately, when we're talking about, you said this earlier, the space race and how the idea of the Earth being a ball and all of this sides not working together but actually working together. When you look at the Second World War and how the Western countries were brought together against Germany, and there was the Russians and Japanese and all, the Italians and a few other fascist states along the way. When we look at where the intelligence went, it was kind of split between the Russians, the Americans, and the British, and a few other European states. A little bit went to France. Now, when we
Yeah,
look at
the major victors of the war.
yeah, exactly. So when we started having the technology after ballistic warfare to put things up into the sky, the German rocket program, for example, when that information and intelligence was taken to Russia and America, they obviously started using this rocket technology to get higher up into the sky. From that vantage point of being higher up in the sky, they could see what the Earth was, right? It's kind of obvious to understand. This technology had only been around recently to verify any single claim that they had ever made about what the Earth was. You, you know the Universal Studios logo, for example, has been around since the 1920s, and that's a spinning ball Earth with the word Universal going across the middle of it.
Yeah.
Now, that was around well before, and that's a Mercator projection map projected around the globe Earth. The very same thing that we see today when we're given images from NASA, by the way, the exact same continent. Sorry, the exact same continental layout, right? When they finally had the technology to go up into space and verify this claim or not, obviously understanding that this is the first time that this technology had ever been around that we could achieve this. Do you or don't you think that whoever is in control at the time, let's say at the end of the Second World War, from a religious standpoint, from that controlling standpoint, isn't going to want to take control of the ability to perceive that information or not? As in, are they going to be the only ones who are going to be allowed to go there?
Yes, but okay, for one, right? Like the theory that the Earth was a globe, or the heliocentric model in general, was a theory before the end of World War II, and these German scientists were divided among these different countries that already existed.
Yes.
And then even afterwards, the predominant religions that were in power in respect to their countries were Christianity in the U.S., Christianity in the UK or England. And I'm actually not sure which religion it was in Russia.
On a percentage value, if you can, could you guess how many people, with regards to the Earth's population, believe what the Earth was a ball in, say, 1850 compared to 1950?
I actually.
So you say Christianity, but where did Christianity originate from?
What about the?
Where did Christianity today? Where did the Reformed Church, or what we call the Christian Church, where did that come from?
I don't know the origin of like the modern Christian church.
Okay, so the modern Christian church is a reformation or the reform of the Catholic Church. And there was 99 points that were different. And those points were in regards to purchasing your salvation or paying for your sins and things like that weren't actually scriptural. It was done by a monk named Martin Luther. So, again, we have the heliocentric model coming out of the Catholic Church, which just continues on into our modern day Christianity that's reformed out of that Catholic Church.
Churches, though. It also stemmed and was
the modern day Christians
and has been believed across other religions as well.
Well, your claim was just about the Christian churches, and I'm just letting you know where these Christian churches. Well, that was just a discussion, so I'm just letting you know where these Christian churches all originated from. and where their teachings come from, which is the Catholic Church, which is the church that originally put out the Big Bang Theory and the heliocentric model.
I mean, people who were parts of those churches came out with those models and beliefs, but not the churches.
Yeah, that would have been Copernicus, a Jesuit priest or a Jesuit from the Catholic Church, and the other one was, I think it was Georgius Latimer or something like that, who was also a Jesuit.
I mean, yes, like I do understand there are people who are part of the church who happen to have come up with these theories, at least these specific ones. But they were not the only people who believed in the heliocentric model, and they definitely did not speak for the entire church.
Which was the last country, large country, not small unknown country, large country to convert from a flat Earth cosmology to a heliocentric idea? Do you know who the last?
I don't know which the last one was.
China. So 1 billion people, or like 500 million people. Say, I think it was in like in 1750s, somewhere around there. So they converted to a heliocentric religion in 1750 or something. They converted after being visited by Christianity under the guise of Catholicism, obviously missionaries and so on, Jesuits primarily, and that's how the heliocentric idea was kind of moved around. Trade routes, trade between countries.
I mean, that's how any information was moved around.
Yeah, but we're talking about people coming. You said everyone came to the conclusion over time, separately over the Earth, that the Earth was a ball, and I'm still trying to point out no.
Separate countries have people in separate countries have conducted their own experiments and used their own methodology to conclude things.
That's only after the question had been brought up, though, that the Earth was a ball, and you can do this to X, Y, Z.
The use of gunpowder originated in China, right? And then the information was spread to other countries. Does that mean that every gun that was independently invented and developed in other countries is actually just information being spread by China? No,
but they'd already had a base idea. Gunpowder could do this. So globe Earth, when taken around the world, can do this. And you leave them alone for 10 years. And
yes, but they actually had to conduct their own experiments.
Only because globe Earth have been put in their hands, now they've got something to experiment with. But you're saying that these people came up with the globe Earth by themselves. I'm saying that the globe Earth was moved across the Earth by organisations, religious ones.
But this is still all based on assumptions, yeah? Oh, well, this country all these hundreds of years ago, they must have done their own research. They must have done this. They must have done that. Surely they've done this. Like, you don't actually know what occurred. You're basing it all off assumptions.
What?
And we actually have no idea what really occurred in private. Very simple. We're always given a narrative. Is that
texts
narrative
regarding
always true?
astronomy have existed for hundreds of years in each of these separate countries.
And they began,
and most of these countries weren't. Most of these countries had cosmologies that had nothing to do with the globe.
Okay.
Most of these civilizations had. The only odd civilization now is the ones that follow the globe religion. That's the only odd ones. When you look at the cosmologies of most civilizations, they weren't globe earthers. So what are you talking about?
Who are you referring to?
They were navigating on the ocean by the stars prior to the Earth being.
You think the Mayans, the Babylonians were globe earthers? The Mayans globe earthers? No.
The Egyptians were.
Really? The Egyptians were globe earthers?
Sorry. No. The Egyptians weren't globe earthers. What are you talking about?
They believed in a heliocentric model.
No, they had a sun god, and they also had a sky god that stood over the Earth.
Yes, but it was still a heliocentric model. They had their own ideas as to the origin of certain things, but they still believed in the trajectory of things moving in a certain way.
Yeah, the sun moved across the sky because it was on a chariot. The Earth wasn't a ball.
Yeah, you're confusing that because the observation of the luminaries revolving in the sky. You're saying, oh, people look at the luminaries revolving around the sky, therefore the Earth is a globe. That doesn't work like that, dude. Everybody knows, like you guys are the only ones denying that the sky moves and the Earth is stationary.
No, that's not the case.
It is the case. All of when we're talking about the civilizations of the past, that is the case. You are the other one, claiming the opposite, claiming nonsense.
Not every single religion had the exact same concept of, you know, fucking the sun being dragged behind a chariot, or even being the thing that is moving across the sky.
Yeah,
Who said that? He said the Egyptians, not every single religion. He didn't say everyone. It's like you're deaf or something.
Yeah, I stated that not everyone believed in the thing.
So why you
saying
saying that like someone in here argue that? Why are you saying that like someone in here argued that when nobody argued that
'Cause you
every
did.
religion believed that the sun was being carried by a chariot? Nobody said that, and you arguing like, no, not all the religions believe that.
Of course not.
We know that.
Yeah, and then I extended it to not specifically just that, but two theories regarding the sun being moved across the sky.
What do the Hindus believe?
Your exact words were
I don't
the
know.
Egyptians. But hang on, dude. Your exact words were the Egyptians believed. You're changing the goalpost, man. Your exact words were the Egyptians believed in the heliocentric model, and now that's been rebutted. And the first thing you say is that, well, no, not everybody. That's not what I was saying. I extended it after that. Well, actually, no, you didn't, and the question was answered exactly as to how you put.
It's like he's playing deaf, double speaking, and almost lying at the same time. It's kind of weird.
Still now trying to figure out what the deeper question is to what we're even talking about now.
Well, his claim is that all the civilizations were globetrotters.
No, that's not true.
That's not what I'm saying.
Everyone came to the idea that the Earth was a ball independently across the Earth?
That's also not what I said.
Okay, cool. So what are you saying then?
I'm
So what are you saying?
that this idea has been substantiated across essentially the entire Earth. Maybe there's like some, tribes or whatever that don't believe in it, right? But every major...
Give me an example.
What?
Give me an example.
I haven't even finished what I was saying.
Well, I'm going to ask you
what are you asking example of? You
For the substance, as you said, it was substantiated. The substance. Where's the substance?
Yeah.
Substance of what? You don't even know what I was about to say.
The globe Earth independently of people.
No, I wasn't going to mention independence at all.
God. Still going to ask you what I've done at the end, but carry on.
I'm saying each of these countries that have opposing ideas of religion, whether it be Muslims or Hindus or Christians, etc., right? Whatever religion Chinese people and Japanese people believe in, they have all separately come to the conclusion, not in the sense that they learned of the idea themselves, but after having been presented with the idea, came to the conclusion that the heliocentric model is the case.
Okay.
If this were some atheistic, because you said, I'm referencing earlier how you said, atheists came up with this to substantiate their beliefs, right?
I didn't say atheists came up with this. I said
they're using it.
No, this system breeds atheism. So the idea that the Big Bang, where nothing creates everything, breeds atheism.
Well, okay, you said that in response to me asking why they would be perpetrating this idea.
Yeah.
So it's whoever is doing it, it's to spread atheism.
It's one of the reasons. Obviously, there's hitting very many birds with this single stone here.
So
when you start casting doubt on what everything is and how it got here.
So whoever these people are, they have simultaneously infiltrated and convinced the people in governments of essentially every major country on the planet. Or sorry, Earth.
Can I ask you a question, Sunglasses? Do you believe that
I've
these
been waiting to ask him a question whilst listening to him. There's a question coming at the end from me, dude. All right, because we're talking about no worries. We're talking about independent religions, Muslims, Christians, blah blah blah, coming to the conclusion that the Earth was a ball, right?
Yeah, people of that religion.
Okay. So in South America, when did South Americans come up with the idea that the Earth was a ball, and how did they prove it? Where's their cosmology that the Earth was a ball before the Spanish and the Catholics came along?
I'm not saying they came up with the ideas themselves. I'm saying after having the idea presented to them through their own cultures and through their own scientific experiments, because pretty much every single major country has their own astronomy sect of education.
Every country's got an example of astronomy, looking up at the sky. I'm still going to ask you this question again, because you said science and what they've done. I'm going to ask you for you to give me a group of people that have been given the idea that the Earth is a ball, and something that they have done to prove it scientifically, using your words now. Because you're saying that it was a relevant question. Like, fucking relevant now. You said it.
Yeah, so for example, just star charts. That's probably the most basic one.
Star charts. So up in the
motion
sky,
of the planets, etc., things like that.
Okay, so the celestial sphere and the motion of things that are not the Earth.
Yes.
Okay, so how does that prove the Earth is a ball?
Because no other shape of the Earth would allow the star system to function as it does.
Okay. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, because this is one thing that we have all been able to do, and I'll agree with you upon this. Everybody across the face of the Earth has been able to observe the sun, moon, and stars all of the fucking time.
Yeah.
Right? So they've been recorded, their motions, for example. This is how we predict what things are going to do this week, next week, and recent history, because of what they've always done, based on people like the Babylonians and the Sumerians and other, like the Chinese, for example, looking up at the sky and recording what they do. Now, that doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball. It's just their recording of the motions of the things that are not the Earth are in the sky and how they move. Doesn't mean that the Earth has to be a ball for these things to move.
So the reason why it's the case is because no matter how you try to orient the Earth as a flat plane, the ways we observe the stars to move don't function. It is mathematically impossible.
Is the sky the ground, bro? He's saying,
so
the thing below your feet cannot be this, because when he looks at the sky is doing something, and whatever the sky is doing determine the shape of the ground below your feet.
No.
I want an example of something that you
for
said.
Example, right?
Thank you.
If you go in the southern hemisphere, right?
Yes.
And you observe the stars.
Yes.
And then you follow the stars all the way around southern hemisphere You have a specific speed that the stars are moving, and they're visible from certain locations, right? And you can do the same with the northern hemisphere. You take that information, and no matter how you attempt to map it to a flat plane, it is not possible.
That's not true.
Show me it being possible.
Okay, so do you even know what a ground position is of a star?
A ground position?
Yeah, you're saying that the stars above the Earth won't work above the Earth or on the Earth. We use them for navigation. They have to work on a flat plane because of the way that we utilize the relationship between the Earth and them. Yes.
No. You're also just not answering my question.
It's because you brought this up, and I do apologise. I do understand it's a bit of a tangent, but you made an interesting claim there. It's just not true.
Show me it's working.
Okay, so celestial navigation. That works on a flat plane.
No, I'm talking about the position of the stars in relation to the individual.
Okay, so
there is a glober who actually did this with the celestial sphere and showed how it could work on a flat Earth.
No,
show me it then, if you have this mythical evidence.
Hold on, AJ.
No,
give me the better question. Sorry, AJ. Give me the better question. Are you talking about, say, seeing the stars from South America and Australia? Are you talking about that type of it don't work?
So those the observations from that location in the southern hemisphere versus the observations you would see in the northern hemisphere.
What do you mean by versus?
Like comparing and contrasting them.
Okay, so just give me an example. Contrasting what?
So if you go to the same, like in inverse, like same distance from the equator, north and south, right? The speed of the stars throughout the sky move at a certain speed, right?
What do you mean by speed? Do you mean actual miles an hour speed, or do you mean
if you were to,
or do you mean degrees per hour?
Like if you look through a telescope that is stationary, the star will be in one position and then move to another position after a certain period of time.
Yeah, 15 degrees an hour.
Right, and so that's what we would denote. That's what I'm referencing when I say the speed, right? Is how much distance it's moving over what amount of time. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So
15 degrees per hour.
You can follow said star, right? If you travel along the latitude that you're at, okay, from one location to another, and follow those stars, right? And they'll be moving at the same speed the entire time, right? There's no point in time in which they speed up as long as you stay at the same latitude. You understand that? We agree on that?
Yeah, the stars are moving across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. Yep.
Yeah. So if the Earth was flat, that would not be possible for that to occur in both the north and southern hemisphere at the same time.
What do you mean?
Because on any flat Earth model, those distances, the distance that the southern hemisphere encompasses versus the northern hemisphere, are two drastically different sizes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the hands on a clock?
Yes.
Good. So you understand that the minute hand, the longest hand, right? The extremity of that hand is traveling a larger circumference than the hour hand, right? Because the hour hand has got a smaller radius, it's traveling a smaller circumference. Now, if you were to be able to put the hour hand and the minute hand together and make them in motion around the clock.
Yeah, I understand the angle is the same. The difference is that the distance at the latitude is different.
Well, that's when you say latitude. When you're talking about celestial navigation, you talk about latitude. Latitude is in the sky. It's the sky's position of the celestial sphere and how it's projected onto.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the star's latitude. I'm talking about your latitude when you're observing it.
Latitudes and longitudes, that space on the sky, the celestial sphere.
Okay,
That's
sure.
not on the ground.
Just distance from the equator.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that we can travel the exact same if we are the same distance from the equator, north or south, and travel these paths and follow the stars, we'll move the exact same distance following the stars. But on a flat Earth, you should move a drastically longer distance in the southern hemisphere, which
On the
isn't
flatter
the
of your
case.
imagination.
No matter how you attempt to map it on a flat Earth, the distance you would
On the
travel in the
flatter, on
northern
the
hemisphere
cartoon in your mind.
is a different distance than in the southern hemisphere. But on a globe Earth, it's the same. And when we
How does
practice
the
it
flatter
in real
look?
life, it's the same.
The flatter that you're talking about. How does that look? Can you post it in the text?
I've posted many images before, but do you have any
of the flat Earth? Of the flat Earth?
My question is to you: if you can provide
when
one
you're talking
in which
about the
this
flat Earth,
does
is that
happen.
like an imaginary concept that you have in your mind? What is it?
What? Every single example of a flat Earth I can find on Google all has this issue.
All of the flat Earth, all of the cartoons of the flat Earth. That's what you're talking about.
You're a flat earther. Do you have a single
I'm a
instance in
heaven
which this is
earther. I'm a
possible?
heaven earther.
Okay, you're
I'm
a heaven
earther.
earther.
That's
What shape is the
stereotype
Earth to you?
fallacy.
Is it flat? Do you think the Earth is flat?
You think
Heaven
flat is
Earther?
a shape? You think flat is a shape?
What?
Is flat
the
a shape?
surface of whatever you believe the Earth is. Do you believe it to be flat?
You're saying flat is a shape. You're attributing a shape to the whole of existence. Have you seen that for yourself? Have you measured? Have you?
I'm asking you a
Are
question,
you just
dude.
are you just looking at cartoons and saying this is the shape of the Earth by looking at cartoons?
I'm just asking what you believe the surface of the Earth
No,
is.
you're making claims about flat Earth, globe Earth, even though you don't have any evidence for any of those cartoons that you have in your mind.
I'm asking how it's geometrically possible for this phenomena to happen on a flat surface.
Yeah, the sky is not the ground. You know that, right? The heavens above is not the ground. You realize this, right?
Yeah, did you understand what I was talking about when I referenced distance or no?
Yeah, you're saying in the flat Earth in your mind, the one that you imagine, reality doesn't work because
Yeah, so
the cartoon in your mind is not reality.
Flat surface
You get it?
this doesn't function on.
Yeah, you're saying that the
It's
luminary,
geometrically
the heavens.
impossible.
So what you're making a claim that you know how the luminaries work, the size of them, the distance, the make, the medium between you and the heavens above. You know all of these variables, therefore you can determine that the observation that you're doing on the ground cannot work in the thing that you have in your imagination.
I'm talking about our actual real measurements of like distance traveled in these two separate locations.
Yeah, what is the luminaries that you're observing? What is that? What is the distance to that? The sizes, the medium between you and those? Do you know those things?
All right, to someone who like isn't a complete, I don't even know what to call this individual. Does someone who's not on the spectrum want to talk?
You're muted from now on, and every time you join this VC, you're gonna be banned. Okay, sunglasses.
Okay.
All right, you're banned. Say bye. Say bye, people.
Are you having trouble finding the button or something?
You're a cartoon earther. No, I'm checking the steps that I have to do to ban you. Because you are on the spectrum, right?
Well, I guess where's the evidence of the travel distance? Do you have some evidence for that?
I mean, yeah. So it would be the speed of the vote versus the amount of fuel it consumes to travel said distance.
Oh, I thought he was talking about distance to planets and stars.
Yeah, what is the distance to that?
I
What
wasn't
is the
talking
distance to
about the
that?
distance to stars or planets
But you're
at
making a
all.
claim that the observation of the luminaries should work a certain way or doesn't work on the shape that you're attributing to the Earth in your mind. You're saying that you know how that stuff works and it doesn't work in your imaginary version of flat Earth. That you're making
Right.
that
So
claim.
did you understand why I said those things?
Okay, can you pose what the thing that you have in your mind that when you say flat Earth, can you post that in the text chat so we can know what you're talking about? Because nobody here knows what you're talking about.
Yep. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Sure. Let me
Can I
find
ask you a
the
question? Do you
one that
have a
was posted
can I ask a
earlier.
question? Simple question. Do you have any pictures about that we thinking that we have some kind of picture of the Earth?
What?
Do you
I
think
didn't
that we
understand.
have? Do you think that we have some kind of picture how we see the whole Earth?
Not a picture, but some kind of model.
We don't have that.
Okay, sure. If
Are
you
you
don't,
gonna post the flat Earth that you're talking about? Because I want to look at it. Are you gonna post
I'm
it?
trying. I'm trying to find the specific image that's commonly referenced.
And also post what you're claiming about the luminaries and what those are, the sizes, the distances away
What?
from the flat Earth. Listen, post the flat Earth and post what the luminaries are on this flat Earth cosmology that you're talking about.
So the thing I'm talking about is just basic geometry. You don't even have to specifically talk about the Earth in this conversation. We could just hypothetically
That's a globe
talk about
projection that you showed.
any circle, right? You can take any flat plane, no matter what
So
shape
where
it
are
is or
the
what size it is.
you're talking about the luminaries on top of this thing, and you're saying what we're observing of the luminaries don't work in this cartoon because what? What is? Show
It
me
doesn't
show me
work
the
in
luminaries. Show
any
me
geometrical representation of a flat surface.
show me the luminaries that you're talking about on top of this thing. Go ahead.
Sure. Let me find. Da-da-da.
So you're basically arguing for cartoons, aren't you? You're basically have cartoons in your mind and you're arguing against that.
I think James he will not. He's not getting what are you telling.
I don't think this guy understands what like a hypothetical is.
Because man,
Yeah.
you will post it something what we don't think, and you still want to
Yes.
post that, but
So
we don't think that, man. How
I'm
you
not.
want to post
So
I'm
he
it?
not
posted it.
saying. I'm not
He
saying you
posted it.
think this thing. I'm
But you're
asking you
comparing
if
that
you.
thing. You are comparing that with the stars, and we don't use that.
Okay, you don't use that.
So
So I'm asking what
sunglasses,
you
Who
do
using?
use.
Who
you
using
are
that?
a cartoon
Why are you
artist.
using that then? If we are
What
not
do you
using.
use?
We use the sea level.
Okay, so explain to me how what I described to you is possible.
Did you hear me? What
Are
we
you
use?
capable of that?
If you ask me the question, why you sea level?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, but I told you that we are not using any pictures of what you want to present,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
you ask me what you are using, and I said sea level. And
Yeah,
what
I
is
know
your
you
next
said sea
question?
level. I then
So
said, okay, using
we
sea
have sea
level,
level
explain what I described.
so we have sea level in reality what Sasha is trying to bring you back to reality and you want to go back to the cartoon that nobody's
What
claiming. You're
I'm
claiming the cartoon.
asking you to show me how it's possible in your worldview.
But
You
I'm
want me to
telling you
show
that
you,
we are
bro?
not using that.
You want me to show you? You go outside, you look at the sky, and you see it work in reality. In reality, you look at it. Now you're saying this cartoon in your imagination doesn't work in reality. That's a claim, right?
Yeah.
You're making a claim that of your cartoon, of your flat Earth, that the disc floating through space. You don't show the medium that is between you and the luminaries. You don't know the sizes, the distances, the makeup. You just
size
claiming a
and
cartoon.
distance doesn't actually matter.
You are claiming a strawman cartoon.
We're talking
and
about
you're trying to
perspective,
burn
so
it.
the exact distance and size of the object
Perspective
doesn't
from
matter.
a cartoon. We don't live in a
What
cartoon.
the stars we see are cartoons?
Why, if you are not using that?
What you think they are. What you have in
What?
your imagination, those are cartoons.
The stars that I look up at the sky and see are cartoons?
No, the ones in your imagination, those.
I'm not imagining any stars.
Not stars,
I'm just
man.
talking about the stars.
Yeah, but that picture's about Earth, what you have in your mind, that we don't have.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that this
but you're
is
comparing.
yours.
You said this. You said that this cannot work on the flat Earth, and we said, and Jamesy asked you what
It doesn't
flat Earth.
function on any, not just that specific image. It doesn't function on any flat plane.
Okay, that means
Do you
also
understand geometry?
Yeah, I understand geometry. I will tell you now. That means even doesn't work in this real world in reality. Is that correct?
Yeah. So in order for your proposition,
in order to surface be flat, it should be flat. It should not curve. Is that true?
I mean, the edges could curve.
No, I'm asking you
on the x-axis, but not the y-axis, right?
or opposite. If a surface is curved, should we measure that it's curved, or should we measure that it's flat?
How is this related to my question? What's
it's
that?
related with the surface?
He doesn't know how to answer that.
It's related with the surface in geometry, what we claim it.
There are more ways than ever.
So your attempt to answer my question is you just derailing the conversation?
Bro, you're the one claiming that it only works on a curving surface, and he asking you about that curving surface that you're claiming, and now you're saying, I'm not talking about that. Like, that's... Bro, are you in the spectrum?
You can just look at any
nice
globe
try,
Earth
sunglasses.
star
You dropped your glasses in the mud.
Can I go outside and look Earth in reality, or I cannot do that?
What do you mean, look Earth in reality?
Have you been outside?
That means that I will not go to computer. I will not sit down and watch the videos. I will go outside on the beach and look how much I can see in distance.
Yeah, not the cartoons that you present and trying to debunk.
Yeah,
Those cartoons.
I'm quite certain you can go outside and look at the ground you're standing on.
Have you ever done that yourself?
I mean, obviously, yes.
So why were you so confused when you were asked a question about it and you played stupid?
I asked how it was related to my question.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question, did you?
It wasn't related to my question.
Well, just because you can't see how it's related to Einstein doesn't mean it isn't.
Oh, then why don't you tell me how it's related? I'm
well,
putting
you
you
want
on
me
the
to read
spotlight
your,
right
you want
now.
me to read your mind as to how you don't think? Well,
no.
We're either living on a water ball. Listen, we're either living on a water ball or not, right?
I will connect it. Okay, if you are saying that cannot work on the flat surface, that means if I go outside, I make observation. That means that the surface of the Earth must curve because the stars is showing that it's curved. Do you understand? If stars are showing that Earth's surface is curved, that means that also outside, when you measure Earth, it must curve. Is that correct?
Yes.
When we do observation in reality, that what is Earth does not doing.
What, will you go out with like a ruler or something? Do you want to elaborate on that?
It's not a ruler.
It's pointing at the sky.
Now the thing is, I said okay, you can go into that and ask the questions. Why you think like that? Because the size, people will tell you, and then can you realize why? Because of geometry, what you claim, because the size of the Earth, because with your height, for example, you can see 3 miles, not more, but we see 10, 20 miles, and that's the reality.
So you quite literally didn't answer my question whatsoever, and this was
You,
entirely
you're
unrelated. And was just
ignoring.
me trying to
It's convenient
state
for you to
some like.
ignore. It's convenient for you to ignore this because it's in relation to what you're claiming.
It
Your
isn't
question,
at
bro.
all.
I'm gonna start muting people. So you said that the observation of the luminaries only work possibly on the globe, only on the globe. Then okay, it only works on the globe. Let's check that claim. We check the surface, the globe that you're claiming, and it's not curving.
That's not checking my claim.
Wow, this
In
guy's
order to
like
defeat my claim, you would have to show me how it's geometrically possible for this phenomena to happen on a flat surface.
Okay, then you go
You
look.
can't do it because you
Yes,
didn't go through
you can
8th
do.
grade.
You look more into that. Then you find country Bolivia, and in Bolivia you find it's called flat, even called flat Salt Lake, and then you find out that surface of that lake it's 4,000 miles squared, and you find out that it's changing only 1 meter elevation. That means it doesn't curve there in 60
Yet
miles per
some
60.
sections of
No, it's some
a ball
sections
can
in
be
60.
flat.
No,
A
it
disco
cannot.
ball.
No, this ball cannot because you claim the
Are
geometry.
golf
Geometry
balls
is
flat?
Oh, brother.
Jesus
They have
Christ.
dimples,
this
sir.
guy's
Is a
scrolling
golf
for
You're
ball
his
describing
ball
you're
perspective.
flat?
describing a disco ball.
I
Are you
mean,
claiming a
yes.
disco ball?
I mean, yes.
Your
Why bring
your
up golf
your
balls? What do you work
genius
for
self
Titleist?
is saying that
This
Yeah,
guy
this
is
flat
my
laughing,
spot
genius
on a
self is
ball
calling out your bullshit in real
must
time.
defer that this entire ball is
Oh,
flat.
You're telling us
maybe.
that flat slabs make up spheres. Shake yourself, sir.
Oh, sir,
Is
it's
it
better like
is it
this.
possible to have a flat ocean?
You can laugh and everything, but this is the catch. For example, you can find out the geometry that every sphere has drop over distance, and you can find out that for yourself in any location in the world wherever you want. And if you do that for yourself, you will find out for yourself. In other case, you can still believe and good life. Good life, the other, videos, programs, television, whatever you want. But if you want to trust yourself, not me, I will tell you only one information. There is water in reality and doesn't curve in any distance, whatever you want. But you don't need to trust me. That's all.
Is your incoherent ramble over, or is someone actually going to
No, man, I'm
I wouldn't
okay
call
with
that
that. I
answer
mean,
this basic
It's
geometry
quite
question?
relative to your bullshit.
I did my geometry class on the beach, and I get good
Okay, then
results, and
show
that's
me
for
a
me.
geometric
I don't need
model
to
in
show you
which the
anything. I told
phenomena
you
is possible.
I told you the method how to do it, and happy life and happy Christmas.
Yes, sunglasses. It's not possible for water to be seeking and finding level here in reality if we are on a water ball. See how that works?
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, your geometry is impossible. Sunglasses.
What? No.
Yeah, the ball that you're claiming is impossible.
Slow, dude.
Why?
Don't you get it?
You pretending to be slow, or is this not an act?
He's definitely acting, or he's on the spectrum. Like
Your
he said,
argument
I was.
was, oh,
Sounds like he's.
I looked outside and it looked flat, so it's flat.
Well, the surface of water is measurably flat. Go to a pool.
Yes, because the distance is small.
Okay, go to the Suez Canal, 120 miles.
Yeah,
how many
it's not
120
perfectly
mile? How
flat.
many 120 mile flat slabs make up a ball?
It's not perfectly flat.
Oh, at either end at sea level, there are no locks.
I mean, yes.
No, I wouldn't say you're mean. You're really nice, actually. You've done an excellent job of highlighting the desperation of the water ball myth believers. Thank you.
Your Grand Slam was saying that the level of the water is
said
level
it.
on both sides.
You said it, and you struck out.
I wasn't the one who brought up the Suez Canal, but okay.
Yeah, well,
but apparently I said it.
A pool wasn't good enough for you. You belly ached about a pool, so I brought up something bigger, a big ditch, 120-mile ditch.
mean, yes, it connects to the ocean on either side.
Okay, and how
Ergo
many
being level with
how
the
many
ocean
120
on
mile?
either side.
Okay, yeah, sea level. How many flat slabs
Yeah.
of 120 miles make up a sphere?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, it's a trick question.
I mean, if you angle each flat slab
Yeah, that's
by
not a
a
sphere.
minor degree,
That's
it
a
would
disco ball.
eventually form a circle, at least, not a sphere.
Well, they show us a billiard ball or some space. So, whoops.
Yeah, we got sharp edges on the ocean. Is that what's going on? A bunch of flat sections here and there with, all of a sudden, oh, there's a corner coming up here.
Disco ocean earther. That's a first.
He's been presenting cartoons and now a disco ball Earth. So he's like a disco ball cartoon earther. What is wrong with you, sunglasses?
I don't know. I apparently made the mistake of I don't know, becoming educated and understanding basic geometry.
Indoctrinated into believing you live in a cartoon. And it worked. The indoctrination works. You're the proof of it.
A school taught you that flat slabs make up a sphere?
No, I learned
Okay,
geometry
so-
and then was able to derive that conclusion using basic math.
Well, I can show you the math for Superman's leaps and bounding abilities. Checks out.
Hey, you've been asking
it
about. You've
It
been
does.
asking.
Krypton has 1/6 of the gravity of Earth, or 6 times or 7 times the gravity of Earth. So therefore, it does check out, dude.
Okay, sure. In the sense of like hypothetically assuming the
just
the
like in
power
the globe,
displaced by his
just like the
muscles.
globe mass. Yes.
No.
Oh, so the maths don't check out for the water ball Earth. They do or they don't?
No, it's not a fake measurement.
So why did you just tell us that all the bodies of water at rest are flat at the surface?
I didn't say that.
Well, you bellyached the pool was too small. And then I brought up the 120-mile Suez Canal.
Yeah, the 120-mile Suez Canal has curve to it.
Oh, brother.
Oh my god. This guy.
Yeah, in your dreams, sir. Talking about reality.
Okay, so let's try this one, bro. The Suez Canal is amazing. Now he dropped the ball, right? Because he's saying the Suez Canal is curving, so the ball. How about this one? The Bolivian salt flats. It's described as a perfect
sections
mirror, right?
of a ball can be flat
Okay, so
without the entire ball being flat. I mean, this is just a very simple concept.
You know what specular reflection is? Specular reflection?
I'm not familiar with the term.
So, here you go. Look, this is 4,000 square miles, 10,000 square kilometers. And the surface has to be smooth, like a mirror, for it to show this phenomena like a perfect mirror. You see this? You can search the they call it the mirror of the Bolivian salt flats. And if this thing was curving, like you're claiming, there will be no specular reflection phenomena in it. And you see the stars that you're claiming? Remember your claim? The stars don't work on a flat surface. Look. Completely flat surface right here in reality.
The star. Okay, I was talking about stars being viewed from the perspective versus the north and southern
Address this.
hemisphere.
So now the perfect mirror in reality.
Yeah, so for one, mirrors can be curved.
But they don't call it sea curvature. Like, okay, look, listen. Okay, so there's above sea level and below sea level. Level, okay? Level. What is level? Then you have to just say to yourself, all right, they lied to me. I've been lied to. And you know it's
Are
okay,
levels
bro.
in video games always flat?
Oh, here
That's
goes the
not
cartoon Arthur again.
yeah, yeah, you're
Well, no, it's
deflecting.
just because you're
And you
going
need
to
and it's not
insinuate
I'm
that
not trying to
because they
say that
use the word level in sea level that it must mean flat.
oh, so you're thinking it's like a
That's what
video
you were
game
going to
level?
do,
As you
dumbass.
go down, it's like you're going down a level. We're going down another level, like another
No, I'm
story,
just
another
saying that
floor.
because they use the word level doesn't mean it
Mhm.
must mean flat.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, cool. Well, how come they never use the word curve in anything except for curvature? That's the only thing they use it on.
Wait, no,
The
that's
reason
just
they
wrong.
use
Dude, okay, no, I'm gonna solve this real quick by just telling this dude. Sorry, I have just gotten here, but like, can you just Google sea level real quick, the definition, so this can be over and done with? Because I'm not gonna listen to that misinformation. Google sea level, please, and the definition, and read it out to us.
You go ahead and bring it. Make your argument. Nobody's gonna do your bidding.
No, no, I want you to do it, so you get it practical, so you don't forget,
No, you
because it's
do it,
common
or you're
knowledge.
gonna be muted. If you're gonna bring a point.
Why? Because I say common sense, and now I'm gonna get muted.
Common sense. Are you claiming that you live on a spinning globe?
Okay,
Is that what you're
I'll
claiming?
define. Okay, I'll considering you like interrupting people, I'm not gonna you're not gonna acknowledge you too much, but I
You
will.
like
I'll do
making
it.
demands in
So
here.
sea
You like
level.
you brought your
Okay,
dirty boots to the
you're
house and put it
still
on the table.
interrupting. You need to calm
You
your
put in
titties,
your
dude. Stop being a
dirty
man
boots on the
child.
table, and you think you're gonna be like listened to, heard? You putting your dirty boots on the table, bro. Like, are you gonna leave the shoes out first?
A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. Above sea level, below sea level. And a horizontal plane or line. That's a Google definition. First phrase. And then a position on a real or imaginary scale of amount.
so that's not the Google definition. Do you want to tell me where you got that definition?
Level.
Oh, the definition of level, not sea level? Because the definition of sea level doesn't mention the word horizontal.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad I'm unmuted now. So Alpha, I
Man, this
mentioned to the
guy
side chat
doesn't
because I
sound
knew you were going to
educated
do
at
this.
all,
It's
man.
incredibly
Sunglasses. You said you were
disrespectful. You
educated,
looked
man. You
up
sound
level
fucking stupid.
specifically, so you could find something to support your argument instead of doing what we told you. Sea level.
I've been
Sea
listening the
level.
The
whole
sea
fucking time.
surface using in reckoning the height of a geological feature such as hills and as a barometric standard. So yeah, that works. That's the definition. So what does that say? Where does that say flat? Can you point to the word there for me?
Sea level is the base level for measuring elevation and
No, it
depth.
isn't. Already you're wrong. Already you're wrong. It's not the base level. That's not what the definition just told you. You cannot deny the fundamental
Because
evidence
the
and just point to
ocean
where it
is
says
one
flat.
continuous body of water. Its surface tends to seek the same level throughout the world. However, winds, currents, river discharges, and variations
How
in
does this address the
gravity. Now,
point?
this is your round earth stuff. Gravity
No,
and
no, you need to address it. Just address the point, don't roundabout. I know what you're doing, and it's very manipulative, dude. Just address the point instantly. Where does it say flat in that definition? You can admit you're wrong, and we can move on to a different part
I
and just
just
use
read
the
the I
definition as
just
it
read the
should be.
definition for level, dum dum. I read the definition
Yeah,
for level, and then I
level.
read the definition for sea
Level.
level, and they both coincide. So I
No,
don't
they don't,
understand what
because
you're
look in the
talking
side
about.
chat. Look in the side chat. Where do they coincide? Point to it. That's what I'm asking you. Like, where do they coincide?
Is it the definition you're giving, or is it the
No,
definition I
this is
just gave?
the definition. No, this
Oh
is
my
the
god.
definition.
Okay.
So
So where are you getting this
You know,
from?
are you a Okay, yeah, I just did the same thing you did. I googled the definition straight away. Got the fucking first result, done. Bingo. There's a definition of it.
Okay, well maybe you
You're
have a
gonna
different
tell me
Google than
to,
me.
yeah, you're gonna ask me to use Urban Dictionary or some shit? Like, that's a definition for
I
you.
just read to you what it meant. You
What the
should
fuck
get
do you mean?
muted for
You read
that.
to me what it meant. The definition's next to you. Are you like a child? Can you not admit when you say one thing wrong so we can move on with the conversation? Or are you just gonna stick here saying the definition isn't a definition, and I should look up some like Quora source?
Are
Well,
you
you
claiming
derp.
a
And then you
globe?
want to just
Are you
Yeah,
claiming
you
that the
derp.
Oh,
horizontal is
no,
curving?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming a globe. We're flat. I'm
Okay,
just
Ooh,
telling him he's
you derp.
fundamentally wrong, and I'm not going to
You
listen to
derp.
okay, so this
misinformation.
guy could have just typed that in, man.
You derp. If
I'm
we're
just going to
talking
tell you
about the
flat out.
sea, you derp. If we're talking about the sea is water, and you know what
Sure.
water does, right?
I'm not asking you. I'm asking him. You don't
No,
have
I
to suck
know.
his dick.
Now I'm
He can
talking to
defend
you. I
himself.
know it's an inconvenient
I've
truth.
already
I'm
told him
talking to
that,
you now.
I believe.
This is a struggle, isn't it? You're just going to join
You,
in
it
and
must
let
be a
him define his
struggle
own
if you can't
points.
answer the simple questions.
All right, I'm just going to
If
mute
you
you
don't have
unless
a
it gets
dog
to
in the
sink
fight,
balls until I hear
listen,
the other guy say something efficient. If you want to mute
listen.
me and
If you
pussy out because you can't handle listening to your friend defend
you're
himself because you
fine,
know he's
get
going
it
to say something
out.
stupid,
Share your
you can do
pain.
that. You can be a man
Share
child,
your
but
pain.
or you could let
Share
him
your
be a
pain.
mature adult and support himself.
Okay,
Unless you
if you
guys are
don't have,
incapable of it, which means
listen.
you're
If you
admitting
don't
that
have a
none of you can
dog in the
defend
fight,
yourselves, and you need
if you
somebody
don't
else
have
to
a
jump
dog
in,
in the
which is kind
fight,
of like,
sir, you
what he
shouldn't have
does
any
for a
problem
parent.
acknowledging the
So are
nature
you
of
guys going to
water.
admit that, or is Alpha going to admit you got the
He
definition wrong
has
and we can move
diarrhea
on?
of the mouth. Derp, you have diarrhea of the mouth.
You're
That's not
muted
allowed
too
here.
because all you do is get a.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have diarrhea.
it's really sad when I hear. I know it's the 21st century, but when I hear people say pull out a dictionary and all I hear is clicking. Well, if people actually had paper dictionaries on the shelf next to the paper mache globe, they wouldn't be in this situation where they're being fed new definitions every day. Oh, sea level equidistance to the center of a sphere. Obviously, oh, you guys are idiots, retards. You are. So I'm going to pull out a dictionary, and all I hear is clicking.
I mean, he's trying to say that sea level doesn't mean level. Have you ever played a video game? You go up a
Yeah,
level or down a level? I don't
he's
know.
no dog in the fight. He says.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's a lot to do with the curvature and like going up and down the curvature. Round and around we go. Round and around. Well, the water hill. That's what it's all about. Over the water hump. We gotta on the ocean. We go over the water hump, guys. Yeah, the Humpty Lakes and stuff. I mean, why do they call it hydroplaning? And then why do they? I mean, it's just the mysteries. Why do they use this type of verbiage to describe things? Like a plane. Like it's a bird. It's a plane. The mountain is 1,000 feet above sea level. I think if they admitted that the curvature doesn't exist, then everything else comes apart. Like nothing else can hold it together. So as long as they have curvature and gravity and all of that stuff, it's like one is meant to shut down the other one. It's kind of like, you know.
Yeah, but some of these people are designed to be deceived. The programming is there for them to be deceived and not get out of it. Like you can reprogram your mind, and I mean you yourself. There's people that can do that, but some of these people they can't do it. They're just gonna stay like that until the last day.
Well, once you figure out the magic trick, right? Then there's no
But
more
some
magic,
people can do that. Not everybody can.
I guess. Because to me, it's already spoiled. So like every time you hear somebody talk about space, I'm like, you know, or all of that stuff, right? Hey, you guys want to watch a space show? No. Or some sci-fi? No. You know, because the gig is up for me. I'll never watch any of that crap again. So it's done. You know.
Have you seen the cartoons that they show and they say this is a photograph, bro? It's reality.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? They
Yeah.
bro, tell them Google search the solar system, and what you see is a bunch of cartoons. Everybody sees the cartoons. They don't see cartoons. They say, yeah, that's what it is. You see the problem? It's like, I guess there's God created people they have to be programmed by high priests or something, and they gonna stay like that. Might be some type of condition, or I don't know, parasites or demons or something.
Well, I mean, it's like, you know, if you teach people one thing, you know, or you teach them like the red is blue and, you know, up is down and all this stuff, that, you know, no matter what, they're so conditioned and hard grained into believing that. And you know, the worst ones I find are the atheists, because they're the ones that really, like, you know, they don't believe in God, so they double down on everything, right? It's almost like, and they have the most faith because they're like the ones that are describing like the Big Bang and all of that stuff, and that,
They are
you know,
not atheists.
yeah,
They call themselves atheists, but they believe in the globe god, in the
yeah,
cartoon god, which is
Helios or whatever his fucking
yeah,
name is.
they're cartoon. They're worshiping cartoons. The cartoons are their god. Gravity, but gravity is just a word that they repeat like parrots. Gravity, paka, and they worship that. Or
Yeah,
writings of other men writing. Oh, gravity is this in the lore. They read the lore of the gravity idea, and then yeah, I mean it has to be truth because it says that this gravity causes the universe to work and to the planet to form, and you know gravity is the god of this universe, so it works in the lore, and they believe it. That's their god.
yeah, but then how does gravity work? That's the thing. Like they say, oh, you know, things fall, and gravity makes water stick, but stick to the
No, but
bottom.
it doesn't work, bro. Remember, because there is the
I
realist
know it.
level, there is reality, and
It
they are saying a word that has writings behind it, and people explain something in a cartoon like Dragon Ball Z. How does Goku travel? It does the instant transmission from one galaxy to the other galaxy, right? It makes sense in the cartoon, and you might believe he's doing that in the cartoon, but that's not reality. It's the same thing with the globe.
right, like comic book lore, or I forget what they call it.
Yeah.
There's a term that they use for it. It's like, oh, how strong is Superman, right? Like Superman it doesn't exist for real. He doesn't exist, but people will argue that Superman can move like the Earth and stuff. He's so strong. His power is so unlimited. You know, he doesn't
Yeah,
even
and
need
he
full
can
potential.
squash a diamond with his hand. It makes sense
Right.
because Superman is super
In
powerful.
a comic book, sure. In a
Yeah.
movie or cartoon or whatnot, yeah, it makes sense, right? But in reality, you know,
You heard the guy that was talking to you? He said common sense. You see, this is common sense. Like their globe, they're claiming that the globe makes sense, right? And then reality points out to you that it's not curving, it's not spinning. Your senses are catching this, right? Your vestibular system, your vision, your senses are pointing out that the globe is impossible, but they claim that the globe makes sense when it's actual nonsense.
well, a lot of
It
it's
goes
CGI
against your
rendering,
sense. But
and that's the problem that I have is the fakery or their interpretation where they say, oh well, we collected all the telemetry data and we collected all the data, and for like a whole year we punched this into a computer, and this is what the computer pops out. And then when you look at Japan, they have a picture of Earth, or China has a picture of Earth, you know, or India apparently, because they just did a moon mission and they want to go back to the moon again. So it's like, and they take these pictures of Earth and they're all different. It doesn't even look, I mean, a lot of it is just, I get it. They told a lie and then they can't backpedal and it's too late, so they just go with the lie. Just go with it, run with
bro,
it, stop lying
think about
and
it.
lie for.
You see different seasons of cartoons. Let's say Dragon Ball, then Dragon Ball Z. Even before Dragon Ball, there was a similar character that the guy was making. So the character from the first season looks different. The cartoon, the whole thing looks different than the cartoon of the season 20, right?
Hmm.
In different colorings and different ways of drawing the cartoon, it all looks different. But it's the same cartoon,
Right.
but it looks completely different. Even in the movie, when there's a movie about the anime cartoon, in the movie they look different than in the series, right? The anime.
Right.
Same thing with the globe. You got all these different globes. You go to Walmart, you get one globe. You go to Target, get a different globe. You go to whatever Australia retail store, and you get a different globe right there. You go all the different globes, furniture globes, and then you go to NASA, you get a globe. You go to the Chinese Space Agency, you get a different globe or a different moon. You get a different solar system, different colors. They all look different. But for these people, it's true. It makes sense. It's it's basically cartoons and furniture, but they believe it.
Yeah. Well, they believe it is because, there's nothing to the contrary. It's only been like in the last little while.
Reality
Like,
is the contrary, bro.
well,
Remember
yeah.
your senses, your God-given senses, the thing that you utilize every day, every second to to work in reality, to be able to cross the street, do whatever you do in reality, even to look at the cartoon, you're looking at you use your senses, your vision, your eyes to look at the cartoon. But they're saying that the cartoon makes sense, even though it's contrary to the reality they exist in.
Right.
See how crazy it is.
Right. I mean, it's because they don't want to be, because here's the biggest thing as a human, right? And most humans, they don't like to be shamed, especially public shaming. And I know that when it comes down to people who talk about the flat earth, they're dismissed right away as being like, semi stupid or whatever, like a, and the whole idea is like, they're not educated, they're really you know not a part of that whole academia thing apparently. But the people that I've met that believe that we're being deceived about stuff and that they're withholding information, and a lot of stuff just doesn't jive. It doesn't click because of the whole idea that we're not allowed to explore certain parts of the world, right? And if we are, then we have to be like a scientist, and we're only allowed to go to certain areas. There's no more such thing as exploration. Like, you can't just go explore wherever you want, because apparently that's not good. And and then they settle the science. And I mean, when the science is settled, that's not good either, because that's like saying everybody in the past, like Newton and all of that stuff with their ancient shit, right, are smarter than everybody else. Like, there's no more debate about it. It's settled science. Newton's law of gravity, and it's not even a theory anymore, right? Gravity's a thing. Like, they say, oh, gravity's a thing, and it's on like Google and it's everywhere else, right? But I argue it's magnetism, and the gravity and magnetism doesn't hold water to a ball. So yeah, and that's a real force, because they can't explain how gravity works. Like, they don't. They can just say, oh, this is a result of what it does, and where there's no gravity in space. You just float up there in space, Elmo. Yeah, and like, we're rotating and all of this stuff. I mean, everything that they've come out with, it's like it's all meant to keep us confused, and there'll be people that'll argue it to their death, because they're so indoctrinated into the belief system, you know. And with Elon Musk,
Especially many are monetarily incentivized to do so. Money is a hell of a motivator for people,
hell
right?
yeah, hell yeah, I believe that money, money can do a lot of stuff.
Or the means, because the money is a tool that people want to have to do other stuff. Because you don't use the money for anything practical. You use it to get other stuff, or to use it as a tool to acquire other things. So it's not the money doing this stuff, right?
Well, I mean, it's an organization, like a syndicate. NASA. It's like they're all over the world. They're in almost every country, and they have space programs and stuff like that. And I mean, I think they'd have to keep up that premise. They'd have to, you know, and maybe in 1964 or 65, the moon landing was pretty convincing, at the time, because people didn't understand the science behind any of it, and I don't think people really cared. They were too busy, working their factory jobs and doing all of that stuff, right? But it was like an achievement, and it was like, like winning the game. Like, our country was the first people to land on the moon. We beat those commies, all that stuff. And I think that right there set the ball in motion. But then they didn't actually do that. I feel that they deceived a whole bunch of people, like the masses, right? But then there was a bunch of money that went into the program, and then they get funding, and they get governmental funding, and they get taxpayer money and grants and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it creates jobs, yes, but it doesn't create astronauts or nothing. Those are hand-picked puppets, All that stuff is fake ass shit. They get like a guy who could play guitar or whatever up on the ISS, Chris, whatever his name is, Chris Hansen, you know. And all this thing about, like, they have lies. They lie about stuff. Like, they said, oh, there's a delay. So, we it takes a little bit of time for us to communicate. And then they talked about when they went to send something to Mars, there's 11 months delay. But yet they just, like, they contradict themselves. It's like the next day they were like, oh, we received some new pictures. And I was like, wait a minute, doesn't that take like 11 months? Oh, I see, I get it. Like, so the day 2 is 11 months and 1 day. Anyway, it's pretty funny. But they say it takes 11 months for it to travel through space. I mean, please. And Elon Musk's, Falcon X rocket ships, they're smashing off the dome. Like the last 3 I've seen, they're just like exploding up in the sky, hitting stuff. They're not going through. So that should be proof right there. It's like, that should be proof that we're stationary, that the sun and the moon move, that the stars move, and they move around us like a clock. And that's how we get our seasons, and that's how everything works. It's just like,
Yeah, the luminaries are eccentric. And if people in the past says, the Most High, the throne of God up in heaven, so they're by functionality, they're God centric because all of the luminaries revolve around a center point, which in the electro opticals look like a pyramid. You see the pyramids on the ground aligned to the luminaries, which are aligned to the pyramid in the sky, which people call heaven or the heaven of heavens. And it's like you're saying, like gears, like they move like clockwork. You see the luminaries converging and diverging, moving towards and away from you, towards and away from you, like the sun moving towards you and away from you, the moon doing the same thing, like gears in the sky. So for that observation, to the time lapse, the time lapse that people do, that it's like the stars do like a circle in the sky. The camera has to be motionless, and the luminaries are moving to observe that phenomena. And this movement that they doing, like clockwork, like gears, it's mechanical. They look like lights, but there is a medium between the ground, I guess, the layers above, and whatever is above that is governing the luminaries. Which the center point of the luminaries, like I said, it's people have labeled it the heaven of heavens, where the throne of God is, the Most High.
That's the problem. The problem with that is that is that the correlation of the pyramids to say Orion's belt is,
Like,
I mean, that's testy at best because there are other pyramids in the area.
yeah,
Now,
like I said, all of the pyramids. I mean, all of the pyramids. Many structures and many pyramids on the ground are aligned to the luminaries, to different luminaries. Some are aligned to the sun, others are aligned to the moon, others are aligned to multiple luminaries. Well, like I'm telling you, the luminaries themselves are aligned to the pyramid of the sky. So
but
the
okay,
pyramids on the ground, by consequence, are aligned to the pyramid in the sky.
now the question is that did the Egyptians, who were quite good at documenting things, did they say that they were building those pyramids to look like that?
Well, they were discovered
The-
all over, and it's apparently Orion's belt. No,
Well, but they were built over really big differences in
Orion's
time.
belt is a label of three lights, right?
three
The
lights,
lights in
yeah,
the sky. But the
right. And it's
lights,
bigger to the smaller, and it's Orion's belt. It's the 3 gems on Orion's belt.
yeah, and there's structures on the ground that are aligned to these lights,
But the
right?
3
And if the
man.
ground was spinning 66,000 miles per hour and going towards the sun 600,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way moving almost at the speed of light, there will be no alignment to any of these between any of these structures on the ground and the gears in the sky.
That's not true.
That your line.
That's a fallacious argument.
That's not true. You're
Just based on
fallacious.
the fact that okay, so we can't convince him that either way, right? Like we can't convince him like the world's spinning. We can't convince him that we're stationary. It's just something that a person has to come to grips with. When he
Well,
gets there, he'll understand. Like
Listen,
No one
Listen,
likes to get lied
alpha, omega, alpha. Their claim is that the ground is moving at multiple vectors and multiple speeds at the
to.
same
Yes,
time. You see how
with a
ridiculous that is?
curvature, with water that runs over the curvature, and yeah, and that the sun
And
sets. It literally sets behind the
listen.
mountains and
The
comes back up
luminaries,
again.
the luminaries that the things on the ground are aligned to, those luminaries are also revolving in their own orbits, right? And there is no parallax. There is no they're still aligned.
But you're making a false equivalency between whether or not the pyramids are actually
And you're
are
lying, lunatic, and you're lying.
no,
And
it's
why
an
does the sun
actual.
rise? Okay, so the sun sets in the west and rises in the east, right? And that's
Like
another thing
clockwork.
too. Like they think that the sun sets and goes over the horizon and goes down, goes to rest and then comes up again, right? That that's just simply not what it is. The sun does and the moon do an infinity pattern. You know what the infinity sign is? Like the letter 8 or the number 8,
Yeah, the letter A is
or
doing.
the
Well, I
yeah, it's
mean,
the number 8.
people take a photograph of the sun at the same time every day for a
There are
year,
people.
and then it kind of looks like that when you put them together.
Yeah, well,
They go.
when you check out the pattern, right? There's a pattern. It's like the flower of life or whatever. There's a pattern to how the sun and the moon rotate, how they go, right?
Like clockwork.
Yeah, but they think that the reason is that the moon and the globers think that the moon and the sun are we're spinning around them, and that they're spinning like a whole bunch of speed, like this, like ridiculous speeds and stuff like that. And I don't know. I think maybe their calculations might be right in theory, but wrong in principle, right?
Okay.
Like
Well, what?
what they're observing
It's
it like a
complete
phenomenon.
nonsense. Complete nonsense.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, you could say that because I mean, again, they had come to a consensus on a speculation of whatever. Like, let's just say this and say that, and they're off like by like a large margin. Like we even
Yeah, they're
have like
going
really
against the
weird calendar
realist
systems.
level. They're going against the realist level. They're saying that the phenomena that we observe in the sky is because the ground is spinning and tilting.
so
When actually the sky is doing that, the heavens above is doing that, but they're claiming the opposite of reality. Complete nonsense.
Well, they've got everything kind of messed up, man, and I think that maybe that's for a reason. Like I think the Julian calendar is more accurate than the um, I forget who it or the Gregorian calendar. When the one that we're using right now, they break it up into 12 months, but then they got leap years and all this other crap, and we lose time, we lose days and stuff like that. So Um, whereas with the Julian calendar, I think it's like 13 months and it comes out pretty good. And then there's that one last day. It's like 364 days. It's all like on in order. And then there's just that one day where it's like a rebirth. You know what I mean? It's like we went through all the seasons and then it's just like the resurrection or something like that. It's like that. You know what I mean? That one day every year.
You're talking
Same
about
thing.
did you mention the 13 months? I think it's the lunar cycle that has 20. The lunar cycle has 28 days, and I think in total it's 13 times a year. So 13 months, 28 days each. That's the cycles of the moon.
Right, and it's just like, and it also coincides with a woman's cycle, with animal migration patterns. A lot of it is based on that. It's like a
Man has
natural
cycles
tuning.
too, not only women. Well, men have
Well,
cycles,
probably too,
women have cycles, and even parasites have cycles. A lot of the
and within
people.
those,
Go ahead.
all the solstice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but all the
I
solstices
did.
line up as well. There's like the winter solstice, summer solstice. Like all of that, and they all line up exactly
They're
within those
perfectly
months.
between all of the 13 things, right?
hmm Between the 13 months. Now, there's one month and it's missing, and it's the name of the month is Sol. SOL. And I don't know, maybe it's a sun month or whatnot. But yeah, they break it up to 13 months, and it's and I don't know. To me, it's just like, I don't know, like with the way they are conditioning us now, and a lot of it is just like, we have no maker, we have no creator. There's none of that they want us to be convinced of, and they want us to be convinced that we come from nothing, and we're just intellectual beings that came from nothing, and it's in a dog eat dog world. There is no God. When you die, that's it. It's lights out. That's all. There's no purpose, no spirituality. There's no nothing. There's no greater consciousness, no
There's
enlightenment,
nothing.
nothing. So I don't know. Pick from
Even
that what
though
you want.
even though nothing is nothing, right? There something
Nothing is still
can't be
something.
nothing.
It's antimatter, bro. It's
And
antimatter.
you just open your eyes, and you don't even have to open your eyes. You can touch, smell, hear. There's something.
Well,
There
they
is
they
something.
think that everything was created from nothing, but so it's easy for them to dismiss God, because like a creator can make something from nothing, just manifest it. Like when it
They
said,
saying that
God
order came
created
from this.
everything.
They saying that order came from the explosion. You never seen an explosion creating order. It's the opposite. But you see order going into disorder, entropy, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, this is all the results of entropy.
I just, I don't know, man. Like, I think even if you gave science another 1,000 years, they still couldn't make anything from nothing. Like, I think with all of the science and technology and everything else, there's still, where do they get the materials from? Like, how do they manifest things? Like, you can't just like grab stuff like molecules from the thin air, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it. And atoms and molecules, and just stick things together, make a table, make this, make that, you know, out of thin air.
Now you're
But they would
now
still be the tools that they would need, and the materials would be the molecules, would be like everything that's or
you're
somehow
You
somehow
first need
they would control.
an environment for everything to be possible. You need a this contained environment for the
well,
gas pressure to be in. You need the
well
designer that put that in place.
there was always something. I mean, it was like, if you go to a multiverse model,
Lunatic, what are you
and
talking about? A multiverse, and there was you
well,
don't know.
Man.
You don't.
when
More
What are you
somebody
talking
comic book
about?
stuff.
when you were quiet long enough, I can explain.
No, thank you.
You keep on shutting me. You keep on shutting me down. You keep on shutting me down before I say anything.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, go for it. It's okay. We
All
should
right.
listen.
All right. When you look at a multiverse model, then you've obviously got
Post it in
something.
the chat. The multiverse model. Post it in the chat.
I don't need to. You've got Google right in front of you. When you talk about a
So
multiverse
you're
model,
talking
that
about
means that
fantasy then?
no, I'm talking about me being able to finish a fucking sentence.
Cartoons? You're talking about
Can
cartoons?
you can you shut up long enough?
Are you talking about cartoons? Talk about cartoons. Or keep texting.
Yes, Jamesy, he's talking about cartoons. 100%, my guy. This guy has lost his fucking mind. Hey, why'd you mute him? You muted him? Jamesy, you're on fire today.
On
Listen,
fire?
yeah, you're on fire. You're killing everybody right now. You're just killing it. It's good. I love it, man. Especially
I
this
mean,
17 years in the military guy. A fucking zombie. Straight up fucking zombie right here.
He might have those. I'm sorry, those military parasites inside that.
100%. He's a pincushion. Do you know in the military what they do to them, right? Every other
mhm.
day is
They
a
poke him with
fucking
pins.
jab. Oh, fucking. They keep poking him. Yeah, man. He's so used to that shit. He loves it.
Well, maybe what he was in the beginning is not there anymore. Something else.
Oh, yeah. He lost his soul a
Something
long time ago, my
human.
friend.
I mean, they're moving on to quantum physics already. Because and you know what? And they're like, oh, we'll get the AI to solve the quantum physics question.
Huh.
And where does that leave us again? Once again, in the dark. We're so insignificant because in the greater scheme of things, we're nothing really, nothing more than just,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
know.
fantasy, right? That's the Globers saying that. That's the programming
Uh-huh.
that they buying into. That's the lie, the deceit, the falsehood, not reality.
Well, they have to have that consensus, though. It must really suck for them because everything's on the line for them, like their career, the prestige, the grants, the money, the awards. It's great.
A
They love
bunch
it.
of trophies on the wall and
Hmm.
certificates on
Yeah.
the wall. Look
As
how
long as it stays
special.
true.
The priest gave me a certificate. I went to another nation and bombed the shit out of them and shoot the neighbors. Wow, I'm such a good soldier.
And I mean, I don't even know what would happen if it was exposed, for what it really was. Like eventually, there could be more people that believe in the flat Earth theory than the globe. And then what are they going to do?
Well, I think this is the whole dichotomy that they trying to push: flat Earth versus globe Earth. But they're arguing, oh, my cartoon is better than your cartoon, because you see, the globers are desperate to debunk flat Earth, right? I mean, the anti-flat Earthers. It's like they're on a job, and they are debunking a fantasy that they don't like, but they like the other fantasy, the one that they're getting paid by, the one that they benefit from, the one that is paying their salaries, right? And the astrophysicists and the space engineers, and they come in here and they tell you, my daddy is an and
Hey,
my
don't
wife
forget,
works
hey,
for.
Jamesy.
Yeah.
Jamesy, don't forget that lunatics spent 17 years to defend this country, so that these motherfuckers could sodomize themselves in the Senate. You know what I mean? That's
Oh
what he was
yeah,
fighting
yeah,
for. Don't forget
yeah.
that.
Lunatic was fighting to protect the pedophiles and the sodomites. Yeah, to be in power.
100%. That's right. And then
I
he
mean,
says, "Oh, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
I was doing
What's
my
wrong
job.
with that?"
I was doing my job, bro. I was doing my job.
Right. But Jamesy, did you see the video? Did you see the video? I swear to God, it's a new video. I don't know. Did you see the video or no?
In your channel?
No, the video of the sodomites sodomizing each other in the Senate. There's the
Oh my
Senate
goodness.
where there's a video, man. The guy fucking taking a camera and just fucking destroying this guy's ass in the Senate. It's fucked up. It's recent.
Yeah.
It's all over. It's gonna be it's not gonna be all over the news because obviously the mainstream media is gonna hide and try and cover that shit, like they cover up for Hunter Biden's misdeeds, how they cover up for fucking Biden's fucking illegal shit, right? You know what I mean? Crazy. This is what lunatic fucking fought for. God bless America.
To
America.
have all the psychopaths in power.
Yeah. Right, lunatic. That's what you did. 17 years for freedom, right?
To allow freedom so they
So you're
can.
not. So you're now saying that. Now you're. Are you going to continue with the insults, or are you going to go with the? Are you going to stick
What is
with?
that? It's not an
Are
insult.
you
That's
going to?
fucking reality. See, you think it's an insult,
Are
but
you
I'm
going to?
fucking telling you what the real thing is right now. The reality is that you spent 17 goddamn years fighting for some shit, right? And then in the end, the result is you got fucking sodomites in your Senate, in the highest form of fucking government. They're fucking each other in the ass. And then recording it on video on top of that.
And you paid money to see it.
No, I didn't, because that shit's all over the fucking internet right now.
You know what? I've been out since 2004. So
You still fought
what are
for
you
it,
getting
man.
at?
Because the way your logic and the way you're thinking right now, and everything you're fucking saying is the same thing. You would have been doing the same fucking thing.
Look at what he's texting. He's like a Democrat in the text.
Exactly.
He's like one of those Karens.
Get him.
From the like a liberal.
Wait, what am I saying here? What is it that I
Look what
said?
you're saying. Look, you're talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Show me what flat Earth has done. oh, the globe is so good, and you're so proud of the globe because look, GPS, it's a global Earth model, makes GPS work anywhere. It's like you're proud of your
Nonsense.
religion.
Yeah,
You're
he
proud
doesn't
of
know how
your
radio
religion.
frequencies work, and he's talking shit about him, man.
Just say that you're proud of your religion cartoon, and you don't like the other religion cartoon. You like yours. Just admit it.
All right. So where did the flat Earth come from?
Oh my God,
From
we're
your
living on it.
imagination, because that's what you have in
No,
your mind.
no. I'm
A
asking.
flat Earth imaginary cartoon.
I'm asking. Where did it come from? No,
The same place, from the same place you got the globe Earth.
No, I just watched a whole bunch of shit today. So, and one of the things that was the guy, one of your massive proponents is also believes in a young Earth theory.
Okay. Who's? There's nobody
So
such a
you've
massive
got.
proponent for me, guy. What the fuck you talking about? Nobody speaks for me.
I said I'm talking about the videos that I watched. One of the biggest, one of the people that runs the
Vlad,
largest.
don't worry about
He
those
claims he runs the
samurais that you
largest.
like. Concentrate on
Don't worry
Vlad.
about. That's not me, man.
What do I give a shit about what people in the Senate are doing? I don't give a fuck.
You protected them. You spend half of your life to protect them.
Yeah, a good portion of it.
I also
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
I also spent a.
You remember that?
Same portion. I also
Sir,
spent
yes, sir. Now
keep talking
drop
over
and
me.
give me 20. Sir, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yeah, you remember when I fought to protect your right to say stupid shit?
You didn't fight any of my fucking, you did not, I promise you that you never fought for any of my shit. I told you I'm a Russian. You see, you're so fucking stupid. You don't remember our previous conversation. You stupid motherfucker.
You can't be Russian.
Да, я русский, ёбаный в рот. Just because I have fluent English accent doesn't mean I'm not fucking Russian.
He's spy. Kill him.
Долбоёбы, блядь, суки, нахуй.
Yogurt.
Fucking asshole. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't remember our this is how fucking stupid you are, lunatic. We had a conversation yesterday and you still don't fucking remember. It goes in one ear out the other like all the fucking globers. No matter what we fucking tell you, right? No matter how fucking logically sound the shit is, you still don't want to listen to it. You come in here and try and fucking spew some garbage like fucking Agent Smith.
Vlad, I'm gonna quote Lunatic. I am just saying that heliocentricity has provided advancement that can be seen in our daily lives.
Yeah, bullshit.
Are you proud of your fucking religion, bro? Are you so proud of your religion, Lunatic? Tell me you're proud of it.
How does GPS work in the middle of the ocean?
No, tell me that you're proud of the globe, the heliocentricity religion, like you're
It's not a matter of pride. It's not a matter of pride.
So what is it? What is it then?
It's the same reason. It's the same reason I'm not proud of geometry. I'm not proud of biology.
I'll explain to you how. I'll explain to you, hey, lunatic. I'll explain to you since do you know what triangulation? You know how GPS works? It triangulates between three towers, right? So on the ocean, you have bayous or these little fucking floating things that they set up. They're fucking pinging signals off of that.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's how that fucking works.
Show me a GPS. Show me a GPS buoy.
They use radar. They use radar for airspace. They use sonar for water space.
It doesn't give you global positioning. The point of global
You'd be
positioning
surprised
is that
what those subs can do.
It
They're not cheap either.
It is in a.
You don't know. Listen, so fucking Marconi, the longest distance line of sight from England to Australia, right? So the military has
miles.
Technology. Yeah, the military has fucking way more better, superior technology. They actually control the radio frequencies, right? They have to. Because there's a thing called the CRTC, the governing bodies that actually control radio frequencies, certain bands that they're only allowed to use, right? So that's how they're fucking using it. You don't know half the shit. You were just fucking sitting there fucking getting orders in a compartmentalized situation. Every time somebody told you to jump, you fucking did it. You didn't know why you had to jump, but that's what you did. Dumbass.
Well, Lunatic,
so don't try and fucking explain shit to me.
Listen, Lunatic, you said that you were in a military vessel and you guys lost signal and you had to wait for the satellite to connect to the vessel to reconnect with the communications.
We have to. Well, no, it's like
they do have some satellites up in the sky. and they're
You
not
got one
propulsion. There's no such thing as propulsion up there. There's satellites that they have that they send up with weather balloons. That's it. That's all. Like the one that they
and
sent over the United States. You know how China
Just the
has.
satellites with
how
weather
so how do you
balloons.
so how do you make a balloon sit perfectly still?
But listen, wait, guys. I was addressing
These
lunatic,
things go up
okay?
so
And
rapidly fast.
he's saying, bro, are you hearing me? So he's saying that the only way that this boat was communicating to whatever other vessel, whatever other side of the world, he's saying that it has to be because of satellites. And you think there's no other way that the vessel is communicating, bro? That it's only these
Plenty.
satellites in
Like I said,
fantasy space?
Well, let's see. The
there's
radio,
radar,
the
sonar.
radio. See, the radio itself goes to a satellite. It bounces up off the satellite and goes down. If it didn't, then the radio men are they part of the secret cabal? The
Buddy,
people that
you don't
actually
see this.
This is
You don't see these
control.
signals
maintain.
coming in from. You don't know where they're coming from. That's what you fucking moron. You don't know where these things are coming from. Do
He
you
thinks
see the satellite?
listen, Vlad. He thinks that they're coming from a fantasy in his
Well, I
imagination,
know.
and there's no other way that it could be from the vessel to a tower on shore or to another vessel. There's no way.
Well, it's not
Satellites
really.
originally were called satellite towers, right? They had to have these things, and the satellite would be the tower that connected multiple things. That's why they call them satellite towers, right? Did you know that? That's a satellite. You got a satellite phones. How they work is they connect to There's different ways they could connect, multiple
You're
fucking ways,
using
down to fucking helium balloons in the fucking sky. Yes, NASA figured out a way to pump these fucking balloons full of helium, and they can stay up there for fucking years.
All
Yes,
right,
they've learned how to fucking do that.
but bros, beyond that,
Show
the
me proof of
Virginia
that.
class submarine sonar system is state of the art with a vastly increased signal processing power than any other submarine. The system is able to process and distribute data received from its spherical bow array, high frequency array suite,
Wow.
dual towed arrays, and flank array suite. Well, I can imagine what those are,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
keep
pretty much
understanding.
it paints the entire picture of every fucking thing that they can see, like they're able to see, man, under the water and great distances.
Okay, they can see under the water at great distances, but that has nothing to do with satellite communication.
And then you have sonar, or not sonar, but then you have radar.
That
Radar
let's
is
talk
another
about
one that you can use as with
satellite satellite communication.
Show me a satellite. Hey, dick fuck, show me a satellite. You've been saying, show me this, show me that. Now you show me a
air traffic
satellite.
controllers use radar, and the air traffic controller communicates with the pilot based on the radar.
Lunatic, show me a fucking satellite.
Lunatic, show Vlad a satellite in orbit. The one that you connect to, the one that you're saying that you're bouncing the signal. Show that.
The Bowies, you mean?
So,
You're talking about the
No,
what kind
no.
of
Listen. Alpha,
what
he's
kind of
claiming that when he was
what
on
kind
a
of
boat
picture?
on the military vessel, the
What kind of picture?
vessel, the way he communicated is from sending a radio signal to the
What
satellite
kind of
out
picture
in
do you want?
space and
Oh,
bouncing it
anything.
towards the
You're
ground.
gonna show me a cartoon. I guarantee it.
What kind of
Okay, so
picture
they
do you
have
want? You want me to
okay,
go up
so
there and take a picture?
I want a fucking full blown video of these fucking satellites up there floating in goddamn space. Now show me
they
that.
don't have that,
You
bro.
know, well,
What
you
they
know
I
have
that.
know
is
they don't. Hey, listen, Alpha Omega. I'm talking to Lunatic. Okay,
oh,
Alpha
I
Omega.
see.
I'm fucking focusing this to fucking Lunatic. Okay,
All right,
Lunatic.
brother.
Again, I show me because you think they're communicating with shit upstairs that's floating in fucking zero gravity, all that shit, right? In a vacuum of space, right? Now show me that shit. Show me the video.
Show you the video. So
Show me the video.
you want me to fly up there and just like, oh look, I'm gonna take a picture of it, and then you're gonna say, oh, that's fake.
Well, how
There's
come
no
NASA doesn't have these
there's no
videos?
point.
How come
There's
NASA
no
doesn't have these fucking videos? They're up there all the goddamn time.
How come
because you
nobody
guys
has this stuff? It's just only people claiming it like you. You're saying this is the only way it can be done, but you can't show it.
You're stupid. Sir, yes, sir. How high do I have to jump, sir?
Alpha and Vlad gave you multiple examples of how it's done, and you're saying, nah, the only way is the cartoon globe way.
Sir, yes, sir.
They
How
also
high
have
do I have to jump, sir?
They have these destroyers, and they also have like these warships, right? And on these warships, they have this like that's like a radar, like so it's above water. And the boats, what they do is they triangulate with the boats, and they use the radar. So they send one boat in one direction, and they send another boat in another direction, and another boat in another direction. Sometimes they use 4, sometimes they use 8. And then they could just triangulate within everything within that airspace. They can be able, and everything under the water they use submarines for. And they are in full communications at all times on a separate frequency than all the rest of us. We wouldn't hear it.
But that
We wouldn't
doesn't
be
tell
able to
you.
hear it. We don't know
That
what the
doesn't tell you
frequencies
the
are.
that doesn't tell you the location on on the. That doesn't tell you the actual location in the ocean. When you're talking about triangulation, you're talking about getting targeting data on an object within that range.
Jesus Christ! There's
It's
multiple things
completely.
that they have. When they fucking can celestial, they can use the fucking stars to navigate themselves and pinpoint where they are just by looking up in the sky. You know that, right? They've been doing this shit for fucking hundreds of years. You think that
Yeah,
fucking celestial navigation still isn't used?
It's not how it works. That's not how they do it.
Oh, it's not how they do it. Yeah, sure, Mister. I
oldest
haven't been there
known.
for fucking 17. How long? When was it? 2004. 2004. You left, right? The Navy.
Yeah, we were more technologically
Yeah,
advanced than
yeah. Okay.
this stellar stellar
You were
travel.
sitting in a fucking box, and they were telling you to do fucking jumps, and you jumped. That's it. You had nothing. You have no idea how the fuck everything else is done.
All right, you were artillery, yes?
I'm not. I'm not fucking anything. I ain't telling you shit.
So if you were artillery, then you knew that.
Never.
Then you
This
then you
guy.
then you were yes.
Artillery.
Then you were then your commander had communication back to Moscow. You think they did that
Back
over
to
like what, telephone
Moscow.
line,
Jesus
telephone
Christ,
line, cell phone?
buddy.
There's a place here in Canada. It was like the oldest known. It was a lighthouse, and that's how they first started to do it. It was called Signal Hill here in Canada, and they used to communicate with England and shit over the ocean, and it was all radio waves, and they were able to
Yeah, it
do
was
it because the water it travels over the sea level water, and goes right across to the other side, and they were able to pick up and communicate. That was the
yeah,
first form of communication was
yeah. That
Morse
would be
code.
VLF.
Do, do, do,
That would
do.
also be VLF, very low frequency.
But
But
it's
The
now,
exactly
reason
well.
we have
Obviously, low frequencies
obviously
do travel further than higher frequencies. We all know that.
like
The
like
reason
so
why they use
literally.
low frequencies. Go ahead. Sorry.
the
I was
reason
just
they
gonna
use low
say,
frequency is because it can go around objects.
No, it can't.
Actually, it does. Low frequency does go
No, that's
around anything.
bouncing off of shit or penetrating through shit. Just like your subwoofer, you know, when your bass goes boom, right? That low frequency fucking rumbles everything, goes right through fucking it's
It doesn't.
concrete walls and
It's not
shit.
going. It's not going through things, dude.
Buddy, it can. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yesterday you said it could go through a fucking mountain. Now it can't, right? Yesterday you even said that
I never.
shit.
I didn't say it can
You
go through a
said it.
mountain.
You fucking
I
said it.
never once said
I
it
heard
could
you
go
fucking
through a
say
mountain.
it. I heard
You
you fucking say
you
it.
play me the clip where I said that.
No, well, you go back and you re-listen to it because you said it.
I never said it. Never said it could go through a mountain. I said it could go around a mountain.
Oh, not to that. Not, nah,
Because
buddy. Nah,
the
buddy.
waves, the peaks and the
Nah,
valleys and
buddy.
all that stuff go. The width of it that causes it to go around. Fuck, you deny science.
Buddy, you know what I graduated, my friend, just before we you know, I don't like saying this anymore because I'm fucking wearing it out. Electrical fucking engineering, my friend, right? I can build you a fucking amplifier transmitter fucking from scratch using fucking transformers, fucking, what do you call it?
Congratulations, you know just achieve.
Yeah,
You
buddy, you don't think I fucking studied this shit, you stupid motherfucker? And then you're here lying, saying, "Oh, I fucking repaired devices." Yeah, you replaced a single fucking capacitor when a fucking thing blew up, and then you said, "Oh, now I know how this thing fucking functions." You have no fucking idea, you
Well,
stupid motherfucker.
I don't know whose basement you're living in, but
What basement am I living in? It's the shit you said yesterday. You don't see, the thing is, I'm not a fucking dumb fuck glober like you guys are fucking goldfish fucks that fucking forget everything from yesterday and then wake up with a fresh fucking mind saying, oh, now I'm gonna go back to this channel and talk about the same fucking
No,
shit,
it's not
try
that
and
they
repeat the
forget.
same fucking shit ever.
It's not
Fucking
that they forget.
goldfishes.
It's that to keep lying, the lie has to, if they don't keep lying the same way, you're gonna be able to tell it's a lie. But they always fall. The lies is pretty
Goldfish
obvious.
memory fucks. Unfucking
No,
believable.
I don't think they forget. They just gotta keep the lie within certain parameters.
Hey, do y'all have the gyroscope answer? People say that gyroscopes prove we're on a globe. Don't
Yeah,
they
no, that's a false. That's fucking false, buddy.
Yeah, no, I know, but because don't
I know, but
gyroscopes have
what?
to?
Why is it false?
Why
Let
isn't
the
it
guy
false?
ask
The
the
gyro
question.
stays level.
Yeah, because it's establishing level. Like
And it
it
does,
has
and
to
it
be.
stays level, but you have to keep spinning it. There's a thing called friction and shit. It's not perfectly fucking always spinning, right? There's joints, right, that's holding the ship together.
Don't they also
It's
Vlad? Don't
not
they
in
also
free
use
space.
Vlad? Don't they also use magnets on some of them, like magnets and stuff?
There's all kinds of ways, right? But oh yeah, the one that's floating, still friction. It's still
No,
rubbing
actually, I'm
against the
confused.
fucking
My bad.
air.
My bad.
Wait,
I was
There's
confused.
always friction that slows it down. There's always friction that's going to slow it down, so you're going to need a motor to keep it spinning. And then you
Wait, so
always
is
have to fucking what do you call it? Recalibrate the bitch. Always have
I
to
was thinking about the
recalibrate the
pendulum.
motherfucker.
I was
so
thinking
why
about
why
the
are
On
they
a
pendulum.
gyroscope,
why are they
if the
saying
Earth
it
is
proves a
stationary,
globe? Because I
if
know
the Earth
there's like
is
factors
6,000 miles an hour,
that could probably contribute for them to think that, but I was thinking in my head that the gyroscope there has to be something level for it to have a reference frame of level, right? Or is that wrong? I was
It's
just
no
wondering.
gyro can be as soon well, you got to look at how they work, man. You can have a gyroscope fucking positioned diagonally, and it's still gonna be like rigid in space.
it's a kinetic energy, right? So
It
whenever
loses
okay,
it
but here's the
loses
thing:
power.
if
It
it
loses power. It loses power due to friction, so it starts wobbling, losing its accuracy. So you have to keep spinning it up, and you have to keep recalibrating it.
yeah,
There's
I
always
mean, I
has to be
think
a
that
reference.
they
There's
have
always
to
has
be
to be a
wrong.
reference. There's always has to be a reference to zero, so you zero it out all the fucking time.
Yeah, when
I
they say
literally
that
have a
we're
fucking
spinning
Russian
at
dude. I literally have a fucking Russian dude that built a motherfucker from scratch, right? And that guy's a flat earther. He had to build a fucking gyro. Imagine that. There's a whole fucking group of flat earthers in Russia right now. They're a little bit behind, but we're okay. They'll get there.
well, the idea though that we're spinning at 6,000 miles an hour, miles, right? That's
Yeah,
even
gyros
faster than
wouldn't work on
gravity.
that.
You know, like wouldn't we like be pulled to the outer part of the?
Well, here's
What's
how I explain
what
how
happens
this
if
is
we
wrong.
get pulled
Listen,
up?
everybody. Now, this is for everybody right now, right? So, if your ball is spinning, right, on the north, if you're standing on the North Pole and you're barely not feeling that spin, right? You're just rotating in that single spot, right? Now, if you go to the equator, you're spinning at what is it, 1,000 miles, right?
6,000.
Whatever. It's going fucking
That's
fast,
fun.
right? So when you're spinning a ball and it's a wet ball, what happens? All the water gets pushed into the middle and outwards, right? So here's the fucking problem. What's the price of gold in China relative to the price of gold in North America, right? So you measure fucking gold by weight and you give it the gold the price, right? By weight, right? So here's the fucking problem. If there was weight differences, right? There should be on a spinning fucking ball, we would fucking calculate gold prices differently in China closer to the equator than fucking anything in the north side or the south side if we were on the fucking ball. But guess what? The price of gold in China, the price of gold doesn't change anywhere. It's always the same fucking whatever grams per this much. Thank you
That's
very
not
much.
actually that's not true.
Shut the fuck up.
During
No, it's
FDR
true.
during the FDR, one of the reasons he pulled us off the gold standard was because Britain decided that they were going to buy all sorts of gold and drop the price. So therefore, there was going to
Buddy,
be two gold prices.
that's irrelevant to my point here. The
It's
weight of gold
entirely.
would change in China, right? Because you're living on
It
your
does.
ball. Listen, lunatic, you're living. No, it doesn't. Who said
It
it
does.
does?
The mass
No,
is
it doesn't.
consistent. The weight does
No, it
change.
doesn't.
I'll find you
No,
a
it
reference where
doesn't.
some guys have done
No,
this.
it doesn't. No, it
The
doesn't.
mass is the same. The weight
No,
changes.
it doesn't. You go find that reference. Okay, let's go. You go,
I'll get
Mr.
it for you.
Asshole. Go find the reference. It doesn't. Stupid motherfuckers.
What?
Like, wouldn't it
You guys are so
pull? Okay,
fucking
so
stupid.
if the ball is spinning, right? Because this is what you guys are proposing. You're saying the ball is spinning, not everything else around it. So if the ball is spinning and and space and everything else is stationary, right? Then wouldn't that be like a different, like like wouldn't like the air and everything be like work differently? Wouldn't the water work differently?
Everything would work differently. That's the whole point. That spinning ball at the equator would be fucking. You'd be pulled off of that motherfucker.
You'll be
Your weight would
flying off
change.
it. You'll be
Okay, hold
flying
on.
off it.
The land
Spinning.
masses on the globe is not correct. It's not correct. Like they made some places bigger and some places smaller and stuff like that on the globe. Like, and
Yeah,
some
because it's a
globes do not
fantasy.
spin, and atlases and whatever the
You
fuck.
can't fit all of reality in a fantasy projection. Can't do that.